Chapter 676 SKP Mall. Song Qian accidentally discovered that in Liang and Ning Rushuang were holding hands. Although she had taken a photo, she did not send it to Chen Siyu immediately. She was still hesitating. There is no doubt that Song Qian and Chen Siyu have a better relationship. They are not only roommates, but also good best friends, because Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang were besties. Song Qinkai and Ning Rushuang became friends and besties. Now that she discovered the problem between Liang and Ning Rushuang, Song Qian naturally preferred Chen Siyu to Ning Rushuang immediately, even though she and Ning Rushuang had been joking before and wanted to break up in Liang with Chen Siyu. However, it was really possible that such a thing would happen. Song Qian still did not choose to stand on the same front as Ning Rushuang. Chen Siyu. I'm at SKP. Is there anything wrong? Song Qian looked at Chen Siyu's message and was stunned for a moment. Chen Siyu is also in SKP. Song Qian. Are you in SKP? Chen Siyu. Well, what's wrong? Song Qian. Where is your fairy boyfriend? Chen Siyu. Of course he is also in SKP. Something went wrong with Song Qianpin. Song Qian. You are in SKP. Your fairy boyfriend is also in SKP. Is Shuang also in SKP? Chen Siyu looked at Song Qian's reply, and she immediately sent a message to Chen Siyu. Are you also in SKP? Song Qian. Yeah. Chen Siyu. Where are you? Song Qian. Where are you? Chen Siyu. I'm here at Xiamen. How about you? Song Qian. I'm at Donggam and Chen Siyu. Did you see brother Liang and Shuang? Song Qian. What's going on with them? Chen Siyu. She succeeded. Song Qian. Song Qian. What should you do? Chen Siyu. I think it's pretty good, Song Qian. Song Qian? Song Qian. Are you crazy? Song Qian. I thought you were joking. Song Qian. Are you really crazy? Chen Siyu. No. Okay. Qian. I'm in the bathroom. I'll come out right away. Come join us. Song Qian. I think you are all crazy. Song Qian really has the feeling that they're crazy. She obviously thought it was a joke, but ended up taking it all seriously. Song Qian looked at Liang and Ning Rushuang with complicated eyes. She sighed, deleted the photos on her phone first, and then walked towards them. Chen Siyu had already come out of the bathroom. When she walked to Liang, and Liang also held her hand. So it turned into Liang enjoying the blessings of everyone, with beautiful women on both sides. Song Qian came over, and Chen Siyu greeted her first. Qian. Song Qian looked at the situation of the three of them, and she took a deep breath. And Daxian, you are amazing. And Liang responded, pretending to be confused. I know awesome. Why are you so surprised? Song Qian complained. As expected of you. It still smells the same. Do you prefer Siyu or Shuang? Your question is wrong. I am a greedy person. I like Siyu and Shuang. There is no way to say I prefer them. And Liang cracked the soul torture from the best friend. There is a saying about the girlfriend's best friend. It is best not to have contact with a girlfriend's best friend. Because she doesn't like you, you will be in trouble. If she likes you, there is trouble. Liang broke this theory. Chen Siyu's best friend liked him and became her girlfriend. Song Qian asked. Then can you be more greedy? And Liang looked Song Qian up and down deliberately. Don't ask, it's a bit misleading. Wow. Song Qian complained. Siyu, look at this person. He is still the same on my OG. Chen Siyu smiled and said, I can't control him. Song Qian was stunned for a moment. It seems that Chen Siyu really can't control Liang. After all, Liang has almost achieved the blessing of being surrounded by people. Ning Rushuang didn't say anything on the side. She was a little shy, if judged according to the mainstream moral values. After all, she became the third party. Although the ending of this third party was good, it still did not conform to the mainstream moral values. Chen Siyu asked, Qian, are you visiting SKP alone? Song Qian complained. I was let go. Oh, Chen Siyu was curious. My cousin, we agreed to go shopping together, but she went on a blind date halfway through shopping. It was simply too much. Song Qian complained. Blind date? Chen Siyu asked with a bit of gossip. How old is your cousin? Only 30. Song Qian hummed. Her conditions are pretty good. She has her own house in Daidu and her own advertising company. The only problem is that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Can't you find a boyfriend with such excellent conditions? Chun Siyu was confused. Ning Rushwang was also confused. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult to find a boyfriend in such a situation, right? Could it be that he is particularly ugly? He is 1.59 meters tall and weighs 190 pounds. If it is such an objective condition, that is indeed a bit difficult. You probably have to find young guys who don't want to work hard to have any hope, right? Chapter 682. It's around 6 o'clock in the evening, and Liang was just about to find a place to eat when he received a call from Li Tsun. Brother Liang, where are you? Li Tsun Yuan asked, and Liang responded, I'm shopping with my girlfriend. We have discovered a big problem here. Brother Liang, let's go to the tea house at Yunjing International to wait for you. After you come back, we will discuss the specific situation. Li Tsun Yuan explained, Is the problem serious? And Liang asked back, We can't judge, and we can't determine the specific situation at present, so we need you to judge, Brother Liang. Li Tsun Yuan responded, Okay, we'll go back right away. When will you arrive? And Liang asked, Half an hour at most. Li Tsun Yuan replied, Have you got a meal yet? And Liang asked, It's almost dinner time now. Not yet. I'll have something to eat at Yunjing International later, or I can make 3 egg fried rice. Li Tsun Yuan responded, It seems that the problem is a bit serious. 3 young masters in the imperial capital can actually make ends meet by eating egg fried rice, which shows that the problem is indeed a bit big. Okay, let's talk about it when we get to Yunjing International. And Liang responded and ended the call. Chun Siyu watched, and Liang put down his phone and asked, Brother Liang, what happened? And Liang nodded, Well, there are some problems that need to be solved. Should you 3 continue shopping or go back together? Let's go back together, Chun Siyu responded. Ning Rushwang nodded in agreement. Song Qian said on the side, Can I visit room 8805? No problem at all. And Liang responded, Actually, the 2 of them haven't gone to see it. You 3 can just go and order food at Yunjing International Apartment in the evening, and I won't care about your dinner, okay? Chun Siyu nodded obediently. In the underground garage of SKP. This time, Chun Siyu sat in the passenger seat, and Ning Rushwang and Song Qian sat in the back row. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang silently abided by the rules. SKP, it was very close to Yunjing International Apartment. He returned to Yunjing International Apartment in about 10 minutes. And Liang came to the entrance lobby and waited for Li Tsun Yuan and Chun Siyu to go upstairs. On the 88th floor, Chun Siyu opened room 8806 first. Throwing the Van Cleef and Arpels shopping bag in, the 3 of them ordered dinner in the living room. Song Qian was mainly the one who ordered it. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang often ate it, and they had become accustomed to it. After ordering dinner, they watched the delivery. The meal is expected to take 40 minutes, and the 3 of them are going to visit room 8805 opposite first. At the door of room 8805, Ning Rushwang uses the induction key card to open the door. Regarding all the access cards for room 8805, the service staff of Yunjing International Apartment have previously, it was delivered to room 8806 for Ning Rushwang to sign for. Room 8805 also has a 2-bedroom and 2-bathroom design, but the kitchen and guest bathroom are obviously smaller than those in room 8806, and the living room also feels smaller. But the master bedroom, the area of the main bathroom, and the guest room has not been reduced, and the degree of reduction in living comfort is very small. Song Qian sighed. Envy. I don't know what to say except envy. Ning Rushwang sighed. And Daxian is indeed very good. Chun Siyu agreed. Yeah, except for being an on my OG sometimes, he is really good. Song Qian complained. When he was an on my OG, he mainly targeted me, right? Song Qian continued. When facing you, he is your fairy boyfriend. When facing me, he is the on my OG. It's really difficult for me. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang both laughed. This on my OG is too much. After all, I'm also a beautiful woman. Okay, compared to the 2 of you, I am considered a little beauty. Is that okay? Song Qian said a little more modestly. He's not happy with the fact that a little beauty like me is cheating on her. Song Qian complained. Chun Siyu responded with a smile. You can keep working hard. I can accept Shuang Shuang, and naturally, I can accept you. Ning Rushwang agreed. If you come in, You will be the third sister, and I will be upgraded to the elder sister. That's great. You. Song Qian glared at Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang. These two people were really irritating. They knew that in Liang did not choose Song Qian. In the rest area of the entrance lobby, and Liang was checking the information fed back by the Life Winner system. Ding! Random task, scan goods, complete. The evaluation of task completion is as follows. Consumption limit, 4,175,100 yuan. Pleasure factor, 2.0. Interference coefficient, minus 0.7. Comprehensive coefficient, 1.3. Total comprehensive cashback. The host has blessing of the most true and sincere, and is exempt from any negative evaluation. Cancel the evaluation with negative interference coefficient. The total comprehensive cash rebate is 8,350,200 yuan. This reward is provided by the host, and Liang focused on the message of blessings from the most true and sincere one, which was the blessing given to him by Baiyu. Therefore, Baiyu's blessing not only had the effect of long life, immunity from all diseases, and peace of mind, it even has the effect of immune from any negative comments. This blessing is really strong. Chapter 683 Entrance Lobby of Yunjing International Apartment. While Liang was waiting for Li Tsunyuan and the others, he took the opportunity to check the information on the winner system in life, and the experience value was growing very slowly. Level, LV7 experience, 18, 232, 668/20, 000,000. The other information didn't change much, and Liang Shun glanced at it and ignored it. The upgrade cost 20 million, but now it has reached more than 18 million, so are you finally going to upgrade? Brother Liang. Li Tsunyuan's voice came. Qian Xiaojiang and Yun Haiyang also arrived together. The four of them came to the big tea room together, and Liang asked first, "What is going on?" Li Tsunyuan responded, "Brother Liang, I'm afraid we have encountered a big problem with Bentian Automobile this time." "Oh," and Liang was confused. "What's the big problem? Could someone be trying to stop us?" An Liang added curiously, "Both Guangbin and Dongbin are joint ventures. Xiaogua's companies occupy half of the shares, which means that the profits that Benzine captures from Xiaogua also belong to some Xiaogua's companies. You can get half of it. Are these people trying to stop us?" Li Xian denied, no one is stopping us. There should be more people who want to follow us." Yun Haiyang answered, "When we selected peripheral forces before, the news leaked out, and those forces that were not selected by us organized themselves spontaneously." Qian Xiaojiang added, "We just got this piece of intelligence information. How big are they?" And Liang asked. Li Tsunyuan responded, "According to the information we have obtained, I am afraid that the size of these people's funds is close to tens of billions." Yun Haiyang complained, "These lunatics, they are still expanding the scale of their funds." Qian Xiaojiang added again, "The will-o'-the-wisp boy here gave me a piece of information. In view of Anshin Investment Company's impressive performance in the past, these people are planning to follow Anshin Investment Company." And Liang laughed. "Doesn't it mean that if we attack the stock price of Bentian Motors, they will follow suit and suppress the stock price of Bentian Motors?" "Certainly." Li Tsunyuan affirmatively seconded the proposal. "Have they considered the risks?" And Liang asked back, "Although Neon is a relatively rule-abiding country, but we are attacking Neon's stock market in such a big way. Who knows if Neon officials will jump in to save the market? If Neon's officials jump in to rescue the market, our 10 billion, plus the 10 billion gathered by those people, will actually be insignificant." And Liang sighed. Neon is a magical country. In Neon, whether it is Neon officials, Neon companies, or Neon people, they all have the habit of saving, and their reserves are very large. If a large-scale attack on Neon stock market is very likely to be counterattacked by Neon officials, and then just like Soros once attacked the Hong Kong island stock market, it will be defeated in despair. "Brother Liang, what should we do now?" Li Tsunyuan asked. Qian Xiaojiang complained, "These people are really poisonous." Yun Haiyang seconded, "If they get involved, there will be too many variables in this matter. It must have been done by people from the Imperial Capital Circle, right?" And Liang asked. Li Tsunyuan confirmed, "Yeah, The Imperial City Circle is being organized and is spreading. If we proceed according to the original plan, I am afraid that Beihai, Nanhua, Tianjin, even Chongqing and Tianfu, as well as the circles in the coastal areas, will join in by then. Yun Haiyang confirmed Li Tsunyuan's statement. I have received news that some people from Tianfu and Chongqing are eager to give it a try. In 3 days at most, the amount of funds raised in the Imperial Capital Circle may exceed 20 billion. And Liang laughed and said, these people are too naive. With such a huge amount of funds, let alone whether a single stock can withstand the impact of this amount of funds, it is impossible for Neon officials to let them run wild. Brother Yuan, you have released the news that the Bentian automobile for Neon has great risks. If you invest money blindly, you may lose everything. And Liang explained, what if someone on our periphery quits? Li Tsunyuan asked, then let him withdraw, and I will take all the free funds. And Liang responded. Li Tsunyuan refused. Brother Liang, we don't need to worry about this kind of thing. There are too many people queuing up here. Even if someone does drop out, the empty seats will definitely be filled instantly. Qian Xiaojiang seconded. There are also many people queuing up here. Brother Liang, let's simply expand the amount of funds. These people are willing to give money anyway. And Liang refused. The pie in the entire market is only so big. So what if there is more capital? By the way, please notify us and let our staff gather funds into Anshin Investment Company. Judging from the current situation, our plan may be advanced. I am worried that these peripheral forces will fan the flames. And Liang explained, okay, we'll make arrangements now. Li Tsunyuan responded. And Liang nodded, I'll also contact the people on my side. Chapter 684 inches the large tea room of Yunjing International Apartment. The four of them contacted each other. And Liang contacted Wu Jingfeng and waited for Wu Jingfeng to answer the phone. And Liang spoke first. Uncle Wu, we are ready to enter the market. Transfer your funds to Anshin Investment Company, and I will send you the relevant information. No problem, Wu Jingfeng responded, and he added, by the way, Shaoan, you should know that there is a shadow following you, right? I know that they have already gathered tens of billions of funds, right? And Liang asked back, No. According to the news we just received, their funds have exceeded 30 billion. Wu Zhengfeng responded, these lunatics. And Liang complained, the total plate is only over 300 billion. Are these people crazy? Risky? Wu Zhengfeng asked back. Uncle Wu also participated in Shadow's operation? And Liang asked the same question. If Uncle Wu wants to participate in a Shadow operation, let me remind you that the Shadow operation is very risky. Wu Zhengfeng responded negatively. I did receive the invitation, but I will not participate. By the way, Lao Lu is participating. Should I remind him? Oh, and Liang agreed. I'm actually worried that Uncle Lu will think you are blocking his way of making money. Wu Zhengfeng smiled bitterly. That's most likely the case, but I still have to say it. Whether he listens to it or not is his own business. Well, I still have something to do here, so I'll hang up now and remember to transfer the funds today. And Liang reminded, rest assured. Wu Zhengfeng responded. And Liang hung up the call, and he contacted Song Run from Tyrant. Waiting for Song Run to answer the call, and Liang said first, Brother, did you read the email I sent you? Well, are you ready to take action? Song Run asked back, that's right. Are you ready? And Liang asked, always ready. Song Run replied, okay. I'll contact my brother after I've taken care of it here. And Liang explained. And Liang only gave out 2 pieces of cake. He quickly completed the notification. Li Tsunyuan and the other 3 continued to notify the recipients of their share of the cake. Nearly half an hour later, the 3 of them ended the contact. Has anyone had an accident? And Liang asked no. Li Tsunyuan was the first to respond. Of course not. Yun Haiyang also said there was no problem. Qian Xiaojiang made one okay gesture. And Liang responded, I'll set up a WeChat group and bring everyone in. Let's talk about the rules. All 3 agreed. And Liang established an anti-bench group. He edited the group announcements to make it easier for newcomers to join the group and learn the rules. After finishing the group announcement, and Liang pulled Li Tsunyuan and 3 others into the anti-bench group and set them as administrators, and then pulled Wu Jingfeng in. As soon as Wu Zhengfeng joined the group, the corresponding announcement message popped up. Announcement against this group. 1. Everyone who joins the group must change the group name card according to region industry name real name. 2. Everyone in this group is friends with the group owner and administrator. Please do not verbally attack each other. 3. If business cooperation and exchanges occur between group members, both parties will be responsible for it. The group owner and administrator do not make any guarantees. 4. Please do not screenshot any information in the group. After Wu Zhengfeng read the group announcement, he immediately changed his group business card to Xingqing Yuan Real Estate Wu Zhengfeng, and then looked at the group business cards of other people in the group. After just a few minutes, the total number of people in the group reached 52. Xingqing, on Xin Investment, on Liang at everyone. All partners are here. Just one rule. Before the operation is over, don't ask us what operations we are doing, and don't spread internal information, let alone spread rumors to the outside world. Don't worry. Waiting for the money, Xingqing, safe investment, on Liang. The group leader usually doesn't have time and won't answer these questions. If you have any questions, please contact the 3 administrators. Thank you. Imperial Capital, Chuangxiang Entertainment, Hu Xiaoyu. Group owner, please add us on WeChat. Xingqing, safe investment on Liang. Hu Xiaoyu? Brother Haiyang, where's the person you pulled? And Liang asked. Yun Haiyang stared at Li Yuan with death. Brother Yuan, you are cheating on me? Li Yuan complained. You still have the nerve to say it? Didn't you pull Miao Xue? She is looking for me, what can I do? Yun Haiyang complained. Qian Xiaojiang snorted. I thought the 4 of you were done before, but ended up being disconnected. I pulled it before, but I can't kick it out now, right? Li Kunyuan Siga. Yun Haiyang also sighed. What a sin. Hu Xiaoyu added me. What should I do? And Liang asked, Brother Liang, don't worry. Hu Xiaoyu doesn't like scumbags like you. Yun Haiyang responded, damn it. And Liang glared at Yun Haiyang. Why am I a scumbag? Ah! Yun Haiyang stared at Liang. Brother Liang, are you serious? Li Yuan also looked at Liang speechlessly. Qian Xiaojiang looked suspicious. I think I am a good man. And Liang responded affirmatively. You think, what's wrong with me? This, Yun Haiyang complained helplessly. Stop it, Brother Liang. I respect you as the strongest. Li Yuan also complained. I'm convinced. Qian Xiaojiang nodded in understanding. So this is the secret of your success? Chapter 685. The large tea room of Yunjing International Apartment was temporarily occupied by An Liang and the other 4 people. A dozen staff members were setting up 8 85-inch LCD TVs in the large tea room. 2 high-performance computers have been sent over, and Liang is readjusting their systems and installing the corresponding software, and then letting Rini Security Company's number 4 Tianji Divine calculator remotely check the security situation to avoid computer problems. Near 10 o'clock in the evening, a temporary information center was set up. Qian Xiaojiang even got 4 single mattresses, obviously planning to live in the big tea room. And Liang complained, Brother Gongzi, you are poisonous. I will definitely go back upstairs to rest. After all, there are Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang upstairs. Why should he stay here with 3 scumbags? Be prepared, Qian Xiaojiang responded. Yun Haiyang seconded. Yes, be prepared. Li Yuan asked curiously. When do we start? Uncertain. And Liang has not yet used the advanced version of the designated future stock trend information card. The main reason is that Liang wants to see what will happen tomorrow. Lu Xingbang will start taking action tomorrow, and he wants to see what the Shadow Wild Group will do. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the global stock market is closed. If the Shadow Wild Group was going to cause trouble, and Liang would make a decision based on the situation of the Shadow Wild Group. Near 11 o'clock, and Liang tested the connection between the Grand Tea Room, Anshin Investment Company, and Rinnan Investment Company, and after confirming that there was no problem, he said, I'm going back to rest. Do you really want to stay here? Li Yuan denied. I'll stay here when things start later. Qian Xiaojing seconded. Yeah, I won't stay today. Yun Haiyang said, I have ordered this big tea room to be isolated separately. No cleaning staff will come in to clean without our permission, so we can leave with confidence. Well, see you tomorrow. And Liang said, After leaving the big tea room, and Liang took the elevator to the 88th floor. He opened room 8806. Chun Siyu was still playing the piano. Ning Rushwang was lying on the sofa wearing headphones and watching videos on her mobile phone. After Liang came back, Chun Siyu, she stopped playing the piano and asked with concern, "Brother Liang, has the problem been solved?" And Liang responded affirmatively, "It's basically solved. We set up a studio in the big tea room down there. I originally planned to leave on the 12th, but I'm afraid I'll have to delay it for a while." "Ah," Chun Siyu said distressedly. "I have already told my family to go back on the 13th, or else I will ask the school to make up classes." And Liang laughed. No, you're home? You can come out to play during the day." Chun Siyu rolled her eyes at Liang. "I'm home, and there's Shuang Shuang. Are you a bad man just in time to take action?" And Liang snorted. "You mean I can't attack you until you go home?" After that, and Liang carried Chun Siyu to the sofa and placed it next to Ning Rushwang. Before Ning Rushwang could react, she found Liang kissing Chun Siyu next to her. After Liang kissed Chun Siyu, he put her Ning Rushwang next to her also kissed her. "Look, if you haven't come home, should I strike, I will strike anyway." And Liang said with a hum. Chun Siyu rolled his eyes at Liang. And Liang continued to ask, "By the way, are you going back in an M8C or a Rolls-Royce?" Chun Siyu thought about it for a moment before responding, "I still like M8C a little bit. Rolls-Royce is too high profile. M8C is more low-key. It's just a BMW. Well, it's all part here anyway. You can play whatever you want." Speaking of this, and Liang looked at Ning Rushwang. "Shuang Shuang, are you just not going back for the new year?" Ning Rushwang shook her head. "I just want to go back for dinner on the Spring Festival." It seems that her relationship with her family is really bad. "Brother Liang, will you stay here during the new year?" Chun Siyu asked curiously. "Won't." And Liang replied, "I will return to Xingxing on the 22nd at the latest. By the way, Shuang Shuang, have you gone to see room 8805? Well, we just want to see it with Qian Qian." Ning Rushwang responded, "Like it?" And Liang asked. Ning Rushwang nodded affirmatively. "I like flowers very much. Since you like it, you can go and sleep there today." After Liang finished speaking, he directly picked up Chun Siyu and walked towards the master bedroom. Ning Rushwang looked at Liang's actions. How could she not understand what he meant? Chun Siyu's face turned red, and she buried her head in Liang's chest. Zhong didn't dare to look up, and Liang was not embarrassed. Anyway, Chun Siyu was his girlfriend, and Ning Rushwang was also his girlfriend. We all belong to our own family, right? The bathroom in the master bedroom was larger than the guest bathroom, and Liang hugged Chun Siyu into it. Main guard. Naturally, next is a professional level display. Want to know the power of dual-talented warriors? There should have been a professional level display yesterday, but Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang slept together yesterday, so today naturally Chun Siyu must be taught a lesson. The powerful dual talent supported Xiao and to perform at a professional level. Chun Siyu suddenly felt that it would be a good situation if Ning Rushwang joined. At least she could take a break. After all, the soreness in her legs is real. However, Chun Siyu and Liang both ignored one thing. Chapter 686, did Liang and Chun Siyu both ignore that Ning Rushwang was gone? Ning Rushwang didn't leave. Ning Rushwang is suffering in the guest room. The next day, on Saturday, January 11th, major stock markets around the world will be closed. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Xingbang was already busy. He was sending messages in the Banner Operation Management Group, asking the 28 small managers to lead their small teams. They must arrive at the 28 benzene fields in the imperial capital before 8 o'clock. The Carrefour sales store is ready to put up the banner. 28 small managers respectively determined the tasks released by Lu Xingbang, and then sent messages to their own small team's WeChat group to ensure the smooth progress of the banner operation. At 7:30 in the morning, Lu Xingbang had already driven out. Naturally, he had to personally inspect the banners of the 28 Bention automobile 4S sales stores. After all, he can earn more than 10,000 yuan a day, and his motivation is very high. Near 7:50, when Lu Xingbang arrived at the first Dongbin automobile 4S sales store, a banner with black characters on a white background had already been put up here. The tow hooks on the front of a Bentian Howing and a Bentian Silu were modified. Two telescopic aluminum alloy poles were inserted into the tow hooks, and then 4 banners were pulled up. Shameless Bentian. Quality defects. Bentian maliciously discriminates against Xiaowa consumers and ignores the life safety of Xiaowa consumers. Buy benzene field today, crematorium tomorrow. Invite the whole village to have a meal and look for Bentian. Because this is the 4S sales store of Dongbin Automobile. A large speaker is placed on the roof of the Silk Road car to play the contents of the 4 banners. Some pedestrians passing by stopped to watch the excitement, and some even took photos and posted them on WeChat. The staff of Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store originally wanted to come over and chase the person away, but the site chosen by the other person was a public parking area, so as long as the parking fee was paid, there was no problem. And there were 2 old men with pale hair smoking cigarettes while looking at the staff of the Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store who came over. Faced with such a situation, what else can the staff of Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store do? Head-to-head? That's nonsense. They just work in the 4S store. Why should they work hard for the 4S store? Such troublesome issues should be left to the leaders of the 4S stores to worry about. After Lu Xingbang saw the situation at the first Bentian 4S sales store, he went to the second one, and then inspected more Bentian Automobile 4S sales stores. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, and Liang sent a message to the friends group of the imperial capital. And Liang at everyone, "Guys, are you up?" Li Tzu and Yuan just finished breakfast. Yin Haiyang woke up but didn't get up. Qian Xiaojing. +1 and Liang, get up quickly. According to the scheduled plan, we will patrol 9 Bentian 4S sales stores alone. Everyone should keep a low profile. Li Tzu and Yuan, got it. Yin Haiyang, get up now. Qian Xiaojing, okay. While Lu Xingbang was inspecting, and Liang and 3 friends from Daidu were also inspecting Bentian car 4S sales stores in Daidu. It's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. The Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store on Manhwa Road was a bit busy when Liang arrived. And Liang discovered that Lu Xingbang was also at the scene and had a dispute with the management of Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store. And Liang pretended to watch the fun and walked over to blend in with the crowd. Ghost Hand 6, are you crazy? A person from Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store obviously knew Lu Xingbang. I'm warning you. Hurry up and get your friends away, or we'll report it to the police. The staff at Dongbin Automobile 4S sales store said with a cold snort. Lu Xingbang sneered. Lu Ens, you are such an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Open your eyes wide and look at these people. Do you call them cunning friends? Uncle Zhou of Wudong Courtyard. Have you forgotten? Lu Xingbang sneered. Uncle Zhou looked at Lu Ens and sighed. It turns out that Ozawa has become famous. I mean, I haven't seen Ozawa for many years. Lu Xingbang mocked on the side. Get ahead? Jism? I bother. Lu Ens, let me put it here. There's a problem with your Bentian cars. Why can't I raise a banner to report it? Lu Xingbang snorted coldly. Looking at more and more onlookers, Lu Ens walked to Lu Xingbang's side. He lowered his voice and said, Tell me, what are your conditions and how much money do you want? You think I want money? Lu Xingbang snorted coldly. Others don't know your Lu Xingbang's urine properties. How can I know? Lu Ens snorted coldly. Just tell me the number. Take the money and get out of here. Lu Xingbang sneered. I underestimated you. Lu Ens, you have really forgotten that we all grew up under the same root. Don't step on Mara's friendship. Lu Ens stared at Lu Xingbang. Speak directly. How much do you want to blackmail? Don't think about the lion opening its mouth. Otherwise, you will report the crime and wait for the patrol. Lu Xingbang shook his head. You are wrong. I don't want money. Whoever takes this kind of unconscionable money will cut off their children and grandchildren. Lu Ens, I'm telling you today that I'm from Xia, and I want to expose the problems with your Bentian cars. Lu Xingbang snorted coldly. Innocent, Lu Ens sneered. Are their Bentian cars afraid of pulling up banners? They're afraid they're living in a dream. Chapter 692 Neon. In the office of the Economic Survey section of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, gentlemen, Onshin Investment Company is plotting against our neon stock market again. This time the target is Bention Motors. Please take a look at the specific situation first. Section Chief Sangwan Naoto played the related operations of Onshin Investment on Bention on a tablet computer, including the video of real impact of Bention Silk Domain. It was naturally Onshin Investment Company that took the blame. Everyone in the economic investigation section watched listening to the content played by Naoto Sangwan and taking pictures with his mobile phone from time to time. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Naoto Sangwan ended the playback. Gentlemen, now that Onshin Investment Company has made it clear that it will target Bention Automobile, what do you think? Naoto Sangwan asked. Takaki Zayadota responded, Section Chief, this time Onshin Investment Company's attack on Benda Auto has been seen through by Benda Auto. I think Benda Auto can block Onshin Investment Company's attack. Shan Shangwu seconded the proposal. I second the proposal. In the internet of Xia Kingdom, the competition between Onshin Investment Company and Bention Automobile has become an open matter. A large number of people in Xia Kingdom know that Onshin Investment Company is deliberately targeting Bention Automobile. I don't think such a thing will be harmful to the public. Benzine was a huge hit. Hokage Kozaburo put forward a different opinion. Two seniors, I have different opinions. Takaki Azoda and Satoru Yamada both looked at Kozaburo Hiroga. They were waiting for Kozaburo Hiroga's advice. Otherwise, they would teach him a lesson. Neon is a society with a strong concept of seniors and juniors. Similar to Kozaburo Hiroga, this kind of public refutation of seniors is, to put it more seriously, called taking advantage of others. But more and more neon young people like the pleasure of taking advantage of others in the workplace. Kozaburo Hiroga explained, let's first analyze the situation of Onshin Investment Company. This investment company has targeted Senior Hall twice in the past and made huge profits. Takaki Azoda responded affirmatively. Yes, Onshin Investment did have a brilliant record in the past, but the past is the past. Take the second time Onshin Investment Company targeted Senior Hall as an example. They first targeted the stock market and then manipulated the fishing boat. Takaki Zayadota added, we have checked the situation in the stock market. There is no sudden large-scale trading of Benda Motors stock. Onshin Investment Company has not yet entered the layout and has started to build momentum, so Benda Motors should have seen through it in advance. An XIN invested in the company's plan and chose to save himself. Shan Shangwu agreed. I think so too. Hokage Kozaburo retorted. What if it's not? Hokage Kozaburo continued. I have carefully studied the situation in the Xia Kingdom. Onshin Investment Company can postpone it until Monday, wait for our stock market to open, and first operate on the stock of Benda Motors, and then launch a phishing offensive, thereby suppressing the stock price of Bention Automobile Company. I contacted the marketing director of Benda Motors in Xia Kingdom, His Excellency Mitsui Hiriai. Sales of Benda Motors have suffered a severe drop in areas where offline fishing boats have exploded. Taking Imperial Capital, the capital of Xia Kingdom, as an example, the real sales volume in 2 days returned to zero directly. Hokage Kozaburo said the detailed situation. According to this situation, if Onshin Investment Company lays out its plans in advance, they should make a profit, right? Kozaburo Hiroga asked back. Kozaburo Hiroga continued. There is an old saying in the Xia Kingdom. When something goes wrong, there will be a monster. That's what's going on with Onshin Investments right now. They've done something so uncharacteristic that I think they have a bigger plan. The third officer Naoto seconded. That makes sense. I will find a way to apply for special protection regulations from the Ministry of Economy. If Onshin Investment Company really wants to target Bention Automobile, we will definitely make them look good. The section chief is wise. Hobaga Kozaburo is applauding. Azoda Takaki and Yamagami Saru are naturally applauding. However, Haga Kozaburo has not understood the situation at all. His self-righteous analysis is completely a battle of wits and courage with the void. In fact, An Liang just wants to build momentum on a small scale. Using one place in the imperial capital as a pilot, we tried to target Bention Automobile to see how the stock market in Neon reacted. But who knew the Shadow Group was so wild? All actions outside the imperial capital were carried out by the Shadow Group. including Bendis Silk Realm Real Impact, was also produced by the Shadow Group, but Anshin Investment Company took the blame. Kozaburo Hiroga didn't even know the existence of the Shadow Group, and he could share so much. Wouldn't it be a serious case of disinformation? Anshin Investment Company is also a victim. Okay? The Shadow Group completely disrupted in Liang's plan. And Liang was just trying it out, but as the conflicts between the Shadow Group intensified, this directly became the rhythm of the ultimate war at the beginning. For this, and Liang also expressed his helplessness. Who would have thought of the interference of the Shadow Group? Fortunately, and Liang's plan is never that simple. Chapter 693, Monday, January 13th. At 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang came to the big tea room of Yunjing International Apartment. Li Tsunyuan and the other two stayed in the big tea room yesterday. The four of them had breakfast quickly in the big tea room. Li Tsunyuan ate a crystal-steamed shrimp dumpling and said casually, "The Shadow Group is getting stronger and stronger. I heard that people in Dongshan have joined in. The Cole families there are all extremely rich." Yun Haiyang complained. These Cole families really don't miss any opportunity to make money. After all, the coal industry can't make money now, so it's normal for them to want to broaden their financial paths. Qian Xiaojiang explained, and Liang sneered. Investment is risky, so be cautious when entering the market. Do these people really regard Neon officials as fools? According to Neon's official reserves, whether it is 10 billion, 30 billion, or even 50 billion, it actually has no meaning. Li Tsunyuan raised his eyebrows. Brother Liang, I hear what you mean. Aren't we doing Neon this time? Do you know the base camp of Anshin Investment? And Liang asked back. Yun Haiyang responded directly. The U.S. stock market? Yes. The base camp of our Anshin Investment Company has always been the U.S. stock market. This market is large enough and the rules are fair enough. Even the bald Eagle Country officials cannot change the rules. Only with a large amount of funds in the U.S. stock market can we obtain greater benefits. Benefit? And Liang explained. Neon? TSK. It's okay to make a little money. In addition to being listed on the Neon stock market, Bention Motors is also listed on the New York stock market, which is called dual listing. Bention Automobile's trading volume in the U.S. stock market is much larger, and the North American market is also their largest sales market with sales volume much higher than in our country. How could An Liang not investigate the situation of Bention Automobile? Bention Automobile stocks are listed in two places. Although such stocks have the same shares and the same rights, they are not 100% the same price. Take the cabbage produced in Chongqing as an example. It is possible to buy a caddy for 3 yuan in Qing, but it is possible to sell it for 5 yuan a caddy in the imperial capital. Although the cabbage is the same, the sales locations are different, and the corresponding people have different preferences and awareness, resulting in the prices different. For example, Bention cars have withstood the IHS test in the North American market, and the quality of the same car far exceeds the quality of vehicles sold in Xiaohua. This situation is also a semi-open secret. So Bention cars, they are very popular in North America, and their stocks are naturally popular as well. And Liang has assigned the Advanced Edition Designated Stock Future Trend Information Card to Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market. He can obtain the U.S. stock market Bention in real time for the next 7 trading days. The stock price of automobiles. Attention! The advanced version of the Designated Stock Future Trend Information Card allows An Liang to obtain the stock price in real time. For example, if what operations An Liang does or what operations Bention Motors does will affect the stock price, then An Liang can get the latest stock change information. The functions of the premium card are very powerful. Li Tsunyuan and the other two laughed loudly after hearing An Liang's words. So, the Shadow Group is going to be tricked? Yun Haiyang asked. And Liang denied. Whether they will be cheated mainly depends on the issue of unity and whether Neon officials come to the rescue. In fact, An Liang has been determined, because in the U.S. stock market, Bention stock price has been rising all the way. Although the stock prices listed in the two places can be different, in most cases they will be relatively close and will be affected by each other. The stock price in the U.S. stock market will rise. And even if the stock price of Neon stock market does not rise, it is unlikely to plummet, So the only possibility is that the stock price of Bention Motors and Neon stock market is very stable. By the way, don't tell anyone about our matters regarding the U.S. stock market. And Liang reminded. Qian Xiaojiang responded directly. I've been living here recently, and I won't leave until the action is completed, lest some people are always crazy about playing the emotional card on me. Qian Xiaojiang said as he turned off his mobile phone. I bought a new mobile phone to play games. Let's see how I can play King of Kings from scratch and flirt with a girl by the way. Li Tsingyuan agreed. I won't go back either, so as not to get too annoyed by playing the emotional card. Yun Haiyang nodded. Me too. By the way, Brother Gongzi, take me with you? Man, please take me with you? Qian Xiaojiang hummed. Do you understand the rules? What are the rules for playing games? Yin Haiyang was confused. I suggest you learn more about the game. Qian Xiaojiang complained. I used to play games and ride shared bicycles, and I was successful in flirting with girls. Do you believe it? Coach, teach me. Yun Haiyang and Qian Xiaojiang began to discuss the game. After Liang finished breakfast, he put on his wireless headphones and greeted. Number 4 test. Line safety. Ji Wancheng, the number 4 secret calculator of Rini Security Company, responded. In order to ensure the security of communications, Ji Wancheng, a super hacker, will provide full protection to avoid information being stolen. After Liang received the response, he immediately reported it to Fan Ping, Li Gang, and Song Rin made a call to notify the number, thus unifying the operation and management. In less than 2 minutes, Fan Ping and the others came online. Test, test. Answer what you hear. On Liang conducts tests, Song Rin received it. Song Rin was the first to answer. Fan Ping and Li Gang also responded respectively to express their receipt. According to the plan, Onshin Investment will use 100 million from my personal account to tentatively enter the neon market. Yanin Investment will mobilize all funds to enter the U.S. stock market. In the U.S. stock market, it will act according to the trend curve I gave. And Liang explained. Song Run received it and went to rest first, waiting for the U.S. stock market in the evening. Song Run responded, okay, brother, gather your strength. Today is a tough battle. And Liang responded. Song Run affirmed. Don't worry. Watch our show tonight. Chapter 69, 47, 55. There are only the last 5 minutes left before Neon's morning opening. A large number of reports about Bention Motors' discrimination against consumers in the Shago market have appeared on Neon Internet. Reports including reports on shrinking safety have also been sent to Neon Internet. The Shadow Group's sexy operations are really one after another. Fortunately, Onliang's goal from the beginning was not the Neon stock market. Otherwise, the current situation would be simply infuriating. Brother Liang, if you personally invest 100 million, is it a big problem? Li Tsunyuan asked. How about the 4 of us working together? And Liang denied. It's just 100 million, it's definitely no problem. According to Li Gang's strength and the situation of the Shadow Group, the possibility of loss is relatively small, and it is even possible to make a profit. Although On Liang obtained Honda's stock trend information in the U.S. stock market, through the stock price of Benton Motors in the U.S. stock market, On Liang inferred that Neon's Benton stock price would not plummet. Therefore, the Shadow Group wanted to short the stock price of Benton Motors. Price? I'm afraid I'm going to suffer. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Neon stock market opened in the morning. The 85-inch large LCD TV immediately displayed the situation of the Neon stock market. The opening price of Bention Motors in the Neon stock market was 3,102, but just after the market opened, Bention Motors stock was heavily shorted and the stock price fell. In just 5 minutes, the stock price of Bention Motors dropped to 2,729 yen. Li Tsunyuan looked at the stock price. He sighed, 5 minutes, 10% profit. This Shadow Group is quite capable. And Liang sneered. Brother Yuan, I beg you to play games. Brother Gongzi, come here quickly and pull Brother Yuan away. This guy wants to make me laugh to death. And Liang complained. Qian Xiaojiang didn't really take any action. He was creating a new WeChat account and preparing to start from scratch. Li Tsunyuan said awkwardly, did I say something wrong? I remember I told you about the stock price before, right? And Liang responded, did you say that? Li Tsunyuan was confused. Let me explain it briefly. The so-called stock price is just a price. The stock market is a zero-sum game. It does not generate profits. If someone makes money, someone must lose money. Do you understand? An Liang explained it. Li Tsun-Yuan responded, if you look at the stock trading information of Bentian Motors, although the stock price of Bentian Motors dropped by about 10% at the beginning, the shadow group was actually fighting among themselves. And Liang explained, infighting. Li Tsun-Yuan was confused. Their funds are not managed in a unified manner, so there is infighting. And Liang pointed to the data on the LCD TV and said, look at this short sale. The short sale price is 2,900 yen, and then the position is closed and harvested at 2,750 yen. There are a total of 30 million shares, and the profit per share is it was 150 yen. Even if the exchange rate was taken out, this amount made a profit of 294 million. And Liang continued, some people in the shadow group made a profit of 294 million, and some people must have lost 294 million. The question now is, who made a profit of 294 million, and who lost a loss of 294 million? Will these people who made a profit and lost a loss lose 294 million? What about balancing accounts with each other? I don't think so. And Liang laughed. Until this moment, I realized that we underestimated the people of the shadow group. They originally formed the shadow group, probably not to play with us at all. Li Tsun-Yuan said more clearly. Are you saying that the core members of the shadow group were originally intended to harvest the people within the shadow group? I wasn't sure before, but in this situation now, I can be 100% sure. And Liang responded, after all, we can't treat everyone as fools, especially those in your imperial capital. Your imperial capital circle needs resources, connections, and connections. In this case, the probability of being a fool is too low. I am afraid that this shadow group is created by some people in your imperial capital circle to harvest people from other circles, such as the Cole and Dongshan family. And Liang explained, could it be that the Cole family in Dongshan has been harvested, so they can still come to the imperial capital circle to cause trouble for them? And Liang sneered, it's not like a dumb man eats Coptis chinensis. He just eats it when he's bored. He just writes down his grudges. He's simply stupid. Li Tsun-Yuan scratched his head. If you put it this way, this operation is a bit like Chun Ming's family's method. Their family is in the financial industry and has done similar things before. That Ferrari 488 pista owner? And Liang still has the impression, Li Kunyuan Nudda. No wonder you have the money to buy a Ferrari 488 pista. How many people can withstand this kind of harvesting method? And Liang said jokingly, Brother Yuan, look at it, no one is a fool. After just a few minutes of harvesting, someone discovered the situation. Benshin's stock price stabilized, and no one took the short selling order at all. And Liang explained to Li Tsun-Yuan. Li Tsun-Yuan sighed. No wonder the shadow group worked so hard to help us carry out operations before. I did a rough calculation and found that the core of the shadow group may have harvested 1 billion. And Liang simply calculated. It's really faster than robbing a bank. Li Tsun-Yuan sighed again. Can you make money by robbing banks? And Liang snorted. 1 billion. Why don't you try to grab it? Can't grab it. Can't grab it. Learn something new again. Li Tsun-Yuan expressed that he once again gained new knowledge. Do you understand now why I want unified management of funds? And Liang sighed. Few people can withstand the temptation of money. I can trust you. But the external forces you are looking for cannot be trusted. Capital is the most ruthless. Perhaps 1 second it was love mixed with honey, and the next second it was sword-to-sword hatred. Such a massive shadow group ended up with civil strife at the beginning. Some people were harvested, and some people gained benefits. After exiting, they were just a bunch of rabble. Chapter 695. The neon stock market has just opened in the morning, and the seemingly powerful shadow group has already fallen apart. After all, the original plan of the core members of the shadow group was probably to harvest the members of the shadow group, right? Brother Yuan, look, Bentian Motors stock has risen back to 3,098 yen. And Liang reminded Li Tsun-Yuan that the neon stock market has only opened for 12 minutes now. The previous opening price of Bentian Motors was 3,102 yen, which means that the shadow group's short selling has no effect on Bentian Motors. Infighting. The result is internal harvest. Li Tsunyuan sighed. Fortunately, we did not choose the neon market. And Liang did not respond to Li Tsunyuan. He asked through the wireless headset, Director Li, how are we doing? After Liang asked, Li Gang immediately responded, Mr. In, I will send you the corresponding data. In the large tea room, one of the 85-inch LCD TVs immediately displayed the message sent by Li Gang. Onshin Investment Company entered the market for short selling on Bention Automobile's stock price of 3,062 yen, and then left the market on 2,732 yen. The profit rate is 10.78%, and 100 million yuan has made a profit of 10.777 million. This result is naturally the result of harvesting the shadow group. Onshin Investment Company fully bought in when the stock price of Bention Automobile was 2,750 yen, and then it was 3,058 yen. When all was sold, this was still a shadow harvest. This time the profit rate reached 11.2%. According to the previous principal and interest invested together, the profit obtained this time was 12.407 million. In just 12 minutes, Onshin Investment Company used Onliang's private investment account to obtain a profit of 23.184 million Xiaogui yuan from the neon stock market. Previously, Onliang joked to Song Qian, saying that he made 4 million in 4 seconds. Although it was a bit exaggerated, with Onliang's earning speed, he was really not afraid of Chen Xiyu and Ning Rushwang's prodigal pace. How much money could they spend on shopping? Li Tsuyuan looked at the data displayed on the LCD TV. Coupled with Liang's explanation on the side, he sighed, This money is really good earn. We never dared to think about making more than 20 million yuan before. It's not that you don't dare to think about it. It's that you can't do it. And Liang pointed out the essence. Is it difficult for people like Li Tsunyuan to earn 20 million? It's actually very simple. But the difficulty is how to earn 20 million openly and openly spend it. This is the big problem. Alas, if we had known that the Shadow Regiment was so vulnerable, we should have made a lot of money. Li Kunyuan Siga. And Liang responded negatively. No. We certainly can't make a fortune. I had considered this before, but ultimately chose to give up. Investing 100 million is just a test. And Liang added, If we make a big fortune, we will definitely be discovered and make enemies out of thin air, right? And Liang continued, This money is indeed quick money, but after harvesting, it will definitely be hot. On the surface, the Cole family and Shishan will not take any action, but the two sides have already become enemies. If there is a chance in the future, why not beat the dog's brains out? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. And Liang reminded, if we want to make money, we must make overseas money, so that others can only envy us. So you see, if we want to centrally manage funds, other people are willing to hand over their funds to us. And Liang added. Li Tsunyuan suddenly realized that he had just been dazzled by the benefits. Brother Liang, you are right. Li Tsunyuan seconded the proposal. Okay, Brother Yuan, don't envy my mosquito legs. We will also make a fortune in the U.S. stock market at night. And Liang explained. Li Kunyanuda afirmatively. By the way, I'm going to have dinner with Chen Xiyu and Ning Rushwang later. How do you guys deal with it at noon? And Liang asked. Li Tsunyuan responded, Of course I will ask Yunjing International Apartment to deliver the food. After what happened with the Shadow Group, there's probably an uproar outside. If we go out, we will definitely be involved in all kinds of worldly affairs, so we might as well just use a disappearing technique. Okay, I'll leave first then. I'll go out to do some errands. And Liang responded, Okay, Li Tsunyuan responded. And Liang left the tea room and dialed Chun Siyu's phone number. On my OG. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Chun Siyu asked sleepily. She was tortured by Liang again yesterday, and it's not even 8:30 now. When will you go home today? And Liang asked after lunch, right? Chun Siyu asked Liang, Well, you continue to sleep, and I will come up and have dinner with you later. After Liang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He took the elevator to the underground garage and drove out in his Rolls-Royce Black Emblem Ghost. 10 minutes later, Liang came to a Gongshang bank and applied for 2 bank cards for his bank card. Zhang Xiyu and Ning Rushwang were given 2 million yuan each as red envelopes for the Chinese New Year. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang were different from the little vixens, and Liang only bought them, but they didn't have much money. Seeing that the Chinese New Year was coming, and Liang sent them a red envelope by the way to prevent them from being financially tight during the Chinese New Year. And Liang's personal account exceeded 14 million. So he divided the 4 million into 1 cent. It was very simple for him. He completed the process in just a quarter of an hour. He drove back to Yunjing International Apartment. At around 9 o'clock, An Liang returned to room 8806. Chun Siyu was obviously still sleeping in, and Ning Rushwang had already gotten up. This Bingshan girl, her son, was dancing in the living room. Seeing An Liang come back, Ning Rushwang immediately stopped moving, and Liang walked over and sat on the sofa. Shuang Shuang, keep dancing. I haven't seen you dance before. Ning Rushwang was a little embarrassed, but she continued to dance. She is a great master at the National Dance Academy, and Liang watched Ning Rushwang dance with great interest. What she danced should be folk dance, not various modern house dances. After a few minutes, Ning Rushwang stopped, and Liang asked, "What's the name of this dance?" "A very niche dance called Dream of Willow Shadows, which is mainly about moving around to prevent your ligaments from becoming rigid." Ning Rushwang explained it, and Liang waved to Ning Rushwang to come over. When Ning Rushwang came over, and Liang pulled her into his arms, "Let me test whether your ligaments are stiff." Ning Rushwang's face turned red, and she whispered, "Siyu hasn't gone home yet. This iceberg girl?" Crazy hint? Chapter 696, Yunjing International, room 8806. Bingshan girl seemed to be hinting wildly, but that seems to be the case. After Chun Siyu returned home, and Liang and Ning Rushwang were the only ones left here. It seems that Ning Rushwang knows what's going on, and Liang hugged Ning Rushwang, obviously to check the stiffness of the ligaments, but it eventually turned into a verbal dispute. After a few minutes, the dispute between the two parties ended. Ning Rushwang's face turned red as she snuggled into An Liang's arms. She gradually fell in love with this feeling. She was probably snuggling up to An Liang's arms and coveting his warmth. She really felt safe, right? "By the way, Shuang Shuang, give me your phone. I want to use it." And Liang explained. Ning Rushwang didn't hesitate. She handed the phone directly to An Liang and explained, "The password is 990909. And Liang had seen Ning Rushwang's ID card, and he naturally knew that the password was Ning Rushwang's birthday, September 9th, 1999, a good time. And Liang entered the password. He first clicked on WeChat, and Ning Rushwang accepted he was operating it without any intention of blocking it. Obviously, there was nothing in the phone, no secrets. And Liang didn't check Ning Rushwang's WeChat chats. After all, Ning Rushwang had already achieved this step. Coupled with the interpersonal relationship scanning system rewarded by the Life Winner system, he still needed to check the WeChat chat records. In WeChat, and Liang opened his WeChat wallet. There were only a few dozen yuan in Ning Rushwang's WeChat coin purse. And Liang took out 2 bank supplementary cards, handed them to Ning Rushwang, and said, "The Chinese New Year is coming soon. I'll prepare it for you. I received the red envelope. Which card do you like?" Ning Rushwang did not pretend to be polite. She had already collected an apartment worth nearly 10 million yuan, a high-end jewelry watch worth more than 1 million yuan, and jewelry worth more than 1 million yuan. I have also accepted hundreds of thousands of high-end luxury brand clothing. Do you still need to show off now? And Liang is good to her, and she likes Liang to be good to her. That's all. Ning Rushwang looked at the 2 bank cards. She chose one with the ending number 1666 and the other with the ending number 1888. This selection method was in line with the status of Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang. The small ones pick on the smaller ones. The big ones pick on the bigger ones. There is no fighting, no arguing. And Liang silently accepted Ning Rushwang's choice and explained, "The money on each card is the same, 2 million. Ah! Ning Rushwang was stunned for a moment. "Is that so much? Hey, who calls you prodigal women?" And Liang responded jokingly. At the same time, he bound the bank card with the number ending in 1666 to Ning Rushwang's WeChat payment. He then tested the recharge of 50,000 yuan. The recharge passed directly, without SMS verification. And Liang bound the payment guarantee again. I also recharged 50,000 yuan for the test and passed it successfully. No SMS verification is required. Well, for quick payment via WeChat and PayPal, the maximum limit for a single transaction is 50,000 yuan, and the maximum limit for a single day is 200,000 yuan. If you have a larger amount of consumption, you need to swipe your card directly. And Liang explained, during the Chinese New Year, spend money when you should. If money can solve any problem, use money to solve it. Do you understand? And Liang explained, in fact, many people don't understand this truth. Some people always want to use human relationships to solve problems that can obviously be solved with money. For example, the problem of renting and moving can obviously be solved through a moving company. Why not? Want to ask friends to help? If it is the same city, the problem can be solved through a moving company for maybe a few hundred yuan or within 1,000 yuan at most. But what about asking friends? First of all, it is a matter of human relations. After calling a few friends, it will be done how many favors are owed. If you ask for help on a working day and a friend takes time off to help, the favor will be even greater. After friends help with the move, they are not allowed to treat guests to dinner. When treating guests to dinner, even choose the one with the best price/performance ratio hot pot. If there are 3 or 5 people and some wine, it is not a problem to spend 7 or 800 yuan in the imperial capital, right? The key is that treating guests to dinner is should, and the favors owed for moving are still owed. So, why don't use money to solve the problem directly? Don't say that asking people for help is an interpersonal relationship. Only when the relationship is in place, people will come to help. It is really a matter of human relations. Ning Rushwang silently accepted the bank card. She shrank her legs, snuggled into Liang's arms, and said softly, "Thank you." And Liang smiled evilly and leaned into Ning Rushwang's ear. "I don't want this kind of thank you from you." Ning Rushwang's ears suddenly turned red, and she whispered, "Wait a minute. Wait. Wait for CU to come home. Wait for me 2 days." After Liang listened halfway, he burst into laughter. This iceberg girl had indeed melted. Just at this time, Chen Siyu came out. She first took a look at Ning Rushwang in Liang's arms. She teased, "Are you bullying Shuang, a bad man?" And Liang snorted lightly, and he pulled Chen Siyu and held him. Chen Siyu also pulled over and asked Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang to sit alone. "I don't just want to bully Shuang. Do you think you can escape?" Chapter 702 Patience is an excellent quality. Only with enough patience can you win good enough results. And Liang's patience was very good. He had enough patience to wait for 20 days, 2 months, or even longer, not to mention just 2 days. Impatient? How can there be good results if you are too eager for quick success? Taking Liang and Ning Rushwang as an example. Although Liang was amazed by this iceberg girl when he met Ning Rushwang for the first time, and Liang did not take any action at that time. What if Liang had taken action at that time? Not to mention getting Ning Rushwang. Even Chen Siyu will lose it, right? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Liang said to Ning Rushwang, Shuang, go to bed early. I have to deal with work. I have to stay up all night today. I will sleep down there at night and come up for dinner at noon." Ning Rushwang nodded in response. "Yeah, I'll watch a dance video for a while and go to bed before 12 o'clock. And Liang kissed Ning Rushwang on the forehead. "I'll go down first." Yunjing International Apartment Tea Room. When Liang came over, Li Tsunyuan and the others were having a supper. Li Tsunyuan greeted, "Brother Liang, do you want to eat some too?" "You eat. I'll prepare the work here." And Liang responded, "Okay." Li Tsunyuan was not polite. And Liang put on the wireless headphones and he tested them first. The number 4 TNG divine calculation ensured the security of the communication. "Brother, are you ready?" And Liang asked. Song Rin responded affirmatively. "My preparations have been completed. Our data has been connected to Director Li's and can be operated at any time. Well, I will be fully involved in today's action and everything will be carried out according to the original plan. If there are any changes, I will let you know." And Liang responded, "Receive." Song Rin responded. Li Gang also responded, "Understood." It is wintertime in Bald Eagle Country. The opening time of the U.S. stock market is from 22:30 to 5 o'clock the next day. a total of 6.5 hours, with no rest time. At 10:30 p.m., the U.S. stock market opens. Bention, the code-name of the car in the U.S. stock market, is HMC. Its opening price is $29.68, equivalent to 3,143 yen, which is 40 yen higher than the closing price of 3,103 yen in the Neon market. Benda Motors stock is higher than Neon in the U.S. stock market. The market is a little more popular. The U.S. stock market has just opened. Anshin Investment Company is hiding behind Renan Investment Company and has purchased large-scale shares of Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market through Tyrant. The shares of Bention Motors circulating in the U.S. stock market, there are more than 1.7 billion shares. Based on the current stock price, the total value exceeds $50 billion. The capital invested by Anshin Investment Company this time is only more than $1.4 billion, just a small fish. With the funds of Anshin Investment Company entering the market, the stock price of Bention Automobile rose quietly. Li Gangwei reported, "Mr. N, we found that two other groups of people are also acquiring the shares of Bention Automobile." And Leon glanced at the information fed back by the future trend information card of the designated stocks in the advanced version, and he responded, "According to the plan, I will go all out to buy Bention Motors stocks. There is no limit to buying before $35. Receive." Li Gong responded. The originally silent Bention Motors became popular in the U.S. stock market. In addition to Anshin Investment Company, there were two groups of people sweeping the goods, and the sweeps were very vigorous. Just an hour later, Bention Motors, the price in the U.S. stock market, has risen to a height of $33.89. This result is the result of the joint restraint of the three parties. Anshin Investment Company is still continuing to buy the U.S. stocks of Bention Motors. It is close to 1 o'clock in the morning, and the U.S. stock market has opened for 2.5 hours. In the U.S. stock market, the stock price of Bention Motors has reached as high as $34.17. At this time, Anshin Investment Company's 10 billion Siaguan funds have been completely consumed, which is an abnormal full position, and there is no opportunity to cover the position. Under normal circumstances, such an operation you still need to be cautious. But An Liang is different. An Liang has an advanced version of the future trend information card of designated stocks. He has a clear understanding of the stock price of Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market. When Anshin Investment Company withdrew from the ranks of sweeping goods, the other two sweeping goods financial institutions also seemed to pause, but they only paused for a few minutes before continuing to scan the goods. Find out who the other two guys scanning the goods are. And Liang ordered. Songren responded, "I'll try my best to check." Li Gang also responded, "I can only try my best to find out the situation." When the two responded, and Liang was checking the comprehensive average purchase price of Anshin Investment Company. The average price of 10 billion Siaguan Monsong Bention Automobile in the U.S. stock market was $32.76, which means he bought a little more than 43.8 million shares. The price is neither high nor low. For such a large-scale purchase, it is only $3 higher than the opening price, which is already a very good level. The most important thing is that there are two other companies competing with Anshin Investment Company for goods. If the other two make trouble due to the existence of investors, the comprehensive average purchase price should be lower. Chapter 703, January 14, 3 o'clock in the morning. In the U.S. stock market, the share price of Bention Motors has soared to $37.97. Because of the sudden surge, more and more people have noticed the situation of Bention Motors. And Liang is also checking the stock trading information of Bention Motors. The other two sweepers are still scanning the goods? How much money does the other party have? And Liang made a rough estimate. The other two sweepers had invested at least $2 billion, right? What are the origins of these two sweepers? While Liang was thinking, Songren explained, "Brother, I have inquired about one of them. It may be Berkshire Hathaway." "That Berkshire Hathaway? The stock god?" And Liang asked. "Yes." Songren responded, "But it's just a guess. The specifics are uncertain. If it's a stock god, then that's no problem. The other party should also be paying attention to this matter, right?" Li Gang reported back. The news I heard here is also Berkshire Hathaway. It seems that the stock god has also discovered us. Actions. And they are even more radical than ours. The other party has this capital. And Liang responded, "Are we running away today?" Songren asked back. And Liang glanced at the advanced version of the future trend information card of designated stocks and responded directly in the negative. The stock gods are all present, so of course we should be present too. Hold it first, and we will see the situation tomorrow. Okay, Songren responded. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the U.S. stock market closed. The closing price of Bention Motors reached a height of $38.12. Compared with the opening price of $29.68, it increased by nearly 28.44% in a single day. There is no 10% in the U.S. stock market. As long as it is operated properly, the price of a single stock can rise or fall without limit in the U.S. stock market. Of course, if you encounter a very rare circuit breaker mechanism, it can only be said to be bad luck or improper operation. The average comprehensive purchase price of Onshin Investment Company is $32.76. If the profit is calculated based on the price of $38.12, it is just a mathematical calculation of the profit and does not take into account the actual price breakdown. The profit margin is 16.36%. Based on the total share capital of 10 billion Xiaogui yuan, the profit in one night is 1.636 billion Xiaogui yuan. Of course, this profit amount is just a mathematical calculation. If you want to sell stocks on a large scale in a real operation, you will lose part of the profit, but no matter what, the total profit must be more than 1 billion. This is the real money grabbing. And Liang first agreed with Song Run and Li Gang on the next day's operation time, and then looked at Li Tsunyuan and the other three. These three are playing landlord. 1 yuan at the end of the day, you get an extra dollar for every explosion. It doesn't double, and you play very enthusiastically. They add a bet, just to make the landlord game more interesting, not for gambling. Ahem, today's results are out. And Liang greeted, "Wait a minute, brother Liang, I'll win now." Li Tsunyuan threw out a straight. "I only have 2 cards left. Brother Gongzi, do you dare to blow me up?" Qian Xiaojing complained. "You're going to explode. You're holding a pair of kings, and I'm going to explode. Got it?" Yun Haiyang's eyes were full of helplessness. "Go. A6. Li Tsunyuan reported the order. "I have only 1 king left, brother Gongzi. Do you dare to blow me up now? You don't have a pair of kings?" Qian Xiaojing looked at Li Tsunyuan speechlessly. Yun Haiyang complained. "Xiao Wang is here with me." And Liang listened to the conversation between the three and secretly sighed in his heart. Although the stakes were very small, they obviously played very well, which showed from the side that they were well-behaved people. "Give me money," Li Tsunyuan greeted. "By the way, brother Liang, how is your record?" Yun Haiyang and Qian Xiaojing also looked at Liang. "The book data is 1.636 billion in a single day, but we have not cleared the position. We will continue to see the situation tomorrow." And Liang responded. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and then cheered. "Damn it, 1.6 billion. Qian Xiaojing was the most excited. Yun Haiyang was also very excited. "We alone account for 10%, which is a profit of 160 million. Li Tsunyuan calmed down a little. "I have my horse racing." And Liang reminded. "You have made a wrong calculation." The three of them looked at Liang in confusion. "You have calculated the peripheral income." And Liang explained. "Based on the calculation of 1.636 billion, each of you pulls 15% of the peripheral profit, and the peripheral profit is 245.4 million. We at Onshin Investment have agreed to take 50%, that is 122.7 million. And Liang continued to add, "I promised before that our Onshin Investment Company will split this money in half with you, which is 61.35 million. So your actual income exceeds 220 million. This," Li Tsunyuan hesitated. "Brother Liang, is this too much? Rules are rules. We have set the rules in advance. You can take what you should take. In addition, I estimate that Dongbin and Guangbin will cause trouble later. Can you handle it?" And Liang asked back. As Liang said, rules are rules. They have made an agreement in advance, so they must implement it according to the agreement. Besides, after they take the money, They naturally need to bear the thunder, whether it is legal risks or other pressures. They all came forward to solve it. Chapter 705. When the U.S. stock market opened, the opening price of Bention Motors opened directly higher to $38.98, and the price is still rising. Anshin Investment Company Limited has fully stocked up on Bention Motors stocks. Today, it is just a bystander and will not enter the market for trading. And Liang was surprised to find that the two sweepers from yesterday were still scanning goods. One of them is probably Berkshire Hathaway, and the identity of the other cannot be determined. Are they so greedy? An hour after the market opened, Bention Motors' stock price reached $39.99, just 1 cent away from breaking through the $40 price. The stock price of Bention Motors has not broken through this price for a long time. After Bention Motors was listed on the U.S. stock market in 1980, its highest share price reached a height of $43.69 on February 1, 2011. The next highest stock price was $43.54 on January 1, 2011. The third highest share price was $42.36 on November 1, 2013. The rest of the time, it barely gets above $40. Anyway, for Bention, throughout 2019, it has not reached $40 or $35, and the lowest price has been reduced to an ultra-low price of $23.66. Now it is about to break through the high price of $40 again. Such a hot increase has made Bention Motors more and more popular in U.S. stock trading, and some retail investors and small institutions have also begun to pay attention to Bention Automobile. After all, the latest news about Bention Auto is all good news. Li Gang asked, "Mr. N, shall we ship the goods?" "Hold on." And Liang responded. And Liang had the answer, and he naturally understood the rhythm of waiting. On January 15th, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Bention Motors stock rose to the second highest price in history, reaching a high of $43.66, which was as high as $43.66. The historical high price is only 3 cents away. The market at this time is even hotter, and it seems to help Bention Motors break through the historical high price. As long as it breaks through the historical high price, it can refresh the historical record of the highest stock price. This is an opportunity. Fully shipped, and Liang ordered. After receiving the order, Song Ren and Li Gang immediately led people to implement it. In the U.S. stock market, two big sweepers led a group of small institutions and retail investors to frantically chase the stocks of Bention Motors, thereby striving to win over them. The stock price of Bention Automobile exceeded the highest point in history. But at this time, Anshin Investment Company suddenly crashed the market. More than 43.8 million shares of Bention Automobile continued to appear in the U.S. stock market, smashing the stock price that had already reached $43.66. It reached $43.20, and it continues to fall. Faced with the sell-off of Anshin Investment Company, the big shopper suspected of being Berkshire Hathaway did not hesitate to eat the goods. Another big shopper looked at Berkshire Hathaway is sweeping goods, and he is also sweeping goods. How can retail investors not follow up? In the U.S. stock market, the stock price of Bention Motors fluctuates back and forth between $43.20 and $43.50. According to the current price of Bention Motors, according to the stock price, Anshin Investment Company holds more than 43.8 million shares, with a total value of approximately more than $1.9 billion. Under the leadership of two large purchasers, small institutions and retail investors have been snapping up this large amount of stocks. Anshin Investment Company's all the stocks were eaten up, and the lowest shipping price was not lower than $43.20. This means that Anshin Investment Company made a lot of money. Li Gang quickly sent the corresponding data to An Liang. Bention Automobile, owned by Anshin Investment Company, the average price at which the company's shares were sold was $43.34, and the average price at which they were purchased was $32.76. The last time the profit was calculated, it was just a mathematical calculation. This time it is a real profit. After excluding exchange rate losses, the profit margin is 32.29%, means that the total income is 3.229 billion Xiaogui yuan. This is a real profit. Brother, Mr. Li, today's operation is over. We will continue tomorrow. And Liang ordered. After Song Run and Li Gang responded, they went offline to rest. Li Tsunyuan and the other three did not play landlord today. They paid attention to the fluctuations of the stock market within Liang throughout the process. After Liang took off his headphones, Li Tsunyuan asked, Brother Liang, did the profit exceed 3 billion? Well, look at the picture. The total profit shown here is 3.229 billion. And Liang explained, according to the agreement, you directly occupy 10%, which is 322.9 million. And Liang explained, at a quarter of the 15% share, that's a little over 121 million, and the total is a little over 443.9 million. These benefits already got it? Li Tsunyuan was a little excited. And Liang said affirmatively, at present, the profits have been obtained, but I am ready to continue the operation. Brother Yuan, you can choose to get off the car, and I will share the profits with you first. How about that? Go. Let's take a rest and continue the operation tomorrow. How could Li Tsunyuan get off the bus? It's only been 2 days now, and he has made so much money. How much more can he make in the future? Li Tsunyuan and the other three are full of expectations. Chapter 706, January 15th, 11 o'clock in the morning. And Liang and Li Tsunyuan were sleeping in the big tea room. Zayuolin Community, East 4th Avenue of the Imperial Capital. This is Aunt Chun Siyu's house. Chun Siyu is dressed very simply today, wearing a sportswear down jacket and a knitted hat, just like an ordinary college student. The secret of the expensive high-end jewelry watch Cosmos is obscured by the down jacket, and it cannot show a luxurious image at all. The only highlight is probably Van Cleef & Arpels lotus flower ring. But the all-diamond version of the lotus ring is actually inconspicuous when placed in a normal environment, because ordinary people will never think that it is a full diamond version. After all, who in the ordinary world would think that an ordinary-looking ring studded with crystals is worth more than 250,000? Today, Chun Siyu is accompanying her mother Chi Ruoqing to visit relatives. Her mother Chi Ruoqing is a piano teacher, so Chun Siyu later embarked on the path of learning piano. Chun Siyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing with her mobile phone. There was a knock on the security door of the hall. She got up and walked over to see the person through the peephole and opened the door. She took the initiative to say hello, second aunt, cousin Jiala. Chi Ruoqing responded, Siyu is here too. You have become even more beautiful. Qin Jiala looked at his cousin and sighed secretly in his heart. This cousin is so beautiful. She is comparable to the top stars. Hello, second cousin. Qin Jiala greeted. Chun Siyu nodded slightly, then turned and walked back to the living room. Before Chi Ruoqing and Qin Jiala closed the door, a female voice came in. Second aunt Jiala, you are here. Hello, cousin. Qin Jiala greeted politely. Miao Tongxin responded, hello, Jiala. The three of them walked into the living room together. Chun Siyu greeted Miao Tongxin, and she continued to play with her mobile phone. Qin Jiala deliberately looked for topics to chat with Chun Siyu, and he took the initiative to say, second cousin, we just saw a car downstairs. Suits you. Chun Siyu put down her phone. She glanced at Qin Jiala and then responded, what car? Miao Tongxin answered, Jiala, are you talking about that BMW M8C? Yes, that BMW M8 Thunder Edition in Barcelona Blue is simply too powerful, and the license plate is also very suitable for the second cousin. Qin Jiala explained. Chun Siyu's mother Chi Ruoqing just walked into the living room from the kitchen. She answered curiously, what license plate? Qin Jiala responded, third aunt, we are talking about a BMW downstairs that is suitable for my second cousin. The license plate number is Emperor SY 520. Which translates to my second cousin's name, and the meaning is very good. Chi Ruoqing said doubtfully, that's your second cousin's car? Qin Jiala was stunned. Qin Jiala's family is engaged in import and export trade. He is a small-scale, wealthy family. His annual profit is in the millions. He has good knowledge and naturally knows the price of the BMW M8C. The result is really Chun Siyu's? Qin Jiala knew the situation of Chun Siyu's family very well. He could only say that he was a native of the imperial capital, and an ordinary citizen would definitely not be able to afford the price of a BMW M8C. Miao Tongxin looked at Chen Siyu. She found Van Cleef and Arpel's lotus ring on her finger, and she became thoughtful. Second cousin, is that really your car? Qin Jiala looked at Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu didn't even think about hiding it. Yeah. Chi watching first glanced at Chen Siyu, and then looked at Qin Jiala. Jiala, which car has a problem? Qin Jiala scratched his head and said awkwardly, that car? No problem. I just think it looks great. Miao Tongxin answered on the side. That car is worth close to 3 million. Chi Ruoqing had a surprised look on her face. She originally thought it was just a BMW, costing at most 300,000 yuan, but it turned out to be 10 times more. Qin Jiala laughed dryly. He felt that he had gotten into trouble. There must be something wrong with the origin of this car, right? Chen Siyu. Is what Tong Xian said true? Chi Ruoqing looked at Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu responded, Mom, it's just a car. There's something wrong with a 3 million car. Chi Ruoqing stared at Chen Siyu. Miao Tongxin doesn't like Chen Siyu. To be precise, Miao Tongxin is even jealous of Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu has the standard fair skin, good looks, and long legs, coupled with the elegant temperament of playing the piano, which makes Miao Tongxin, she was extremely jealous. Miao Tongxin herself graduated from a junior college and now worked as a salesperson for Tiffany. Her life was actually very difficult, so knowing that Chen Siyu drove a car worth 3 million, the jealousy in her heart broke out again. Why is Chen Siyu living a good life? Why is she having such a difficult time? Third aunt, actually Siyu is right, it's just a car. It's really a small problem. After all, you can buy it if you have money. Miao Tongxin said with green tea. The key is that the license plate is the big problem. How difficult is it to get the license plate of the imperial capital? Jiala should know, right? Qin Jiala shivered. Who knows? Chi Ruoqing looked at Qin Jiala. Chen Siyu said it himself. Although it is difficult to obtain the license plate number of our imperial capital, if you have the relationship, it is actually easy to obtain. By the way, Mom, I forgot to tell you that I am in love. The car was given by my boyfriend, and the license plate was also obtained by my boyfriend. He said that the license plate represents his feelings. Chen Siyu said openly. Qin Jiala immediately answered. Brother-in-law is mighty. The value of this license plate definitely exceeds the value of the car itself. Please introduce my second cousin to my brother-in-law. I want to hang out with my brother-in-law. Miao Tongxin became even more jealous. She showed off her tea skills again. Wow. It was a gift from my boyfriend. It seems that Siyu has found a very close boyfriend. Huh. Siyu. Your ring seems to be from Van Cleef and Arpels, right? Miao Tongxin continued to show her tea art. This ring is very expensive. Chapter 7:12 The atmosphere in the U.S. stock market is very strange. The stock price of Bention Motors, which was originally soaring, came to an abrupt halt. It was suppressed by Anshin Investment Company, and retail investors did not dare to take over. Bald Eagle Country, Hua or Street. In the office of Rod and Albert Company, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes roared. Who is shorting benzene? Mr. Jack, we received a call from Ron at Berkshire Hathaway, who was also asking us whether we were shorting benzene. Assistant John Sun responded. It's not them? Jack was stunned for a moment. Ace, hurry up and investigate. What organization is short-selling benzene auto? Assistant Ace John responded. Okay, I'll investigate right away. In another office in the same place, Ron Klein, Berkshire Hathaway's senior vice president of investments, looked at the stock price of Benda Motors. Ron's assistant Daniel Hui reported, Mr. Ron, LAC Bien denied the short selling of benzene. I have investigated the situation, and it is indeed not their short selling. LAC is the abbreviation of Rod and Albert Investment Company. Mr. Ron, I will continue to investigate immediately. Ron interrupted Daniel. No need. Our opponent is Anshin Investment Company, Limited from Siagwa. The opponent's initial goal was Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market. Daniel was surprised. Didn't they already make more than 400 million before? Ron responded negatively. They have indeed made more than 400 million, which is probably more than 3 billion if converted to Siagwa yuan, but they are very greedy. They saw our plan and obviously wanted to stop us. Make another profit. Daniel didn't say anything else. Now that Ron knew, he just needed to shut up. Ron continued. Although their plan is good, their funds are too little. Berkshire Hathaway's cash reserves exceed 100 billion US dollars, and it holds more than 90 billion in shares of Apple, more than 20 billion in Bald Eagle Bank, and more than 17 billion in Coca-Cola, all of which they're all in US dollars. Compared with Berkshire Hathaway, Anshin Investment Company is like a shrimp meeting a great white shark. Contact Jack at LAC. I want to speak to him. Ron responded. Daniel immediately made contact. Ron directly picked up the call on the wireless headset. After waiting for the connection, Ron spoke first. Jack, this is Ron. Jack asked, what's the matter? The short seller is Siagwa's Anshin Investment Company. The other party's funds are about 2 billion US dollars. They eat it together? Ron asked. Jack asked, are you sure? 80%. Ron responded, eat half for each person? Jack asked again, no problem. Ron replied, make a deal. You eat half first, and we'll follow immediately. Jack agreed conditionally. Ron didn't speak anymore, hung up the phone directly, and then began to instruct his team to take over the short-selling orders thrown out by Anshin Investment. When Berkshire Hathaway entered the market, Anshin Investment, the company's short-selling order of 10 million shares, was immediately swallowed up by 5 million shares. Jack from Rod Albert Investment Company saw the corresponding situation, and he also ordered his team to take the short-selling order of Anshin Investment Company. Anshin Investment Company's short-selling order of 10 million shares originally suppressed the shares of Benda Motors for nearly 8 minutes. However, after Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Albert entered the market, they were suppressed within 1 minute. Then he ate it. A mere 400 million US dollars was nothing to two super financial institutions. Li Gang immediately reported the situation. Mr. N, our short-selling order was taken by Berkshire Hathaway and another institution. Go down, And Liang looked at the stock price of Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market. In the 10th minute, because Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert finished the short-selling order of 10 million shares at $43.87, Bention lost. The car's stock price hit $44.02. Once again, it set a new stock price record. 10 million shares were listed at a price of $44. And Liang ordered. Because of the existence of the advanced version of the God card that specifies the future stock trend information card, and Liang has already had the answer. His current operation is just to make the way of making money more reasonable. Li Gang executed it immediately after receiving the order. This time, he paid $44. The 10 million share short-selling order that was placed was eaten by Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert without any pause at all. The two very large financial investment companies have formed an initial tacit understanding. Because there are two with the support of super large financial investment companies and the good news announced by Bention Motors, the stock price of Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market further rose to $44.12 per share. The stock price of Bention Motors in the U.S. stock market continues to reach its highest level in history. Refreshed, and Liang ordered. Use the price of $44.10 to directly sell all our remaining funds. Receive. Li Gang responded. The remaining funds in Anshin Investment Company's account were put out for more than 23 million shares, but for Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert, it was still a drop in the bucket. It only took 1 minute. This short-selling order of more than 23 million shares of Bention Motors was completely swallowed. In the U.S. stock market, Anshin Investment Company's 1.9 billion US dollars was easily sold by Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert. Take it. If there are no accidents, Anshin Investment Company should be harvested by the two financial giants this time. But how could there be no accidents? Chapter 713, there are too many financial giants in the U.S. stock market. Is Mr. Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway powerful enough? The cash reserve exceeds 100 billion US dollars, and the cash equivalent of stocks exceeds 100 billion US dollars. But such a behemoth cannot even enter the top 20 in the U.S. stock market. Take number 1 Fidelity as an example. They manage more than $1.3 trillion in assets. Ranked second is the foreign investor, Barclays' global investment department of Cross-Eagle Country, with assets under management also exceeding $1 trillion US. Vanguard Group, ranked 10th, also manages more than $800 billion in assets. Onshin Investment Company is really a small shrimp in the U.S. stock market. If Xiao Xiaomi just wants to take a sip of soup with the giant, then there is no problem. But now Xiao Xiaomi is fighting against two great white sharks. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Xiaomi will definitely die. It's a pity that this is not the normal situation, and Liang already has the answer in advance. Can this be a normal situation? Besides, the Life Winner system had prepared a big gift for An Liang before, and An Liang himself had also prepared a big gift for Bentian. How could this be normal? At 11:30 p.m., an hour after the U.S. stock market opened, the stock price of Bentian Motors reached $44.25, once again setting a new record for the highest stock price in the history of Bentian Motors. And Liang ordered, "Brother, start executing the plan." Okay, Songren responded, "Director Li, please pay attention to the stock price of Bentian Motors at all times." And Liang responded, "Receive." Li Gong responded, and Liang ordered again. Number 4, you also act according to the plan. The mission of number 4 Tianji Divine Calculator is to spread the Life Winner system to An Liang in the Bald Eagle Country. It was close to midnight that night. Centered on Tyrant, including Lao, Burma, Jinpu Village, Nanhua, and further away Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and even the Lion City. A lot of news about problems with benzene cars appeared on the internet in these areas. Just like in Xiagua, benzene cars in these countries also cut corners. Do you really think that Bentian Motors only cheats Xia State? Bentian Motors is a commercial company, and commercial companies must pursue maximum profits. Naturally, legal supervision in areas with weak laws will target those areas. Xia Kingdom has been cheated, and Southeast Asia is not being cheated? That's nonsense. It's just that there is no problem in Southeast Asia. It can be exposed in Xia Kingdom, but it is very difficult to be exposed in Southeast Asia. If you don't pay attention, people will disappear. How to expose it? Use love to generate electricity exposed? Fortunately, Songren was behind the scenes this time, thus ensuring the smooth progress of the exposure operation. Especially in Tyrant, online and offline exposures are combined, in late-night bars, supper shops, and roadside restaurants. At the stalls, people were talking about the problems of Bena Motors, which caused the reputation of Bena Motors to drop significantly. At the same time, the internet in Bald Eagle Country also showed that there were safety problems with the cars sold by Bena Motors throughout Southeast Asia. At the same time, it was exposed Bena Motors also has problems in the Bald Eagle Country. According to the Life Winner system, a core business confidential information about Bena Motors was awarded, which records the problems of Bena Motors in the North American market. Bena Motors only cheats Xia Country. The consumers of Xiag would think too highly of themselves. As long as there is profit, Bentian Motors will take advantage of it. A core business confidential information about Bena Motors records that Bena Motors has specially strengthened the 25-degree angle on the driver's side, the anti-collision strength of an offset collision, as well as the strength of the B-pillar on the driver's side. However, the strength of a 25-degree offset collision on the passenger side is significantly reduced, and the B-pillar steel on the passenger side is also stronger. The internet in Bald Eagle Country lists various problems of Bentian automobile, from problems in the North American market to problems in Xiagua to problems in Southeast Asia. By the way, it is directly pointed out that Bentian automobile may also have problems in other markets. There is a problem. After all, Bentian Motors dares to cheat in the North American market. What about other markets? There seems to be nothing wrong with this logic. The North American car market has always been the most strict. After all, do you know about the rights of class action? It's 1 o'clock in the morning in the Imperial City. The corresponding time in the Bald Eagle Country is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and a large amount of unfavorable news about Bentian automobile appears on the internet. What's more, some well-known automobile experts in the Bald Eagle Country have become active. They agree with the revelations on the internet, indicating that Benzene Motors also has problems in Bald Eagle Country. Such a situation caused a chain reaction. Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Albert are indeed very powerful. However, strong players in the U.S. stock market such as Berkshire Hathaway can't even enter the top 20, and Rod Ebert ranks behind Berkshire Hathaway. How can they cover the sky with both hands? When the only opponent is Onshin Investment Company, Berkshire Hathaway, Keschel Hathaway, and Rod Ebert are indeed great white sharks, and it is almost impossible for Onshin Investments to defeat them. But what if the number of opponents increases? Chapter 7, 15 January 16th. Imperial Capital Time, 9 o'clock in the morning. Bald Eagle Country Time, 10 o'clock in the evening. The scandal about Benda Motors is getting more and more intense around the world. Originally, Xiaobo was the hardest hit area by the quality problems of benzene Tian cars, but now the internet in Xiaobo is a sea of joy. Netizens are constantly carrying online news from all over the world, and then counting which areas have been affected by benzene Tian cars again. Ultimate move. In the past, netizens in the Xiaobo area thought that they were the victims of Bentian Motors and always avoided talking about this issue. After all, it seems that it is not a glorious thing to be the only one being discriminated against. Only now have I discovered that Bentian Motors is a conscientious enterprise. Why are they only trying to trick Xiaobo? The whole of Southeast Asia has been cheated, okay? Even the Bald Eagle country is no exception, okay? Then a netizen from Tai Ao country broke the news that there was a car accident in his Bentian Silk area. If he had not been lucky, he would have invited the whole village to dinner. This Tai Ao netizen, who is blessed with good luck and good fortune, posted pictures of the car accident in Ben Tin Silk Road on the internet and attached the video record, thus proving that Ben Tin Silk Road also has problems in Taio. +1 for the victim. The IIHS Insurance Institute for Highway Safety in Bald Eagle Country urgently conducted additional tests on the Benton Silk Field and then announced the results. As revealed, the Benton Silk Field was indeed cheating. Victim +2. The third victim that jumped out was South Korea. To be fair, this place is a place to make up numbers or take pleasure in others' misfortune, because the sales of Benda cars in South Korea are very low. South Korea's Hyundai Motor pretended to be a netizen and said that Bentian Silk Road also has problems in South Korea. Victim +3. Then there is the Europa League. There are various developed countries in this region. Although the sales of Bentian cars in the Europa League are not good, with less than 200,000 units published in fiscal year 2019, this region is famous for being difficult to maintain. Various members of the Europa League came out one after another, saying that there was a problem with benzene and asked the Europa League to impose fines on benzene. The Europa League has been having a hard time in recent years. What they like to do most is to catch a sheep and pluck the wool like crazy. Previously, they wanted to fine Apple hundreds of billions of dollars. I have to say, crazy Europa, huh? If the situation on the internet is still a happy place for Bojun Ishiao, then the Southeast Asian region led by Tyrant is particularly radical, and various activities against Benda Automobile have occurred offline. Especially in Tyrant, there were even cases of smashing cars. The sales volume of Bentian Motors in Southeast Asia is more than 5 times that of Europa. It can be said to be an important sales area. Now the reputation of Bentian Automobile has been abused in Southeast Asia, which is a very bad thing for Bentian Automobile. Bentian Automobile is currently troubled by various fishing boat problems. If there is a problem in only one market, for example, there is a problem in Xia State, Bentian Automobile can still forcefully suppress it, but now it is a major market in the world, and various problems have broken out in all of them. Under such circumstances, how can Bentian Motors make a comeback? In fact, Bentian Motors already feels like it is lying on its back. The problem is real after all. According to the current situation of being sprayed all over the world, apart from finding a way to solve the safety problem of the Silk Road model, what else can Bentian Motors do? Just pretend to be dead. The last car company that was ridiculed by the world was the German company Dajong. Although various scandals broke out, Dajong was ignored and ridiculed, but in the end it stood up again. For these car companies, the worst-case scenario is to pretend to be dead. I don't care about the stock price for the time being, and I don't care about the reputation for the time being. As long as I make a better quality car in the future, won't it still sell well? Bentian Motors chose to play dead, and only announced on the official website that the Silk Road was a design defect, and there was no safety issue of active reduction of configurations, and promised to update the Silk Road as soon as possible to provide better safety performance. Such an announcement will not provide any consolation at all. Anyway, Siagwa's troll netizens once again pulled out the Bention car and whipped the corpse. No, it still has a comforting effect, at least after Bention Auto comforted himself. He immediately fell into a state of pretending to be dead and ignored the outside world at all. After all, you can't even wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep, let alone someone who is pretending to be dead. However, Bention Motors can choose to play dead and escape. As long as it ignores the falling stock price and bad reputation, it can ignore all the fishing boat problems. However, Benda Motors' behavior of pretending to be dead simply deceived two financial institutions, Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Albert. Jack Smith, Rod Abbott's senior vice president of investments, smashed several ashtrays in his office, still not venting his anger. Ron Klein of Berkshire Hathaway is much more stable. Although he was trapped, Ron Klein gave up in this round, but in the next round he silently vowed to keep an eye on Onshin Investment Company. As for when is the next round? And Liang himself doesn't even know. Don't ask. If you ask again, you are waiting for the winner system in life to issue benefits. Otherwise, why should we swim in the same pond with those financial giants? Especially this time, Onshin Investment Company has played tricks on Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert. I am afraid it has attracted the attention of the giants, right? However, no matter what the future looks like, On Liang won this round. He is about to prepare for the harvest. The only suspense now is how far Bention Motors can fall in the U.S. stock market. Chapter 716 Bention Motors is currently besieged on all sides. Scandals about Benda Motors have broken out all over the world. What's more important is that Benda has chosen the attitude of pretending to be dead and letting everyone laugh. Anyway, everyone just wants to criticize it, and Benda pretends not to know. Also in a bad situation are Berkshire Hathaway and Rod Ebert. The two financial investment giants are destined to lose money in the U.S. stock market. Now, it is just a matter of how much. Neon Economic Ministry Investigation Section. The atmosphere within the investigation team of the third supervisor is quite stagnant. Hakuga Kozaburo's guess was wrong. So was Azoda Takaki and Yamagami Sadaru's guess. Even Sangwa Naoto's guess was also wrong, and everyone was a little embarrassed. Cough! Naoto Sangwan coughed and said calmly, "Gentlemen, we are safe this time." The main battlefield of Onshin Investment Company is the U.S. stock market. Everyone echoed, saying that they are safe and don't need to worry that Onshin Investment Company may harvest the leaks of their neon investors. But why do they feel empty? They feel annoyed that Onshin Investment Company is targeting their neon stock market. Now Onshin Investment Company is not targeting their neon stock market, right? They feel as if they are being slighted. Just like buying a luxury car and your friend invites you to use it as a wedding car, you will feel very annoyed. After all, it is a troublesome thing, and you have to, it consumes time and wastes energy. But if your friends don't call you, will you feel that your friends look down on you? People's hearts are so complicated. Benzene Automobile Imperial Business Center. Li Xianglin looked at the situation of Benzene Automobile and sighed secretly in his heart. He finally realized that he had guessed wrong. The previous operation in Neon was probably the investment group following Onshin Investment Company. He should have thought of it earlier. Mitsui Pingling sighed, and he comforted Li, saying, "You don't need to self-blame. This matter has gone beyond the scope of authority of our Imperial Capital Business Center. This is a premeditated and carefully prepared attack plan against our Bention field. It is indeed difficult for us to guard against it." Mitsui Hengeling continued, "There is an old saying in their Xia country. It takes 1,000 days to be a thief, but 1,000 days to guard against a thief. Onshin Investment Company's plan was too thorough. They even used a bitter flesh trick to pretend that there was internal strife in the neon market. It was normal for us to be unable to guard against it. This person's level of dihua is quite high. Is the bitter plan okay? In fact, Onshin Investment Company is also a victim. The operation of the Shadow Group is self-defeating, but it helps Brother Liang's plan in the U.S. stock market. Can we only say that good things come to you? In the evening at 6 o'clock, and Liang accompanied Ning Rushwang to have dinner in room 8805. And Liang has been busy in the U.S. stock market recently. Although Ning Rushwang was ready, and Liang had no time. Ning Rushwang sat in Liang's arms. She picked up a piece of cantaloupe and fed it to Liang, who naturally enjoyed Ning Rushwang's feeding. After waiting to swallow the cantaloupe, and Liang leaned into Ning Rushwang's neck and sniffed it. Shuang Shuang, do you smell anything? And Liang asked. Ning Rushwang said angrily, I took a shower in the morning. No, I mean, do you have any special smell? When I thought you were Chun Siyu, didn't I hug you many times? I didn't smell the perfume at the time, but I should have smelled it behind Siyu. And Liang reviewed his past mistakes to avoid similar situations in the future. He clearly didn't smell the perfume at the beginning. Ning Rushwang's face turned red, and she responded in a low voice. Actually, there is perfume, but the smell is very weak. I thought she couldn't smell it, but she discovered the problem anyway. That's it. After understanding the reason, and Liang put his arms around Ning Rushwang and attacked her fair and gentle neck. Ning Rushwang let out a slight moan, and Liang and Ning Rushwang had a verbal dispute, but it was only that's all. Patience is an excellent quality. Ning Rushwang is already in the bowl, and Liang will definitely not swallow it whole. Otherwise, is it like the second senior brother eating fruit? Tonight's U.S. stock market is a key battle. Although Liang has already had the answer, but he also wanted to take command personally, so he was not prepared to eat Ning Rushwang now. After all, after eating Ning Rushwang now, he would leave Ning Rushwang alone at home, and he went downstairs to deal with the U.S. stock market. Something about Ning Rushwang? That's not good for Ning Rushwang. For girls, after being eaten, their hearts are very sensitive and fragile, and they need companionship very much to gain a sufficient sense of security. If An Liang eats and leaves for Ning Rushwang, it is not a perfect experience and will leave regrets. And Liang does not want this. And Liang does not want to wrong Ning Rushwang. After all, Ning Rushwang is reasonable and does not argue or fight. And Liang, he really doesn't want to wrong Ning Rushwang anymore. He just wants to cherish Ning Rushwang. Besides, after enjoying a gluttonous feast in the U.S. stock market today and winning a lot of profits, he will come to share the happiness with Bingshan Girl. Isn't it a double happiness? Chapter 722, and Liang divides the spoils very simply. There was no intention of arrears at all. I made money yesterday, and today I gathered everyone to share the spoils cleanly and neatly without any sloppy tricks. Because Liang knows very well that originally making money is a good thing, but if it disgusts people, it becomes a bad thing. Why bother and be thankless? Anshin Investment Company gave feedback to An Liang after distributing everyone's dividends. And Liang picked up the phone again and said, Dear friends, is there anyone who hasn't received their payment? We have received feedback from Gongshan Bank. All remittances are received immediately. If they are not received, please contact me. Everyone started talking. The response indicated that the account had been received. And Liang waited for nearly a minute before continuing. It seems that everyone has paid their bills. Now please give us a try, have a few bites, and then disband. We do not include dinner, let alone accommodation. Everyone burst into laughter. Shin Tama wants to include dinner and accommodation. Among the people present, the least one has tens of millions of credits. As soon as the account is received, they have already thought about their respective celebration parties. What do they need to include dinner? It was approaching 2:30, and most of the people in the banquet hall had left. Wu Zhengfeng walked to Liang and said gratefully, Shaoan, thank you this time. Hey, Uncle Wu, you are too polite. You provided funds to our Anshin Investment Company, and our Anshin Investment Company also took half of the final benefits. We all benefit from each other. And Liang's answer was like a breath of fresh air. If Liang's all-encompassing statement is indeed due to their Anshin Investment Company, and others are just investing money, and even finding a dog to invest money can make money, wouldn't that be disgusting? By the way, Uncle Wu, let me introduce you to my friend. And Liang introduced Li Tsuinyuan and the others to Wu Zhengfeng. Yun Haiyang took the initiative to say hello. Uncle Wu, long time no see. Wu Zhengfeng responded quickly. Brother Haiyang, We haven't seen each other for a long time. Are you going to celebrate the new year this time? Yin Haiyang nodded. During the Chinese New Year, I have to visit both Shangqing and Tianfu. The schedule is very full. Then we arrived in Xingqing. Uncle Wu, are your mountain spring-raised salamanders ready? Certainly. Wu Jingfeng responded with a smile. Wu Jingfeng chatted awkwardly for a while and then left. After Wu Jingfeng left, people kept coming over to say hello. Most of them just said hello, looked familiar, and then left directly. And Liang joked, "Yes, okay. Brother Haiyang, I saw Hu Xiaoyu leave directly. What's your situation now?" Yun Haiyang sighed. What else could it be like? I've completely offended her. Actually, I think Xiaoyu is a good girl. Brother Haiyang, would you consider it? And Liang patted Yun Haiyang's arm. Yun Haiyang complained, I know she's a good girl, but I am not a good person, and I am not worthy of him. Qian Xiaojing complained, I vomited. The standard scumbag speaks. Li Tsunyuan seconded. It's a bit scumbag. And Liang responded in agreement. I think it's too scumbag too. Come on, you three on my oges. I beg you to be human beings in the human world. Yun Haiyang complained. Yun Haiyang continued to complain. Brother Liang, needless to say, is completely. And Liang interrupted him. I'm a good man, skip me. I'm convinced. Yun Haiyang responded feebly. Qian Xiaojing said first. I'm a good man too. I recently learned Brother Liang's mantra of being a good man. And now I really feel like I am a good man. Yun Haiyang complained. When you believe a lie, is it the truth? There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't believe that you are a good man, how can you expect your girl to believe in you? Qian Xiaojing responded with a snort. Of course. By the way, Brother Liang, our group of Ghost Fire Boys have reserved a seat at Mr. 13. Brother Haiyang and Brother Yuan are both going. Do you want to join us? Li Tsunyuan asked from the side. Chen Siyu seems to have gone home, right? Yun Haiyang complained. Have you forgotten that he has 2 girlfriends? And Liang answered with a smile. I won't go. Ning Rushwang will stay with me here. I will take her out to play in the afternoon. Well, envious. Yun Haiyang sighed, learn it. Qian Xiaojing has taken the first smooth step. Excuse me, Li Tsunyuan, like Yun Haiyang, died before leaving. After Li Tsunyuan and the others left, and Liang also returned to room 8805. Ning Rushwang was dancing. Her ligaments had not fully recovered, but she could already dance with some slow movements. When Liang came back, he hugged Ning Rushwang directly, then sat on the sofa and let Ning Rushwang sit in his arms. Ning Rushwang asked with a blushing face, Are you done? The most important work has been completed, and there is still a little finishing work to do. And Liang said with a bad smile, I'll finish the finishing work in a while. Let's go shopping and then come back together. Come back here. Ning Rushwang's face became even more rosy. She understood what Liang meant, but she was also looking forward to it. She even secretly checked the information online. Chapter 723 inches room number 8805. Ning Rushwang sat in Liang's arms. And Liang hugged her and argued with her for a while before letting her go. You clean up first. We will go shopping later. While you are cleaning up, I will deal with the final work first. Ning Rushwang nodded. I'm going to take a shower. I just sweated from dancing. And Liang's heart was pounding. Ning Rushwang takes a bath? He endured it for a while before responding, Well, you go ahead. I'll handle the work. When Ning Rushwang turned around, she showed a smile. She just said she wanted to take a shower on purpose. It was a little fun between lovers. When Ning Rushwang went to the bathroom of the master bedroom to take a shower, and Liang called Songren first. After waiting for the call to be connected, and Liang spoke first. Brother, have you received the account there? And Liang asked. Songren enjoyed the treatment of a core member. He allocated 891 million Xiagui Yuan's funds. For this amount, he chose to ask for all Xiagui Yuan. Xiagui Yuan is also a hard currency in Tyrant. Tyrant officially prohibits Xiagui Yuan's direct circulation, but among the slightly more powerful forces among the people, who doesn't like Xiagui Yuan. To put it bluntly, if there is no US dollar for large-scale flower transactions, Xiagui Yuan is the first choice. As for using Thai dollars, there is a high probability that they will not accept it. After all, Thai dollars will be used. Yuan's value preservation is a bit poor. Songren responded. I've received it here. Thank you, brother. This order is equivalent to my profit for more than a year. And Liang responded with a smile. Brother is so polite. By the way, brother, our small and medium-sized loan plan will continue to be implemented. This plan has great potential. Don't worry, I'm promoting this plan. Songren responded, well, I won't interrupt my brother's celebration. Please take care of yourself. And Liang joked, FAQ, I'm in good health? Songren responded with a smile. After the two ended the call, and Liang began to contact Fan Ping from Anshin Investment Company. Fan Ping is the general manager and is responsible for managing the operations of the entire Anshin Investment Company. Good afternoon, Mr. In. Fan Ping answered in Liang's call, and his heartbeat began to speed up. This time in Liang Investment Company made a lot of money. According to Liang's generosity, their bonus will not be small, right? Lao Fan, go call all the employees. Turn on the loudspeaker on your mobile phone, and I will announce your bonuses. And Liang explained. Fan Ping responded immediately. Okay, please wait. Fan Ping personally greeted the two back office staff and the two front desk staff, and then greeted Li Gang. Everyone came to the trading room together. Everyone is here today, obviously waiting for Liang to announce the bonus. Mr. In, everyone is already here, and I have turned on the loudspeaker. Fan Ping responded. He had turned on the loudspeaker of his mobile phone and adjusted the volume to the maximum. Everyone in Anshin Investment Company was quietly waiting for An Liang to speak. Ahem, can you all hear me? And Liang asked. Everyone responded. Can you hear it? No problem. Very clear. Fan Ping reminded everyone to be quiet. And Liang continued. In view of our great victory against Bentian Motors this time, we will issue corresponding bonuses. The first is the logistics assistant and the four beauties at the front desk, each worth 500,000. When Liang made the announcement, the four beauties who were one of the best in appearance all cheered. Ahem, cheers later? And Liang reminded, traders, thank you for your hard work this time. Your bonus is 3 million each. Wow, long live the boss. Mr. In, I love you. Get rich, invincible and invincible. I want to buy a house. All 18 traders cheered. The 3 million bonus will directly change their lives. They will basically achieve primary financial freedom, such as fully paid houses and fully paid cars, thus avoiding the pressure of mortgage loans. Let me announce one more thing. Today is a holiday. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are Saturdays and weekends. We will still have a holiday together. Later, I will let Lao Fan and Lao Li take you to Ming Cuisine, which is our neon cuisine downstairs with an average of 1,000 per person. You have family members? Just bring it with you. And Liang announced one more thing. If the family members are real family members, they will be considered family members only if they kiss on the spot. Do you understand? Or else it will be digested internally? And Liang said jokingly. The two receptionists and two logistics assistants of Anshin Investment Company are all very good looking. They are all top-notch beauties. Otherwise, it would be impossible to join Anshin Investment Company. As for the 18 traders, there I got $3 million at a time, and he is definitely the best among high-quality men. Are there any internal digestion problems? Lao Fan, Lao Li, you two go to the office and I will tell you something. And Liang did not announce the bonuses of the two executives on the spot. After all, they are executives, and the bonuses arranged by Liang are a bit large. In Fan Ping's office, he and Li Gang both looked forward to how much bonus Liang would give them. Mr. In, we are already in the office. Fan Ping explained, and Liang didn't talk about the bonus first. He said, Old Fan, Old Li, there is something you need to deal with next. Next, Anshin Investment Company will make changes. Because the Life Winner system has issued a new reminder message. Chapter 724 Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the billion level of funds under his control. Please ask the host to expand the scale of Anshin Investment Company. Task rewards will be calculated based on the scale and rationality of Anshin Investment Company. Failure penalty. Non-Life Winner system has issued a new prompt message. This task seems difficult because task rewards need to be reasonable. But is it really that difficult? No. It's not difficult at all. Leave professional issues to the professionals. In fact, An Liang had considered this issue before. The last time he paid out bonuses, he asked Anshin Investment Company to spread the news. In fact, it was to pave the way for expanding the scale of Anshin Investment Company. At that time, An Liang did not consider the task of the life winner system at all. He only considered that as he controlled more and more funds, An Liang Investment Company would definitely need more personnel to handle these funds. Mr. N, what do you need us to deal with? Fan Ping asked, expand the safe investment company. And Liang explained, after this battle, our reserve funds have exceeded 2.7 billion. According to our current scale, we should not be able to control such a large amount of funds, right? Fan Ping responded affirmatively, that's true. Mr. And in fact, if you don't talk about this issue, Lao Li and I are also going to talk to you. It just so happens that this time we have given out generous bonuses to facilitate us to recruit people directly. Li Gang agreed. Yes, it's just the right time to poach someone. The corners of An Liang's mouth turned up. These two people are indeed high-level talents arranged by the life winner system. By the way, take a look. How many people does Anshin Investment Company need to add? And Liang asked. Li Gang responded. In the investment department, I suggest recruiting 22 to 32 people and expanding the number of traders to 40 to 50 people. In addition, I suggest establishing a risk control department and recruiting 5 to 10 people. The risk control department is recommended to be managed by Mr. Fan. And Liang originally planned to establish a risk control department. Before, there were few funds and not many traders. Fan Ping could be responsible for risk control, and Li Gang could also assist in management. Now that An Liang Investment Company has been expanded with more traders, naturally more risk control management is needed. Even if the life winner system guarantees profits, Anshin Investment Company must exist reasonably, right? So this is why the life winner system must consider rationality when issuing rewards. No problem. I will leave this matter to you, including the leasing of new office space. I hope you will not let me down. And Liang responded. Fan Ping and Li Gang both said they would not let An Liang down. By the way, each of your bonuses is 10 million. And Liang explained. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Fan Ping and Li Gang both expressed their thanks excitedly. Okay, I'll withdraw 100,000 yuan from the company, wait for dinner later in the evening, and arrange a singing event by the way. I won't participate. You guarantee everyone's safety. And Liang explained. Please rest assured, Mr. N. Fan Ping promised. And Liang ended the call. The life winner system issued another prompt. Ding! The task of expanding the scale of Anshin Investment Company has been completed ahead of schedule. The mission rewards are as follows. 1. The annual profit rate of Anshin Investment Company increased to 15%. 2. Anshin Investment Company's own capital limit is increased from 1 billion to 10 billion. 3. The private equity capital limit of Anshin Investment Company has been increased from 1 billion to 10 billion. Special reminder. Anshin Investment Company is the core industry of the host, and the system will provide complete protection measures. Please rest assured. An Liang smiled when he looked at the message sent by the life winner system. The annual profit rate increased from 10% to 15%, which is very good. The total amount of its own funds and private equity funds has increased to 10 billion. If Anshin Investment Company has more than 7 billion in funds, which is equivalent to $10, then Anshin Investment Company has just stepped into the threshold of high-end play in the US stock market. At present, An Liang's own funds in Anshin Investment Company are 2.75 billion after asset allocation, and only 2 million is left in his personal account. But it's not a big problem. Ning Rushwang is about to contribute a reward worth hundreds of millions of descendants, at least 40 million, right? Therefore, the smaller the funds in your personal account, the less money you have. Brother Liang has plenty of ways to make money, and Liang is a veteran of collecting wool. He still has a cashback card for food rewards in his memory, a high-level consumption cashback card, and an intermediate shopping cashback card that also has the right to be used twice. So what if my personal account is only 2 million? Collecting wool will make you rich again. Anyway, Anshin Investment Company is constantly sucking blood from the US stock market. Coupled with the protection of the life winner system, Is it difficult to make money? At least it's not difficult for An Liang. And Liang now thought of another way to make money, and he could also stabilize his interpersonal network. Chapter 725. From the moment the winner system of life appears, making money is no longer difficult for An Liang. For example, now, and Liang thought about it for a moment, then dialed Li Tsunyuan's number and waited for Li Tsunyuan to answer. And Liang said first, "Brother Yuan, are you going to Mr. 13 now?" "No. Brother Gongzi took us to the Academy of Fine Arts to set up a stall." Li Kunyuan Raplia. "Okay. 3 scumbags." And Liang explained, Anshin Investment Company has a new project with an annual profit rate of 10%. Each of you can pay 1 billion. If the annual profit rate, if it is less than 10%, Anshin Investment Company will only charge basic fund management fees. If it exceeds 10%, the excess amount will belong to Anshin Investment Company. By the way, according to my estimation, the return rate in 1 year at most is no more than 15%. In addition, if we take action, your funds can also be transferred there. Are you interested? And Liang asked, Yes. Of course. Brother Liang, is your Anshin Investment Company open? Allow outside capital investment? Li Tsunyuan asked quickly. The annual profit rate of 10% is really not low, especially for a fund of 1 billion levels. A guaranteed profit of 100 million a year? What other businesses can do this? A large number of real industries. Let alone 10, is it possible to earn 100 million per 100 million, sell 200 to 300 million, and still lose money? Not open. But you are brothers, so I will open it up especially for you. And Liang responded, Of course, my brothers have settled the accounts, and now you also have to pay fund management fees. Piece of cake. Li Tsunyuan responded, I was still worried about how to deal with more than 1 billion funds. It is unreliable to lend it to banks. The highest interest rate is only 5 points. Okay, you have 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and you can transfer the money on any day. And Liang explained, you tell Brother Haiying and Brother Gongzi. If they don't want to, forget it. I have something to do here, so hang up first. Okay, thank you, Brother Liang. Li Kunyuan responda. And Liang laughed and scolded, My brother, by the way, please be safe. Don't worry, they are all experienced drivers. Li Kunyuan raplia. Alas! And Liang secretly sighed again. He really misjudged Li Tsunyuan. Li Tsunyuan had a gentle and elegant feeling, but who knew he was an experienced driver? And Liang put down his mobile phone and silently calculated in his mind. 3 billion funds are an Anshin Investment Company, and the total annual profit is 15%. He only gives out 10%, and Anshin Investment Company retains 5%. It seems quite small. Just 100%, it's only 5 out of 5. But when the base is 3 billion, 5% is 150 million. Okay? This profit has exceeded An Liang's income from the Lingxiu gold mine. According to previous calculations, An Liang's profit every year the income from the Lingxiu gold mine is only about 80 million to 100 million. So, is it difficult for An Liang to make money? It is not difficult at all. Anshin Investment Company is indeed An Liang's core industry. Shuang, are you okay? And Liang called as he walked towards the master bedroom. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was going to take Ning Rushuang to 2 places. Come on. Ning Rushuang walked out wearing a Louis Vuitton winter wool coat, a Louis Vuitton scarf tied around her neck, a winter mini-length skirt, and finally Stuart Weitzman's over-the-knee boots, which looked quite fashion. Ning Rushuang walked up to Liang and walked around. How is it? And Liang nodded affirmatively. Not bad. Where are we going? Ning Rushuang asked. And Liang responded, The Patek Philippe Uni next to us. I will buy you a watch. And by the way, I will also buy a watch for my dad and my mom as a New Year gift. Originally, Liang prepared a New Year gift for Sun Xia. He had previously booked the blue starry sky at the Patek Philippe mansion in the Magic City and was sold a 7140G 001 women's watch worth 679,800 yuan. At that time, Liang was planning to give that watch as a gift to Sun Xia. But now it's too late. Today is already the 17th. He plans to go back on the 19th. There are Little Vixen and Li Xiyin waiting for him there. so it is impossible to go to the Magic City again. 7140G. After getting back the 001 women's watch, I might as well buy another one in the imperial capital. Anyway, the price is quite cheap, less than 680,000. This price is indeed very cheap for Liang now, right? And Liang currently controls funds of 2.75 billion. Want to know? As for the 7140G 001 women's watch in Shanghai, how about giving it to the mother-in-law? Cough. Today's time should be reserved for Ning Rushwang, and Liang has waited patiently for today, and it's time to harvest. Faced with Liang's proposal to give him a watch, Ning Rushwang did not refuse. She knew that Liang was just as good as a bowl of water, and Chen Xiu had a Patek Philippe lady's watch. And Liang did this very well. He tried to balance Chen Xiu and Ning Rushwang as much as possible so that no one would feel lost. Thank you, Indaxian. Ning Rushwang Saikrate. Ah, and Liang hummed. Ning Rushwang's face turned slightly red, and she thanked her again in a low voice. Thank you, husband. And Liang said with an evil smile, Be good. I'll call my husband later in the evening, you know? Ning Rushwang's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 726 Patek Philippe's original residence in the imperial capital. VIP sales manager Xiang Kong was already waiting for Liang at the door. He had just received a call from Liang, saying that he wanted to come over and have a look at the watch. Xiang Kong naturally knew that Liang meant to buy when he said look. Liang is a high-quality potential customer of Patek Philippe in the world. He is originally a SSVIP level customer of Patek Philippe, so he naturally has various preferential treatment. The black emblem version of the Rolls-Royce Ghost entered the Patek Philippe residence in the imperial capital. Because it was reserved in advance and the license plate was stated, security personnel were already waiting to help park the car. After Liang and Ning Rushwang got out of the car, he handed the car keys to the security guard and then walked towards the main entrance of the Patek Philippe mansion. Xiang Kong greeted him quickly, Mr. and welcome home. And Liang teased with a smile. You still know how to talk. By the way, Lao Xiang, do you have all the watches I reserved? Before setting off, Liang asked the target has been selected. The main reason is that the corresponding choice has been determined in advance. For example, Ning Rushwang's watch must be the same model as Chen Xiu. And Liang respects their decision to make one big and one small. So it is naturally impossible for him to cause trouble for himself and intentionally break this balance. So Chen Xiu chose 4948R001, and Liang chose 4948G010 for Ning Rushwang. They are the same model and price, but the styles are different. 4948R001 is in rose gold style and white strap. 4948G010 is in white gold style and light gray strap. As for the watch given to Sun Xia, it is even simpler. The 7140G001 that was previously sold at Patek Philippe UND in the Magical City has been replaced with 7140R001. It is still the same model and price, but in a different style, thus avoiding the conflict between Sun Xia and Lu Ling. Although the possibility of Sun Xia and Lu Ling meeting is extremely low, what if they do? So pay attention to these details to prevent accidents. Sometimes, it's the details that determine success or failure. Finally, I chose a higher-priced watch for Xingyu. And Xingyu was middle-aged, so it was naturally impossible for him to choose something fancy like Blue Starry Sky or Black Starry Sky. Besides, he had to wait in line, so Liang chose the relatively less popular 5271P, which is priced at 1,931,600 yuan, nearly 2 million, which is very consistent with Xingyu's current status. After all, Xingyu has now been promoted from a low-end version of the domineering president to a real domineering president worth more than 1 billion. Facing Liang's inquiry, Xiang Kong responded affirmatively. Mr. N, the 3 watches you ordered are all in stock. We have prepared them for you. Please come this way. Xiang Kong led the way for Liang and Ning Rushwang. The 3 of them came to VIP room number 1. Mr. N, we have specially reserved VIP room number 1 for you to serve you only. Xiang Kong explained. And Liang smiled and nodded in response. Thank you. This kind of courtesy is actually deserved. Because in Liang is a customer with very high purchasing intention. It is a basic operation for Patek Philippe to reserve a VIP room for in Liang. In VIP room number 1, Patek Philippe staff prepared drinks for in Liang and Ning Rushwang. Xiang Kong went to bring over the 3 watches that in Liang had ordered. In less than 5 minutes, Xiang Kong delivered the 3 watches. And Liang first checked the 4948G 010 he wanted to give to Ning Rushwang. This lady's watch was the platinum style, coupled with a light gray strap, gives the overall feeling of elegance. Shuang, do you like it? And Liang asked Ning Rushwang. Ning Rushwang stretched out her left wrist, and Xiang Kong noticed with sharp eyes the Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry watch on Ning Rushwang's left wrist. Although he didn't know the specific model, he just glanced at it. From the design of the diamond, we knew that the price might exceed 1 million. When in Liang brought Chen Siyu over to buy a watch, it was Xiang Kong who greeted him. When he just saw Ning Rushwang, he was still muttering to himself. Now that he saw Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry watches, he had to secretly sigh. It's great to have money. After all, both Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang are goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people. Xiang Kong can only secretly envy in Liang in his heart. And Liang is Ning Rushwang's general. The secret of Van Cleef & Arpels Marguerite was taken off, and then the 4948G 010 watch was put on for Ning Rushwang. Patek Philippe and Van Cleef & Arpels are completely different styles. Patek Philippe is a real-time watch, and time is the core of Patek Philippe. Van Cleef & Arpels. Van Cleef & Arpels made a work of art that looks like a watch, and casually added a quartz watch to it. Artistic beauty is what Van Cleef & Arpels pursues. Like it? And Liang asked again. Ning Rushwang turned her left hand over. Her movements were very graceful and seemed to be integrated into the dance movements. Quite like. Ning Rushwang responded. Although in terms of artistic beauty, Patek Philippe cannot compare with Van Cleef & Arpels, but Patek Philippe has the elegance of Patek Philippe. Ning Rushwang really likes Patek Philippe. Okay, swipe your card. And Liang said he would buy it directly and handed his bank card to Xiang Kong, who was going to harvest the wolf first. Chapter 732 inches the SKP shopping mall. Ning Rushwang had a happy smile on her face. Obviously, it's because of Master Zhongn's victory in the yin-yang decisive battle just now. Seeing Ning Rushwang's happy look, and Liang suddenly felt sorry for this Bingshan girl. How miserable was she before when she was beaten by 2 onmyoges, 1 big and 1 small. Happy. And Liang looked at Ning Rushwang, who was a little silly and happy. Ning Rushwang, not that vigorously. Fool! And Liang rubbed Ning Rushwang's hair. Ning Rushwang responded sheepishly. Shouldn't I be happy? And Liang sighed. Shuang, I won't let you be wronged in the future. Ning Rushwang looked at Liang seriously. She snorted softly, and then pulled Liang towards La Prairie's counter. La Prairie's positioning in cosmetics is very high-end, and Liang felt for the first time that cosmetics are also high-end. Luxury brand? In the La Prairie counter, and Liang looked at various skincare products, including essences, lotions, face creams, day creams, night creams, eye and lip creams, toners, etc. He couldn't understand it at all? Okay. Brother Liang, it's too difficult. This shuang. How should I choose? Brother Liang said, if you don't understand, just ask. If you don't understand, just don't understand. There is no need to pretend to understand. Ning Rushwang responded. If it is used by Annies, I recommend using lotion and cream together. Ning Rushwang briefly explained to Liang that lotions are more suitable for young people, while middle-aged women are more suitable for creams. Of course, when someone like Liang is rich, it is recommended to use lotion first and then cream. After all, if you have money, you could be willful. After Ning Rushwang's recommendation, I first chose Platinum Premium Night Essence. This item made Liang realize his cognitive error just now. Liang thought La Prairie was the best in cosmetics, a high luxury brand. But now Liang feels that Laponi is much more powerful than high luxury brands. Okay? Take the Platinum Premium Night Essence as an example. Its capacity is 20 milliliters, but the price is 10,200 yuan. According to Ning Ruo, in terms of cream, if you use essence for skincare every night, it will probably be enough for a month? 10,000 yuan a month? How naive. There are also eye and lip creams, daytime creams, toners, all kinds of messy additions. A set costs close to 40,000 yuan. Among them, La Prairie Platinum Cream. For daytime, use has a capacity of 50 milliliters. The price is also 10,200 yuan and can be used for about 2 to 3 months. Comprehensive calculation. If you use La Prairie Platinum Cream, Perny brand, and a full set of skincare every day, the monthly consumption is at least 20,000 yuan. So you consume one Louis Vuitton messenger bag in a month? Is it okay to carry a Louis Vuitton messenger bag for 10 years? However, La Prairie only lasted a month. By comparison, the high-end luxury brand bags that originally seemed expensive have become full of value for money. Fortunately, An Liang was not short of money, so he included the Platinum Premium Night Essence in the set. Make up 3 copies, and try to make one set last 2 or 3 months. After such adjustments, the set that was originally close to 40,000 yuan directly became close to 60,000 yuan. And Liang purchased 3 sets at one time. You have one thing, see you as another thing, and my mother has another thing. And Liang explained that he randomly applied for a junior shopping cashback card and directly received 150,000 yuan in cashback. However, the total price of 3 sets of La Prairie skincare sets was 177,000 yuan. Brother Liang finally spent money on shopping, which was enough. A total of 27,000 yuan was spent. Unfortunately, there is no intermediate shopping cashback card, and the primary shopping cashback card only has 11 uses left. After buying La Prairie's cosmetics, and Liang asked, Shuang, do you want to buy anything else? Ning Rushwang shook her head, and Liang lowered his voice. If you don't buy it, will we go back? Ning Rushwang's face suddenly turned red, and she said softly. Fortunately, and Liang heard it. Let's go home. And Liang took Ning Rushwang and left. Kushumin and Ning Rowan silently watched Liang and Ning Rushwang carrying several La Prairie shopping bags from a distance. They felt as uncomfortable as eating flies. Mom, this Ning Rushwang is too much. Let's go back and tell Dad. Ning Rowan responded. Kushumin's eyes changed, and she finally nodded and said, Yeah, Ning Rushwang really went too far this time. Ning Guangyang should take good care of her. On the other side, and Liang and Ning Rushwang returned to Yunjing International Apartment. And Liang conveniently placed a La Prairie skincare set in the living room of room 8806, and then entered room 8805 with Ning Rushwang. They just left entering room 8805. Ning Rushwang whispered, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first, okay? And Liang agreed. He has been waiting for so long. How can he still be anxious about this meal? Wait a moment. I told Yunjing International to prepare a candlelight dinner. And Liang explained. Ning Rushwang's eyes flashed with joy. It would be better if she could be more romantic. Who doesn't have a princess dream? Chapter 733. It was approaching 7 o'clock in the evening. In room 8805 of Yunjing International Apartment, An Liang lit the candles and then turned off the lights. The atmosphere of a candlelight dinner immediately emerged. And Liang peeled off the steamed Australian red lobster and handed it to Ning Rushwang. Ning Rushwang didn't take it, so she opened her mouth coquettishly. Faced with such a situation, what else can An Liang do? Naturally, she fed the lobster meat to Ning Rushwang, but this Bingshan girl didn't follow the rules. She directly passed the table, walked to An Liang's side, and returned the lobster meat that An Liang peeled off to him. How could An Liang accept such a provocation? Brother Liang's patience is indeed very good, but Bingshan girl has taken the initiative to provoke her. How can Brother Liang remain indifferent? A verbal dispute broke out between Master and Bingshan girl. As for a romantic candlelight dinner? All right, as long as the romantic atmosphere is there, it doesn't matter whether you eat or not. And Liang hugged Bingshan girl sideways. Even so, the verbal dispute between the two did not end. Their verbal dispute went from the living room to the master bedroom, and then to the master bathroom. Room 8805, the main bathroom, is the same as room 8806, which is very spacious. But Ning Rushwang and Chun Siyu are different. Chun Siyu's current purity level is 79 points, and Ning Rushwang's is still 100 points. So in Liang and Chun Siyu can have a professional level battle in the main bathroom. But Ning Rushwang can't withstand a professional level battle in the bathroom. After all, and Liang didn't want to wrong Ning Rushwang. He wanted everything to leave the best memories for Ning Rushwang. Today should indeed be a good memory for Ning Rushwang, right? After all, in the Yin-Yang War, and Liang defeated the two Yin-Yang masters, one big and one small. Ning Rushwang's happy look before made and Liang feel sad. In the main bathroom, and Liang restrained his strong fighting power and only maintained the intensity of the verbal dispute with Ning Rushwang. Ning Rushwang has completely fallen into a disadvantage. After all, Taoist master and a giant in the righteous way used a demon-subduing stick technique that was so fierce that both the vixen and the big cat were defeated. Even though Taoist had not danced yet, Ning Rushwang was still in trouble. In less than half an hour, and Liang and Ning Rushwang finished washing up. Ning Rushwang was carried to the master bedroom by Liang. He put Ning Rushwang on the bed, and when he lifted the quilt, he discovered that there was a white bath towel under the quilt. So, is this iceberg girl actually ready? Frost. And Liang called softly. Ning Rushwang had closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Liang at all. Taoist looked at Bingshan Yoer's defensive look, and he directly took the initiative to attack. First of all, it was a battle of words. After all, he had to convince people with reason. If the problem can be solved peacefully, Taoist and a giant of the righteous way is also willing to solve it peacefully. But it is obvious that the problem cannot be solved peacefully. How can Taoist continue to solve the problem peacefully? Taoist and's Kung Fu is very complicated, including Buddhist Kung Fu. After all, he is a giant of the righteous way. The battle between the two sides was back and forth, but overall Bingshan Yoer was at a disadvantage. Half an hour later, Taoist, a giant of the righteous path, suddenly relented. After the battle, Taoist also lay down, and Ning Rushwang nestled in Taoist An's arms. She said softly, "On Liang, you won't abandon me, right? This is probably the time when the girl is most concerned about gains and losses, right? After all, she lost the battle for the first time, and her heart is extremely fragile." And Liang comforted her. "Fool, how could I leave you? How could I be willing to let you go?" As he spoke, he gently stroked Ning Rushwang's back to reassure her. Ning Rushwang snuggled into his arms quietly. The two lay there for nearly 10 minutes, letting Ning Rushwang's battle lingering over completely, before he carried Ning Rushwang to the bathroom to wash up. After returning from the wash, Ning Rushwang, he put away the white bath towel with small red flowers. And Liang was lying on the bed, and Ning Rushwang came over and snuggled into his arms, obviously feeling insecure. And Liang hugged her to make her feel more at ease. "Masterin, what are you doing?" Just as Ning Rushwang opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Liang. "What should I be called?" And Liang hummed. Ning Rushwang called softly and shyly, "Husband good." And Liang kissed Ning Rushwang on the face. "What do you want to ask me? When are you going back?" Ning Rushwang asked. Chapter 734 inches the master bedroom of room 8805 of Yunjing International. Ning Rushwang asked Liang when he would go back. Today was the 17th, and New Year's Eve was the 24th. He would definitely have to go home before the 24th, so he had 6 days to arrange. And Liang thought about it for a while and decided to go home on the 19th. Then the 20th and 21st belonged to the little vixen. He could make an appointment with Li Xiyin on the 22nd and 23rd. Anyway, Li Xiyin lived at home, plus Lu Ling's reasons, and Liang decided to go home on the 19th. Failed to temporarily slay demons for a long time, I'll go back on the evening of the 19th and stay with you for the next 2 days. And Liang explained. Ning Rushwang breathed a sigh of relief. She was still worried just now. What if Liang leaves tomorrow morning? Fortunately not. Ning Rushwang responded happily. The two chatted. Most of the time, Ning Rushwang was talking about the two on Myojis, one big and one small. They bullied Ning Rushwang badly in mixed doubles before. And Liang said silently, holding Ning Rushwang in his arms. He comforted softly. These things will never happen again. Gugu Ning Rushwang made a hungry sound. An Liang laughed. Let's have a candlelight dinner again. He immediately rebooked Ning Rushwang's favorite steamed Australian red lobster on the butler service app, along with crab porridge and a steak. In less than half an hour, the butler service brought An Liang's dinner order, serving it up and taking away the dinner that was barely eaten before. And Liang and Ning Rushwang's candlelight dinner started again. And Liang still peeled shrimps for Ning Rushwang and fed them to her. This time Ning Rushwang ate them honestly. Shrimp. She was really hungry. After the two of them finished eating, and Liang cleaned up the mess, and Ning Rushwang snuggled on the sofa. When Liang came over, she stretched out her hands for a hug. And Liang picked her up first, and then sat down on the sofa, let her nestle in his arms. This iceberg girl seems a little clingy. Maybe she is worrying about gains and losses after the first battle? Husband, let me see you, Ning Rushwang said suddenly. And Liang raised his eyebrows. What did she say? Ning Rushwang responded. She said she guessed wrong. She thought she guessed it 2 days ago. And Liang snorted. This guy, when she comes back, watch me take care of her. Ah! Ning Rushwang agreed firmly. Come on, hubby. Huh? This Ning Rushwang. Seems like there is a chance to fly together? But Chen Siyu was a little resistant. And Liang greeted, bring my phone over here. I have to deal with some finishing work. Ning Rushwang stood up obediently. She took Liang's phone from the coffee table and then continued to nestle in Liang's arms, playing with the phone by oneself. And Liang opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Xingbong and Liang. Brother, are you asleep? Lu Xingbong, man, it's just past 8 o'clock now, Lu Xingbong. Picture, Lu Xingbong. We're doing skewers here in the South 3rd District. Can you please help me, buddy? And Liang. Thanks, I just finished eating. And Liang. By the way, buddy, can you still contact the old and young men over there? Lu Xingbong, yes. Is there any work left? And Liang. There is no work for the moment, but I will give you a bonus. And Liang. You have 50,000 yuan, and every other young and old man who participated in holding banners against Bentian has 2,000 yuan. And Liang. Happy New Year to you all. Lu Xingbong, damn it. Dude is awesome. Lu Xingbong. Brother, you have handled this matter too openly. If you have anything to do in the future, please contact me directly. Lu Xingbong. Go through fire and water, no matter what. And Liang. Transfer. Lu Xingbong helped organize a banner team of 224 people before. According to the bonus rules he explained, and Liang transferred a total of 498,000 yuan. No more and no less. Rules are rules. Lu Xingbong. By the way, buddy, what to do with those cars? And Liang. I will arrange for someone to contact you, Lu Xingbong. Okay, I'll collect the money first, then I'll give out the bonus right away, and finally I'll take a screenshot of it for my buddy. And Liang. No need. I believe you. Lu Xingbong. Hey, thank you. After Lu Xingbong collected the money, he immediately started working. He first contacted the 28 little heads and asked them to pull him into the corresponding small group. Lu Xingbong knew almost everyone. After joining the group, he first checked the group members, and then followed in Liang's instructions to add people one by one, and then distributed a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Those who participated in the banner pull-up never thought about the bonus. After receiving the bonus, they all became grateful. After Lu Xingbong finished sending to the first small group, he sent a screenshot of the corresponding transfer record to Liang. Although Liang said that screenshots are not needed, Lu Xingbong understands. And Liang said no. Could he really refuse to give it? In fact, this is indeed the case. When Liang received the screenshot sent by Lu Xingbong, he only replied with a 1, which represented read. Even if the two parties did not communicate, Lu Xingbong's behavior won the possibility of cooperation next time. Opportunity. Brother Liang will indeed not treat every hero badly, but he also doesn't like to have cheating people around him. Chapter 735. While Liang was doing work, Ning Rushwang was chatting. She had a small group with Chen Siyu and Song Qian. Ning Rushwang. I'm so happy today. Song Qian? Song Qian, you in Daxian. Chen see you at Songqing. You guessed it right. Nin Ru Shuang. I mean, when I was in SKP, I met my stepmother and sister, Song Qian. Wow. Song Qian, your stepmother and sister are both on my OGs, and in Liang is also an on my OG. I have already anticipated the showdown between the on my OGs. Song Qian, please gossip. Chen see you. Please give me Bagua +1. Ning Rushuang, master and is still more skilled. He is indeed the Yin Yang master, Song Qian. I know he is the Yin Yang master. Don't I fall for it every time? Song Qian, let's talk about it. I want to know how master and is able to jinx other people and see how his fighting ability is. Chun see you. I told you before about how I met him on the plane, right? Song Qian. It seems that this time it is Yin Yang master's rhythm again. Ning Rushuang. It must be the Yin Yang master. Ning Rushuang. At that time, Ning Rushuang narrated in detail, completely describing the Yin Yang magic duel between Liang and Kushumin. She was really happy that Kushumin was defeated. It took nearly 10 minutes for Ning Rushuang to finish narrating the Onmyoji battle. Song Qian. So why does that ding need to give face to Masterin? Chun Siyu. It should be something that happened with Jia Duan before. Chun Siyu. I have told you about this matter, right? Song Qian. Come to think of it, it is indeed Masterin. He is so famous in the imperial capital circle. Chun Siyu. He does have a lot of face here. Ning Rushuang. Yeah, I think so too. Song Qian. Stop talking. I'm jealous. Song Qian. Shuang, you really betrayed the revolution. We agreed to be together, but you secretly left me behind? Song Qian. See you, we're the best friends. Didn't you say before that we can share anything? Song Qian. Can you share with your boyfriend? Song Qian. You two have shared it. Do you mind if I have one more? Chun Siyu. I don't mind. Ning Rushuang. I don't mind either. Song Qian. Song Qian. Will everyone who comes into contact with Master and become an Onmyoji? Song Qian. I beg you to, please do some work in the underworld. Song Qian. For example, you drink with him, make him drunk, and then I appear on the stage? Chun Siyu. He has a good drinking capacity. I used to go to Mr. 13 with him, and he had no problem playing the entire game by himself. Chun Siyu. How much can Shuang and I drink? Besides, you can't get him drunk either. Ning Rushuang. I also know that he drinks a lot, Song Qian. If wine doesn't intoxicate people, people become intoxicated themselves? Song Qian. If you two fly together, won't he feel cold? Chen Siyu? Ning Rushuang. Song Qian. Rolls eyes. Song Qian. Why are you asking questions? Isn't this something obvious? Song Qian. I just want to see how long you can hold on. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang suddenly realized this problem. It seemed that it was really what Song Qian said. How long can they persist? Song Qian. Jime people? Aren't we good at Jime? Song Qian. I can neither make a fuss nor fight over it. I will be your doormat, and I will still be the master of masterin. Song Qian. I'm so good. Don't you think about it? Chun Siyu. Didn't we say, come on? Ning Rushuang. I don't mind anyway, as long as you have the ability to deal with Master and Song Qian. Excuse me, I don't have the ability, Chun Siyu. Qian, what happened to you? Chun Siyu. Your family's conditions are very good, but it's not necessary, right? Ning Rushuang. Yes. You are a rich little woman, and your family is rich and powerful. So why bother? Song Qian, alas. Song Qian. You probably haven't come into contact with those men who have some money. Song Qian. To be honest, many of those people are quite disgusting. Song Qian. My family is currently trying to match me up with a child of a family friend. Chen Siyu. Do you have any photos? Ning Rushuang. I wish you the same. Song Qian. Picture. Chen Siyu. It's pretty good. Ning Rushuang. Although it's not as good as Masterin, it's still pretty good. Song Qian. The outside is gold and jade, but the inside is ruined. Song Qian. This person has been fooling around outside since he was 15 years old. He did a lot of bad things when he was in junior high school. I feel sick just thinking about it. Song Qian. Didn't Masterin buy you a Van Cleef and Arpel's high-end jewelry watch before? Song Qian. I posted a Van Cleef and Arpel's high-end jewelry watch on WeChat, saying that I would save money to buy it, but this disgusting man also posted on WeChat, Song Qian. He angrily said that I worship money and that I was not worth $1 million. Song Qian. I almost got mad. Song Qian. I blocked him directly anyway, it's really poisonous. Song Qian. I still envy you. Master and has shortcomings, but he is really good to you. He gives away apartments worth tens of millions of dollars at a time, and he takes the initiative to give them away without you asking. Song Qian. Where can you find such a boyfriend? Chun Siyu. Picked up on the plane. Ning Rushwang. Siyu shares mine Song Qian. Chapter 736 Room 8805. Yunjing International Apartment. Ning Rushwang was nestled in Liang's arms. She was chatting with Chun Siyu and Song Qian, while Liang was checking the transfer pictures and some screenshots of the WeChat group chat sent by Liu Xingbang. He was also checking the feedback information from the Life Winner system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the exchange of ancestral gifts with the person of the opposite sex whose appearance score is above 90 and whose purity is 100. The Yuan Descendants No Return Period reward card was successfully activated, and the anchored basic reward amount is 50 million opposite sex favorability and pleasure coefficient, 100%. The final reward for billions of descendants with no return period, 50 million yuan. This reward is provided by Onshin Investment Company through the host's private investment account in the U.S. stock market. And Liang ignored the reassuring reminder of the Life Winner system. He mainly looked at which stock market had been cut off again. Anyway, there was a high probability that it was the U.S. stock market, and a small probability was the neon market. As for the second largest league field in the world, Onshin Investment Company does not participate in A-share market transactions. The reasons will be explained in detail later. From the prompt information of the Life Winner system, and Liang discovered new knowledge points. After the interpersonal relationship scanning system was upgraded, the special score was split into 3. Originally, the billions of descendants no return reward card required a special score of 90 points or more, but now it has been adaptively changed to require a pure essence of 100 points. It is indeed a winning system in life. Very user-friendly. In addition, Ning Rushwang's favorability coefficient and pleasure coefficient are actually 100%. It seems that Brother Liang's patient wait is well worth it. At nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and Liang finished chatting with the little vixen, Li Xiyin, and the Xia sisters on WeChat. He was getting more and more courageous now. Even if Ning Rushwang was in his arms, he would dare to do something coquettish. Operate. The main reason is that Ning Rushwang and Chun Siyu are different. Chun Siyu, the big imperial cat, was a bit curious. When she was in Liang's arms, she always liked to take a look at Liang's chats, so the image of Li Tsunyuan and the others was shattered in this way. Ning Rushwang was different. She played with herself and didn't even look at what Liang was doing. This is the difference in character. As for which personality Liang likes, in fact, Liang liked both Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang very much. When he has Chun Siyu in his arms, he doesn't do anything sexy, and Chun Siyu can just watch her if he wants. Now that he has Ning Rushwang in his arms, he can naturally do some tricks. And Liang told the little vixen the time to go back. According to Liang's speculation, the little vixen must have guessed something, but she seemed to have chosen to turn a blind eye. As for Li Xiyan, after falling in love with Liang, this gardenia seems to have turned into a silly and sweet mode, with a feeling of she believes whatever the advertisement says, and she believes everything Liang says anyway. In addition, many of her thoughts are still stuck in high school. She thinks that she met the best Liang at the most beautiful age and fell in love. She didn't care too much about the rest. For example, when she came to the imperial capital this time, the little vixen's attitude was to avoid talking because the little vixen could more or less guess the answer. But Li Xiyin was different. She believed that Liang was really handling the work and found out every day. Information cares about Liang. And Liang threw the phone on the sofa next to him. He hugged Ning Rushwang and asked curiously, "Shuang Shuang, what are you talking about?" Ning Rushwang showed the phone screen to Liang. "Here, take a look. I said before, Song Qian is your little crush." Ning Rushwang continued. Look at what she said. You just want to recommend yourself to the pillow. Master, and do you think about it? Go, go, you are fishing law enforcement. And Liang complained, and then a verbal dispute broke out. Ning Rushwang, who was chatting, suddenly disappeared. Chun Siyu and Song Qian seemed to understand something. The chat ended suddenly, and Liang picked up Ning Rushwang and walked towards the master bedroom. And Liang said with a bad smile, Shuang Shuang, if you learn to dance, you must be able to do all kinds of dancing, right? Ning Rushwang became angry. Let's go, let's study the dancing skills. And Liang said seriously. He suddenly thought of Madara's famous saying, do you also want to dance? Yes. And Liang wants to dance with Ning Rushwang. In the master bedroom, and Liang and Ning Rushwang were studying the problem of a horse. I have to say that Ning Rushwang's fighting power is a little stronger than Qin Siyu. Even in the second battle, Brother Liang only lasted for half an hour. This iceberg girl is a bit strong. Is there a winner system in life? Please give me another talent. The next day, near 8 o'clock in the morning, Ning Rushwang was fast asleep in Liang's arms. One of her jade arms was placed on Liang's body, which made her feel safe. She seemed worried that Liang would leave in the middle of the night. The next moment, Ning Rushwang, both Rushwang and Liang were awakened by a burst of cell phone ringtones. It was Ning Rushwang's cell phone. She took the phone from the bedside table, and the caller ID read Ning Guanya. That was Ning Rushwang's father. She silently frowned. Chapter 742, Room 8805. Yunjing International Apartment. When Ning Guanyang hung up the phone, Ning Rushwang also put down her phone silently. And Liang comforted, maybe divorce is also a good thing for him. Ning Rushwang was silent for a moment, then raised her head in Liang's arms. She looked at Liang, and Liang, I think there may be something wrong with my thoughts. And Liang looked at Ning Rushwang doubtfully. What are you thinking? Ning Rushwang responded, he just told me that he was getting divorced and said he was sorry. My first reaction was not to sympathize with him, let alone forgive him, but to feel disgusted. Ning Rushwang continued, I think he is very hypocritical. In the past, he always said it was for that family, and then he kept making me suffer. It was really hard at that time. Ning Rushwang explained it. For as long as I can remember, I have never celebrated my birthday, not even a small cake. Ning Rushwang narrated as calmly as possible, but they were very lively when they celebrated Ning Ruan's birthday. And Liang hugged Ning Rushwang tightly. There's nothing wrong with your idea. I'm so glad that you can grow up healthily in such an environment, because I have a good third aunt. If my third aunt wasn't here, I wouldn't know. What will happen to me? Ning Rushwang said with a sigh. Where is your third aunt? And Liang asked, my third aunt lives in Shijing Mountain. She is a dance teacher and has opened a children's dance art class. She is usually very busy. I don't go home during the Chinese New Year, but I go to my third aunt's house. Ning Ruoswang explained it. Shijing Mountain is a bit far away. Let me tell Yunjing International Apartment and ask them to provide you with a special card during the Chinese New Year. And Liang explained. Ning Rushwang didn't refuse. She put her hands around Liang's neck and snuggled into Liang's arms like a koala. By the way, I'll prepare the set of La Prairie for my mother and give it to her when you go to your third aunt's house later. And Liang added, I'll just buy another set later. Ning Rushwang raised her head and kissed Liang on the face. Thank you. On Liang, I'm glad to meet you and be with you, fool. And Liang looked at Ning Rushwang dotingly. Ning Rushwang said with a slightly red face, I want to sleep, please carry me to the room. Yes. And Liang understands. Taoist master in A Giant of Righteousness subdues demons. January 19th. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Rushwang looked at Liang reluctantly. Shuang Shuang, I'm going back first and will come back during the Lantern Festival. And Liang explained. During the Lantern Festival, she will come over to watch Qin Siyu play the piano in the invitational performance of the National TV Violin and Piano Competition. I hope Qin Siyu can perform better. When the time comes, she will be invited to Mr. 13 to celebrate, and then she and her Ning Rushwang want it together. Brother Liang had been looking forward to flying together for a long time. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, and Liang successfully arrived in Xingqing. And this time it was still the little vixen who picked him up. At the domestic arrival exit in Xingqing, and Liang had just arrived when he came out, he saw the little vixen. Although she was wearing a mask, and Liang still recognized her at a glance. King! The little vixen also saw in Liang, and Liang waved to indicate that he had seen her. The little vixen trotted over happily and threw herself directly into Liang's arms. She even rubbed against Liang's chest to express her longing. And Liang also hugged the little vixen, and he reminded, "Little fox, I brought you a gift." And Liang was carrying a La Prairie skincare set in his hand. He had previously ordered the personnel of Rennie's security company to buy 4 more sets, the other 3 sets, and 2 Patek Philippe watches, all of which were in Louis Vuitton's backpack. The little vixen got up from Liang's arms. She looked at the shopping bag in Liang's hand. "What is this?" "La Prairie skincare set. I heard that all you women know about it." And Liang said jokingly, "The little vixen really understands." "Ah!" The little vixen took it in surprise. "It's La Prairie. This one is so expensive." In fact, the little vixen can definitely buy it with her income. She operates the lottery center in Huya very well, and everyone likes the Lucky Fox lottery. The two of them walked to the underground parking garage while chatting, and the little vixen told Liang about the delicious food she planned. The situation of documentaries on YouTube and beer sites. Because of the use of professional photography teams, the effects of Little Vixen's food documentaries are getting better and better. By the way, Your Majesty, I have received advertising invitations now. We are celebrating the famous hot pot. Do you think I should accept advertising? Yang Maui asked Liang. Huh? This Little Vixen is developing very fast. And Liang asked, "Which one?" "Junior Brothers' hot pot." Yang Maui responded, "Have you ever eaten their hot pot?" And Liang asked again, "I've been to 2 Junior Brother hot pot restaurants, and the experience was a bit bad. I've been to 3 of them, and the experience and taste were average. Overall, it's very average, not good, but not bad." Yang Maui responded, "How much does advertising cost?" Anhwa is curious. Chapter 753, Xingqing International Airport. The little vixen handed the car key to Liang. She preferred Liang to drive. After the two got in the car, the little vixen explained the issue of advertising fees. Junior Brother Hot Pot is willing to give 300,000 yuan just for one food video, but it needs YouTube and the beer station to work together to produce it. Yang Maui explained the situation. Although the videos on YouTube and the beer website are the same, the copywriting is different. The copywriting on the beer website is a serious version, while YouTube is a nonsense version. "Only 300,000? And Liang complained, "I saw your latest video on YouTube. The number of views in 24 hours has exceeded 5 million, and the number of views in 72 hours has exceeded 10 million. Junior Brother Hot Pot has a good idea." Yang Maui listened to Liang accurately tell the clicks data of the food documentary she posted on YouTube. She felt sweet in her heart because Liang was paying attention to her. They had a beautiful idea. Yang Maui snorted. Besides, the beer station still has 1 million clicks in 24 hours and about 2 million clicks in 72 hours. Let's go to Zayajani Hot Pot to try it out later. And Liang suggested, "Okay." Yang Maui agreed. And Liang searched for the nearest Junior Brother Hot Pot. Nearly half an hour later, and Liang arrived at the nearest Junior Brother Hot Pot restaurant. Junior Brother Hot Pot restaurants are relatively large in Xingqing, with a total of 26. All of them are it is a directly operated store. And Liang and Yang Maui chose a corner location, and they conducted tastings and reviews in a low-key manner. Yang Maui is not a food blogger with bad money. If the taste of the corresponding store is very good, Yang Maui is willing to promote and shoot videos for free. But if the taste is bad, Yang Maui is not willing to publicize it against her will. "King, what do you think?" Yang Maui took a bite of the tripe and asked Liang. And Liang complained, "Relatively average. The hot pot base should be used." "Well, you know." Yang Maui nodded. "That family didn't have it before. Do you care about the bridge?" And Liang guessed yes. Yang Maui confirmed Liang's guess. Caring Bridge is their signature store, so it is naturally impossible for them to engage in evil practices. It doesn't matter about other stores. After all, Their reputation has been established, so it doesn't matter if they engage in evil practices casually. And Liang explained. After he finished speaking, he asked the service staff to pay the bill and package all the dishes. And Liang still didn't like the hot pot with gutter oil. The service staff used disposable lunch boxes to package all the dishes separately, and Liang paid 172 yuan. This price is indeed not expensive, but using gutter oil is too much, right? After leaving junior brother hot pot, and Liang complained. So now you know whether to accept their advertisements, right? Yang Maui said coquettishly. I went to the 3 stores at Caring Bridge, Chinshu and Cliff, and Liberty Monument before. There were no problems with those 3 stores. Little fool, those are their signature stores. And Liang carried a large bag of dishes and placed them on the floor of the back seat. Let's go. I'll take you to a Qingshui Maokai restaurant. Fresh water and vegetables? Yang Maui was confused. Yes, Qingshui Maokai. That Maokai restaurant uses clear water to cook vegetables, thus avoiding the repeated use of vegetable soup. Their unique skill is handmade condiments. When the vegetables are cooked in clear water, they can also be cooked through the condiments, make the Maokai taste good. And Liang explained the situation. Yang Maui said with interest, it sounds interesting. If it tastes good, I will make a video about it. And Liang laughed. That's enough. We can still have a free meal today. Who would have thought that Liang, who is worth more than 2 billion, is still planning to have a free dinner? Half an hour later, Liang drove Yang Maui to a street behind his house and found Qing Shui at the end of the street. Maokai. This store is called Qingshui Maokai. And Liang walked into Qingshui Maokai, carrying the dishes packed from the hot pot restaurant. Yang Maui followed him. As soon as the two walked in, a middle-aged man took the initiative to talk to Liang. Greet. Oh, long time no see. The middle-aged man greeted. When Liang was in high school, he often came here for dinner on Saturdays and weekends. Go to college. And Liang responded, then handed over the dishes he was carrying. Old rules. Mad. I encountered a gutter oil shop again today, which really made me dumbfounded. The middle-aged boss took the dishes from Liang and weighed them directly on the electronic scale. 2 caddies and 7 tails, all calculated as vegetarian dishes at 16.8 yuan per caddy. Is that okay? Oh, it increased from 12.8 yuan to 16.8 yuan. And Liang asked back, the rent of the shop has increased, and I have no choice but to work for the landlord every month. The middle-aged boss complained, and Liang joked, give me free money today, and I'll give you a big opportunity. The middle-aged boss responded with a smile, okay, long time no see. Boy, free is free. Just give me more publicity. It's not easy to do business now. It's really difficult. The boss is awesome. And Liang gave a thumbs up. In fact, it's only 45 yuan, but the free dinner is quite delicious. Chapter 754. Does Liang care about the 45 yuan free dinner? Of course not. Not to mention 45 yuan, it is 450,000 yuan. For Liang now, there is actually no essential difference. What Liang enjoys is a mood. He controls money, not money controls him. His original intention has not changed. Even 45 yuan can bring him happiness. This is the most important thing. Boss, let me tell you a story. And Liang narrated. These dishes come from my junior brother. Hey, junior brother, their family is famous for using gutter oil. Except for a few signature stores, all other stores use gutter oil, and the gutter oil from the signature store is also sent to other stores for use. The middle-aged boss complained. The junior brother previously offered us 300,000 yuan to shoot a promotional advertisement. We went to taste it first with a serious and responsible attitude, but this problem arose. And Liang complained. The middle-aged boss looked at Liang suspiciously. Junior brother, give you 300,000? Come on, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. She is a well-known blogger on YouTube and beer sites. And Liang introduced, this girl is missing a pair of glasses. The middle-aged boss said jokingly, go, do you, the boss, know how to talk? I even asked my girlfriend to shoot a video for you. And Liang explained, little brother, please stop messing with me. How can I give you advertising money? The middle-aged boss was still joking. And Liang responded, you just invited me to dinner, so of course we will give you free publicity. However, Whether I will give you publicity or not depends on your skills. And Leon continued, if you make it delicious, of course I will help you make a video without paying advertising fees. If it's not delicious, like Junior Brothers Hot Pot, we won't pay 300,000 yuan. Okay, don't you know my craftsmanship? I've been a master craftsman for 13 years, and it's very stable. The middle-aged boss responded, I beg you, please don't brag. We won't try it again if you overturn it later. And Liang joked. The middle-aged boss responded, never roll over. While the middle-aged boss was chatting with Liang, he was sifting through the ingredients that Liang brought over. Some that were too big would be reprocessed by him. Then he divided the ingredients into 4 categories and the cooking time for each category. They're all different. The ones that are most resistant to cooking are put in the pot first, and the ones that are least resistant to cooking are put in the pot last, thus ensuring that all the ingredients have the best taste. Small details like this also show that the middle-aged boss is really good. When cooking, the middle-aged boss was preparing the condiments for the most durable ingredients. While he was preparing them, he said, will you film the details of how I prepare the condiments? The secret recipe? And Liang asked back, it's not a secret recipe. I'm just saying that if I want to shoot, I'll make my moves more cool like Brother Saiyan style. What do you think? The middle-aged boss said, I advise you not to fantasize too much. And Liang complained, be honest and mix the seasonings. If you mess up later, I will feel embarrassed. After all, I just had a lot of sex with my girlfriend. If you messed up, am I not stupid? Yang Maui listened to Liang and the middle-aged boss complaining to each other. She felt that Liang was so real, and she liked Liang like this more. It made her feel very close to Liang. By the way, your seasoning is pretty good. Aren't you afraid of being photographed and studied? And Liang asked curiously. It sounds like an amateur. The middle-aged boss joked. If you can study the secret recipe through a video, what else do you call a secret recipe? Is there any way? And Liang asked, if you can tell me, then tell me. If you can't tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Of course you can say that. Let's take the simplest salt as an example. How much salt is suitable for how many ingredients? The middle-aged boss explained. Even if you figure this out, what about changing the salt brand next time? The middle-aged boss continued. Different brands of table salt have different saltiness levels. Even if they're the same brand, different batches have different saltiness levels. All of this needs to be tasted by the chef in person to be aware of it. Only in this way can we use salt accurately. In the same way, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, these things have a similar situation. They may seem insignificant, but together they are crucial. So I boiled the maokai with water, but the seasoning still held up. The taste of maokai, the middle-aged boss said with vague pride. Damn it, something. I originally thought you were a bronze novice, but turned out to be the strongest king. And Liang sighed. Let me ask you, is our maokai delicious? The middle-aged boss asked, okay, stop bragging, let my girlfriend taste it later. And Liang actually has the answer. If this Qingshui maokai wasn't delicious, he wouldn't have brought Yang Maui over. The middle-aged boss responded affirmatively. No problem. I'm waiting for you to shoot a video for me. If my place really becomes popular, you will be honored guests from now on, and I will give you a 12% discount. I thought you were going to say free. And Liang teased, it's impossible to be free. After all, life is hard when running a small business. The middle-aged boss also responded jokingly. Chapter 755 inches less than 20 minutes. The dishes were served with clear water on the table, and Liang and Yang Maui tasted them. Yang Maui first tasted the lettuce heart. The boiled lettuce heart was cooked just right. It was not cooked too little, which would cause it to be too raw and astringent, nor was it cooked for too long, which would not have a crisp texture, and it retained the fragrance of the lettuce. Taste. If it is a vegetable soup that is used repeatedly, it will not be able to retain such a fresh aroma, and even the complex taste of other ingredients will remain. Coupled with the handmade condiments, it has Shengqing's spicy style without being too spicy, making it a spiciness that is acceptable to the general public. Yang Maui silently gave a high score to the lettuce and cabbage heart. The second thing to taste was liver tripe. This ingredient is very demanding on the heat. As long as it is cooked for a little longer, it may have a dry texture, and be difficult to chew. But the middle-aged boss has a very high standard, and he controls the heat of the louvered tripe very well, so that the louvered tripe is completely cooked without any raw taste, but retains the crispy texture. Plus, outside the soup base is hand-seasoned, which is completely different from the style of hot pot. Yang Maui couldn't help but praise, "Your Majesty, I think the boss's craftsmanship is very good. At least he can be ranked in the top 10. And Liang seconded, "It's not bad." 20 minutes later, and Liang and Yang Maui finished eating and took away the food from Junior Brother Hot Pot restaurant. When the ingredients came over, and Liang asked, "What's your last name, boss?" "The free surname is Wu. Wu Hao. The mouth is Wu. And one more horizontal line is Hao." Middle-aged boss Wu Hao introduced himself. "My name is Liang." And Liang responded, "Boss and son, I know you." Wu Hao responded, "This, the middle-aged boss actually knows him? All right. Mr. Don is awesome. This wave has saved Mr. Xiaoan's face. This is Yang Maui, my girlfriend." And Liang introduced. Wu Hao nodded. "Is my craftsmanship worthy of your attention?" Yang Maui responded affirmatively. "Of course, no problem. Can I make an appointment for a shooting tomorrow? Our shooting team has 4 people. They will set up lighting and sound recording equipment in the store, which may occupy your business area. Is this acceptable to you?" Okay, no problem at all. I'll be closed tomorrow and accompany you to shoot." Wu Hao responded, "How can this kind of free publicity be wasted? There is no need to close the business if it is closed. We will come over at noon tomorrow, set up the shooting scene first, and then shoot in the afternoon. We have a simple script, and Boss Wu can just take a look at it then." Yang Maui responded. Boss Wu immediately responded, "The meal at noon tomorrow is mine. Thank you." And Liang laughed. Another meal of fooling around. Wu Hao knew that in Liang was in Xingyu's son. Not to mention the current in Xingyu. Even the former in Xingyu would not have let in Liang miss this meal. So Wu Hao knew that in Liang was joking. After the 2 parties agreed, and Liang and Yang Maui returned to Linshan residence. The 2 still had not moved into Longjingyuan. They probably would not have moved in years ago. Naturally, there was a battle between the righteous giant and Taoist priest and the little vixen at night. How could the righteous giant Taoist and lose? Ancient times Sun Xingzhe defeated the white-bone demon 3 times, and today Taoist and defeated the vixen demon 3 times. The second day of filming went very smoothly. Wu Hao, the boss, has some potential for drama, and he has a master's demeanor when facing the camera. When Yuan said that salt and salt are different, and oil are different, he was so cool. And Liang even thought of the title of this video. "You salt, sauce, and vinegar are all different. This is the master realm." January 21st. It's 6 o'clock in the evening, and Liang and the little vixen are checking the results of "You salt, sauce, and vinegar are all different. This is the master's realm." This video has been uploaded for 6 hours. And Liang, once I was responsible for the narration and dubbing of YouTube. In the comments on YouTube, and Liang's narration and dubbing was well received as always. The number of views of this video was overwhelming, and the number of likes also exploded. By the way, it also increased the number of subscriptions to Yang Maui's personal channel. It originally took 24 hours to reach 5 million views, but this video reached 6 million views in just 6 hours, with 1.2 million likes. The ratio of views to likes is quite scary. Most of the comments are concentrated in the boss Wu Hao's line pack period. I have to say that the refined explanation of the difference between salt and the difference between oil and oil simply established the quality of a master. After all, ordinary chefs, how can we be aware of such a problem? How can we solve such a problem if we are aware of it? The clicks on the beer website are also overwhelming. Originally, Yang Maui only had about 1 million views in 24 hours, but the latest issue of "You Salt, Sauce, and Vinegar Different. This is the master level," breaking through 2 million in 6 hours. The number of coins is more than 200,000. Most of the barges are also concentrated on boss Wu Hao's beeping time. Various high-energy barges, there are more and more. Some netizens in Chongqing area have expressed their intention to taste it to see if it is bragging. After all, it is Maokai, who can't afford it. At nearly 8 o'clock in the evening, Liang once again subdued the little vixen. He said to the little vixen, "Little fox, I will go home tomorrow. Tomorrow is already the 22nd, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And Liang should really go home. In addition, he plans to visit Li Xiyin and Lu Ling tomorrow. He has prepared a La Prairie skincare set for them. I want to give a gift to my mother-in-law." Chapter 756. The next day, 10:30 in the morning. The righteous giant Taoist and once again suppressed the little vixen. After all, the demons cannot defeat the righteous, and the righteous path prevails. The little vixen snuggled in Liang's arms. She yawned lazily. "Your Majesty." And Liang turned his head and looked at the little vixen. The little vixen rubbed his head in Liang's arms and said, "It's okay. I'll call you king. This little vixen is too cute, isn't it?" And Liang said with a bad smile, "Just bark, right?" The little vixen was confused, but the next moment she knew the consequences. It turned out that provoking the great righteous Taoist master and had consequences. Fox demon. Look at Taoist An's magic method of subduing demons. Near 11 o'clock, and Liang's phone rang. He saw I took a look at the caller, and it turned out to be in Xingyu. "My dad's phone number," and Liang explained. The little vixen nodded obediently, indicating that she would not speak. Liang swiped the screen to answer. "Dad, what's the matter? Didn't you say you would come back for lunch today?" And Xingyu asked. Liang responded, "I want to come back. I want to come back. I have arrived in Xinxing and will go back in a while. By the way, I brought gifts for you and Mom." Okay, just come back as soon as possible. Your Uncle Wu and Uncle Lu are coming over for a drink at noon. I can't stand it alone." And Xingyu explained the reason. "This fine biological father." After ending the call, and Liang patted the little vixen and said, "Little fox, I'm going back first. After you come back, we can get together again." "Ah." Yang Maui nodded obediently. "Your Majesty, Happy New Year." And Liang was startled for a moment, then hugged her into his arms. "Happy New Year." At 11:40, and Liang returned home. When he came back, Wu Jingfeng and Lu Deming were already guests at his home. In previous years, these two people would also come over as guests. "Uncle Wu, Uncle Lu, Happy New Year." And Liang greeted politely. Wu Jingfeng responded, "Happy New Year, Shaoan." Lu Deming responded, "Happy New Year." And Liang greeted in Xingyu and Sun Xia again. He went back to his bedroom first and took out a set of La Prairie and 2 Patek Philippe watches from his backpack. These were the gifts he gave to Xingyu and Sun Xia. Prepared gifts, but Wu Jingfeng and Lu Deming were also there, and Liang had no intention of giving gifts immediately. Walking out of the bedroom, and Liang joined in Xingyu in their conversation, mainly about the further deterioration of the real estate market and the difficulty of a large number of real estate companies, especially small and medium-sized real estate companies. According to Wu Jingfeng and Lu Deming, there should be a lot of bankruptcies this year. After all, the real estate inventory is too big. Just after 12 o'clock, Sun Xia shouted, "On Liang, take a bowl and serve the food." "I'm coming." And Liang responded. Outside, and Liang is the god of wealth behind Anshin Investment Company. Whether in the Imperial Capital Circle, Tianfu Circle, or Shengqing Circle, he now has great status. But at home, he is still 10,000 years old. Second, it's time to pick up the bowl, it's time to serve the dishes, and it's time to wash the dishes. Washing dishes belongs to Xingyu. And Xingyu, the third oldest in the world, has no problem washing dishes. Wu Jingfeng looked at Liang, who was serving the dishes with strange eyes. He did not expect that Liang could be so calm. That Wu Jingfeng had gone to Yunjing International Apartment to attend the investor conference organized by Anshin Investment Company before. He knew very well that Anshin Investment Company raised tens of billions of funds this time and made a total of 8.91 billion. And no matter how Liang and the 3 families of Li Yun and Qian of the Imperial Capital distribute the profits, Liang's profits have exceeded 1 billion. That under such circumstances, is Liang still doing trivial things? This Liang. No wonder he is in charge of tens of billions of funds, and no wonder he is the one who decides on the distribution of profits. Wu Jingfeng sighed secretly in his heart. He asked himself, if he made 1 billion in profits, even if his net worth exceeded 30 billion, he would still have an inflated mentality. However, he could not see that in Liang had any feeling of inflated mentality. And Liang was still the same in Liang who made people feel like a spring breeze, and did not feel disgusting at all. Wu Jingfeng suddenly had the feeling that the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. Ayan Liang and Sun Xia brought various dishes to the table, a small portion of which were stewed vegetables. It seemed that Sun Xia was a little perfunctory. After all, you don't have to make the stewed vegetables yourself. Laowen, would you like some drink? Wu Zhengfeng suggested. Lu Deming seconded, have a drink for a prosperous new year. And Xingyu responded, okay, just drink. You're on the same team. On Liang and I are on the same team. Chapter 757 Wu Zhengfeng said jokingly, father and son go into battle? Lu Deming joked, your family on how doesn't seem to drink well. Laowen, are you sure you want to group them like this? And Xingyu almost laughed out loud. And Liang's drinking capacity is not good. And Liang happened to be carrying a plate of fried peanuts. He really wanted to tell Lu Deming that his drinking capacity is 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Okay. Wu Zhengfeng secretly laughed in his heart. He also knew that in Liang he has a good drinking capacity. He has some connections in the imperial capital circle, so he naturally knows some things about in Liang in the imperial capital circle. He even knows about Jia Duan, that's why he lamented in Liang's calm mind that H757, 2 tenths at the dinner table, and Liang opened Feitian Matai. These middle-aged people prefer to drink liquor. After all, beer is too filling and can easily make middle-aged men gain weight. Dadayan Liang opened the bottle cap and poured the whole bottle into the wine dispenser. He gave Anqing first. He poured the wine, and then Wu Jingfeng poured the wine. Wu Jingfeng politely held the glass with both hands to express his gratitude to In Liang for pouring the wine. When In Liang finished pouring the wine, Wu Jingfeng put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together on the table next to the wine glass and clicked 3 times. Next, thanking Liang again for serving the wine. Both in Xingyu and Lu Deming had Wu Zhengfeng's actions under their eyes. People in the business world naturally knew what Wu Zhengfeng's etiquette actions meant. This is no longer the case. Simply valuing in Liang, it is obvious that both parties have interests, and in Liang is the dominant party. When in Liang poured wine for Lu Deming followed the same example and came up with a set of thank you etiquette. In Liang accepted it indifferently. She looked at Sun Xia and said, Mom, would you like a drink? What should you drink? I'm going to play mahjong later. Will I lose money if I drink? Sun Xia responded with a hum. Yes, playing mahjong is okay. This entertainment activity is really common in Shengqing and Sichuan. It is a daily entertainment for most middle-aged women. Dad, Mom, Uncle Lu, Happy New Year. And Liang raised his glass. Wu Jingfeng and Lu Deming both raised their glasses to clink their glasses within Liang. And Xingyu also raised their glasses. Sun Xia raised the coconut milk. After the first glass, everyone started chatting again. Sun Xia did not participate in the business topics. After eating 3 times 5 times 2, he said, you guys eat slowly, I will go out first. You just said you were going out to play mahjong. After waiting for Sun Xia to leave, and Liang poured another round of wine. Both Wu Zhengfeng and Lu Deming once again expressed their respect to In Liang through ceremonial movements. And Xingyu looked at In Liang. On Liang, aren't you going to say something? Ahem. And Liang coughed twice. He looked at Lu Deming first and said, Uncle Lu, how many hits did you get this time? Lu Deming responded a little awkwardly. Fortunately, Lao Wu reminded me, it was only 20 million worse. Wu Zhengfeng responded on the side. Shaoan asked me to remind you. Lu Deming raised his glass and said, thank you, Mr. In. I'll drink this glass. You can do whatever you want. Cheers. And Liang Yu touched Lu Deming, and he drank it all in one gulp before continuing. 20 million is good, but several coal families in Xishan have lost more than 1 billion this time. So cruel. Lu Deming sighed. The other party has been plotting against you from the beginning. And Liang said simply, Dad, in order to earn some pocket money for the Chinese New Year, my friends from Daidu and I jointly made a plan for Bention Automobile. We plan to attack the stock price of Bention Automobile. And Liang explained. After the plan was made, everyone's friends wanted to participate, so we roped some friends into the car. and Uncle Wu was one of them. And Liang continued. In view of our limited resources and limited control over funds, some people who knew the information but did not join us took advantage of our plan to commit a scam. And Liang quickly explained the situation of the shadow group. After Xinyu listened, he glanced at Lu Deming and then looked at Wu Jingfeng. Old Wu, how much did you earn? Wu Jingfeng stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand and made a two gesture, and Xinyu nodded slightly. You made 20 million. Lao Lu lost 20 million. I think Lao Wu, you want to treat me to dinner? Liang answered on the side. 200 million, how many? And Xinyu was a little dazed. He thought he heard wrong. Lu Deming also looked at Liang in surprise. Liang responded repeatedly. 200 million. Wu Zhengfeng added at the same time. To be precise, it's 222.75 million. This, Lu Deming looked at Wu Zhengfeng enviously, and then looked at Liang longingly. Xinyu was a little speechless. He looked at Liang. How much did you earn? All profits from AXA's development plan in Xiqing in the next 5 years. And Liang has no intention of hiding anything. 1 billion. And Xinyu was shocked a little more. And Liang didn't have an accurate answer. A billion more would be a little more, right? Well. And Xinyu suddenly sighed. I was originally waiting for you to succeed on Xing in the future, but now it seems that you will. Well. And Liang responded, Dad, don't worry if you really want to retire in the future. I will take over AXA. AXA is AXA, and the financial investment here is financial investment. The two cannot be confused. And Liang added, Of course, if you want to retire at the age of 50, and you want me to take over AXA just after I graduate, I can only say that you have a great idea. Hey, you brat. And Xingyu complained. Isn't it too much for me to retire at 60? Retirement at the age of 60 is the age stipulated by law. And Liang responded with a smile. Dad, I suggest you learn about the latest supplementary rules on retirement age. According to the latest regulations, men born after 1965 will most likely be required to extend their retirement age. Besides, he is only 60 years old. He is still in his prime. And Liang chose to tell lies for the sake of his own freedom. Chapter 764 faced with Lu Ling's invitation, especially after Li Xian's explanation, and Liang felt that it would be more convenient and trouble-free to just do the group reunion outside. I think the three of us can eat outside. Please wait a moment and I will contact you. And Liang contacted Lin Wenfu from Tsukishima through voice dialing. After a moment, Lin Wenfu answered the phone. Hello, Tsukishima. Boss Lin, is Tsukishima open today? And Liang asked, Of course open. Lin Wenfu echoed. Okay, I'll book a lunch for 3 people and we'll come at noon. And Liang explained. Okay, Lin Wenfu responded. After ending the call, Li Xian asked first, What is Moon Island? A restaurant is located on the edge of the main city. It only takes about half an hour from us, so we went shopping first to kill time. And Liang explained. Aha! Li Xian agreed. Nearly 20 minutes later, and Liang drove to Wenda Plaza in Nanjing District. This is the newly developed Wenda Plaza, which mainly faces the big shopping malls, consumption, and in time for the Chinese New Year, there are many people in Wenda Plaza. Liang quietly stretched out his hand to hold Li Xian. Li Xian struggled a little and then let Liang hold her. Her face was a little red because her mother Lu Ling was beside her, right? The three of them wandered around Wenda Plaza for a while, and Lu Ling offered to go to the supermarket. Since they were here anyway, they might as well go to the supermarket to buy some New Year goods. Of course, and Liang did not refuse. He became a cart pusher, pushing a shopping cart behind Lu Ling and Li Xian, as if they were a family of 3 going shopping. Ahem. This family of 3 is not right. After all, from the back, Lu Ling and Li Xian really look alike. When Lu Ling and Li Xian go to the supermarket, they mainly buy various nuts, jelly, and dairy products. Liang asked curiously. Don't you want to buy sugar? Li Xian refused. No sugar. Lu Ling also agreed. Sugar is not good and makes you gain weight easily. What kind of logic is this? Nuts are also high in calories, okay? But Liang didn't try to reason. What's the point in such a trivial matter? Anyway, Liang didn't understand what it meant that some men like to reason with their girlfriends. Could it be that they like to ask for trouble? The 3 of them shopped for nearly an hour, and An Liang took the initiative to pay. Lu Ling was about to pay, but An Liang snatched the order. After checking out, they can push their shopping cart directly to the underground parking garage, making it easier to load their items into their car. An Liang, there seems to be a lottery over there. Li Xian pointed to a small stall outside the supermarket checkout lane. There was a banner hanging on the small stall. If you spend 188 yuan or more, you can win a lottery. The prizes include tissue paper, laundry detergent, soap, toothpaste, etc. An Liang gave the small ticket to Li Xian. Their shopping receipt is more than 600 yuan, which fully meets the lottery requirements. An Liang, you are lucky, come and smoke. Li Xian stood in front of the lottery box. She motioned to An Liang to draw a lottery. An Liang shook his head. You just draw. The main reason is that the winner system in life does not respond. Is An Liang lucky? Oh! Li Xian reached out and pulled out a prize ball from the lottery box. The staff opened the prize ball on the spot. Inside the prize ball was a lottery ticket. After opening it, it turned out to be the first prize. Wow! Li Xian cheered. An Liang, I won the first prize. And Liang was also a little surprised. He asked, what is the first prize? The staff responded, the first prize is a shopping voucher. The Xiaogua Gold Store, diagonally opposite us, offers a discount of 1,199 yuan for purchases over 1,999 yuan. You only need 800 yuan to purchase gold jewelry worth 1,999 yuan. Okay, it turns out it's a trick. This kind of trick is common at the entrance of supermarkets, and gold store vouchers are the most common trick. They say 1,199 yuan off 1,999 yuan. In fact, the corresponding jewelry is not even worth 800 yuan, so you still have to make money. Although Li Xian was a bit silly and sweet when she was with An Liang, she was a top student, and she saw through these tricks in a second. Oops, not interesting. Beauty, can your first prize be exchanged for a third prize? Li Xian suggested changing the prize. The third prize is a set of knives. Although it is just an ordinary brand, at least it is not a routine. Sorry, we cannot exchange prizes. The lady in charge of the lottery responded. Is it okay to replace it with a roll of paper? Li Xian asked again. The rolling paper costs about 20 yuan. However, the proposal to replace the first prize with the fifth prize rolling paper was still rejected. Is this trick too deep? Forget it. Let's leave the first prize to you. Li Xian was unable to complain. Chapter 765 Ding. Random mission. New Year is worth $1,000. Mission information. Go to Xiaogua Gold Store to buy gold products as New Year gifts for Li Xian and Lu Ling task reward. The reward will be calculated based on the amount of gold purchased and the joy of Lu Ling and Li Xian. Failure penalty. None.it seems that the task was not triggered just now. Is that because the lottery is just a routine? H765 10/10 and Liang triggered the Life Winner System task and got back the voucher that Li Xian gave up. That he asked, hello, I would like to ask, can this voucher be used to deduct 1,199 yuan in cash when purchasing any product in Xiaogua Gold Store? No, sir. You must spend 1,999 yuan or more to deduct 1,199 yuan. The lottery lady responded, okay, and Liang took the voucher and greeted Xian Annie. Let's go take a look at Li Xian whispered. An Liang, this is a routine. This silly Baitian. You think you can't tell it's a trick? Don't worry, I know. And Liang responded. He pushed the shopping cart to Xiaogua Gold Store and asked again. Hello, I just won the first prize. I would like to ask if I can get a discount of $11.99 for any goods purchased in your store that exceed $19.99. Yes, sir. Xiaogua Gold sales staff responded. For example, this gold pearl pendant necklace is priced at 2,999 yuan. If you use a coupon, it only costs 1,800 yuan. And Liang glanced at the parameters of the necklace. The gold is 99.99 million pure gold, but the weight is only 2 grams. As for the pearl pendant, there is no introduction. It is obviously the most common freshwater cultured pearl. According to the current gold price, with this gold pearl pendant in terms of the craftsmanship of the necklace, it is only worth 800 to 900 yuan at most, so even if the other party reduces the price by $11.99, it will make a lot of money. It is indeed a routine lottery, but An Liang has a counter-routine. Hello, I would like to see this gold bar. And Liang responded. The salesperson was startled for a moment, and she quickly explained, Sir, gold bars are just investment items, and their ornamental value is almost zero. We recommend you to buy gold jewelry. The salesperson continued. The two beauties around you are very beautiful. If they wear gold jewelry, they will be even more beautiful. And Liang said indifferently, I want to see the gold bars. The salesperson responded helplessly, Sir, this gold bar is 4 nines worth of pure gold. It weighs 30 grams, and the unit price is 365 yuan per gram. The total price is 10,950 yuan. And Liang checked on his mobile phone. Today's international gold price is 345 yuan per gram. The gold store added 20 yuan per gram. The total price of 30 grams is 600 yuan. But the total amount of the voucher is 1,199 yuan, which offsets the half of the gold store's price increase. There is still a profit margin of 599 yuan. An Liang handed over the voucher and said, Bought it. The salesperson looked at Liang dumbfounded. Li Xian, a top student, had already left. She also saw in Liang's operating method, which was to trick the gold store in turn. If the gold store really accepted this order, at least it would be better. A loss of several hundred yuan. Sir, do you really not want to look at the jewelry? The salesperson said a little despairingly. An Liang responded negatively. I'll buy this gold bar first, and we'll talk about the rest later. The salesperson looked at the people watching around her, and she finally nodded helplessly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. A moment later, and Liang bought a 30-gram gold bar at a price of 9,751 yuan. The salesperson looked like she was about to cry. Not only did she have no results for this order, but she was also punished for deducting her performance. Liang handed the gold bars to Li Xian. Well, your first prize is not someone else's trick, right? Well, this lottery is not a routine, Li Xian said cooperatively, but she had a smile on her face, and she obviously didn't believe it. Lu Ling was also full of smiles on the side. There were people applauding from the people eating melons around. It was obvious that they had been tricked, but this was the first time saw the gold store being tricked. Okay, beauty, don't be unhappy. Show me your big bracelet. And Liang explained. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, and she looked at Liang in confusion. I want to see this and this. And Liang greeted, pointing to the 2 large gold bracelets. The salesperson took out one of the large gold bracelets first, and she introduced, Sir, this Shangyun is also made of 4 nines of 10,000 pure gold, with a total weight of 99 grams. Representing eternity, it uses ancient hollowing techniques, and the auspicious clouds are lifelike. The price is 48,888 yuan. This price means that a single gram of gold exceeds 493 yuan, which is almost a premium of 150 yuan per gram. However, the premium of gold jewelry is normal, and its workmanship is indeed very good. The multi-layer hollow plan, coupled with auspicious cloud embellishments, it looks very good. Liang took Li Xian's left wrist, put the Shangyun bracelet on, and then asked, Do you like it? Li Xian looked at the Shangyun bracelet and complained, It's a bit heavy. However, it's actually pretty good looking. With a weight of 99 grams, is it still heavy? And Liang called to the salesperson and took out another large gold bracelet. This large gold bracelet used relief technology and carved a large number of camellias. The weight is still 99 grams, and the price is the same, 48,888 yuan. This time, and Liang looked at Lu Ling. Chapter 766 inches Xiag was gold shop, and Liang looked at Lu Ling. Annie, can you try? And Liang's tone was very natural, as if he loved Wujiwu because of Li Xian. Li Xian said at the side, Mom, try it. Don't you like gold bracelets? Lu Ling's face turned red. She sighed secretly, and then took the camellia relief bracelet. The workmanship of this camellia relief bracelet is very exquisite. The camellia is lifelike. There are various details of branches and leaves, and it adopts a fine frosted surface, so as to avoid scratches on the shiny surface. Lu Ling wore the camellia relief bracelet on her left wrist. As Li Xian said, the weight of 99 grams is indeed a bit heavy, but the heavy feeling is very comfortable because it is gold. The weight. Li Xian looked at the camellia relief bracelet in Lu Ling's hand. She still preferred her hollow, auspicious cloud bracelet. Beauty, bring your golden rice bowl over again and take a look. And Liang greeted, by the way, the biggest one. The salesperson did not immediately take out the gold rice bowl, as instructed by An Liang. She responded slightly awkwardly. Sir, do you like these 2 gold bracelets? And Liang understood what the other party meant. This is risk prevention and control. The 2 gold bracelets are expensive, and the salesperson needs to worry about risks. What if she takes out the golden rice bowl again, and then Liang grabs it and runs away? Although it seems possible the security is very low, but the risk prevention and control should be done according to the rules. And Liang handed over the bank card again. Swipe the card. I want 2 gold bracelets. Ah? The salesperson was stunned for a moment. She had just been ripped off by An Liang, and now An Liang is going to give her a big gift? The commission on the 2 gold bracelets is quite good. It can easily offset the fleecing she just had, and she can also get a good sum of money. Bonus. The salesperson took An Liang's bank card and quickly swiped the card. After An Liang entered the password, the payment was made smoothly. Ding! If the primary shopping cashback card is used successfully, the random cashback coefficient this time is 3, and the total cashback reward amount is 150,000 yuan. This cashback is provided by Anshin Investment Company. 2 gold bracelets cost 97,776 yuan, and a cashback of 150,000 yuan was given. So An Liang made a net profit of more than 50,000 yuan. After settling the bill, the salesperson immediately took out the golden rice bowl that An Liang had wanted to see before. After all, including the consumption of gold bars, An Liang had just spent more than 100,000. This was a big customer. The salesperson introduced the information about the golden rice bowl to An Liang. Sir, the diameter of this golden rice bowl is 12 centimeters. The inside and outside are embossed with relief craftsmanship. The outer wall is surrounded by 9 unicorns, and the inner wall is in the shape of dragons and phoenixes. The total weight is 588 grams, and the total price is 223,440 yuan. And Liang calculated it with his mobile phone. The unit price of this price and this weight is 380 yuan per gram. The price increase is not serious. Only one? And Liang asked. The salesperson was a little confused. I want 2. And Liang explained. Yes, we happen to have 2, which means good things come in pairs. The salesperson responded quickly. 2 are 446,880 yuan. Unfortunately, An Liang does not have a mid-level shopping cashback card. Otherwise, if he had bought a few more gold bars, he would have collected the maximum cashback amount of 500,000 yuan. The second golden rice bowl was taken out, and Liang simply checked the relevant certificates and then directly swiped his card to pay. There were certificates, invoices, and receipts, and there were logos and numbers on the bottom of the golden rice bowl, and even a QR code. It was impossible to fake gold like Lao Wang's. After paying, An Liang applied for a junior shopping cashback card, but the total cashback of 150,000 yuan could not offset the consumption of more than 400,000 yuan. Qian, and how about one of you? And Liang said jokingly. What the salesperson said before? Understand? Li Xian responded stupidly. Hey, but this bowl doesn't seem to be used for eating. And Liang was speechless. Does this silly Beitian really want to eat from the golden rice bowl? Lu Ling also looked at Li Xian speechlessly. And Liang looked at the time and said, It's almost 11 o'clock. Let's go first. Li Xian agreed, wearing a heavy hollowed-out Shangyun gold bracelet on her left hand and holding a red brocade box containing a golden rice bowl. Fortunately, it is 2020. The public security environment in this era is very good. In the underground garage, An Liangjing's supermarket, the nuts, dairy products, and jelly in the shopping cart were put into the trunk, and then the shopping cart was sent to the designated recycling point. Before returning to the Lamborghini Urus, An Liang checked the prompts issued by the Winner of Life system. Ding! Random mission. New Year is worth 1,000 pieces of gold completed. This consumption amount, 554,407 yuan. Li Xian's joy coefficient. 1. Lu Ling's joy coefficient, 1. The total cashback amount for the task is 1,108,814 yuan. In view of the successful counter-routine of the host, the joy coefficients of Li Xiyin and Lu Ling are both at full value. And the host receives a special reward. A piece of special information related to gold. Chapter 768 Ding. The host is tasting the dangerous pufferfish delicacies, enjoying the freshness brought by the pufferfish, and the taste buds are getting the ultimate enjoyment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining this specified poisoning card. Specified poisoning card. Use this card to specify a target, and that target will inevitably be poisoned during a certain exchange of ancestral gifts. Gender restrictions. None. Distance restrictions. None. Usage restrictions. None. This card is really poisonous, and Liang silently put away this card. This card must be a prank card series, and the degree of prank is a bit big. After all, exchanging ancestral gifts is an extremely happy thing, but if you get poisoned while exchanging ancestral gifts, isn't that disgusting? And Liang suddenly thought of Lu Mei. This person is a poisonous shell. At nearly 2 o'clock, and Liang, Li Xiyin, and Lu Ling finished the puffer fish feast. Because there was one less person, and Liang did not waste the food and enjoy the cashback card. At 3:15 in the afternoon, and Liang sent Li Xiyin and Lu Ling back to Tianlan community. Both of them got up very early today. Plus, they were still there in the morning after visiting the supermarket in the city. They were not in good spirits, so they chose to go home. In the living room of Li Xiyin's house, and Liang put down nuts, dairy products, etc. Lu Ling said first, "I'm going to pick up a courier first. I forgot to pick it up just now." And Liang, "Sit down for a while and eat here tonight." And Liang glanced at Li Xiyin, who nodded and said, "Okay." Li Xiyin noticed in Liang's eyes, and her face turned slightly rosy. When Lu Ling left and closed the door, and Liang looked at Li Xiyin again, and Li Xiyin also looked over. And Liang smiled and walked directly towards Li Xiyin. Li Xiyin's face became even more rosy, and she even closed her eyes in advance. And Liang lowered his head and kissed Li Xiyin directly. Li Xiyin responded awkwardly. She was still a beginner. A few minutes later, Li Xiyin pushed Liang away with rapid breathing. "Mom is coming back." And Liang calculated the time and found that if there were no accidents, Lu Ling was indeed coming back. He did not bully Li Xiyin further, so he could only stop now. Patience is an excellent quality. The last reward for his patience was when Liang had Chen Siyu. He also had Ning Rushuang, and they could still live together peacefully. So on, Liang's patience is very good, because only with enough patience can you get a good enough ending. Women are emotional, and women are more likely to make obviously irrational decisions because of their emotions. Taking Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang as examples, don't they know that their decisions are irrational? They know. It's just that they want to. And Liang hopes that enough patience can lead to good enough results this time. Less than a minute after he let go of Li Xiyin, there was a knock on the door. Obviously, Lu Ling knew very well what would happen if Liang and Li Xiyin were alone together. So she did not open the door directly, but knocked on the door, warning both of them that she's back and avoiding an awkward situation. Li Xiyin slumped on the sofa, her ears still a little red. And Liang got up and opened the door. Lu Ling was holding an express box, and Liang took it easily. But when he took it, he accidentally touched Lu Ling's hand. He could have sworn that it was an accident, but Lu Ling obviously misunderstood. She rolled her eyes at Liang, then pretended that this incident did not happen, and went into the house on her own. And Liang held the courier and asked, "Annie, what did you buy?" Lu Ling responded without concealment, "Yoga mat and dumbbells. The previous yoga mat was old and damaged, so I replaced it with another one." No wonder she has such a good figure. And inside, secretly in his conscience, he also placed the express box in the corner of the living room. Lu Ling asked casually, "And Liang, can we just eat something simple tonight?" And Liang was about to answer, but Li Xiyin beat him to it. No. Mom, are you making egg fried rice again?" Li Xiyin asked sarcastically. Lu Ling was a little embarrassed. Her cooking skills were indeed average, at the level of cooked enough to eat. Egg fried rice is one of Lu Ling's best cooking skills. And Liang responded with a smile. Egg fried rice is also available. It was close to 6 o'clock in the evening. As expected, Lu Ling cooked a portion of egg fried rice, a portion of fried corn with red cabbage and pepper, and a cucumber with garlic paste, which was considered dinner. The key is that the taste of the egg fried rice is also quite satisfactory. It seems that his cooking skills are not good. Jiajin is not a word of modesty. After dinner, and Liang left Li Xian's house. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so he naturally has to go home today. Just a few minutes after Liang left, the doorbell of Li Xian's house rang again. Ding dong! Li Xian thought it was Liang, so she ran over to open the door. When she opened the door, she quickly said, "Did you take something away?" However, there is no Liang outside the door. Li Xian frowned. Second uncle, third aunt. What are you doing here? There were indeed Lu Mei and Lu Guohua outside the door, as well as Lu Guohua's son Lu Sha and Lu Mei's daughter Zhao Xiaolan. Lu Ling's voice came. Second brother, third sister. Why are you here? Chapter 772. It was approaching 12 o'clock late at night, and Liang received more and more blessing messages from classmates in elementary school, classmates in junior high school, classmates in high school, classmates in college, and all kinds of friends. Looking at the dense information, and Liang not only sighed, "Is he so popular?" This didn't seem to be the case last year, and Liang did not reply to the messages one by one, because most people's blessing messages were the first chat message starting from adding friends. It's not that Liang is aloof, but that Liang has a choice. Money gives Liang the right to choose. He chose not to reply to the message. No problem at all. The friends from the Imperial City sent a message from @Li, and Liang clicked to view it. Yun Haiyang and Lang Atli come yuan at Chanshak Gang. Dear bosses, I wish you a prosperous new year. Congratulations on getting rich, and bring me the red envelopes. And Liang, Li Tsuning, Qian Xiaojing, I vomited. Brother Haiyang, I beg you to be a human being. And Liang, Tijiayi, you just made over 1.2 billion, and you still want to get red envelopes. Li Kunyuan, Amparono, one picker, well-deserved reputation. Yun Haiyang, this is called diligence and frugality. And Liang, you are poisonous. Qian Xiaojing, tell me something about Brother Haiyang. Qian Xiaojing, I brought them into the skateboarding circle before, and this guy tricked a female skater friend into buying him a skateboard. Is this what people do? And Liang, Li Tsunyun, if it's Brother Haiyang, I think there's nothing wrong with it. Yin Haiyang, Brother Gongzi, you don't understand. This is called fun. Qian Xiaojing, scumbag. And Liang, he who deceives people's feelings is indeed a scumbag. Cloud Ocean, scum calls for catching scum? Li Tsunyuan, I think Brother Liang is a good man. The others, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang, didn't speak. What did you say, you scoundrel? Qian Xiaojing, yes. They themselves didn't speak. Yin Haiyang, I vomited. You two are too bitchy, right? Qian Xiaojing, sorry, Brother Haiyang, I'm close to success now. Brother Liang's tutorial is indeed no problem. Li Tsunyuan, I am actively trying. Yun Haiyang, I wish you success. Yun Haiyang, have you heard of Brother Ching? Yun Haiyang, if you don't know, I suggest you take a look. Yun Haiyang, I beg you to be a dedicated and good man. And Liang? Qian Xiaojing? Li Tsunyuan, Liang Xiufeng, Zhao Yami, Luo Yuanyuan, Sun Linru, Qiao Huiying. Do you want me to continue? Yin Haiyang, I was wrong. Brother Yuan, please. And Liang, please gossip. Qian Xiaojing, they're all his running teammates. And Liang, turns out he's a runner. 0 o'clock, New Year's Eve. The winner of Life System issued a prompt. And Liang did not check it immediately. He sent a message in his circle of friends. And Liang, Happy New Year. May all go well with you. Thank you very much for your blessings. Since there are too many messages, I apologize that I cannot reply to them all. After Liang posted on Moments, he took a look at the Moments. There were several messages similar to his in Moments. He didn't know whether they were really popular or just pretending to be popular. When Liang was scrolling through his Moments, he saw Lu Kai's Moments. This beep actually went to the Liberty Monument for the New Year's Eve countdown. The Liberty Monument is the landmark building of Chongqing. Every New Year's Eve countdown attracts a large number of young men and women. As for whether these young men and women are going to New Year's Eve or something else, and Liang has not participated in it anyway, so he doesn't know. And Liang also contacted Lu Wenshan, a circle of friends who showed off his affection. Lu Wenshan took a video of fireworks. When the fireworks were blooming, he and Fong Mei hugged under the fireworks, and Liang gave it a like. On Liang, are you asleep? Sun Xia's voice came, and Xingyu and Sun Xia came back at about 11 o'clock. They were watching TV in the living room, and Liang responded, "No. Do you have late-night snacks?" Sun Xia asked, "Your dad wants to eat glutinous rice balls. Do you want to eat them?" "Eat!" And Liang rolled over and got up. "I ate some egg-fried rice at Lu Ling's place before. Not to mention that I'm really hungry now. How many to eat?" Sun Xia asked. And Liang opened the bedroom door and walked out to respond. 8. Big glutinous rice balls? Moderate. Sun Xia responded. There are still 8, and one of them is auspicious. And Liang responded. And Xingyu also chose the 8 glutinous rice balls. And Liang came to the living room, and the Chongqing local New Year program was playing on the TV. During the break of the program, the host issued a reminder. Dear viewers, have a happy New Year. During these days, please take good care of the environment and keep the city clean and hygienic. The situation of the Liberty Monument appeared in the footage of the TV program, and the host's voice continued. Although the New Year's Eve activities at the Liberty Monument are over and the crowds are dispersing, tens of thousands of people have left behind a lot of garbage. It has put great pressure on urban sanitation work. I hope that the audience and friends will start from me during the new year, care for the urban environment of Chongqing, and be a civilized Chongqing person. Chapter 773 inches the living room. And Liang sat on the sofa and checked the previous prompts from the Life Winner system. Ding! I wish the host a happy Chinese New Year. The Life Winner system gives the host a New Year's good luck special reward. Ask the host to complete a meaningful thing, and then open the New Year's good luck special reward. And Liang remembered the special rewards for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The last time he was rewarded was the Patek Philippe 6002G 010 Watch King, and he became a high-quality potential customer of Patek Philippe worldwide. What is the special reward this time? Logically speaking, the Spring Festival should be more solemn than the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? So, does the reward go up a level? But what exactly is meaningful to choose? Could it be that he chose a children's welfare home again? And Liang, why are you so stunned? Sun Xia greeted in Liang. She had already put the glutinous rice balls on the table. Oh. And Liang came back to his senses. What are you thinking about? And Xingyu asked casually. And Liang responded, I'm wondering if this year our family will be the same as in previous years. A group of relatives who can't afford to come over to pay New Year greetings. Most of them have to carry New Year's goods. Then you look at the relationship between relatives and friends. Deal with. Isn't it like this every year? And Xingyu responded. Sun Xia responded negatively. There are more people this year. There's nothing wrong with this. The ecchi construction has been on the rise this year, and we need more relatives. I don't want to stay at home during the Chinese New Year this year. I don't have anything to do anyway. I plan to do something meaningful. And Liang responded, What are you going to do? And Xingyu asked back, Not sure yet, but it should be something meaningful. And Liang responded, By the way, Dad, do you have any interns in your company? And Liang asked additional questions. There are a few interns who draw pictures. And Xingyu responded, Native? And Liang asked again, There seem to be 6 locals, right? And Xingyu asked, What do you want to do? Ask first, and if necessary, transfer them over to work overtime, and the overtime pay will be tripled. And Liang explained. And Xingyu nodded. Okay. Neither in Xingyu nor in Liang considered the situation if the intern didn't come. If he doesn't come, then don't come. By the way, Dad, I might want to do something meaningful in the name of AXA. And Liang added, Do you need funding from AXA? And Xingyu asked back. And Liang responded negatively. No need. I have enough funds here. I just don't want to surface. When the time comes, I'll blame it all on AXA and you. Don't mess around, kid. And Xingyu reminded. By the way, I'll push your Uncle Tang's WeChat account to you. If you need help, you can contact him. Unso Tang Da San? And Liang asked back, well, old Tang has now taken over Lao Luo's job, and Lao Luo is helping you handle the affairs of the Lingxiu gold mine. And Xingyu complained, after Lao Luo left, I have a lot more things to do. And Liang laughed. After all, those who are capable work hard. Dad, you are capable. Stop flattering. The corners of Xingyu's mouth turned up. In fact, facing a son who was so good at making money, and Xingyu sometimes didn't have much sense of accomplishment. Now that he was being flattered by Liang, he was actually very comfortable. And Liang quickly finished the glutinous rice balls, and after he washed up, returned to the bedroom to send a message to Yun Haiyang. And Liang at Yun, Brother Haiyang, are you asleep? Yun Haiyang at Anlang, I am accompanying my elders to watch the New Year's Eve party. Brother Liang, what's the matter? And Liang, does our Environmental Protection Office in Chongqing have anything to do with it? Yun Haiyang, yes. Yun Haiyang, does Brother Liang's construction company have environmental protection issues? And Liang, our reputation at AXA is very good. This kind of thing is impossible. I have something to do with the Environmental Protection Yamen. Can I arrange a meeting with the person in charge? Yun Haiyang, no problem. I'll get in touch right away. And Liang, let's get in touch tomorrow. It's New Year's Eve this late in the evening, so let's not bother people. And Liang, let's make arrangements tomorrow morning. I want to meet with the Environmental Protection Yamen. Yun Haiyang, no problem. After this matter was settled, and Liang checked the information in WeChat again and swiped left to delete the information that did not require reply, so as not to always have information prompts. And Liang does not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but the information on WeChat may be work information. So he needs to delete useless information to avoid not discovering work information. And Liang first replied to the messages from Chen Siyu, Ning Rushwang, Yang Maui, Li Xiyin, and the two sisters from the Xia family. And by the way, he also replied to the messages from Baiyu. Li Xiyin replied to the message again, Li Xiyin. Picture, Li Xiyin. Feeling aggrieved, my mother only gave me 1 yuan in New Year's red envelope. And Liang clicked on the picture to view it. And Lu Ling really only sent Li Xiyin a New Year's red envelope worth 1 yuan. Good. She is indeed my mother. Chapter 774. In Liang saw Lu Ling's operation and sent a red envelope to Li Xiyin and Liang. Red envelope, Happy New Year. When Li Xiyin saw the red envelope sent by Liang, she opened it directly and found that it was also 1 yuan. Li Xiyin, wrongful. Li Xiyin, humph. And Liang did not continue to tease Li Xiyin. He first recharged WeChat with a large amount and then transferred the money directly to Li Xiyin. When WeChat's red envelopes are for individuals, they can only be up to 200 yuan. If the amount exceeds 200 yuan, you must use the transfer function. And Liang, transfer 520 yuan. And Liang, transfer 5,200 yuan. And Liang, transfer 52,000 yuan. And Liang, transfer 521,314 yuan. And Liang, transfer 5,201,314 yuan. 5 consecutive transfers, totaling a little over 5.78 million, that Li Xiyin didn't accept the money. She dialed the number directly, and Liang naturally chose to answer the phone. On Liang, what are you doing? Li Xiyin asked directly, Happy New Year, baby. And Liang responded with a smile. Snort, Li Xiyin said coquettishly. In fact, On Liang's transfer made her very happy. Baby, will you be at home during the Chinese New Year? And Liang asked. According to Li Xiyin's family situation, there shouldn't be any need to visit relatives, right? After all, Lu Ling is single, and most of Lu Ling's relatives are unreliable. In addition, Li Xiyin's grandmother and grandfather have passed away. Li Xiyin doesn't seem to need to visit relatives. Well, during the Chinese New Year, I spent it with my mother. Li Xiyin responded, Come for a walk with me tomorrow. And Liang explained, Where to go? Li Xiyin asked back, I'm going to talk about something tomorrow, you go with me. And Liang responded, Are you in Xingqing? Li Xiyin asked back, And Liang responded, Okay, Li Xiyin agreed, but I have to go home at night. My mother is at home. So when Lu Ling is not at home, she doesn't have to go home. And Liang responded, "Don't worry, I know. By the way, baby, go and collect the red envelope." And Liang reminded, "Aha." Li Xian responded. But after ending the call, Li Xian only received the first three, a total of 57,720 yuan. She returned the last 521,314 yuan and 5,201,314 yuan. Li Xian. More than 50,000 is already a lot. Li Xian. That's right, I want to post it on Moments. Li Xian. Just now my third aunt's cousin was showing off her 9,999 yuan red envelope. She was showing off to the family group. It was really annoying. And Liang. Please don't block my name. It's a meme. Quite a few licking dogs gave the goddess gifts and red envelopes. When the goddess showed off in the circle of friends, she even mosaicked the name of the licking dogs. How pitiful is a licking dog? Such a goddess is not a goddess either. And Liang suggested that the licking dog should wake up quickly. Li Xian, humph. Li Xian, remember to like it. And Liang, no problem. In less than a minute, Li Xian's circle of friends was updated. Li Xian, my boyfriend and Lang said no coding is allowed. Is this the correct way to use 5201314? Picture. The first accompanying picture shows her complaining that Lu Ling only gave out a $1 red envelope, and then Liang also followed up with a $1 red envelope. The picture in the second chapter shows An Liang starting from 520 yuan directly and ending with 5 consecutive transfers of 5.2 million yuan and 1314 yuan. An Liang conveniently clicked a like. The two are high school classmates, so their friend circles are naturally connected. There are already people in the high school WeChat group at Anlang, Lu Kai at Anlang. Damn it. Kneel down, kneel down. The boss is the boss. Just give him more than 5 million to show your affection. Liang Chao. The total is 5,780,348 yuan. Liang Chao at Li Xiyan. Please share your happiness, sister-in-law. Sun Fei at Li Xiyan. I am so envious that I shed tears. Song Xin at Li Xiyan. Envy of the real name system. Zhou Kong. I vomited. Showing affection makes me money that I will never earn in my life. And Liang. She didn't accept the remaining 520,000 and 5.2 million. Our Xiyan is a good baby with a very upright mind. Li Xiyan. Humph. And Liang. Red envelope. Happy New Year. And Liang. Happy New Year to everyone. Li Xiyan. Happy New Year to everyone. And Liang distributed 2,000 yuan in red envelopes to his high school classmates and divided them into 30 points. We can't guarantee that everyone will have one. Of course, you have to be active to grab the red envelopes. Li Xian's circle of friends is now exploding. After all, the regular show of affection is 5201314, which is a 520 and a 1314 transferred separately. Who can really transfer 5,201,314 yuan? In the Lu family group, Lu Sha cunningly took screenshots of Li Xian's moments. Lu Sha at Li Xian. My cousin is mighty. Lu Mei. Mr. and is worthy of being the crown prince of Insheng. Lu Mei. Congratulations to Xian for joining a wealthy family. Lu Guohua. Congratulations to Xian for joining a wealthy family. However, except for the three of them, no one spoke, including Li Xian, who had no intention of speaking to Li Xian, is chatting with her roommate Gui Yuqing. I vomited. Gui Yuqing. Is this in Liang the one who came to school last time? Li Xian. Gui Yuqing. He is indeed a boss who can easily book a venue at the top of the magic city. Gui Yuqing. Yin Yin. How is our relationship? Li Xian. Gui Yuqing. Gui Yuqing. Why don't you play according to the routine? Li Xian. There is no routine. Lu Ling also saw Li Xian's circle of friends, and she knew that Li Xian did not accept the last two transfers. She sighed silently in her heart. If this 5 consecutive transfers were sent to her, would she be able to resist the temptation? I am afraid. Chapter 775 inches the WeChat group of An Liang and the Xia sisters. He was sending messages in Liang. Call Daddy. Xia Rui, Dad, Happy New Year. I wish you good luck, and bring me the red envelope. Xia Rui at Xia, Herxin. Don't grab my red envelope again. Xiaoxin, I robbed it based on my ability. Why should you blame me? There's nothing wrong with this logic. Just like borrowing money, if you borrow it based on your ability, why should you pay it back? En Liang. Red envelope. Happy New Year. Xiaorui received your red envelope. Xiaoxin received your red envelope. Xiaorui. Wow. Boss, you're going too far. You only pay 1 penny. En Liang. Do you know that even a little bit is love? Xiaoxin. I only received 1 point. Xiaorui. So, boss, who do you love? En Liang. Only children make choices. Xiaorui. All adults want it. En Liang. Adults know they can't stand it. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Except for dual-talented warriors like En Liang and a handful of lucky individuals with extraordinary talents. How can ordinary people withstand it? Blow. Then blow. All your pride and indulgence blown away? Xiaorui and Xiaoxin, who were chatting with En Liang, naturally understood what En Liang meant, and their faces turned red at the same time. Sister, this guy is too naughty, Xiaorui said with a hum. Xiaoxin seconded. It's indeed a bit naughty. Xiaorui. Don't worry, boss. With the advanced medical technology nowadays, Jiuwei Dihuang pills and Lujiao Shinbao are all excellent choices. Facing Xiaorui's counterattack, En Liang almost laughed out loud. Wasn't he digging a hole for himself? En Liang. Are you giving me ideas and asking me to want them all? Xiaorui. En Liang. Okay. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Call me dad. I will give you a red envelope. Xiaorui. Is it even love? En Liang. What kind of person am I? Xiaorui. Picture. Xiaorui. There are pictures and evidence. Xiaorui. You also said you don't know martial arts? En Liang. You saw me bullying Xiaoxin as soon as you came in? Xiaoxin. I feel offended. En Liang. Don't worry. You are definitely not Laifu, and I am not Chong Wei. En Liang used the upgraded interpersonal relationship scanning system to recheck the information of the 2 sisters of the Xia family. The 3 new attributes of the 2 sisters were exactly the same. They were all purity and essence, 100. Character and morality, 89. Physical health, 95. Their special achievements. It only has a score of 90. Although it is already a high score, it is still entry-level in the high-scoring category. After the interpersonal relationship scanning system was updated, En Liang discovered that the moral character of the 2 sisters was only rated at 89 points, so his chat with the 2 sisters felt a little skinny. According to their ratings, En Liang felt that he was not far away from success. After En Liangpi was finished, he first chatted privately with Xiaoxin and Liang. Xiaoxin or Xiaorui? Xiaoxin. Who do you want? En Liang. Whoever I hope can be? Xiaoxin. Didn't we show you that we can fool Face ID? They can really fool Apple. En Liang. It doesn't matter who it is, I'm fair, En Liang. Transfer. 88,888 yuan. En Liang. Happy New Year. En Liang switched to Xiaorui's account and did it again. In the small group of 3, the 2 sisters are both at Anlang, Xiaoxin at Anlang. Xiaorui at Anlang. En Liang. Happy New Year to you all. Xiaorui, wow. Thank you, boss. Xiaoxin. Thank you. En Liang. Small problem. When school starts, remember to treat me to dinner. En Liang plans ahead. He previously obtained an amusement park exciting experience reward card. This reward card has an additional condition. If En Liang invites the opposite sex to the amusement park and the opposite sex takes the initiative to invite him to a meal, he can add the amount of the meal to the cash rebate in the base. But the requirement is that En Liang cannot take the initiative to prompt. Now En Liang has not brought the 2 Xia sisters into the amusement park, so naturally the amusement park exciting experience reward card has not been activated, so the current prompt is not considered a violation. Xiaorui, yeah, I must make clear arrangements for the boss. Xiaoxin, okay. En Liang, I'm leaving now. I still have some work to do. Xiaorui, goodbye, boss. Xiaoxin, go to bed early. After Xiaorui and Xiaoxin received the corresponding transfer, they took screenshots and sent them to the normal school gossip sisters group. Xiaorui. Picture, Xiaohashin. Picture, Xiaorui. The boss's ambition has been exposed. Xiaohashin, a little panicked. Sunua wow. 5/8. Kong Yujia. Envy. Lin Lin. Please leak a little bit between the fingers of these two beauties. Sunua, please let me know a little bit. Kong Yujia. It doesn't matter whether it's leaked or not. I just want to say, who can withstand such a big boss? Kong Yujia. He bought things for you before, and now he transfers money directly. I think you two are going to be disappointed. Sunua, a cool song for you. Lin Lin. I am only envious. After Liang finished communicating with the Xia sisters, he was silently thinking about something meaningful. He really planned to do something meaningful, not just to complete the task for the sake of completing it. Chapter 776. As it approached 1 o'clock in the morning, Liang put down his cell phone. He had already found the information he wanted. Morning. It was just after 8 o'clock, and Liang sent a message to Yun Haiyang. Yun Haiyang didn't stay in bed on New Year's Eve. After Liang's message was sent, Yun Haiyang immediately replied to the message. Yun Haiyang. Brother Liang, I have contacted the Environmental Protection Yamen here. The Yamen is called Shun Jiachong. I will push his WeChat to you. You can add him. Yun Haiyang. I have explained the situation to him in advance, and he knows who you are, Yun Haiyang. By the way, he should be our peripheral in Liang, the periphery of the periphery? Yun Haiyang. In the counterplan, some peripheral members subscribed for shares. Their funds were insufficient, and they would further subcontract out. And Liang understood the meaning instantly. The money earned from counterfunding plans is a clean source that can be spent openly, so counterfunding plans are very popular. After some peripheral members obtain shares, they may indeed have insufficient funds in their hands. And Liang. So you are one of our own? Yun Haiyang. 100% our own. And Liang. Okay, I'll contact him first, Yun Haiyang. Okay. Yun Haiyang immediately pushed Shun Jiachong's WeChat message, and Liang added it smoothly. Then the addition was approved immediately, and the other party sent the message first. Shun Jiachong. Hello, Mr. In. I am Shun Jiachong from the Environmental Protection Yamen. And Liang. Hello, Shun Mansion, Shun Jiachong. Mr. In is too polite. Just call me Lao Shun. Is there anything Mr. In needs help with? And Liang. Let's meet and talk. Old Shin, would you like to book a place? And Liang. Just find a coffee shop or tea house. Everyone is very busy on New Year's Eve. We will leave after talking. I will go home for lunch. Shun Jiachong. Okay. How about we go to the rooftop garden tea house in Caring Bridge? Liang knew about the rooftop garden tea house in Xiao, and he immediately responded to the message in Liang. No problem, Shun Jiachong. See you in an hour? And Liang. Okay. By the way, Lao Shun, I need the internal data of your Environmental Protection Yamen, including personnel information of the entire Environmental Protection Yamen in the main urban area of Shengqing City, as well as related data, Shun Jiachong. Okay, these are not confidential data. I can bring them over. And Liang. See you later, Shun Jiachong. Warmly awaiting Mr. An's arrival. And Liang did not continue to reply to the message, so he called Li Xiyin. Li Xiyin answered the phone in a daze. Hey, Liang. Why are you so early? Haven't gotten up yet? And Liang said with a bad smile. I'm going out right away. I'll come to pick you up. Get up quickly. Ah! Li Xiyin was stunned for a moment. Don't hey. Get up quickly. I'll be right over. And Liang responded and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Liang walked to the living room and said, Dad, Mom, I'll go out in the morning and come back for lunch. And Xinyu nodded. Yeah. And Liang went out and walked towards the Starlight Center and then drove to Tianlan Community. The security personnel at the gate of Tianlan Community were already familiar with Liang's Lamborghini Urus. They let him pass without registering or asking. Downstairs of the first unit, Liang parked his car. He was going to go upstairs. Otherwise, should he wait downstairs? Who knows how long Li Xiyin would have to wait? And Liang came to the door of room 1903, and he knocked on the door. Lu Ling's voice came. Is it in Liang? Yes, Auntie. And Liang responded. Lu Ling opened the door. And Liang looked at Lu Ling after entering the door. He felt like his eyes were brightened because Lu Ling was actually wearing tight-fitting exercise clothes and there were yoga mats in the living room. She was obviously practicing yoga. Early in the morning, just morning exercise. A good figure really comes at a price. And Liang likes women with good figures. It's not that he is greedy for beautiful appearance, but he appreciates the self-discipline and perseverance to maintain his figure. Just like women find men who work hard to be attractive. Likewise, and Liang found women with self-discipline and perseverance particularly attractive. Lu Ling naturally noticed in Liang's gaze, so she could only pretend not to see it and continued to exercise on the yoga mat. She was doing planks. Xian hasn't gotten up yet. Go and call her yourself, Lu Ling said, and Liang withdrew his admiring gaze and responded, okay. In the bedroom, Li Xian is still sleeping. Did this top student girl forget that she was eating ice cream last time? Of course, and Liang did it again. Ah, on Liang, you big bad guy. Li Xian scolded coquettishly, and Liang laughed loudly and even lifted Li Xian's quilt. Get up quickly. I've made an appointment here. You move faster and we'll be there soon. What did you date? Li Xian asked. I'll tell you on the way later. Get up and wash up quickly. And Liang reminded, Li Xian responded. Then get out quickly. I want to change clothes. Fine. And Liang returned to the living room and continued to admire Lu Ling's self-discipline and perseverance. Women with self-discipline and perseverance are indeed very attractive. Chapter 778 Care Bridge, Roof Garden Tea House. Shun Jiachang responded politely. Mr. In, as we said before, just call me Lao Shun. An Liang Lao Get Okay. Lao Xin. Let me introduce to you. This is my girlfriend Li Xian. Shun Jiachang naturally couldn't extend his hand without discipline. He nodded politely and said, Happy New Year, Ms. Li. Li Xian was called Mess, and she nodded a little embarrassedly. Happy New Year. Shun Jiachang introduced and Liang again. Mr. And this is Pei Wenya, the logistics director of our Environmental Protection Yamen. She knows all the relevant information about our Environmental Protection Yamen. Then he introduced and Liang to Pei Wenya. And Liang also had no intention of extending his hand. He nodded slightly and said, Happy New Year, Director Pei. Pei Wenya quickly responded politely, Happy New Year, Mr. After the introduction, both parties took their seats. Naturally, and Liang and Li Xian sat down. On one side, Shun Jiachang and Pei Wenya sat. Mr. Is there anything we need from our Environmental Protection Office? Processed? Shun Jiachang also guessed that Anshin Construction had environmental protection issues that needed to be dealt with. However, Shun Jiachang was secretly confused because Anshin Construction Company had a very good reputation and had never had any environmental protection issues. Before Shun Jiachang came over, he specifically asked after looking at the situation of Anshin Construction Company. It was once again confirmed that Anshin Construction Company had no environmental protection problems. And Liang first set the tone. Lao Shun, don't worry, this time is a good thing. We, Anshin Construction, have no environmental problems to deal with. And Liang opened the skylight and spoke frankly. Our Anshin Construction is a company that abides by laws and regulations. Lao Shun doesn't have to worry about me having a relationship with you and making you do things that violate laws and regulations. Shun Jiachang breathed a sigh of relief and responded, What's going on with Mr. And Liang did not answer Shun Jiachang. He asked directly, Director Pei, how many people do we have in the environmental protection system of the main urban area of Shangqing? And Liang added, including employees who directly belong to your environmental protection yamen, employees independently hired by the neighborhood, and employees who operate in a market-oriented manner. Pei Wenya was stunned for a moment. Please wait a moment, I will check it in the system. And Liang waited patiently. 2 or 3 minutes later, Pei Wenya responded, The environmental protection system staff within the main urban area include environmental protection yamen, independently hired sanitation staff in the neighborhoods, and environmental protection staff operated by market-oriented companies. A total of 54,496 people. What is the specific situation? And Liang asked and then added in detail, for example, the ratio of men to women, the ratio of types of work, age distribution, education level, and various data, etc. Pei Wenya immediately reported. The staff in the environmental protection system are mainly female, with a total of 43,194 people, accounting for 79.26%. This ratio is basically no problem. The majority of sanitation workers are women. The number of sweepers is 43,155, accounting for 79.19%. The number of garbage truck transporters is 1,619, accounting for 2.97%. The number of public restroom maintenance personnel is 3,346, accounting for 6.14%. Pei Wenya paused for a moment before continuing. There are 4,240 managers, accounting for 7.78%. And Liang raised his eyebrows. Such a high ratio of managers? Does the environmental protection system require such a high ratio of managers? And Liang ignored this question. He could not judge whether the management ratio was reasonable, but he could exclude managers. There are 37,081 staff members over 40 years old, accounting for 68.06%. There are 36,649 people with junior high school education and below, accounting for 67.25%. Pei Wenya continued to explain. This set of data shows that most of the staff in the environmental protection system are older and less educated. And Liang also keenly judged that the education statistics should be based on the calculation of personnel in management positions. Go in, otherwise the proportion of low-educated people will be even higher. If all managers are excluded, the proportion of staff with junior high school education and below will increase to about 73%. The average number of working days per month for cleaning workers is 27.7 days, and the working hours per day is 8.2 hours. Public restroom management and nursing staff work an average of 28.6 days per month and 9.8 hours per day. Garbage truck workers work an average of 27.9 days per month and 8.6 hours per day. Pei Wenya explained the working hours of the relevant personnel. This kind of working hours is definitely high-intensity work. After all, the staff of the environmental protection system, their job is not to sit in an air-conditioned room and play computer games and waste time. They are working under the scorching sun, in the cold wind, and in the dark. Especially for road sweepers, it is even more life-threatening. In which year was there no news report that a road sweeper was killed? And Liang asked, "Where is the salary? I want median salary data." And Liang explained, "By the way, there is no need to explain the data of the management post." Pei Wenya secretly breathed a sigh of relief and responded, "The median salary of a sweeper is 1,700 yuan. The median salary of a public restroom maintenance worker is 1,650 yuan. And the median salary of a garbage truck worker is slightly higher, reaching 2,100 yuan. Li Xiyan sighed silently on the side. Isn't this salary too low? No wonder pork freedom cannot be achieved. Chapter 782, and Liang left home, drove to Tianlan Community, and parked in the open-air parking space downstairs of a unit where he was familiar with the road. The little vixen went to Anguang, her mother's hometown. Now Shengqing only has Li Xiyan dong dong dong, and Liang knocked on the door. Who? Li Xiyan's voice came, "Baby, open the door quickly." And Liang responded. Li Xiyan heard in Liang's voice, looked through the peephole, and then immediately opened the door. "Why are you here again?" Li Xiyan asked, and Liang walked in first. He glanced at the living room and saw that Lu Ling was not in the living room. He immediately stopped Li Xiyan at the entrance, then pushed Li Xiyan against the wall and made a bang. Li Xiyan originally wanted to resist, but she put her hands around in Liang's waist and responded awkwardly and enthusiastically. Lu Ling was checking work information in the bedroom. She also heard the knock on the door, but did not hear the follow-up voice. So she walked out to check the situation, and saw Liang Baidong and Li Xiyan, and she quietly returned to the room. "Xiyan, who's knocking on the door?" Lu Ling's voice came over, and Liang let go of Li Xiyan. Li Xiyan rolled her eyes at Liang before responding. "Mom, and Liang is here again. Annie, I'm disturbing you again." And Liang said with a smile, "We have too many relatives, and I don't know most of them, so I simply came out to take refuge." Lu Ling understood what Liang meant. She dropped the work documents in her hands on the coffee table. And Liang, sit down for a while and I'll peel 2 apples. Don't bother, Annie. And Liang responded. Lu Ling didn't respond either. He obviously wouldn't peel an apple. And Liang glanced at the salary document Lu Ling had left on the coffee table. This document was a loan application, and the lender was Diameter Battery Technology Industrial Company. Jia Battery Technology Industrial Company applied for a loan of $1 billion to develop new battery technology. And Liang only read the content on the first page, and he did not pick it up to check more because it was rude. Li Xiyin was looking at his cell phone, and Liang went over to take a look. This academic girl was actually watching Shengqing TV's report on Onxing construction. The TV station moved so fast. Li Xiyin sighed, and Liang responded with a smile. Of course, we should report this kind of thing as soon as possible. What if we at AXA regret it? Li Xiyin looked up this piece of news on the internet again. While checking, she asked, when will you start school? Next month on July, August, and September. We will open early and open early. What about you? And Liang asked back. We are from the 14th to the 16th. Li Xiyin responded regretfully. You've already started school. You mean Valentine's Day? And Liang asked with a wicked smile. Li Xiyin's face turned red. Baby, every day is Valentine's Day for us. And Liang explained. Most of these festivals are deceptions created by businesses to stimulate consumption. We don't need special festivals. Li Xiyin nodded obediently. And Liang was right. When she and Liang were together, if necessary, that day would be Valentine's Day. Lu Ling walked into the living room with a plate of apples. She put the apples on the coffee table. By the way, he inserted a toothpick and said, On Liang, eat some apples. And Liang nodded. Okay, thank you, Annie. By the way, Annie, what is the situation of Jia battery technology industry? And Liang pointed to the working documents on the coffee table. Lu Ling responded. Jia Battery wants to upgrade its technology and invest in new research plans, so it hopes to obtain a low-interest loan of $1 billion. How low is the interest rate? An Liang is curious. 5-year term, annual interest rate of 3.5%, which is almost 30% of the base interest rate. Lu Ling responded, is this interest rate okay? And Liang asked back, our previous interest rate at AXA was only 2.5%. Lu Ling rolled her eyes at Liang and said, your AXA is AXA. According to AXA's situation, the possibility of your AXA defaulting on its debt is very small. But the situation with Jia Batteries is different. Their current situation is not very good. What's the situation? And Liang asked curiously. Their sales are hampered. Although Jia Battery has advanced technology, both Tesla and BYD have their own battery factories. Coupled with LG Chem, Panasonic, etc., Jia Battery is having a hard time. Lu Ling explained. According to Jia Battery's situation, its loan application will most likely be rejected. After all, the default rate is very high, and it is almost impossible to obtain a loan interest rate reduction. Lu Ling added, I see. And Liang responded, Annie, is this promotion? Lu Ling used to be the deputy manager of VIP customer service, so it was naturally impossible for him to review loan issues. Lu Ling nodded. There were problems in the bank before. The deputy manager of the credit department also lost his job. I now take over the position of deputy manager of the credit department. The credit department? And Liang joked. That's a good department with plenty of oil and water. Lu Ling complained. It's not good at all. And Liang was confused. What's going on? Can you see it? Chapter 783 at Li Xiyin's house. And Liang was discussing work matters with Lu Ling, and Li Xiyin was also listening. The credit sector today is not what it used to be. Lu Ling explained, take Jia Battery Technology Industry as an example. I am responsible for approving this project, so I need to be responsible for this project. If there is a dead debt or bad debt, I will also be held accountable. Taking AXA Construction as an example again. In order to win over high-quality customers like AXA Construction, we offered extremely favorable conditions without any performance to speak of. Lu Ling sighed, and Liang asked curiously, as for AXA's loans, does Annie have no performance? Lu Ling shook his head. Do you know the nature of bank profitability? Lu Ling asked Liang. And Liang suddenly realized, I understand. Your bank eats the interest difference, the low interest rate for savings customers and the high interest rate for loan customers, and then earns the difference, right? And Liang explained. Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. That's right. The 6-year loan interest rate our Gongshang Bank gave you to AXA is 2.5%, with a total interest rate of 15%, which is a full income of 300 million. It seems that our Gongshang Bank is guaranteed to make a profit, but in theory, we discussed that the bank is losing money. Lu Ling explained, and Liang nodded in understanding. If the same 2 billion funds are deposited regularly for 6 years, the annual interest rate is 2.75%, and the total interest for 6 years is 16.5%. That is 330 million. In theory, it sounds like Gongshang Bank has lost 30 million yuan. But in fact, it won't happen, because few depositors will save 2 billion yuan for 6 years at a time. Gongshang Bank will still save 2 billion yuan for 6 years. To make money, Gongshang Bank brings together a large number of idle funds from retail investors and then lends them to AXA Construction. The interest rate paid by Gongshang Bank to retail investors may be current or short-term, so Gongshang Bank still makes money, but just don't make much for loan customers like your AXA Construction. I have no performance at all. I am only considered for promotion, and then I received a symbolic bonus of 10,000 yuan. Lu Ling explained. The project with a loan of 2 billion yuan only received a bonus of 10,000 yuan in the end. And Liang was unable to complain, but that's the bank's rules. Lu Ling continued. For other loan projects, our performance has a commission of 1,000th to 5,000ths, but the liability risks we bear are also very high. Still using your AXA Construction as an example, if I can lend you a loan at an annual loan interest rate of 3%, and the interest for 6 years is 18%, that is an interest of 360 million. Lu Ling explained. Lu Ling continued, the loan income interest of 360 million, minus the theoretical maximum expenditure of 330 million savings interest, our bank will generate a profit of 30 million. Your AXA Construction is a company with top credit rating. It has a very high rating within our bank and a repayment rate of over 99%. Therefore, I can get the highest grade profit performance of 0.5%, which is 150,000 yuan. Lu Ling added, Is it difficult? Lu Ling sighed, and Liang nodded. It's indeed difficult. It is certainly impossible for high-quality customers to accept higher loan interest rates, but if it is lower than the savings interest rate, you will have no performance. If there are bad debts, it will be even more troublesome, and responsibilities must be divided. Lu Ling sighed. I can only say that the basic salary is a little higher than my previous position. I should try to be more careful to avoid possible bad debts. The first time Li Xian heard Lu Ling talk about work, she suddenly felt that it was really not easy for Lu Ling. Thank you for your hard work, Mom, Li Xian said sincerely. Lu Ling responded, Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't pursue high income, so naturally I won't be too tired. And Liang said half jokingly, half seriously, If I need a loan in the future, I will contact my aunt. Okay, I'll help to the best of my ability. Lu Ling promised. What if the limit is very high? And Liang asked casually, How high? Lu Ling asked back, Billions of dollars. On Liang responded, We used to mainly cooperate with Gongshang Bank in Beijing. We currently have 2 records of 2 billion loans. The interest rate is 0.8%, and the loan cycle is 10 days. Lu Ling exclaimed, 10-day loan cycle? And Liang responded affirmatively. Actually, it was said to be 10 days, but we all paid back the debt within a week. Is there any collateral? Lu Ling added. Or is it just a credit loan? Of course there is collateral, and the collateral is definitely worth 2 billion. And Liang responded, the person who handled it was going to die laughing. Lu Ling sighed. For ultra-short-term loans like yours, and with sufficient collateral, our bank generally does not calculate interest for depositors, and the share ratio given to the handler is particularly high. I guess it's at least 10%, right? Lu Ling said with a sigh. Is that 1.6 million? And Liang asked back. Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. But there are almost no such customers. I have been in the industry for more than 10 years and have only heard of it once. What you're talking about now is the second time. And Liang responded with a smile. Then next time we need a loan, I hope Annie can help with it. No problem. Lu Ling agreed directly, and she secretly looked forward to the next time. Chapter 784, 2:30 in the afternoon. After Liang finished eating the last piece of apple, he said, Baby, let's go to Guijin? Li Xian first looked at Lu Ling next to her. She glared at Liang fiercely, signaling Liang not to be too arrogant, and even called her affectionately in front of her mother. Li Xian hummed, Why go to Guijin again? It's New Year, let's go buy new clothes. And Liang responded, By the way, Annie, you are coming too. Thank you for the good conditions you secured for AXA. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought AXA's loan was a big business. Lu Ling responded, It is indeed a big business, mainly reflected in the weighted coefficient of promotion. Ouch! And Liang extended the invitation again. Annie, you can come too. Li Xian said coquettishly. Mom, you should come too. Lu Ling then agreed. Okay, I'll go with you to have a look. The main reason is that Lu Ling doesn't want to stay at home alone. She often stays at home alone. After finally having a holiday, she also wants to go out for a walk. After Lu Ling agreed, Li Xian took Lu Ling to change clothes, and Liang was waiting in the living room. He took the opportunity to check the previous special information related to gold. He had not checked it in detail before, and now he had time to check it. This special information related to gold actually recorded the price of gold. Yesterday's international gold price was 345 yuan per gram. In this special gold-related news, it was actually recorded that the price of gold hit 450 yuan, and the time was just 1 month later. It's interesting. And Liang Momo, he is thinking, can he make money through this news? That is a must. Even if he chooses the worst paper gold investment, according to the current international gold price of 345 yuan, he can get a minimum profit of 30%. Okay? If he chooses international spot gold, combines numerous advantages. With a little bit of leverage, the profit will be higher, okay? But there is a problem with choosing international spot gold. This special information related to gold is only on February 24th. The gold price was 450 yuan, and there was no information on the gold price trend. And Liang checked today's international gold price again, and found that today's international gold price was actually 343 yuan. Is this a drop? This is the problem, because there is no specific trend information. If there is a decline in the middle, and Liang chooses high leverage and 1-month long-term investment, there may be a situation where the margin is insufficient and the position is forcibly closed, and the position is immediately closed. For example, it is said that Liang wants to use a 400-fold leverage, and the margin is only 2.5 thousandths. The international gold price fell from 345 yuan to 343 yuan, a drop of 5.8 thousandths. Then Liang may be beaten to death in a wave. Of course, this is just an extreme example. It is impossible for Liang to do 400 times the leverage, because the risk is too great. It is even impossible to do more than 10 times the leverage. Although the daily trading volume of international spot gold has reached 20 trillion US dollars, there are no so-called bookmakers at all. But what if there is a surge? A wave comes over, and Liang's more than 2 billion Xiaogui yuan is converted into more than 300 million. The US dollar is nothing compared to the total volume of 20 trillion US dollars. Therefore, it is impossible for Liang to carry out high leverage operations. He will not even operate immediately, and is prepared to observe the situation for 2 days to see the situation. But he can mobilize funds in advance. And Liang sent a message to the friends group of the Imperial City, and Liang at everyone. Is anyone here? Li Tsunyun. 1. Qian Xiaojing squeaked. Yun Haiyang. I'm in Tianfu, and the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'm going to have a grand celebration. Please ask Brother Liang to arrange a one-stop service. Qian Xiaojing. Thank you for the invitation. Dragons really exist in the world, and Brother Haiyang has been served. Cloud Ocean. Yin Haiyang. Brother Gongzi, you are poisonous. Li Tsunyuan. Brother Liang, what's going on? And Liang, did you spend your money? Qian Xiaojing. I smell something good. Yin Haiyang. Not a penny spent. Others are spending money, while I just eat, drink, and have fun. And Liang. As expected of you. Li Tsung. As expected of you. Qian Xiaojing. The #1 pickpocket in the imperial capital. His reputation is well-deserved. And Liang. You should count how much money you have first, and then report the number. Li Tsunyuan. The profit last time was more than 1.2 billion, with a principal of 500 million. In addition, the property rights of Lingtu Gold Mine can be used as a loan of 500 million. If we borrow more from here and there, we should be able to get 2.5 billion. Qian Xiaojing, almost Yun Haiyang. I have less, but I can use 2 billion. If I borrow a little from my second cousin, I can barely reach 2.5 billion. Li Tsunyuan. Does Brother Liang have another plan? And Liang. Do you dare to take the risk? And Liang. Double the amount if you win, and pay it all if you lose. Qian Xiaojing. I'm done. Qian Xiaojing. Brother Liang, are you sure you're not kidding? If you earn 2.5 billion, which unlucky guy is your favorite? And Liang. What does it mean that the unlucky guy has been chosen by me? Qian Xiaojing. The stock price of Bentian Automobile continues to be sluggish. The sales of Bentian Silk Road and Bentian Haoying have plummeted around the world. It is initially estimated that the loss of Bentian Automobile exceeds 100 billion Xiaogui yuan. Yun Haiyang. Dongbin and Guangbin are so angry that they're going crazy, but several people outside us have already pressed them to the ground and rubbed them. Li Tsunyuan. Are there any funding restrictions? Do you want to bring the peripherals with you? Li Tsunyuan. After the implementation of our last anti-fund plan, our voice has increased a lot, and some things have become more convenient. And Liang also realized this. For example, when I previously communicated with the Environmental Protection Yamen, the other party was a high-level official of the 5th rank, but when facing in Liang, he had more of a flattering attitude. Not only because he is a peripheral member, but also because he knows very well what interest groups are behind in Liang. Chapter 785, Facing Li Tsunyuan's Inquiry. And Liang began to think secretly. Logically speaking, with the international spot gold market's daily scale of 20 trillion US dollars, their actions this time can indeed absorb unlimited funds. However, it is very troublesome to manage huge funds, and there will be a series of subsequent troubles. And Liang needs to consider it carefully. And Liang, I'm not sure yet. I'm still analyzing. And Liang, just stick to the old rules. And Liang, according to the amount of funds in the counterfunding plan, we reserve 10 billion, and I will occupy 2.5 billion. If you don't ask for 2.5 billion, I will consider peripheral matters. Li Tsunyuan, 2.5 billion, I'll follow. Qian Xiaojing, follow. Yun Haiyang, I want to borrow money too. And Liang, let me first remind you that the risks this time are very high. And Liang, you should all understand that it is easy to make 10,000 yuan with 10,000 yuan, very difficult to make 100 million with 100 million yuan, and it is almost impossible to make 10 billion yuan with 10 billion yuan. And Liang, if you make a profit, then everyone will be happy. If you lose, you have to consider your own ability to bear it. Anyway, I can bear a loss of 2.5 billion. And Liang, don't answer me right away. Think about it carefully, think about it slowly, and think it over clearly before you speak. It's best to consider the situation of being cheated by me if you throw away the 2.5 billion. And Liang, just treat it as if you don't have the 2.5 billion. Think it over clearly, make a decision, and don't contact me. After I confirm it later, I will ask in the group, and you can make a decision. And Liang, okay, I'm going to slip away now. I'm going shopping with my girlfriend. Li Tsunyuan. Chen Siyu went to Xingqing? Li Tsunyuan? Or Ning Rishuang? Yun Haiyang. In order to protect my friend's privacy, I hide his name. I can only say that my friend also has a girlfriend in Xingqing. Li Kunyuan. Qian Xiaojing. Master. Qian Xiaojing. Master. Teach me. Li Tsunyuan. Please give me advice. Yun Haiyang? Yun Haiyang. I vomited. 3 scumbags. And Liang did not continue to bubble up among the friends in the imperial city. He was not joking just now. Even if he planned to have a low leverage ratio, What if he encountered various accidents and was eventually taken away by a wave of excessive damage? So he told the worst-case scenario and let Li Tsunyuan and the others think about it slowly. No matter what choice the three of them make, and Liang can understand it, and it will not affect everyone's friendship. As long as everything is discussed openly, it will not affect everyone's relationship. Baby, are you okay yet? And Liang glanced at the time. It's almost 20 minutes, okay? Immediately, Li Xian responded. And Liang checked moments for a while, and nearly 10 minutes later, Li Xian and Lu Ling came out. On Liang, Li Xianga, and Liang looked at the sound, and he immediately discovered the problem. Lu Ling was wearing Li Xian's clothes again. Lu Ling also changed her hairstyle. Like Li Xian, she chose a long hair shawl, letting the dark long the hair is naturally scattered on the shoulders and falls on both sides of the body. Such a dress. Lu Ling instantly felt like a college student. Poisonous. On Liang, do you think my mother is very young? Li Xian asked proudly, and Liang nodded and said, yes, yes, let's go quickly. It's past 3 o'clock. If we go any further, it's closed over there. Normally, the business hours of the International Financial Center are from 10 a.m. to 10 o'clock in the evening. But today is New Year's Eve, and the business hours are only until 6 p.m. And Liang has already checked the relevant information on the WeChat official account of the International Financial Center. And Liang brought Li Xian, and Lu Ling drove to the International Financial Center. Fortunately, a large number of people left the city to return to their hometowns during the Chinese New Year. The city was extremely empty, and there was no traffic jam at all. Half an hour later, and Liang drove to the International Financial Center. Today, he was driving a Lamborghini Urus, so he could use the practical parking tips of the International Financial Center. But An Liang didn't choose the practical parking tips because it was a bit too high profile. What if he met an acquaintance? Or just park in the underground garage, honestly? Li Xian asked doubtfully. Should we not stop at the top? And Liang responded casually, it's cold outside, but it's a little warmer in the underground garage. Well, that makes sense. Li Xian responded. And Liang sighed secretly. This academic girl actually remembered the situation where she could park outside. It seems that she should be more careful in the future. Caution is the true rule of being a good man. IFC Center Platinum in the members-only underground parking garage. An Liang chose the parking space near the elevator. During the Chinese New Year, there were many parking spaces for him to choose from. After getting off the car, Li Xian naturally walked in front hand in hand with Lu Ling, and Lu Ling walked through after putting on Li Xian's clothes. She and Li Xian really looked like a pair of sisters. No, if they were separated and viewed from the side, and Liang felt that it would be difficult to distinguish Li Xian and Lu the difference between Ling's profile. Only when they are facing each other, and Liang can accurately judge the difference between the two. Because Lu Ling looks more mature, and Li Xian looks more youthful. And Liang thought silently in his heart, he is too difficult. Chapter 786 International Financial Center, Underground Parking Lot. Li Xian and Lu Ling walked in front hand in hand, and then Liang followed behind. If he ignored the difference in clothing, he would not be able to tell Lu Ling and Li Xian from the back. In the elevator, Li Xian asked, Mom, what should we see first? Lu Ling responded casually, you decide. Li Xian asked and Liang again, what about you? What do you want to see? And Liang responded casually. She said, just take a look and we'll buy whatever you like. The corners of Li Xian's mouth turned up. She liked being pampered like this by An Liang. The three of them took the elevator to the flat floor. Directly across from the elevator was Bottega Veneta. This low-key brand was now so low-key that it was reduced to dust. After the original sheepskin weaving style was drastically changed, old fans also began to distance themselves from this brand. As for what some media have advocated, Bottega Veneta's design style has become younger and more diverse after changing designers. This is indeed the case. But what about the decline in sales? Li Xian didn't even look at Bodhi's, and she didn't like Bodhi's either. She dragged Lu Ling to the Gucci store. Among several high-end luxury brands, Li Xian liked Gucci the most. Maybe it's because Gucci's style is the cutest? For example, The Mickey Mouse series and various fruit pattern series are all in line with Li Xian's aesthetic concept. In the Gucci store, Li Xian took Lu Ling to select new winter styles. She fell in love with a pink pineapple print sweatshirt with a yellow body. "Mom, do you think this one looks good?" Li Xian asked. Lu Ling nodded. "It's quite beautiful." Li Xian immediately asked the clerk to ask for 2 pieces to try on. Lu Ling stopped her and said, "I'm not suitable for pink." "Suitable?" Li Xian responded. "Mom looks very young. Why do you always wear dark clothes?" The clerk quickly brought out 2 pieces of clothing. Li Xian took Lu Ling to the fitting room, and the two tried on the pineapple print sweatshirt together. And Liang was naturally waiting outside. Gucci's fitting room and Uniqlo's fitting room differently, and Liang could not enter the fitting room with Li Xian. After a while, Li Xian changed into a pineapple print sweatshirt first and came out. She looked at Liang and asked, "Does it look good?" When asking, Li Xian opened her arms and showed them left and right. And Liang nodded affirmatively. "It's pretty good looking." Lu Ling also walked out of the fitting room at this time. She stood next to Li Xian. When the two of them were wearing the same clothes, they really felt like sisters. "Mom, what do you think?" Li Xian asked. Lu Ling had a shy and embarrassed expression. "I think pink, feeling inappropriate. I think it's very suitable." Li Xian responded, "Mom, look, see for yourself." Li Xian pointed to the mirror. In the mirror, Li Xian and Lu Ling were standing together. Their heights were almost the same. In addition, they had highly similar faces and identical pineapple print sweatshirts. How could Lu Ling look like Li Xian's mother? She doesn't look like her at all? Okay. On Liang, do you think it suits my mother? Li Xian asked. Lu Ling paid attention with his peripheral vision. Now that Li Xian asked, and Liang admired Lu Ling openly, and finally nodded affirmatively. "It's very beautiful," Li Xian said to Lu Ling again. "Mom, listen," and Liang said, "It looks good." Lu Ling sighed secretly in her heart. The two first decided on a pineapple print sweatshirt, and then Li Xian chose a black main body with a cat patch print outlined in knitted cotton. "It still has a cute style." "Mom, this cat is pretty good looking. What do you think?" Li Xian asked. Lu Ling wanted to refute, but didn't say it out loud. Then he was pulled into the fitting room by Li Xian to change clothes. This time, Lu Ling came out first, and Liang was reading the messages on his phone. He put down his phone. He glanced at Lu Ling first and said proactively, "It's quite good looking." Lu Ling's face turned red. She was not Li Xian. She knew in Liang's background. And Liang was not an honest person. Li Xian also changed into a sweatshirt with a printed cat patch and came out. She stood next to Lu Ling and asked, "On Liang, do you think it looks good?" And Liang nodded affirmatively. "It looks good." After getting in Liang's approval, Li Xian decided on this sweatshirt with a printed cat patch, and then she couldn't choose any other ones because she had all the others. Gucci is so slow to release new products. Li Xian complained. And Liang responded with a smile. "Then let's go to the house next door and have a look." 2 sweatshirts, 2 pieces each. The pineapple printed sweatshirt is 8,500 yuan per piece, and the cat patch printed sweatshirt is 10,200 yuan per piece. The total is 37,400 yuan. If you use a junior shopping cashback card, you will be at a slight loss. And Liang sees he glanced at Lu Ling and then reminded, "Xian, do you want to buy 2 pairs of shoes?" Li Xian shook her head. "I just took a look. They are all old styles. There are no new ones." "Then buy 2 pairs for your mother?" "I think Gucci sneakers are quite comfortable." And Liang reminded again. Li Xian suddenly realiza. Why? Gucci sneakers basically cost 7,500 yuan. After adding 2 pairs, the total price came to 52,400 yuan, which directly exceeded the limit of the primary shopping cashback card. I finally felt comfortable. Chapter 788, Louis Vuitton sales clerk Xiaofeng actually recognized An Liang. She even remembered that An Liang and Yang Maui came here to shop together before. Now that An Liang brought a different female companion, Xiaofeng just sighed in her heart. As for exposing An Liang, please, what are the benefits of her exposing An Liang? The first benefit is that we lost An Liang, a big customer. The second benefit is getting fired. The third advantage is that Louis Vuitton will record a career stain of revealing customer information in the work file, and then when looking for a job, it will hit a wall, okay? To put it simply, as long as she exposes in Liang, her sales career in the field of high-end luxury goods will be completely over. Whether it is a high-end luxury brand in clothing or jewelry, they all attach great importance to customer privacy. There are also special instructions for store clerk training. The salary and benefits of store clerks of high-end luxury brands are far higher than those of ordinary sales staff, so they will naturally cherish their jobs. After all, why bother seeking death? Even after An Liang is exposed, well, the other party leaving An Liang is a big problem, so you have to clean up the snow in front of yourself. After a while, Li Xiyin and Lu Ling came out of the fitting room. Li Xiyin greeted, "An Liang, come and take a look." And Liang secretly smiled. Since it was Li Xiyin who ordered it, he was not polite. And Liang walked over and looked at Lu Ling carefully. The red coat matched her fair skin and looked very good. There was a contrast between the flames and the white snow. "I feel very good," and Liang said with certainty. "It's just a little bit missing." "Oh, and add a scarf," and Liang added. Li Xiyin immediately took action. She chose a scarf with Louis Vuitton's classic pattern, and after wrapping it around Lu Ling, she asked, "What now?" "It's pretty good now," and Liang responded. Li Xiyin nodded slightly. "I think it's good too." To be honest, Lu Ling herself felt pretty good. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Ling felt like she was in a dream, because she had just seen the price of this coat, which was a full 43,000 yuan. With Lu Ling's from a visual point of view, the shape of this coat is only a very ordinary slim fit, but the excellent wool mixed with silk fabric gives it a full texture, and it can also ensure a good fit after wearing it. At the same time, high-quality dyes and superb dyeing technology make this pure red coat look very comfortable. The red is very bright and does not have the lifeless feeling of inferior products. Especially when paired with Louis Vuitton's classic monogram printed scarf, it is quite there is a feeling of being an elite in the workplace. Lu Ling herself couldn't help but indulge in it. This guy's methods, Lu Ling sighed secretly in his heart. Obviously knowing that this is in Liang's corrosive method, it is really difficult to refuse. After all, An Liang gave first. He didn't put forward any conditions at all. He just gave unilaterally. Just like the spring rain moistening things silently, he changed some things silently. "Mom, please try this one again." Li Xiyin chose another black coat. The red coat is a combination of round neck and V-neck styles, and the black coat is a lapel V-neck style. Its texture also looks very outstanding. After all, it is Louis Vuitton's wool and V-neck style. Silk mixed fabric. Lu Ling was forced by Li Xiyin to change into a new black coat. Lu Ling realized that she was sinking. After a while, Lu Ling came out wearing a black lapel V-neck coat, and Liang finally saw Lu Ling's inner lining. It is a white tight-fitting sweater. With a V-neck style, the tight-fitting sweater brings out Lu Ling's excellent figure. "And Liang, what do you think?" Li Xiyin asked. This time Liang was cautious. He took a casual look and nodded. "It's okay. Shin, go pick out another scarf. The scarf just now doesn't seem to match this coat." Li Xiyin immediately went to choose a scarf. And Liang then looked at Lu Ling and scrupulously. Lu Ling also noticed in Liang's unscrupulous gaze. She pretended not to notice and just looked at the full-length mirror to check the condition of the coat. Li Xiyin found a dark scarf was wrapped around Lu Ling, and she asked again, "What now?" "Fine." And Liang responded first, and then asked Lu Ling, "Annie, can you wear high heels?" Lu Ling nodded. "Okay. Then pick 2 more pairs of high heels." And Liang added, "By the way, take a look at the trousers that match the coat. I have bought all the Louis Vuitton coats, so of course I need to match them in full sets. Otherwise, how about a Louis Vuitton coat worth tens of thousands of dollars, paired with pants worth tens of dollars, and shoes worth $100 or $200? High-end luxury clothes are often matched in sets. High-end luxury clothing cannot be like a high-end luxury bag. A Louis Vuitton classic monogram canvas bag can be matched with all kinds of clothing, but high-end luxury clothing cannot be matched with all kinds of clothing. That's why there is a joke that carrying a high-end luxury bag is not necessarily if you are rich. You must have good financial conditions to wear high-end clothing. Taking Lu Ling as a reference, a coat, a pair of high heels, trousers, and a scarf will cost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, which is far more than a high-end luxury bag. Chapter 792 T Online Community, downstairs of Unit 1. And Liang and Lu Ling were carrying multiple shopping bags from the trunk and the co-pilot. Lu Ling suddenly said, "And Liang." And Liang responded, "What's wrong, Auntie?" Lu Ling looked at En Liang with complicated eyes, and she whispered, "Can you not hurt Xiyin?" And Liang looked at Lu in surprise. "Ling, Annie, how could I hurt Xiyin?" Lu Ling didn't know how to answer the question for a while. "Annie, do you know the divorce rate last year?" And Liang said as he walked towards the elevator. There was no one in the elevator. And Liang continued, "Last year, the number of marriages in our Shengqing was close to 240,000, and the number of divorces was close to 140,000. The percentage of the number of divorces to the number of marriages exceeded 50% ratio. The number of marriages the year before last was close to 260,000, and the number of divorces was still close to 140,000. The ratio of the number of divorces to the number of marriages still exceeded 50%. And Liang added explanation. "I think most newlyweds who get married are in love, right?" And Liang added, "Why did you end up getting divorced?" Lu Ling was silent. When two people are together, the most important thing is that they like to be together, are willing to be together, and enjoy the feeling of being together. And Liang explained, "Auntie, I can only promise one thing. I am sincere to Xiyin, and I will be good to her." After En Liang finished speaking, the elevator came to the first floor, and there was no one in the elevator. The two entered the elevator. The elevator quickly climbed up floor by floor. When they got to the 19th floor and walked out of the elevator, Lu Lingkai sighed, "I hope you know sooner said than done, I will." And Liang responded softly. Lu Ling actually understood what En Liang meant, and En Liang only promised one thing. When number 1903 was placed at the door, Lu Ling opened the door. And Liang had no intention of entering the house. He handed the shopping bag to Lu Ling, who took it silently. Looking at Lu Ling, who was dressed almost exactly like Li Xiyin, and Liang sighed softly. "Actually, you and Xiyin are similar." Lu Ling's face suddenly turned red. "I'm leaving now. I'll come back later, and I'll send you the Excel spreadsheet of the transfer." And Liang waved his hand and then closed the door. When the door was closed, Lu Ling leaned against the wall of the entrance hall. Her heartbeat was fast. She was scared just now. She was not afraid that En Liang would do something more outrageous. She was afraid of not resisting, and Liang's words about her and Li Xiyan really hit Lu Ling in an instant. Lu Ling leaned against the wall of the entrance hall. She couldn't help but think of En Liang and Li Xiyan who had been here before. Are she really similar to Li Xiyan? Lu Ling touched her face. There was almost no trace of time. Her skin was as fair and tender as a girl's, and had firm elasticity. This was the thing she was most proud of, but it seems to be causing trouble to her now. On the other side, and Liang drove back home. When he came back, the house had calmed down. Those relatives had left, but another group of relatives would come tomorrow. And Xingyu was reading a document on the sofa in the living room. When En Liang came back, he glanced at En Liang and just said a simple greeting. "Dad, did you bring your laptop back?" And Liang asked, and Xingyu responded affirmatively. "I brought it back. What happened?" "I'll use it." And Liang quickly explained that the Environmental Protection Yamen had sent the information of all frontline environmental protection workers, and he needed to process the Excel form. And Xingyu took out the laptop from the bedroom and handed it to En Liang. "You can invest with peace of mind." "When will the funds arrive?" "We at AXA don't have more than 50 million in our account." "Don't worry. I've already given the order, and it will arrive before 12 o'clock. And Liang responded while copying and backing up the Excel form sent by Shen Jiachong, and then reprocessed the newly backed up Excel form, leaving only the name and bank account information. After doing it, and Liang sent it directly to Lu Ling in the past, I then logged out of the computer and deleted the login record. "Dad, I have left the corresponding Excel spreadsheet on your computer. You will arrange for an intern to randomly visit and investigate later." Is that okay? And Liang explained, no problem. And Xingyu responded, and then complained, thanks to you. During the Lantern Festival, I was invited to attend the Shengqing government's Lantern Festival party, and I had to reimburse for 2 days of rest. This is a good thing. And Liang smiled mischievously. Is everything okay? And Xingyu complained, it's simply troublesome. And Liang quickly ran away to avoid Xingyu having to complain for a long time. He quickly washed up and returned to the bedroom, and then checked the message sent by Lu Ling. Lu Ling, got it, Lu Ling. As long as there are no problems with this Excel spreadsheet, it can be processed tomorrow morning. Lu Ling, by the way, I cost you money again today. Thank you. And Liang, you're welcome. And Liang, Happy New Year? Lu Ling, Happy New Year. Chapter 793. And Liang did not communicate much with Lu Ling because patience is an excellent quality. After finishing the exchange with Lu Ling, and Liang checked the international gold price. The international gold price is updated in real time 24 hours a day. Even if it is trading and speculating on international spot gold, it is also 24 hours a day, and it is T+0 rule. The so-called T+0 rule is that positions can be opened and closed multiple times on the same day, two-way transactions, and short-selling operations. The second largest leak field in the world has a T+1 rule, which means that if you buy it today, you cannot sell it today, and you must wait for the next trading day. And Liang didn't want to comment on which rule was better. Anyway, and Liang Investment Company was not involved in the world's second largest leak field. After all, the world's second largest leak field has a lot of right and wrong, and there are countless interest groups in it. Even if the interest groups in Liang has gathered are very powerful, killing people's wealth is like killing their parents, and in Liang doesn't want to be hated by others. It's easy to hide from an open gun, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow, isn't it? Yesterday, the international gold price was 345 Xiaogui yuan per gram. When he was at Li Xian's home at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, he took a look at the international gold price, which was 343 Xiaogui yuan per gram. It is now approaching 12 o'clock, and the international gold price has dropped to 341 Xiaogui yuan per gram. This, according to the special information related to gold, wouldn't the international gold price hit 450 Xiaogui yuan per gram on February 24th? Will the decline continue now? Interesting. And Liang knew that the daily trading volume of the international spot gold market had reached 20 trillion US dollars, and there could be no so-called banker. This was not a leak field. The international spot gold market is famous for being fair, open, and just, and it is an investment market that makes you happy to win and willing to lose. But capital still has ways to influence the international spot gold market. For example, information on manufacturing various fishing boats. Take the bald eagle country as an example. If this country causes trouble, such as provoking trouble in many regions around the world, the price of gold will inevitably rise. If there are any more natural or man-made disasters, the price of gold will continue to rise. As the saying goes, antiques in prosperous times are gold in troubled times. Now, the top 20% of the countries in the world are all in a state of peace and harmony. Even the bald eagle country is not causing trouble, so it is understandable that the price of gold has fallen. But the Life Winner system gave On Liang a special information related to gold, which clearly recorded the international gold price on February 24th. And Liang trusts the Life Winner system very much. He is more willing to believe in the Life Winner system than the current downward trend in gold prices shown in the international spot gold market. The downward trend in gold prices may be a common judgment among investors. On February 24th, the international gold price reached as high as 450 Xiaogui yuan per gram, which may be a major event in the global investment market. And Liang began to investigate silently. From major domestic events to major foreign events, he checked them all, and then found a clue. Negotiations between Great Britain and the European Union have reached the final minute. Great Britain has been clamoring for 3 years to leave the European Union, and now it has entered the final stage. Either stay or get out. There is only one option. Judging from the current situation, the probability that Great Britain will leave the European Union is very high. After all, Great Britain plays the savior role in the Europa League, and together with Germany and France, these three countries drive the entire Europa League. 3 years ago, Great Britain expressed that it no longer wanted to live with a group of poor relatives. It wanted to go out independently and live a new life. A major event like Great Britain's departure from the European Union will inevitably affect the global investment market. So, is it because Great Britain's departure from the Europa caused a substantial increase in the price of gold? And Liang silently considered the possibility of this matter. If Great Britain breaks away from Europa, causing huge economic turmoil, such as various trade disputes between the European Union and Great Britain, it may cause tension in the global investment market. After finding the possible cause, and Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Fan Ping. And Liang, Lao Fan, established an FXSWell account through Onshin Investment Company. Fan Ping, Mr. and wants to enter the foreign exchange market? And Liang, first create an account and then invest funds from the US stock market into the FXSWell account. I will use it in the near future. Fan Ping, all the funds? And Liang, yes, all my private funds have been recovered. And Liang is ready for a big fight, because the chance of winning this time is 99.99%, and the possibility of failure is only 1 in 10,000. Under such a probability, it is impossible to fail, so why not give it a try? Fan Ping, okay, got it. And Liang, contact me when it's done. Fan Ping, got it. Chapter 794, and Liang figured out the reason why the international gold price might skyrocket. He did not immediately send a message to the Imperial Capital Friends group. He also planned to continue to observe the trend of the international gold price. The next day, it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and relatives were coming to my door one after another. And Liang was a little speechless. It turns out that if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. What's more, their older family is rich and lives in a busy city. Looking at the flattering relatives, and Liang felt that it was not interesting. He greeted, "Dad, I am dealing with Sheng's affairs today. I will eat lunch and dinner outside." And Xingyu did not force it. He nodded and said, "Okay. By the way, let's deal with the things you caused today." "Okay," and Liang responded. After and Liang went out, he first went to Star Papa Coffee in Starlight Center. Even during the Spring Festival, Star Papa Coffee did not close. It was indeed a bald, Eagle state-owned enterprise. There was no concept of Spring Festival at all, right? In Star Papa Coffee, and Liang sent a message to Lu Ling and Liang. "Annie, are you awake? When will you go to the branch? I will come and take you there." Lu Ling, "No need to bother, I can just go there by myself." Lu Ling, "I'll go over at 8:30 in a moment. My appointment is for 9 o'clock. Lu Ling, "Don't worry, we will definitely finish it this morning." And Liang, "Okay. By the way, Annie, have you had breakfast? I'm at Xingba's coffee shop. There are sandwiches and light snacks here. Take a look at what you want to eat." And ask Xian, by the way. An Liang took photos of relevant sandwiches and snacks and sent them over. Lu Ling looked at the pictures sent by An Liang. She hesitated for a moment and then chose them. After all, she makes her own breakfast, which is skim milk and oatmeal. "Xian, are you awake?" Lu Ling came to Li Xian's room. Li Xian responded in AtoZ. And Liang is coming over soon. He is at Xingbapa Coffee. He asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" Lu Ling explained. Li Xian responded negatively. "I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. Why does this big bad guy come here every day?" Lu Ling said with a smile. "If you don't get up, he will come over later, and I'm afraid he will deal with you again. He dares." Li Xian was coquettish, but she knew that when Liang came over later, she would be eaten by ice cream if she didn't say anything. Let me have a sandwich," Li Xian explained. "By the way, let him bring a bottle of kiwi juice. Xingbapa's kiwi juice is very good, almost 100% pure juice." Lu Ling sent Li Xian's request, and she chose a smoked chicken and vegetable salad and added a yogurt. And Liang, "Got it, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lu Ling continued to say to Li Xian, "He will be here in 10 minutes. Do you still want to sleep?" Li Xian hummed, "I want to sleep." After saying that, Li Xian even covered her head inside the quilt. 10 minutes later, and Liang arrived at Li Xian's house. He carried the breakfast ordered by Lu Ling and Li Xian. After entering the house, he asked, "Is Xian still sleeping?" Lu Ling pointed to the bedroom direction. She took the breakfast carried by Liang. And Liang walked to Li Xian's bedroom. He found that this top student girl was actually sleeping with her head covered. He smiled evilly and reached into the quilt. And then Li Xian exclaimed, "On Liang, you big bad guy, it's so cold." Li Xian yet. Li Xian's home has no floor heating or air conditioning, so it is naturally very cold. The winter in Xingqing is very difficult. Anyway, when northerners come to Xingqing in winter, they will definitely be jumping with cold feet. Because Xingqing does not have central heating in the north. In the coldest winter, the indoor and outdoor temperatures are the same for a long time, which is really difficult to withstand. It was only 8 degrees Celsius today, and Leon got out of the car and came up with breakfast. His right hand, just a little cold, "Get up soon, I brought you breakfast." After Leon finished speaking, he walked to the living room. Lu Ling had already put away the yoga mat. Isn't this beautiful, which too scary? So self-disciplined and so perseverant. Even in such a cold morning, she still insisted on practicing yoga. She definitely deserves her good figure. After Lu Ling put away the yoga mat, she put on warm clothes first, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. Tianlan Community is a newly necessary, affordable housing. The house is more than 10 years old, and the level of sound insulation is poor. After a while, Liang could clearly hear the sound of taking a shower in the bathroom from the living room. What a headache. But if we just need affordable housing, can we ask for too much? After all, it's called affordable housing, but you still haven't made up your mind? And Liang was sitting on the sofa. He checked the international gold price on his mobile phone to avoid imagining things while listening to the sound of bathing. It's nearly 8:30 in the morning. The international gold price has reached a height of 345 Xiaogui yuan per gram. Such fluctuations are very normal, and a large number of novices and high-leverage gamblers have been harvested in this way. Nearly 10 minutes later, Lu Ling came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. She seemed to have forgotten that Liang was there. Chapter 795. When Lu Ling came out of the bathroom, she was only wrapped in a bath towel because she suddenly forgot that Liang was there. In the living room, Lu Ling and Liang looked at each other. And Liang looked at Lu Ling and scrupulously. This kind of woman who had just come out of the bath was really very attractive, but Liang was just admiring her. After all, Li Xian is also at home? Lu Ling's face turned red at Liang's unscrupulous eyes. She didn't scream like a girl, but just walked silently to the bedroom. A few minutes later, Lu Ling came out fully dressed, and she asked, "Isn't Xian up yet?" "No." And Liang responded, "I'll go take a look again." He came to Li Xian's bedroom again, and then found that this top student girl actually fell asleep again. This time Liang didn't tease Li Xian again. He carefully exited her bedroom and opened the door. She fell asleep again. Wasn't she drunk and went to bed early yesterday? Lu Ling responded uncertainly. "I went to bed very early. I left her a message on WeChat and put the breakfast in the refrigerator, and she would take care of it after she got up." And Liang explained. Lu Ling nodded, and she began to eat smoked chicken and vegetable salad and nut-mixed yogurt in silence. And Liang continued to check the trend of international gold prices on his mobile phone. If there are no surprises, he would watch it for 2 or 3 more days and prepare to go directly entering the venue. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Ling quickly finished her smoked chicken and vegetable salad, as well as nuts mixed with yogurt. She greeted, "On Liang, are you going to our outlet too?" Before Liang answered, Lu Ling continued, "We have already communicated with your AXA financial staff. Your AXA financial staff can just go over and handle it. You don't need to go there in person." And Liang responded, "I went over to take a look when I was bored. We have too many relatives at home, so I came out to relax." Lu Ling nodded in understanding. "Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes, and then we'll set off." "Okay." And Liang nodded. Nearly 10 minutes later, Lu Ling actually put on the Louis Vuitton red wool coat that Liang bought for her yesterday, matching black wool trousers, high heels, and a classic scarf. A full set of Louis Vuitton. Lu Ling looks quite young. "Does it look good?" Lu Ling asked. And Liang nodded slightly. Very good. Lu Ling showed a smile and said, shall we go? The two left together. When they were downstairs, they met Lu Xiaoqin, the proprietress of the small supermarket, who greeted her. Xian, are you going out to play so early? Lu Xiaoqin actually recognized Lu Ling as Li Xian. After all, Lu Ling's outfit is youthful, and more importantly, the red wool coat looks very energetic. And Liang waved his hand in response. The corners of Lu Ling's mouth slightly raised Xiao, obviously very happy about this misunderstanding. The bright yellow Lamborghini Urus was parked in the open-air parking space below the first unit. This time, Lu Ling got into the passenger seat, as if she had really stepped into the role of Li Xian. And Liang sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. He first turned on the air conditioner. He was a little thinly dressed, so he naturally needed the car air conditioner to warm him up. Lu Ling naturally untied her wool coat, and she wore a white tight-fitting sweater to fully outline her body. It showed off her figure, and Liang admired it unscrupulously, making it impossible for Lu Ling to pretend not to notice. So she could only remind Liang, I'm running out of time for the 9 o'clock time I made an appointment for, so hurry up and leave. Lu Ling reminded, and Liang then responded, okay. Lamborghini Urus left Tianlan community, and Liang asked casually, Annie, can you drive? Lu Ling responded affirmatively. I have a learner's license, but I have basically never driven, so my driving skills may not be very good. And Liang silently noted this down. On the way, Lu Ling's phone rang. After she answered it, she responded, Sasha, I'm on the way. I'll be here right away. The other end of the phone was Yin Shasha. She responded, how long will it take, Sister Lu? Lu Ling didn't answer immediately. She asked Liang, how long do we have? About 5 minutes. And Liang responded, if there is no traffic jam now, it will only take 5 minutes at most. After Liang answered, Yin Shasha started teasing Lu Ling before she spoke. Yo, Sister Lu, what's going on? Yin Shasha said with a bad smile. Someone will send you here? I sent you to work early in the morning. Were you together last night? This is normal logical reasoning. After all, we are together in the morning, and there is a high probability that we will be together at night. In a situation like this, to be honest, there are at least 95 people out of 100 who have the same idea as Yin Shasha. Lu Ling followed Yin Shasha's guess and thought about it. Her face secretly turned hot. Sasha, what are you talking about? Lu Ling raised her voice. By the way, Sasha, are the people from AXA here? Lu Ling brought the topic back to work. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to say after a while. Yin Shasha responded, AXA's financial staff have arrived, so I called you. Yin Shasha lowered her voice and said, Sister Lu, I think AXA's financial staff is a little unhappy. Please pay attention to it later. Lu Ling glanced at Liang beside her. She smiled secretly and responded, okay, I understand. See you later. Well, see you later. Yin Shasha responded. Chapter 796 inches the Lamborghini Urus. Lu Ling just hung up the phone. She didn't say anything about the financial staff of AXA being a little emotional. And Liang was with her anyway. Nearly 5 minutes later, and Liang drove to the Beiyu branch of Gongshang Bank. During the Chinese New Year, the entrance of Gongshang Bank was actually full of cars. It seemed like there were a lot of people doing business, and Liang parked the car on the side of the road. Annie, you go in first. I'll park the car at Longxing opposite. Okay, Lu Ling responded and got out of the car. Longye Bank is diagonally opposite Gongshang Bank. The two are at most 100 meters away. However, Longye Bank Beiyu branch is not an on-duty branch. They are not open, and there are no cars in the temporary parking space at the door. And Liang drove over. Lu Ling had just entered the lobby of Beiyu branch of Gongshang Bank when she saw the financial staff of AXA Construction. She greeted politely, Sister Li Jiao, Happy New Year. The financial staff of AXA Construction is called Zhu Li Jiao because the homonyms of the surname are ambiguous. In the workplace, if the person's surname Zhu has a higher status, they generally do not directly call the other person by their surname. For example, Lu Ling now calls him Zhu Li Jiao is called Sister Li Jiao, not Sister Zhu, because Sister Zhu is a bit like Sister Pig. Zhu Lijiao scolded with a dissatisfied look on her face. We're celebrating the new year. Couldn't you come earlier? Let's finish it early and go home early for the new year. Zhu Lijiao continued to complain. Lu Ling checked the time before coming in. Her appointment was for 9 o'clock, and it was 8:55 when she arrived at the door. She completely abided by the agreement, but Zhu Lijiao arrived early. Besides, Zhu Lijiao only arrived 5 minutes early. Zhu Lijiao was still chattering. You, Gongshang Bank, are just neglecting your customers. We, AXA, are also your key cooperative customers of Gongshang Bank. Why don't you know to wait for me in advance? Have a great new year. But it's been delayed by these bad things again. Zhu Lijiao complained, our family is having a family reunion dinner today. How long will it take you to finish it? Zhu Lijiao asked. Lu Ling glanced at Liang not far away with her peripheral vision, and she responded, it will take about 2 hours to complete the process. 2 hours? Zhu Lijiao continued to complain. Why does it take so long? Because there are a total of 50,255 accounts that need to be transferred and remitted. We need to import these accounts into the system first, and then need Sister Lijiao to authorize. After the transfer is completed, we also need to feed back the results to Sister Lijiao and transfer the public information to the system. Return the account card and USB shield to Sister Lijiao. Lu Ling explained the situation. In fact, importing more than 50,000 accounts into the transfer system can be completed quickly, but the related security review will take a certain amount of time. For example, Lu Ling first needs to copy the Excel form of more than 50,000 accounts. The USB flash drive of the file is given to technicians for analysis to determine whether there is a virus. After the technicians review and there are no problems, the technicians will first extract the information and then transfer it to the corresponding teller before entering the transfer information in batches. This job is the most time-consuming. Zhu Lijiao listened to Lu Ling's words and responded, I will directly authorize you. You can transfer the money yourself and then send the result to me on WeChat, and you can give me the business card and USB shield. Deliver it to your home. This, Lu Ling said in embarrassment, Sister Lijiao, this is against the rules. During the transfer process, we need you to be present in person. What does it matter if I'm here or not? Zhu Lijiao complained. If you have to make trouble during the New Year's Day, what are you doing in advance? Xiao Lu, we are old friends. I believe you. Zhu Lijiao continued. After I authorize it, you can just transfer the money directly, and there will be no problem in sending the final result to me. And Liang suddenly interrupted. What if they transferred the money to someone else? Zhu Lijiao didn't realize that it was Liang who was asking. She subconsciously responded, how could they transfer the money to other people? Halfway through speaking, Zhu Lijiao realized the problem and looked at Liang. And Xingyu had introduced Liang to everyone at Insheng Construction before. Zhu Lijiao naturally also knew Liang. She knew that Liang was the next generation controller of Insheng Construction. Mr. Xiaoan. Zhu Lijiao greeted quickly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Director Zhu. And Liang responded, Mr. and I. Zhu Lijiao wanted to explain what just happened. And Liang interrupted Zhu Lijiao's explanation and responded, I'm very sorry, Director Zhu. What happened this time was indeed due to our lack of consideration and added unnecessary work on this special day of the Spring Festival. So I came to handle this matter in person. It was really troublesome for Director Zhu. And Liang explained apologetically. Zhu Lijiao was a little embarrassed. Okay, Director Zhu, please give me the AXA corporate account bank card and USB shield. I will handle the rest. You can continue your vacation. And Liang explained. This, Zhu Lijiao hesitated for a moment, and Liang directly called in Xingyu, and then briefly explained the situation. He did not say there was any problem with Zhu Lijiao, but just explained that he was handling the transfer on behalf of Zhu Lijiao. Director Zhu, please answer the phone. And Liang handed over his mobile phone. Chapter 798, all the international spot gold markets are predators. Which one of the players making waves in this market is not the national team? On Liang does not recommend that ordinary people enter the international spot gold market. The price of gold is related to too many factors, such as the global government situation, global commodity prices, and is also linked to the currency of the bald eagle country, etc. As I said just now, the ones who are causing trouble in the gold market are the 5 members of the national team. Are these situations something ordinary people can participate in? There is a group of mechas fighting in the gold market. Ordinary people who don't even have iron shirts or golden bells rush in and want to dismantle the mechas with their bare hands. I suggest you take a shower and go to bed. Nothing in the dream? In the dream, I started with $250, started operations with 400 times leverage, and had the capital authority of $100,000 to jump repeatedly in the international spot gold market, making $1 million a day. Is this a bad dream? As for reality, the international spot gold market in the real world is probably like a table tennis amateur fighting against the devil Zhang, and it is equally difficult to win against the opponent. Is it understandable to describe it this way? If it weren't for this terrifying difficulty, why wouldn't Liang still hesitate when he got the price of gold a month later? It's nothing more than avoiding being a leak. To be honest, and Liang's more than $2 billion lost in the international spot gold market is just a drop in the bucket, okay? The single-day trading volume of the international spot gold market can easily reach 20 trillion US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 140 trillion Xiaogui yuan. And Liang's capital accounted for about 1.80/100,000. With such a small amount of funds, if encountering extreme circumstances, it is really possible to become a leak. And Liang neither wants to enter the world's second largest leak field to harvest leaks, nor does he want to become someone's leaks. At nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, and Liang received Li Xian's WeChat message. Li Xian, have you been here this morning? And Liang, weren't you drunk and went to bed early yesterday? And Liang, why can't you get up so late today? Li Xian, I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall asleep. I didn't fall asleep again until nearly 6 o'clock in the morning. It was so uncomfortable to drink. And Liang, what a fool. Li Xian, where have you been? On Liang, location information. And Liang, dealing with the issue of New Year condolences for frontline workers in environmental protection. And Liang, I come to your house for lunch and show off your skills? Li Xian, no problem. My cooking skills are very good. And Liang? Li Xian, I am very good at making instant noodles. Li Xian, the instant noodles I brewed are delicious, very chewy, and the time is just right. Li Xian, I learned this from a movie. And Liang suddenly realized that this movie was jointly performed by Ping Dongyu and Huang Qingwu, right? And Liang, forget about the instant noodles, I'll show off my skills at noon. Li Xian, can you cook? And Liang, are you looking down on others? Is there a winner system in life? Looking for a cooking proficiency skill. The life winner system has no intention of responding. Li Xian, looking forward to it. And Liang, wait. At 11:30, the winner of life system sounded a prompt ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a meaningful thing. Would you like to enable the New Year's good luck special reward? Before and Liang responded, Lu Ling walked into the VIP room. She reminded, and Liang, we have taken care of the relevant matters and are printing the corresponding transfer list. Can you come and take a look? Okay. And Liang nodded. And Liang followed Lu Ling to the bank lobby. In the bulletproof glass counter, a female staff member was sorting out the printed transfer information list. Lu Ling handed and Liang a part of the completed and stapled transfer list. Look, there are 100 transfer records on each page. Lu Ling explained, and Liang quickly checked a few pages at random and then responded, I won't read it. I will hand it over to AXA's financial staff for careful verification later. There are more than 50,000 records in total. When will Liang see it? Besides, the Life Winner system has already issued a reminder that the task has been completed, so there is no problem with the transfer this time. Lu Ling did not expect Liang to check the information one by one. Xu Yin Shasha packed up the transfer information list handed over, and then handed it to Liang again. These are all transfer lists. Please remember to keep them. Lu Ling reminded. Even if there are 100 transfer records on each page, the 50,255 transfer records also use a full 503 sheets of bank printing paper. And Liang took the craft paper document bag handed over by Lu Ling and put it in his hand. The pile of transfer information list was also put in, and finally 5 brown paper bags were put in it. Lu Ling returned the public account card and used shield of AXA construction to In Liang. She said to Yin Shasha, Shasha, thank you, I will tell you later. Please give me your wings in the sky. Yin Shasha thanked her. Thank you, Sister Lu. And Liang also nodded slightly to Yin Shasha, and then greeted. Annie, are you going back now? Lu Ling thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yeah. Chapter 8:02 and Liang discovered from Huang Guoxiang's attitude that he seemed to underestimate the importance of Guijiyang and the role of graphene batteries. And Liang, Lao Huang, is this Guijiyang very important? Huang Guoxiang, very important. And Liang, do you have any ideas? Huang Guoxiang, yes. And Liang, oh, tell me in advance. Aren't you afraid that I, the lion, will open my mouth? Huang Guoxiang, you can't, Huang Guoxiang. Don't you know that we have investigated you? Huang Guoxiang, according to our analysis, you are very sensible, and you are not a solitary eater. And Liang, if I eat alone, I'm afraid everyone will be gone. Huang Guoxiang did not dwell on this topic. He replied to the message, Huang Guoxiang, expert Gua is at stake. Do you need our help? And Liang, it seems that he is really important. Are you actually taking the risk of being exposed? And Liang, Lao Huang, others don't know about Rennie Security Company. Don't you know about it? And Liang, how about this? I'll have someone deliver it to the previous delivery place, and you can just bring it back? The previous delivery place was the White Flower Inventory Department of Haipu Organization. Huang Guoxiang, no problem, we happen to have people over there. And Liang, Lao Huang, I also trust you. Expert Guo left it to you. Don't let me lose it. I think the market for graphene batteries is at least hundreds of billions. And Liang, in addition, it represents the future. And Liang, from your attitude, I find that its value exceeds all my current trump cards. Huang Guoxiang, don't worry, we trust each other. And Liang, okay, let's eat first. I'll make arrangements here. You can communicate with each other on your own. Huang Guoxiang, no problem. After An Liang ended his communication with Huang Guoxiang, he explained the situation to Rennie Security Company. After everything was taken care of, and Liang put down his phone, he looked at Lu Ling and said, Annie, what is the technical strength of Jia Battery Technology Industrial Company? Lu Ling looked at Liang doubtfully. Are you launching ready to enter the battery field? And Liang responded, I have an idea. We need to go to the imperial capital to discuss the specific situation in detail later. Now let's learn about Jia Battery Technology Industry. Lu Ling responded, the technical strength of Jia Battery Technology Industry is quite good. Specific details, I can't explain the situation right now. After I get home later, I will give you the loan application from Jia Battery Technology Industry, which has the relevant technical parameters. If you show me its loan application, there won't be any trouble, right? And Liang asked back. Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. If you don't tell, I won't tell, and Xian doesn't tell. Who knows? That makes sense. Li Xian put down her phone and asked doubtfully, Mom, what are you talking about? This schoolgirl. After a while, the fish maw chicken was served. The taste of this Mulinghausen fish maw chicken is also good, but not as good as the Jilong fish maw chicken restaurant in Jiduka district. However, from now on, he said that it was impossible for In Liang to bring Lu Ling and Li Xian over for dinner. That was the territory of the little vixen. Even though the little vixen was not in Shengqing recently, and Liang still silently abided by certain bottom lines. A good man must have his own bottom line. If you don't have a bottom line, you will become a bad man one day. For more than an hour, the three of them didn't finish the fish maw chicken, but there was no waste. And Liang ordered 2 more fish maw chicken soup and some dishes, and ordered them to be packed together takeaway. Xian, let me show you my cooking skills tonight. And Liang said jokingly. Li Xian hummed, is it fish maw chicken? Otherwise? And Liang responded naturally. Thrift is a virtue. And Liang was responsible for the check. Because there were extra dishes to take away, the meal was a full 1,758 yuan. Li Xian said in a low voice, it's a bit expensive. Actually, fish maw chicken is quite expensive. Especially when eating fish ma chicken, if you also order seafood, the price will inevitably go up. Nearly 20 minutes later, An Liang and the others returned to Tianlan community. Lu Ling sent Dia the loan application form of battery technology industry was given to An Liang for review. After nearly half an hour, An Liang had a clear idea and returned the loan application form. Li Xian watched An Liang finish the work and suggested, Mom An Liang, shall we play cards? Playing what? An Liang asked back. Landlord fight? Li Xian suggested with a smirk. If you lose, you'll have to put a note on it. Li Xian added. We still need to take pictures. Li Xian continued. If you lose, you will be miserable. I will definitely post you all over the place, take pictures, and post them on Moments. And Liang looked at Lu Ling. Annie, you won't cheat with Xian, right? Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. I can't. Li Xian said coquettishly. Neither can I. And Liang nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll go down and buy 2 cards. This top student girl actually proposed a game of stickers. She already lost when she made this suggestion, because the winner system in life provides An Liang with the ability to predict danger. Being stuck with stickers when you lose in poker is also a danger bar. Chapter 803 inches the lifestyle supermarket downstairs of Unit 1 of Tianlan community, and Liang said, I want 2 decks of poker. Lu Xiaoqin, the proprietress of the lifestyle supermarket, responded, Is it you looking for Li Xian again? And Liang responded affirmatively. $2 a pair. Lu Xiaoqin explained the price. And Liang scanned the QR code and paid 4 yuan, then left with the poker. He was silently thinking about a question. Should he buy a more low-key car or simply change his house to Li Xian's family? Li Xi the Yin family is in urgent need of affordable housing, and the human touch among the neighbors here is more intense. Many people know the situation in Li Xian's family. If Li Xian goes to school and Liang will come over again, then I'm afraid all kinds of gossip will come out, right? It's really a headache. He is looking for Lu Ling more for work-related matters, okay? It used to be a loan from AXA construction company, but now it is a matter of Jia battery technology industry. In the future, the shares of Lingqiu Gold Mine may be used as collateral for the loan. These are normal jobs, right? However, people's hearts are the most complicated. And Liang would go to Lu Ling for normal work matters, but in the eyes of others, it might not be the case, and there might even be rumors. In order to avoid such trouble, and Liang thought it would be better to do it once and for all, choose a high-end real estate and let Li Xian and Lu Ling move. However, there is a small problem with this plan, and Liang should be careful to avoid properties owned by acquaintances. Onqing construction is becoming more and more popular in Xingqing, and An Liang is becoming more and more famous in the real estate circle. If you come across a real estate project owned by an acquaintance, it will still be a bit embarrassing, right? In room 1903, and Liang found that the door was not closed, so he opened the door directly. Li Xian was in the living room. She spread Lu Ling's yoga mat on the floor of the living room. The yoga mat Lu Ling bought was an extra wide one, probably 2 meters long and over 1 meter wide, just enough for 3 people to play poker. The air conditioner in the living room had been turned on. Li Xian also took off the cushions from the sofa. She laughed and threw one to An Liang. Where's your mom? An Liang asked casually, changing clothes. Li Xian responded, the coat is not comfortable at home. Before An Liang responded, Lu Ling came out wearing winter pajamas. Unfortunately, it is winter now, and winter pajamas are all thick and tight. What if they are summer pajamas? Ahem. Say no more, look forward to summer. Lu Ling sat on the left side of An Liang, and Li Xian sat on the right side of An Liang. Li Xian opened a deck of poker cards and said, let's talk about punishment first. The basic multiplier is 1 note. Every time you explode, there will be 1 more note. Only 4 bombs are counted at most. Li Xian added, for example, if you are a landlord and there are 4 bombs in this round and you still lose, you will be posted 8 notes. Okay. Why do I lose? And Liang asked back, you will know after a while. I am very good at playing landlords. I can remember all 54 cards. You will definitely lose. Li Xian said swornly. This academic girl has obviously used her learning ability in landlords. Lu Ling thought silently in her heart. She has been dealing with numbers for a long time. although she cannot completely remember the 54 cards, but remembering the key cards is still no problem. And Liang joked, "Isn't this just a card recorder? The card recorder has lost a lot. If you can win with a card recorder, wouldn't Happy Landlord be developed?" Snort. Li Shiyin snorted. "We use the most primitive way to fight the landlords. Each person takes turns to get a card, limiting luck to the greatest extent." "Good." And Liang responded. In the first round, the landlord card was the King of Spades. And Liang successfully got the landlord. He did not hesitate to call the landlord. Because it is the most primitive way of fighting the landlord, there is no part of fighting for the landlord. Whoever decides who is the landlord, right? If the landlord does not bid, the option will be postponed. After all, it is a sticker entertainment game. On Liang's cards in the first game were not good. Although he had a pair of kings, a 2, and a straight from 3 to A, the single A, 4, a 5, a 9, and a pair of 7s came out. Judging from the cards, this game is a mixed victory. Even if An Liang suppresses the big and small kings separately, he cannot achieve a guaranteed win. After all, there are 3 2s outside. If Li Shiyin and Lu Ling can play, and their cards are good, then An Liang can only play a cool rhythm. For example, An Liang directly plays a 4, and Li Shiyin and Lu Ling randomly play a 2 to occupy the position. If An Liang wants the right to play cards, he must separate the king and king, but the king and king can only get the right to play cards twice. When the opponent plays 2 first for the third time, An Liang cannot get the right to play cards, and then the opponent's pair if there are enough, and Liang will have no chance to play a card. So when An Liang tried to play a single card 4, the Danger Premonition ability actually issued a slight warning. And Liang considered playing a single 5, but the slight warning of the Danger Premonition ability did not disappear. The same situation applies to single 9. It was not until a pair of 7s were chosen that the slight warning feeling disappeared. And Liang threw a pair of 7s, and Li Shiyin directly suppressed a pair of kings. And Liang chose not to, and then Li Shiyin came out with a 3. Lu Ling chose AQ to try to block An Liang, but An Liang directly dropped 2 to get the right to play. This already means An Liang won. An Liang directly played 3 to A, then singled out 4, and Xiao Wang recycled the card. Right? And then single out 5, the king takes back the right to play cards, and finally leaves a 9, winning directly. "I won!" And Liang looked at Li Shiyin with a smile. This Danger Premonition ability is simply the ability of a god of gambling, right? Chapter 804 and Liang won the first game directly and smoothly. "Where's the note?" And Liang looked at Li Shiyin. Li Shiyin had already prepared napkins and a glass of pure water. "Come on, stick it." It's best not to use sticky notes when playing sticky notes. Although sticky notes are sticky, the sticky glue on sticky notes may cause some damage to the facial skin. Therefore, it is best to use pure water and the combination of napkins. The most important thing is that with such a combination, you can also look barefaced. No matter how thick the foundation and concealer are, can they still block the combination of pure water and napkins? The game of stickers is not limited to playing poker. It can also be a shake dice, truth or dare, etc. For any mini games with punishment, you can choose to stick stickers. This is the core demon mirror skill. Have you learned it? And Liang sticks to Li Shiyin first, and he puts the sticker dipped in a little pure water. It was pasted on the center of Li Shiyin's forehead, as if it were a talisman, causing Li Shiyin to hum and glare at him. And Liang was unmoved. After he pasted it, he looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling's face turned red, and she responded, "I am willing to admit defeat. The first game is yours. Wait a moment for the second game, and we will win it back." "Then thank you, Aunt." And Liang responded with a smile, and then put a napkin dipped in a little water on Lu Ling's forehead. When putting the note on, and Liang inevitably touched Lu Ling's face and forehead. That smooth and elastic feeling the touch, coupled with a very similar appearance to Li Shiyin, gave him the illusion of going back in time, as if he was still putting notes on Li Shiyin. At the beginning of the second game, Li Shiyin's landlord, she didn't even hesitantly called the landlord, but was overturned by An Liang and was slapped with 2 notes again. In the third round, An Liang was the landlord again. This time An Liang had good luck and directly played the 2 explosion card. "Shiyin, you have 5 notes." And Liang joked. He put 2 notes on Li Xian's chin to simulate the look of a beard. Li Xian added, "We settled 20 notes once, and each settlement is 20 push-ups." "How? Are you sure you want to raise your bet?" And Liang was surprised. "Add," Li Xian responda. And Liang looked at Lu Ling again. "Annie, are you sure you want to raise the bet?" 20 push-ups are easy for me," Lu Ling responded. And Liang suddenly thought of the scorpion handstand that Lu Ling had done before practicing yoga, as well as planks and push-ups. It seems that it is really easy for Lu Ling, right? This beautiful, which is a yoga master. Phoenix. And Liang put a note on Lu Ling again. And this time he still felt the same as last time. The new round is Li Xian's landlord again. This round, and Liang's cards are all phone numbers. Even if he has the ability to foresee danger, there was nothing he could do about it. After all the options were tragedies. What else could he do? Li Xian was a winner in this round. She hit a triple explosion. How about it? Li Xian umat. And Liang didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. According to Li Xian's triple explosion card pattern just now, she could probably win with her eyes closed. "Come on, let me post it." And Liang responded. Li Xian stuck all 4 notes on Liang's chin, obviously in retaliation for Liang's previous stick on her chin. As the game progressed, although Liang had the ability to foresee danger, Liang still had various problems. In the case of overturning, after all, there are top cards and things like landlords. When facing the top cards, you can't beat them even if you look at the cards, okay? It was approaching 5 o'clock, and Li Xian had already done 2 push-ups. This time the penalty rules were modified again, allowing the victor to take off the corresponding note. Otherwise, Li Xian did push-ups at least 4 times. Another round ended, and Liang's landlord won, with only the basic note. Liang gave it to Li Xian put it on. Li Xian stood up and said, "Wait a moment, I'm going to the bathroom." And Liang responded. When Li Xian entered the bathroom, Liang put a note on Lu Ling. After Li Xian came back quickly, she looked at the time and said, "Shall we play for another hour?" And Liang agreed. Okay. At the end of the day, Liang's luck was not very good. When he became the landlord, he was eaten by Li Xian 3 times in a row. It was a poisonous rhythm. The landlord lost 3 times in a row, which meant that he was going to die. Adding the 24 notes, he already had 4 on his face, which exceeded the limit of 20, and he was immediately liquidated. He walked up with 20 push-ups. Li Xian hummed, "You finally lost." And Liang didn't make excuses. Li Xian's luck was indeed very good. He was doing push-ups quickly. A mere push-up was nothing to him, right? After all, a righteous giant who started a professional level battle in half an hour, understand? And while doing push-ups, Liang was silently thinking about the international spot gold market. According to the information he obtained, the price of gold will soar by 30% within a month. Since gold can soar, then during this period, isn't it possible that it will plummet? Although the national teams cannot operate, they can really affect the price of gold to a certain extent. What if there is a 3 consecutive loss and 3 explosion like a card game? Chapter 805 at Li Xian's house, and Liang finished 20 push-ups. He looked at the time, and it was approaching 6 o'clock. He asked, "Are you hungry?" "No," Li Xian responda negatively. Lu Ling also denied, "Not yet." And Liang wasn't hungry either. They finished lunch close to 2 o'clock. Then continue playing? And Liang asked. Li Xian refused directly. No more fun. This academic girl obviously insisted on letting Liang do 1 push-up and then end it. Liang nodded affirmatively. "Okay, then we won't play anymore. Let's go out for a walk." And Liang added, "I've been using the air conditioner all afternoon, and I feel a little stuffy. I don't want to go out anymore. I played cards all afternoon, and I'm so tired." Li Xian responda. She added, "It's indeed a bit stuffy. That's the problem with air conditioning." And Liang said on the side, "If it is floor heating and a fresh air system, it will actually not be boring." "We don't have any at home." Li Xian responded, "Baby, if you didn't want a New Year's red envelope before, I'll give you another New Year's gift." And Liang explained. Li Xian glanced at Lu Ling, who was putting away her yoga mat. She glared at Liang and signaled Liang not to be so arrogant. You have given many New Year gifts. Li Xian responded, send another one. And Liang explained, what else do you want to give? Li Xian was curious. You will know tomorrow. I will cook first. And Liang responded that he would naturally give Li Xian a house. Whether it was Chen Siyu, Ning Rushwang, or Yang Maui, they all had properties donated by Liang. Although Li Xian had not really become Liang's woman. But isn't that a matter of time? So Liang planned to give an apartment to Li Xian in advance. No, to be precise. And Liang used Li Xian as an excuse to gift an apartment to Lu Ling, so that it would be easier to talk about work in the future. After all, Li Xian spends most of the year studying in Magic City. At almost 6:30 in the evening, and Liang quickly cooked the packed fish ma chicken, and then the three people who were not too hungry finished the fish ma chicken. Brother has become the main force again. After all, he is a dual-talented warrior. It's a pity that there is no battlefield for dual-talented warriors recently. And Liang, there's a lot of news about your AXA on the internet. Li Xian explained that. And Liang was confused. The fact that AXA sent New Year condolences to frontline environmental protection workers in the main urban area of Xinjiang went directly to Weibo hot searches. Your dad is widely praised on the internet. Li Xian explained that. And Liang breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, and Xingyu was in the open, and Liang was hiding behind the scenes. Otherwise, Liang would be famous this time, right? And Liang doesn't want to be famous. And Liang prefers to be like Lao Duan, also hides behind the scenes. Lao Duan created the Blue Factory and the Green Factory, and there are still ladders and ladders. But do ordinary people know about him? This man is a typical behind-the-scenes boss. Most people don't know his existence at all, but in fact he is very powerful, and may even be the real richest man. To give another example, there are almost no young people in the bustling world who don't know about Zara-like fast-moving consumer goods, right? But does anyone know Sheln? This is a girl from Xia Kingdom. The unicorn company's valuation has exceeded 15 billion US dollars, and its annual sales are hitting 100 billion yuan, but many people don't know it at all, right? What's wrong with hiding behind the scenes? Look at what's standing in the spotlight, brother. Why bother sleeping with such an ugly girl and almost being autistic by the bald eagle kingdom? Anyway, An Liang doesn't want to. An Liang likes the way he is now, hiding in the city, not like classmate Xiao Wang become an internet celebrity. Although classmate Xiao Wang's relationship with women is not bad, and Liang doesn't like that kind of relationship with women. This is the difference between people. Everyone has their own ideas, and in Liang's ideas are just like this. It's a matter of being in the limelight. Leave it to others. He just wants to control everything behind the scenes. At nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, An Liang returned home. Only Sun Xia is at home. And Liang asked doubtfully, Mom, where's Dad? Didn't you get into trouble? He was invited by the government to attend the New Year Gala. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back until after 12 o'clock. Sun Xia responded, and Liang burst out laughing. Fortunately, Dad was in front. You brat, Sun Xia complained. Have you eaten yet? Eat and eat. And Liang responded, now that you've eaten, just play by yourself. I'm watching a TV show. So don't bother me, Sun Xia said with disgust. Sun Xia is still a talker, and Liang didn't disturb Sun Xia watching a drama. After all, disturbing someone watching a drama is equivalent to being interrupted while playing a game. He returned to the bedroom to check the Bayou district for a new house. The filtering conditions are well-decorated houses that you can move into in a high-end community, and it also needs to be not too far from the Bayou branch of Gongshang Bank, so that it is convenient for Lu Ling to go to work. He plans to finish the house during the Chinese New Year, and he is very huggies gives Li Xian and Lu Ling a house. Can they withstand it? Chapter 806 inches in Liang's bedroom. He was chatting with the girls. His strong management skills allowed him to handle the relationship with the girls with ease. All right, stop blowing. In fact, it's more about money-making ability. Taking the little vixen as an example, she should have guessed the answer, but she chose to ignore it. After all, she didn't see or hear, so nothing happened. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang have compromised with each other. Compromise and cheating are the same thing. Once you compromise once, you will continue to compromise. In fact, they also showed a compromising attitude. For example, when Song Qian expressed her wish to join, they mostly did not take the initiative to help, but they did not refuse to join. It's even simpler for Li Xian. This academic girl sometimes feels silly and sweet. She belongs to An Liang and believes what she says. An Liang can't even tell whether she really doesn't understand or is she pretending not to understand. Anyway, judging from the favorability score fed back by the interpersonal relationship scanning system, Li Xian's favorability is very stable. The two sisters from the Xia family are less difficult than Li Xian. Judging from the scores of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, their resistance to money power should not be as high as that of the other girls. And then who else? Lucini? Do you want the staff of the National Security Investigation Agency to know? The National Security Investigation Bureau has comprehensively investigated in Liang, and Lucini has a clear understanding of in Liang's situation. When they met at the Imperial Capital International Airport, her favorability score was only 60 points. Later, the two parties reached a cooperation agreement, and their favorability score was only 69 points. This favorability score is between the critical point between ordinary friends and close friends. Obviously, in Lu Sini's heart, Brother Liang is not a good man, right? Liang Shue's favorability score is only 79 points. In addition, she is busy filming, so Liang has less contact with her. The latter two don't need Brother Liang's management skills at all. Okay, so Brother Liang is completely at ease. It was close to 11 o'clock in the evening. After An Liang expressed that he needed to deal with work, all the girls were very obedient and did not get entangled. This was a particularly good thing. If An Liang expresses his need to deal with work and still pesters the girl, he is destined to miss An Liang. Only a girl who is sensible and understands right and wrong can be with An Liang. At 11 o'clock in the evening, An Liang checked the international spot gold price. Although today is the Spring Festival in Xia Kingdom, the international spot gold market is also trading normally, and it operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The current price of gold is 355 yuan per gram, which is 10 yuan higher than the price of 345 yuan per gram in the morning, an increase of 2.8985%. An increase of less than 3% seems ordinary. After all, in the stock market, what is a mere 3%? But this is the international spot gold market. If it is a 100 times leverage operation, the increase will be 289.85%. If you open a long position and pay enough margin and deposits to withstand the previous price fluctuations and clear the position at this time, you can get close to triple the benefits. And Liang checked the historical records. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the price of gold was 338 xia guiyuan per gram, which meant that the decline reached 2.02899%. This drop, if it is the above situation of building a long position with 100 times leverage, if you do not pay enough deposit, you will be liquidated long ago. Belonging to a wave of being bombed. The damage is overflowing, okay? Leverage of 100 times can only withstand fluctuations of 1% at most. Unless you cover your position in time and pay more deposits, and then pay enough deposits, you can withstand it. And Liang doesn't want to watch the international gold price every day. After all, the international spot gold market operates 24 hours a day without a break. How can he keep watching it every day? The price fluctuates a bit, and it seems that the national teams are also competing with each other. And Anshin pondered secretly. The main team in the international spot gold market now should be the confrontation between the Europa League and Great Britain, right? No, Great Britain does not fight alone. There are still a lot of great British alliance countries around the world, and they are allies of Great Britain. In fact, one of the reasons why Great Britain wants to withdraw from the Europa Union is that Great Britain itself has already formed the Great Britain Alliance. This major alliance includes Maple Leaf Country, New Zealand, India, Lion City, Australia, and a series of other countries. As of today, there are still 53 member states of the Great British Alliance in the world. Therefore, the current confrontation in the international spot gold market is the confrontation between the Europa Union and the British Alliance. The two sides are fighting fiercely in the financial field. According to today's price fluctuations in the international spot gold market, it is indeed a war-torn situation. Can ordinary people join in? Of course, if ordinary people insist on paying a full deposit to enter, the risk is indeed quite small. But why not enter the stock market with full margin? Chapter 808 inches the Xingbapa coffee shop in the Starlight Center, and Liang sent a message to Wu Zhengfeng asking about the source of the flowers. Wu Zhengfeng quickly replied to the message, Wu Zhengfeng. The sales situation in Fanhuayuan is not bad. It mainly sells entry-level high-end properties, which fall into the category of improved housing. Wu Zhengfeng, you want to buy a house again? Wu Zhengfeng, there are no reserved houses there. They are all standard units. The quality is one level lower than that of Lanjinjuan. How about choosing a house in Lanjinjuan? In Liang, is it appropriate to choose Lanjingyuan as a gift to my girlfriend? Wu Zhengfeng. Wu Zhengfeng understood instantly. A girlfriend from Lanjingyuan, a girlfriend from Fanhuayuan, one south and one north plan? Wu Zhengfeng. You young people still know how to play. Wu Zhengfeng. We middle-aged people can't bear it anymore. We have nothing left at home. It's really difficult. And Liang looked at Wu Zhengfeng's answer and almost laughed out loud in Papa Xing's coffee shop. But in Liang doesn't have Wu Zhengfeng's worries, because in Liang is a dual-talented fighter. Besides, in Liang is only 19 years old, okay? Just when I was a teenager. Middle-age crisis? It's early. Wu Zhengfeng. The largest apartment in Fanhuayuan is only 280 square meters. Do you think it will wrong your girlfriend? In Liang, it's not a big problem. She's studying in Shanghai. Just buy her another set there. In Liang. By the way, Uncle Wu, can you look at the house today? Wu Zhengfeng. It must be possible. Where are you? I'll arrange for someone to show you the house. In Liang. No, it's too troublesome to celebrate the Chinese New Year. You can arrange for someone to deliver a full set of keys, access cards, and other things. I want the best apartment. Wu Zhengfeng? Ok. Where are you? On Liang. Location information. In Liang. I'm drinking coffee at Star Dad's place in the Starlight Center. You can just arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Wu Zhengfeng. Ok. In Liang. By the way, how much does the corresponding apartment type in Fanhuayuan cost? Wu Zhengfeng. Didn't you get slapped in the face again? Wu Zhengfeng. I'll give it to you as a New Year's gift. In Liang. I just asked how much it cost. Do you think I have to pay? Bad laugh. Wu Zhengfeng naturally knew that in Liang was joking. He knew very well how much profit in Liang had made from his previous counterfunding plan. How could he still miss the money for this house? Besides, if in Liang really gives it, can he really accept it? Wu Zhengfeng. The best apartment is 22,000 square meters per square meter, with a panoramic view of the Jiaxing River and an unobstructed view of the entire Butterfly Ridge. On Liang. 280 square meters is the construction area. Wu Zhengfeng, yes. However, the public stall area in Fanhuayuan is relatively small, less than 20 square meters. In Liang, what a profiteer. The area of the public stall is also 22,000 square meters. Doghead. Wu Zhengfeng. 1 square meter costs 22,000 yuan, and the building area is 280 square meters. That's a total house price of 6.16 million yuan. Sure enough, it's just an improved house, and it doesn't meet the standard of a multi-million level entry-level luxury house. Wu Zhengfeng, I have already made arrangements for you. Someone will send you relevant materials right away, including a full set of keys for the entrance door, as well as community access control cards and management cards for the whole house smart system. I have also arranged a little surprise for you. Wu Zhengfeng, I have allocated 3 more parking spaces for you. Do you see enough? And Liang. Ahem, I was wrong. Uncle Wu, you are not a profiteer. You say you are a good person. Wu Zhengfeng. Wu Zhengfeng, you kid. By the way, does Laoan know? And Liang. I definitely don't know. And Liang. Uncle Wu, you know. Wu Zhengfeng. Ok. I'll keep it a secret for you. Wu Zhengfeng. Laoan's dream that he didn't realize at the beginning has been realized by you. And Liang? And Liang. Please gossip. Does his father also gossip? Wu Zhengfeng. You'd better ask your dad yourself. And Liang? Stop. And Liang. Uncle Wu, don't cheat people. And Liang, my curiosity has been completely aroused, and you didn't say anything. Wouldn't that be deceiving? Wu Jingfeng, that happened when you were in your third year of junior high school. Do you think there was anything unusual at that time? And Liang recalled, when he was in the third grade of junior high school, it seems that Xingyu was very busy during that period. And Liang, my dad seemed to be very busy at that time. He must have received some big project, right? Wu Zhengfeng, a poor student he sponsored, graduated and then went to AXA as an intern. Do you understand? And Liang, this is too exciting. And Liang, what about the end? Wu Zhengfeng, the result is the current situation. Wu Zhengfeng, your father woke up in time and everything was calm. And Liang, so simple. And Liang, no follow-up? This gossip is not good. Wu Zhengfeng, I actually told you the answer just now. You can find it yourself. Wu Zhengfeng, by the way, you kid, don't say what I said. And Liang, keep each other's secret. Wu Zhengfeng, handshake. After finishing the communication with Wu Jingfeng, and Liang checked the chat records of both parties to find the answer. Then it dawned on me. Was it a midlife crisis? Is there really not a drop left? Chapter 812 inches the living room of room 3006, Building 1, Fanhuayuan. Li Xian looked at the manual of the whole house intelligence system. She studied it for a moment and asked doubtfully, "On Liang, are we on the top floor?" On Liang responded affirmatively, yes. The highest floor of the elevator before was the 30th floor. I found the option to control the rooftop garden in the whole house smart system. Does this suite also have a rooftop garden? Li Xian continued to ask, wait a moment, let me ask about the situation. After and Liang responded, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Wu Zhengfeng and Liang. Uncle Wu, does the suite have a roof garden? Wu Zhengfeng, did you find a surprise? And Liang, I didn't notice. My girlfriend saw that the whole house smart system has a roof garden control option. Wu Zhengfeng, look for the access card and see if there are two types of access cards. And Liang, wait a moment. And Liang picked up the document bag on the coffee table in the living room and found two types of access cards inside, the white community access card and the golden roof garden access card. There were 5 of each type. And Liang found it. Wu Jingfeng, I remember the roof garden of room 3006 in building 1 of Fanhuayuan. You should go out and turn right. That is not room 3007, but the passage leading to the roof garden. And Liang, let me take a look. And Liang put away his cell phone, took the door key, and said, Xian, and this suite does have a roof garden, and the access is outside. Lan Jingyuan's roof garden access is indoors, but the flowers are blooming. The roof garden of the source is outdoor, and there are 2 designs. The specific situation will be determined according to the specific real estate. But generally speaking, in higher-end luxury-type properties, internal reserve listings are likely to appear on the top floor, making the top floor privatized and making it easier to create indoor access. Fanhuayuan is an improved house, and there is no reserved room on the top floor. It is a standard unit, so the roof garden is an outdoor access. And Liang took Li Xian and Lu Ling out and turned right to a new security door. And Liang used the golden access card to unlock it. The security door made a beeping sound, indicating that it had been unlocked. And Liang opened the door. This was an independent stair passage and was not connected to the fire stair passage, which meant that this roof garden was private. And Liang walked in front, followed by Li Xian and Lu Ling. The 3 of them walked up the stairs to the roof garden. This roof garden is divided into 4 areas, namely the green leisure area, the sun greenhouse area, the barbecue party area, and the infinity swimming pool area. Li Xian first saw the infinity swimming pool area. She exclaimed, wow, there's an infinity swimming pool. Lu Ling also had a look of surprise in her eyes. Li Xian walked over quickly. This infinity pool area was quite large, the largest among the 4 areas. The infinity pool was in the shape of an irregular strip, with lounge chairs and a mini bar arranged next to it. Next to the infinity pool area is the barbecue party area. Next to it is the green plant leisure area. And finally, there is the sun greenhouse, but the sun room is empty. There is only a glass greenhouse, and there are no flowers or plants in it. Li Xian stood next to the infinity swimming pool. She said excitedly, "On Liang, I want to swim." On Liang looked at Li Xian speechlessly. "It's winter now." Li Xian looked at Lu Ling first, and then rolling her eyes at An Liang, she snorted, "This infinity swimming pool is so nice." Lu Ling agreed. "Yes, it is indeed very comfortable. As far as the eye can see, there is the clear, Jiaxing River, plus the butterflies in the distance. Ridge Forest, the scenery here is even better than that of Fufan Plaza." And Liang complained, "Fufan Plaza is a completely retarded project. Just imitate the Sands Hotel in the Lion City. The key is to put 2 incense sticks in front for what?" "Ah!" Li Xian burst out laughing. "Hand up 2 incense sticks." And Liang, "You're gonna laugh me to death. The owners of Fufan Plaza will be furious after hearing your comments." "Don't worry, there are not many local owners in Fufan Plaza, and they can't hear it." And Liang responded jokingly, "There are always traffic jams at Fufan Plaza, all day long in the morning, noon, and evening. As far as I know, there are really not many local owners in Shengqing. Fufan Plaza, with prices starting at 40,000 yuan per square meter, is really not purchased by many wealthy locals in Shengqing. Local residents in Shengqing are not too obsessed with Riverview houses. In addition, Fufan Plaza with the incense-scented appearance and bad traffic. Most of them are out-of-town property owners." And Liang heard that Fufan Plaza also released news about celebrities buying properties in Fufan Plaza in order to stimulate sales. It can only be said that Fufan Plaza is too difficult, right? And Liang, while browsing the entire rooftop garden with Li Xian and Lu Ling, and Liang sent messages on his mobile phone. And Liang, "Uncle Wu, is this also a private rooftop garden?" Wu Jingfeng, "In all our Qingyuan projects, the rooftop gardens are privately owned by the top floor owners." And Liang, "Including the roof garden, it's only 22,000 yuan per square meter. Isn't this price too affordable?" Wu Jingfeng, "According to the price I told you downstairs, it actually costs 26,000 yuan." And Liang, "Uncle Wu, you are too polite. In fact, if you overpay and underpay, I won't pay. Haha." Wu Jingfeng, "So, if I report less, I will lose less? Huh? There seems to be nothing wrong with this statement." Chapter 813, it's approaching 12 noon. Li Xian was controlling the whole house intelligence system. This academic girl was operating it and said at the same time, "This whole house intelligence system is so advanced." "Why is it so advanced?" And Liang asked back, "In fact, the whole house intelligence system at Lan Jingyuan is also very advanced." Li Xian shook her phone. "The lights of the whole house, central air conditioning, floor heating, fresh air system, curtains and roof garden lights and sunshades, curtains, etc., all can be controlled through the whole house intelligence system and controlled through mobile phones." Lu Ling asked slightly worriedly, "Isn't it safe to control via mobile phone?" "Very safe," Li Xian responded. "It has a remote protection solution and is independently bound to the mobile phone. For example, if my mobile phone is bound, I can't control it remotely if I change another mobile phone. In addition, there is a setting for remote control. For example, if my mother works at Bayu branch, I checked and found that the straight line distance is a little more than 4 kilometers. We can set a 5-kilometer range as the remote control limit." Li Xian explained. Li Xian added, "It's safe anyway." And Liang added, "Qingyuan's whole house intelligence system adopts the world's leading security settings, so there is no need to worry about this. In addition, even if there is a problem with remote control permissions, you can cut off remote control and cancel all remote control permissions when you are at home." Li Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, you can cancel at home." Li Xian continued, "Mom, give me your mobile phone, and I will download the whole house smart system for you and authenticate it." And Liang said with an evil smile, "I want it too." Li Xian snorted, "No." And Liang was just joking. He glanced at the time and said, "It's almost noon. Are you hungry?" "I'm a little hungry," Li Xian responded. Lu Ling seconded, "I'm a little hungry too. What do you want to eat?" After asking, and Liang added, "After we have lunch, we will move here in the afternoon." Ah! Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Lu Ling also hesitated. Don't you like it here? And Liang asked back. I like it, but Li Xian hesitated for a moment before responding. I think it's too fast, and I feel a little uncomfortable with it. And Liang teased. Are we still fast? Li Xian rolled her eyes at Liang. Huh. And Liang looked over. Lu Ling said, Annie, what do you think? Lu Ling thought for a moment before responding. Let Xian decide. And Liang did not ask Li Xian again. He greeted, Let's think about what to eat for lunch first. Lu Ling answered, I know a restaurant that sells beef that is very delicious. And Liang, can you eat beef with it? The so-called beef is actually a beef soup pot similar to hot pot. Sure. And Liang responded. Li Xian answered from the side. Mom, are you talking about Sunji beef raking behind your bank? Lu Ling responded affirmatively. Li Xian smiled and said, Okay, I like their home. Li Xian explained to Liang. And Liang, Sunji has been making beef for more than 20 years, and it's delicious. You have to try it. And Liang likes food because it is possible to get rewards from the winner system of life, whether it is a food-sharing cashback card or a random lottery gift package, even if it is only given 1 million tiger teeth coins. The result is really true. Sunju Beef did receive a reward from the Life Winner system, a random lottery gift package, and received 1 million tiger tooth coins. This reward, and Liang, is hard to describe in words. Isn't 1 million tiger teeth bad? Good. At least it's much better than a box of Ultimate Experience 001, right? At nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang, Li Xian, and Lu Ling returned to Tianlan community. As soon as Li Xian and Lu Ling entered the house, they felt a huge sense of gap. When I first stayed at Fanhuayuan, I had a great experience in room 3006 in Building 1. Just the floor heating and fresh air system made the cold winter feel like a spring breeze. After returning now, the temperature in the living room is the same as the outdoor temperature, only about 8 or 9 degrees. Li Xian directly turned on the cabinet in the living room. Although the cabinet in the living room had a very fast heating effect and blew out hot air within half a minute, the hot air blown out by the air conditioner had a dry and hot feeling, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Li Xian suddenly missed the comfortable floor heating at Fanhuayuan. She said, Mom, how about we move there today? And Liang seconded. There is everything there. You just need to bring your personal belongings. Just bring your bags and check in. Li Xian took out her mobile phone and started operating. Mom, I have turned on the floor heating and fresh air system over there, and the temperature we used to have was very comfortable. At this point, Li Xian said he whispered into Lu Ling's ear. And Liang didn't hear what they were saying. Lu Ling listened to Li Xian's whisper and sighed. Okay, let's move over there. And Liang, please wait a moment while we pack up our personal belongings and some changes of clothes first. Good. And Liang nodded in agreement. Chapter 8:14 January 26th, the second day of the Lunar New Year. At 2:20 in the afternoon, and Liang was lying on the sofa in the living room of Li Xian's house comfortably, and he was checking the international gold price again. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the international gold price was 340 Xiaogui yuan per gram. Now at 2:20 in the afternoon, the international gold price is 349 yuan per gram. The fluctuation range is 2.647%. This fluctuation range is already killing the existence of leverage of more than 30 times. Isn't it commonplace in the international spot gold market to have leverage ratios of more than 30 times? And Liang checked the relevant economic news. There are already experts warning that gold prices fluctuate greatly, and he hopes everyone will be cautious when entering the market. Of course, for stock market players, they may not understand that a single-day price fluctuation of 2% is a large fluctuation. However, in the past 10 years, the largest single-day fluctuation in the international spot gold market has been only 5.2%. It is completely impossible for stocks to fluctuate by 10% or even 20% in a single day. Silver is more volatile, mainly because silver is cheaper. In the past 10 years of history, the largest single-day fluctuation of silver was 14.8%. That was the situation where the bald eagle nation, the European Union, and the Great British Alliance jointly harvested retail investors around the world. Not to mention retail investors, even smaller financial institutions are completely powerless when facing the national team. Still taking table tennis as an example, retail investors are amateurs, small financial institutions are players on the municipal team, large financial institutions are players on the provincial team, and then the national team. How can amateurs win against the national team, or even the Olympic champions? I'm afraid it will be 21 points to 0 points, and a clean sheet will be taken away, right? Players from the city team may get 5 points, which saves a little face. Players from the provincial team may get more than 10 points, barely able to protect themselves. After Liang checked the historical prices, he sent a message to the Imperial Capital Friends group, and Liang at everyone. Are you here? Li Tsunyun 1, Cloud Ocean. 2, Qian Xiaojiang, 1024, and Liang. I have basically finalized the investment plan, and the target is the international spot gold market. And Liang. The international spot gold market is currently very volatile. I think there are investment opportunities, but the risks are also very high. And Liang. This time, it is venture capital. Whether you follow it or not, it is your choice. And Liang. Let me tell you in advance that no matter what you choose, our relationship will remain the same. And Liang. If you don't invest, I respect your choice. If you invest, if you lose money, you must be prepared to take risks. And Liang. If some people invest, some don't, then those who have lost money will be treated to dinner by those who did not participate in the investment to comfort us for our loss. And Liang. Vice versa. If we make a profit, we will comfort the regret of not investing. And Liang. I think we 4 brothers have been able to speak openly so we can speak freely. And Liang. Again, the risk of investment this time is relatively high. Our funds are just small shrimps in the international spot gold market. Li Tsunyuan. I have already prepared the 2.5 billion for horse racing. I haven't bought it yet. Let's wait for the results. Yin Haiyang. I've already borrowed the money. If I lose money, I will have to go to your 3 houses to celebrate the new year. After all, I have to avoid debts. Qian Xiaojiang. There is no problem on my side. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, everything is a profit. I believe Brother Liang. Even if you lose everything this time, Brother Liang doesn't have to worry. I still have a few cars that can be mortgaged. Let's find a way to make a comeback. This spirited young man is indeed very upright. To be precise, the 3 of them, Li Tsunyuan, are very upright, and they are willing to believe in Liang. In fact, to be honest, 2.5 billion is a huge amount of money. According to their family and status, if they use the 2.5 billion to make capital guaranteed investments, they can live a glorious life, even last for several generations. But they are willing to believe in Liang. And Liang, aren't you afraid if we really lose everything? Li Kunyuan, afraid. Li Tsunyun. But if you lose, you lose. Brother Gongzi is right. Let's find a way to make a comeback again. Yin Haiyang. It's not a big problem. If you really lose money, I will follow Hu Xiaoyu. And when I get up, I will take you to fly. This cloud ocean, poisonous. Qian Xiaojiang. Brother Haiyang is awesome. Li Tsunyuan. Brother Haiyang is awesome. And Liang. As expected of you. Li Tsunyuan. Brother Liang. When will we start taking action? And Liang. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Yin Haiyang. I will arrive in Xingqing tomorrow too, and Liang. Okay. Do I want to pick you up? Yin Haiyang. No, I have all the arrangements here, and I only have time in the evening. Let's make an appointment for a late-night supper. And Liang. Okay, Li Tsunyun. Then I will transfer the funds today so that I can invest with peace of mind. Yin Haiyang. I can also mobilize funds today. Qian Xiaojiang. You could do it anytime. And Liang. No problem. Just send the funds over. And Liang. Let me remind you one last time. Once the money is transferred, I'll forget about it because the risk is really high and I am only half sure. Li Tsunyun. Let's fight. Yin Haiyang. I'll give it a try too. Qian Xiaojian together, looking at the 3 people's answers, and Liang sighed secretly. At first, the 4 of them only had a cooperative relationship of interest. Later, their friendship gradually deepened, and now they trust each other even more. After all, the three of them were willing to hand over 2.5 billion funds to An Liang for operation without even signing a contract. Isn't that enough trust? Chapter 8:15. After the exchange between An Liang and Li Tsunyuan ended, he sent a message to Fan Ping, asking Fan Ping to pay attention to the funds of Li Tsunyuan and the others. Once the funds of the three people arrived, they would all be transferred to the FXSWL account to prepare to open a position in the international spot gold market, and then hold international spot gold for the long term. And Liang communicated with Wu Zhengfeng again, and he asked Wu Zhengfeng to help with the matter. Near 3 o'clock, Li Xiyan and Lu Ling had basically finished packing. They only packed daily necessities and 2 sets of changes of clothes. But even so, Li Xiyan and Lu Ling both packed a suitcase and a handbag. And Liang walked in front pushing 2 suitcases, and Li Xiyan and Lu Ling followed behind, each carrying a suitcase. The three of them took the elevator downstairs, and Liang put the 2 suitcases in the trunk of the Lamborghini Urus. This is the advantage of Lamborghini Urus. The trunk of Lamborghini Urus is really big. After placing 2 suitcases, it can definitely accommodate 2 more suitcases. 15 minutes later, An Liang and the others arrived at the flower source. In room 3006 in Building 1, just as Li Xiyan said, when they entered the room was already as warm as spring, and the air did not feel dry. This is the effect of the combination of floor heating and fresh air system. The floor is still warm and comfortable, Li Xiyan said with satisfaction. Lu Ling felt happy and worried at the same time. Fan Huayuan has everything good, with a large flat floor of more than 200 square meters, an exquisite roof garden, and modern and warm decoration. These are all. It was a scene that Lu Ling had never dreamed of before. But there was a huge problem before Lu Ling. The location of Fan Huayuan was a bit remote. Lu Ling had been observing the situation along the way. Fan Huayuan was in the middle of Butterfly Ridge. There is no Xingqing light rail system here. The bus stop is 500 meters away, and there are very few taxis. So in the future, will you only be able to travel by online car hailing? Compared with T-Online Community, which has convenient transportation, Fan Huayuan has better traffic conditions. There's a big difference. Xiyan, Aunt, come with me. An Liang greeted. Li Xiyan looked at An Liang doubtfully. Let's go. And Liang walked over and took Li Xiyan's little hand, asking Li Xiyan to follow him. Li Xiyan's face was slightly red, and she deliberately did not look at Lu Ling. Mom, let's go. The three of them took the elevator to the underground garage, and Liang drove them to the Starlight Center, and then the three of them walked into Star Papa Coffee. In Star Papa Coffee, and Liang was sending messages on his mobile phone. And Liang, Uncle Wu, has the person you arranged arrived? Wu Zhengfeng, the other party has arrived. I will push his WeChat to you. You can contact him by voice. And Liang, okay. And Liang added the WeChat message pushed by Wu Zhengfeng, made a voice call, and then determined the location of the other party. It was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s. The other party was waiting for him outside Xingbapa. After both parties confirmed the person, the other party walked in and took the initiative to greet An Liang. Happy New Year, Mr. An. I am Kai Mingjie from Porsche Center. Happy New Year. An Liang responded. Has old Wu made it clear to you? Yes, Mr. Wu has made it clear. Thank you very much for choosing our Porsche. Kai Mingjie responded. Are you from Beiyou Center? An Liang asked curiously. How did Mr. An guess it? Kai Mingjie was curious. If you were from Nanan Center, you should know me, because I picked up a top-spec sports touring version of the Porsche Panamera there. In addition, I am also a Porsche 911 Turbos owner, and my mother is also a Porsche owner. And Liang explained simply. Kai Mingjie nodded affirmatively. Mr. An guessed it right. I am from Beiyou Center. It turns out that Mr. An is the owner of 911 Turbos. You are really discerning. I feel so too. And Liang responded with a smile. By the way, the insurance on this car is all complete, right? Please rest assured, Mr. An, everything is fine. Kai Mingjie said as he took out a document bag from his messenger bag and handed it to An Liang. Vehicle driving license and 2 car keys. Please check it with Mr. An. There's no need to check it out. It's just a few days of driving anyway. The vehicle management office is currently closed and cannot apply for a new car, so I have to lend you a test drive. And Liang explained, by the way, send me a message on the 3rd, and we will come over to distribute a new Kian. Do you have a quota for the new Kian now? And Liang asked, by the way. Certainly, Kai Mingjie responded affirmatively. The Kian is one of our best-selling models, so there must be a quota. Currently, Kian only needs to wait 3 to 4 months, which is still very fast. It's a bit long. And Liang complained, is there a car available? Existing cars are also available. Kai Mingjie said with a slight embarrassment. The 2020 coupe model has an additional configuration of nearly 200,000 yuan, which is a top-end model forced by the manufacturer. Kai Mingjie added, because it is a new model, it does not have any discounts. The price is 1.236 million, plus the options of 198,000. The price/performance ratio is a bit low. Is the price-performance ratio low? It seems to be a little bit. But for An Liang, with a price of just over 1 million, how can we talk about cost-effectiveness? It's not just a Pagani worth 50 million or 100 million. That car is to carefully consider the issue of cost-effectiveness, okay? Chapter 8:16 facing what Kai Mingjie explained about the Porsche Cayenne Coupe, and Liang asked, what options does it have? Kai Mingjie responded, I don't remember the specific situation very clearly, but the optional equipment are basically practical configurations, such as seat ventilation, upgrading Berlin voice speakers, upgrading matrix lighting, active steering, assisted line merging, etc. And Liang thought about it and found that he was indeed not short of money, but he was very rational in buying a car. Whether it is Pagani, Koenigsegg, or hypercars such as Lykan and Apollo, An Liang has no interest in them and has no plans to buy them. The only hypercar that is possible to buy is Bugatti, and that's only possible. Why not buy a hypercar? Take Koenigsegg as an example. This hypercar manufacturer from Sweden has only 30 full-time employees and some part-time workers. Each Koenigsegg is claimed to be completely handmade, but in fact isn't it just a small factory without automated equipment? To put it more harshly, isn't Koenigsegg a manual stacking and assembly factory? Although Koenigsegg Agera claims to have used a self-developed engine, are you sure it is not a self-developed engine improved from Ford's 4.8-liter V8 engine? 30 full-time employees and some part-timers developing their own engines? The world's top 10 large car manufacturers collectively jumped into the river to apologize? The above reasons alone were enough for An Liang to reject hypercar. After all, it's expensive and has no quality guarantee, so why choose it? Even for the track or something, there are a lot of options in the Porsche 911 series, and they can even be modified. Isn't it great? Even Porsche officials no longer produce the Porsche 918 and focus on making the Porsche 911, which illustrates the situation of hypercar from the side. And Liang would only consider cost-effectiveness if a hypercar cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but An Liang really wouldn't care too much about a car worth more than 1 million. Although everyone says that Porsche's options are boring, they are actually quite nice. As for seat ventilation, which requires an installation fee of 12,500 yuan, this function is simply a godlike enjoyment function in Xingqing, and it is a type that must be optional if conditions permit. Another example is the Berlin voice speaker that costs 56,700 yuan. If you have the conditions, why not install it? Another example is the matrix lighting worth 13,100 yuan. This 4-point matrix lighting is already a symbol of Porsche. If the matrix lighting is not optional, it really feels like a Porsche is not like a Porsche. Porsche's options are indeed very deceiving in terms of price, but if conditions permit, there is actually no problem in choosing them. You can later send me the configuration and installation information of this Cayenne Coupe. If it fits, buy it. If not, we will customize a new one. And Liang explained, By the way, Mr. N, this Cayenne test car is in parking space number 135 on the first floor. If Mr. N has nothing else to do, I won't disturb Mr. N, Kai Mingjie added. And Liang responded negatively. I have nothing to do here. I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Mr. N. Kai Mingjie responded politely and left. And Liang came to Li Xian and Lu Ling with a document bag in hand. He said, Annie, you said before that you can drive, right? Lu Ling nodded. And Liang took out the keys to the Porsche Cayenne from the document bag. He handed one to Lu Ling and the other to Li Xian. Fan Huayuan is far away, so I have prepared a Cayenne test drive for you. And Liang explained, Annie, you should practice your skills of the test drive first. Try to get familiar with it during the Chinese New Year, and then buy one after the New Year. Lu Ling fell silent, and Liang's sugar-coated bullets were coming one after another. She was just thinking about this problem before, but Liang has already solved it? How can Li Xian withstand it? Li Xian was playing with the keys of the Porsche Cayenne. She said distressfully, On Liang, I haven't passed the driver's license test yet. So the car keys are given to you just to let you play with them, not to drive. Do you understand? And Liang smiled evilly. Li Xian complained in response, Learning to drive is really difficult. For some people, learning to drive is really difficult. Annie, shall we try? And Liang asked. Lu Ling felt a little eager to give it a try. She nodded and said, Okay. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at parking space number 135 on the first floor. This Porsche Cayenne is the latest model. Although it is a test drive, there is no test drive sign on it, which is very considerate. And Liang greeted. Annie, would you like to try it directly? Lu Ling responded nervously. How about you drive out on the main road, and I'll try again. Chapter 822 inches, booth number 888 of the surprise bar, and Liang is sending a message to the friends group in the imperial capital. And Liang, the small shenlong is 38,888 yuan, and the big shenlong is 88,888 yuan. Are these prices affordable? Qian Xiaojing, damn it. Qian Xiaojing. Is your bar in Shengqing so conscientious? Yun Haiyang. The price in Shengqing is indeed that Yun Haiyang. Surprise bar? Yun Haiyang. Brother Liang, make arrangements tomorrow. Li Tsunyun. I want to go. Qian Xiaojing. +1. And Liang. If you can escape tomorrow, you are welcome to come and play together. Brother Haiyang will arrive tomorrow. Li Tsunyun. I have no problem. Qian Xiaojing, me too. And Liang. Okay. Tell me after you book your flight, and I will pick you up. Li Tsunyun. Then thank you, Brother Liang. Qian Xiaojing. Lamborghini Urus? And Liang. Yes, try it? Qian Xiaojing. No, I'd better forget about your path to Xingqing and wait until tomorrow to have fun. And Liang. Then I'll reserve a table first. After Liang communicated with his friends in the imperial city, he greeted Xiao Sun. Sun Ke came over immediately. Brother, what do you say? Tomorrow I will keep this 888. My friends from the imperial city are going to come over to play. You guys in the atmosphere group should choose carefully. Do you understand? And Liang reminded, no problem. Sun Ke secretly said with surprise. He sold a big shenlong today, and there is still another one tomorrow. Sun Ke was really excited. When Liang and Sun Ke were communicating, Lu Kai, the three beeps, actually held two of them each. The girls from the atmosphere group are back. They used to say how embarrassed they were when they were singles, but now they feel so free and easy hugging each other. These three beeps are poisonous. Lu Kai is on the right of Liang, and Liang is on the far left, and Lu Kai asked, Brother Liang, you really don't want to pick two? He added, Don't worry, we won't tell Li Xian. Go, I said, I am a good man. I will play with you today. I don't even drink. And Liang explained. Lu Kai looked at Liang in surprise. Isn't it? I think you have met Li Xian, so you still don't understand? And Liang said jokingly. Lu Kai, Zhou Kong, and Liang Chao suddenly realized. It turns out that Liang has high requirements. They're all classmates of Liang and Li Xian, so they naturally know how good-looking Li Xian is. Gao. At least the ladies in these atmosphere groups are no match for Li Xian. Whether it's appearance or temperament, they are all easily defeated by Li Xian. Okay? Brothers drink. And Liang reminded. Kongzi, weren't you bragging on the road just now? Are you a heavy drinker? And Liang continued. Xiao Sun, go and get me 12,000 in cash, and I'll send it to you via WeChat. Sun Ku immediately responded. Okay, brother, please wait a moment. And Liang looked at the girls from the atmosphere team in the booth. Ladies, here are my three brothers. It's their first time to play in a bar. You should be enthusiastic, and then you will beat them hard and let them know about drinking. You can't brag. 6 of you got drunk, and 3 of them got a reward of 2,000 each. Wow. Thank you, little brother. Thank you, boss. Little brother, awesome. Happy New Year, little brother. The girls in the Atmosphere group cheered. They were just the resident Atmosphere group. Most of them drank for free, but had no extra income. Now that there is a reward of 2,000 yuan, can Lu Kai and the other 2 withstand it? Kaizi Yasuko, Chaozi, come on you 3. And Liang winked and said, the time has come to test your strength. If you win, live forever. If you lose, you will sleep. Lu Kai and the other 2 looked at each other, then nodded vigorously. Look at our strength. However, the strength of the 3 people. Anyway, before 11 o'clock, all 3 of them were already lying down, and Liang also received a notification from the winner of Life System. Ding! Random mission rescue the single brothers. Complete. Comprehensive analysis of the happiness coefficient of 3 single dogs. 2.97. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of key information related to gold. And Liang first checked the pleasure coefficients of Lu Kai and the 3 of them. Each of them had a pleasure coefficient of 0.99. Sure enough, they were still simple teenagers. Even if they lost, they were still willing to admit defeat. This makes Liang very satisfied, and Liang checked another piece of key information related to gold. A piece of gold-related key information: Great Britain will officially leave the European Union at 2300 hours local time on January 31st, which is 7 a.m. on January 31st, Imperial City time. From now on, we say goodbye to our 47-year alliance, and also bring an end to the Brexit process that lasted more than 3 years. After reading the information, Liang understood the time to enter the international spot gold market. If he wanted to gain greater benefits, he should enter the international spot gold market before this time. Chapter 823. After Liang read a piece of key information related to gold, he looked at the drunken Lu Kai and the other 3, and after taking a few photos, he said, Xiao Sun, please arrange for someone to send the 3 of them away. Go to the Gezi Hotel upstairs. I went up and opened a room for them. And Liang added, okay. Sun Ku responded quickly, by the way, my name is Liang Seifin, kind Liang. And Liang finally introduced himself. Sun Ku looked happy. And Liang was willing to introduce himself, which means that his relationship with Liang has taken a step closer. When Liang wants to spend money in the bar in the future, he should be his first choice, right? It takes less than 5 minutes. Sun Ku brought 6 security personnel over. They worked in pairs, picked up Lu Kai and the other 3, and then followed Liang away. Sun Ku led the way, and he lowered his voice and said, Mr. N, do we want to give it to you? Can a friend arrange it? And Liang understood what Sun Ku meant. He smiled and said, I just said if you win, live forever. If you lose, you can sleep alone. The 3 of them lost, so you understand? At the front desk of the Gatai Hotel, Liang opened a suite and then asked people to throw them into their respective bedrooms. Thank you all for your hard work. 200 red envelopes for each person. I wish you a happy new year. As Liang spoke, he sent 1,400 yuan to Sun Ku, obviously including Sun Ku. When Sun Ku saw the amount, he secretly lamented Liang's sophistication in dealing with things. He obviously didn't contribute, but Liang still remained count him in, which makes Sun Ku secretly happy. Thank you, Mr. N, for the reward. Sun Ku responded politely. The other 6 security personnel also politely thanked him. And Liang waved his hand and reminded, Xiao Sun, we will continue to arrange table 888 tomorrow. By the way, Xiao Sun, how do you drink? Sun Ku was slightly embarrassed. My drinking capacity is not bad. How good is it? And Liang asked back, can one dragon drink all the wine? And Liang continued to add, tomorrow I will start with a big divine dragon. My 3 friends from the imperial capital have good drinking capacity. Come and drink with me. As long as you can drink it, tomorrow the 2nd big divine dragon and the 3rd big divine dragon will all be yours. Achievements. Sun Ku's head felt hot. Mr. N, you'll see what I do tomorrow. Oh. And Liang patted Sun Ku's arm and said, let's go now. See you tomorrow. Okay, Mr. N, you have a safe journey. Sun Ku responded politely. And Liang raised his right hand and waved. He didn't drink, so he was safe. in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Urus, and Liang dialed the number of Lu Kai's father. After waiting for the call to be connected, and Liang took the initiative and said, "Uncle Lu, I am in Liang. Hello, on Liang." Lu Kai's father Lu Dong knew the situation at Liang's family, and his attitude was very polite. "Uncle Lu, the situation is like this. Today I called Lu Kai, Zhou Kong, and Liang Chao to play together. All three of them were drunk, so I opened a room for them outside and let them sleep for a while. Go home late." And Liang simply explained the situation. "By the way, Uncle Lu, do you know the contact information of Zhou Kong and Liang Chao's parents?" And Liang asked. Lu Dong responded, "I have their contact information and I will explain the situation to them. These three bastards are really troubling you. By the way, how much is the hotel room? I will transfer it to Lu Kai and ask him to transfer it to you." "Ouch! Uncle Lu, you are too polite. They and I are both good friends. It is just a small matter, and there is no need to take it to heart. Uncle Lu, I still have something to do here. I wish you a Happy New Year." And Liang expressed his intention to end the call. "Happy New Year," Lu Dong responded. Just as Liang hung up the phone, he received a call from Xingyu and Liang. "Are you back today? It's almost 12 o'clock. Were you still fooling around?" And Xingyu asked. "I was at Surprise just now, and I took Lu Kai, Zhou Kong, and Liang Chao to play for a night. It turned out that these three guys were as drunk as dogs. I was busy throwing them into the hotel, at this moment ready to come back." And Liang responded. And Liang and Xingyu's relationship is more like friends, and they are very happy to get along, rather than enemies who don't even say a word. And Xingyu controls the relationship between father and son very well. He doesn't always act like a father, and has been like Liang's friend since he was very young. "Have you been drinking? If so, call for a driver." And Xingyu reminded, "I didn't drink. When they were drinking, I said I was doing work. Do you believe it?" And Liang is indeed handling the work. He is looking at the international gold price. "I don't care whether you work or not. Your mother and I will go to bed first. If you come back smelling like alcohol and want to take a shower, I advise you to go to Sky Realm. Your mother's temper is a bit explosive today." And Xingyu reminded, "Are those relatives up to something again?" And Liang asked back, "What year is there without moths?" And Xingyu sighed fine. And Liang responded, "I will go to the Sky Realm today and come back for breakfast tomorrow morning. There is a high probability that there will be no breakfast tomorrow morning." And Xingyu complained, "Your mother left everything to me tomorrow. She made an appointment to play mahjong. Do you think there will be breakfast?" "Ahem." And Liang coughed. "Comrade Laowen, I wish you good luck." Chapter 824 Sky Realm. Room 3203, Building 1. This is On Liang's new home, with a construction area of 520 square meters and an interior area of 492 square meters. It is truly a large flat floor. This suite has 4 bedrooms. And Liang left the first bedroom to Xingyu and Sun Xia, and he chose the second bedroom. Anyway, each living room has its own bathroom and corresponding balcony, and the first and second bedrooms have separate cloakrooms. In the independent bathroom of the second bedroom, On Liang took a shower first. The floor heating and fresh air system in the second bedroom had already started working. After On Liang took a shower, he could enjoy a comfortable and warm environment. To be fair, and Liang suddenly felt that he should persuade Sun Xia to come over. Anyway, Sun Xia can drive. Even if she wants to play mahjong, it only takes 10 minutes to drive there. And Liang was really not used to the old house over there, especially when he got up in the morning. Because of his powerful dual talents, he had to calm down for a long time before going to the bathroom. But Sky Realm is different. Each living room has a separate bathroom, and the sound insulation effect of the living room is very good, which will not affect the rest of the family at all. And Liang thought about it before trying to persuade him. The next day, just after 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang woke up early. He first checked his circle of friends. In the circle of friends, Baiyu actually sent a message in the circle of friends. Baiyu, this is the freshest lettuce from Tianfu. It is grown using green and residue-free hydroponics, thus completely eliminating the problem of pesticide residues. And it tastes very good. Short video. And Liang looked at the short video, which was a short video of growing lettuce without soil. There is indeed no pesticide residue in lettuce cultivated through soilless cultivation. After all, the environment of soilless cultivation is relatively sealed, and there is basically no interference from pests and diseases. And Liang liked Baiyu's circle of friends, and then called Baiyu's number. 10 seconds later, Baiyu answered the phone. Classmate Baiyu, Happy New Year. And Liang took the initiative to greet you. The little mute couldn't remain mute on the phone, so she responded in a low voice. Classmate and Happy New Year. By the way, I saw the soilless lettuce you posted on Moments. Did you find it? And Liang asked. Baiyu's tone was vaguely happy, and she responded affirmatively. Well, I found it yesterday, then checked the situation on the spot and purchased 2 kilograms of samples. I tasted them again this morning, so posted in a circle of friends. Baiyu continued. This soilless lettuce cultivation project was done by Professor Xiong Wenjian of Tianfu Agricultural College. He also knows about our UUE and knows that we provide part-time opportunities for poor students from surrounding colleges, so he is willing to cooperate with us. Sell a portion of soilless lettuce to our UU. Baiyu added, Professor Xiong Wenjian's soilless lettuce cultivation is mainly provided to various high-end Western restaurants. The price is 6 yuan per pound. Student, and do you think it's okay? Do you think it's delicious? And Liang asked, delicious. Baiyu responded solemnly, that's no problem. We choose it. I will notify Manager Feng to contact you in a moment to handle this matter. And Liang explained, Tianfu, outside an old residential building on Nanfeng 4th Road. Baiyu was talking to An Liang on the phone. Okay, I will tell Manager Feng the specific situation. Baiyu responded. And Liang responded, Classmate Baiyu, I wish you a Happy New Year. Classmate, I wish you a Happy New Year. Baiyu responded, and I'm glad you called me. The moments I posted are actually only visible to you. Baiyu lowered her volume. Classmate, and I really miss you, Baiyu whispered, and I really want to start school as soon as possible. I really want you to eat across the street. I really want to watch you. Baiyu said softly, I also want to hold your hand. It must be very warm, right? Baiyu said longingly, I know. Not worthy of you, but I just can't help thinking about it. Baiyu said hesitantly, actually, I still want to hug you. Baiyu has a serious attitude. Whether you pity me or pity me, I feel so lucky. Baiyu took a deep breath. On Liang, can I hug you? Even just once? Even just for a second? Baiyu stopped. I'm really cowardly, because I only dare to say this to you after you hang up the phone. Baiyu's mobile phone screen had already lit up, indicating that she was not on a call. In fact, just after Baiyu and Liang said Happy New Year to each other, and Liang had already hung up the phone. Baiyu also heard Liang hang up the phone and knew that Liang hung up the phone. Baiyu silently turned on the phone's camera, switched to the front camera to look at herself, and then turned off the camera. She stood in the cold wind and never returned to the house. Chapter 8:25 And Liang hung up the call with Baiyu. Naturally, it was impossible for him to hear Baiyu's sudden confession. It was now 7:20 in the morning, and Liang checked the international gold price again. The price at this time was 350 xia yuan per gram. He checked the history again. In the past 24 hours, the lowest price of gold was 342 xia yuan per gram, and the highest was 351 xia yuan per gram. It really jumped all over the place. The Europa League and the British League are really fierce, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. Today is already the 27th. Great Britain announced its withdrawal from the Europa Union at 2300 hours on January 31st. And Liang is considering entering the market tomorrow at the latest. Although the Kingdom of Great Britain was only announced on January 31st, it is possible that the decision was made on January 30th, or even earlier, right? The international gold price is still jumping repeatedly, which shows that the outside world still does not know the final choice of Great Britain. Once this is known, I'm afraid the international gold price will rise all the way, right? After Liang read the international gold price, he sent a message to Li Xian and Liang. Baby, are you awake? Li Xian, I just woke up. Is something wrong? And Liang, I'm here to play with you. Let's go to the infinity pool on the roof. Li Xian, roll eyes. Li Xian, what a beautiful thought. Li Xian, Not today. My mother and I are going to visit my uncle's house. Today is the family reunion dinner. In Liang. Are you there all day today? Li Xian. I won't be back until tonight. And Liang. In the evening, my friends from the Imperial City came over to play. We are going to the surprise bar. Do you want to go and play? Li Xian. Is surprise bar that sci-fi bar? And Liang, yeah. Li Xian. I want to go. Li Xian. When are you going? And Liang. When will you come back? Li Xian. Probably after 8 o'clock. And Liang. That's no problem. I'll come and pick you up when the time comes. Eh? On the other side, after Li Xian communicated with An Liang, she immediately called, Mom. Lu Ling did not respond. Mother. Li Xian raised her voice, but Lu Ling still didn't respond. Li Xian suddenly remembered that they had moved into a new home. The sound insulation effect of the new home was very good, and the area was large enough. When she called, Lu Ling came again. How could you hear it? Li Xian got up first and then washed up in the private bathroom. She was wearing summer light pajamas because the fresh air system of floor heating provided a good warm environment. After washing, Li Xian walked out of the bedroom. She just left when she came out. She felt so cold. Because the floor heating system of this suite is zone-controlled, each living room, including the multi-purpose room, the guest bathroom and kitchen, as well as the living room and all aisles, are all independently zone-controlled. Reduce energy consumption as much as possible, in line with the concept of environmental protection. Li Xian quickly walked to the multifunctional room, and Lu Ling was practicing yoga in the multifunctional room. The floor heating and fresh air system were also turned on in this room, returning a warm and comfortable environment. Li Xian first turned on the floor heating system and fresh air system in the living room and corridor through her mobile phone. Then she looked at Lu Ling and said, Mom, when will we be back tonight? Lu Ling was practicing the Vajra sitting movement. She heard Li Xian's question and responded, What's the matter with you? And Liang said that his friend in the Imperial City was coming over to play, and he wanted to take me with him. We were going to the surprise bar. Li Xian explained that. Lu Ling reminded, If you go to a bar, don't drink. Also, give me a call when the time comes, and I will come and pick you up. Li Xian responded affirmatively. I know. I'm not a child. Lu Ling sighed secretly in her heart. How long can she protect Li Xian? This silly daughter has completely fallen. By the way, Mom, when are we going to my uncle's place? Li Xian asked again. I saw in the circle of friends that Sister Lu Yu was in a bit of a slump. Should we go there in advance and take a look? What's going on with Lu Yu? Lu Ling asked back from her circle of friends. It seems that her mentality is somewhat unbalanced. I don't know the specific situation. Li Xian responded. Then let's set off at 9 o'clock. Lu Ling explained. As soon as Lu Ling finished speaking, her cell phone rang. The caller ID was Lu Mei, Li Xian's third aunt and Lu Ling's biological sister. Why is third aunt calling here? Li Xian was confused. Have no idea. Lu Ling swiped the screen to answer the call and clicked on the speakerphone. She continued to maintain the Vajra sitting yoga pose. Lu Mei's voice came first. Fourth brother, today is the eldest brother's family reunion dinner. They're in Beixin district. I'll come to pick you up. You open the door. I'll be at the door. Beixin district is a bit far away. It's about 40 kilometers away from Tianlan community. Lu Mei is here to show her courtesy. When she was worshiping her ancestors before, she deliberately tricked Lu Ling. And then she discovered the relationship between Li Xian and An Liang. She naturally wants to be attentive now, and she comes directly to her door to offer her attentiveness. This person is really a snobbery. Chapter 826 Multi-Purpose Room in Room 3006, Building 1, Fanhuayuan. Lu Ling used the speakerphone to answer Lu Mei's call. Lu Mei actually went to Tianlan community to pick them up. Li Xian thinks Lu Mei is really snobbish. Lu Ling also felt speechless. She didn't think Lu Mei was snobbish before, because the two parties didn't have many interactions. But this time, because of the Onxing incident, Lu Ling discovered that Lu Mei was so snobbish towards her family. Third sister, we are not at home. Lu Ling responded. Lu Mei was stunned for a moment. No wonder no one responded when she knocked on the door just now. Oh. Have you already left for the car? Lu Mei asked speculatively. Today they are having a reunion dinner at their eldest brother Lu Guiqiang's house. Lu Guiqiang is in Beijing district, which is about 40 kilometers away from Tianlan community. There is no direct bus, and you must take the Shengqing Rail Transit. According to the location of Tianlan community, should require 2 transfers. So did you leave early? Li Xian interjected. We are moving. Ah. Lu Mei was full of doubts. Moving. Did Lu Ling and Li Xian suddenly and silently move? Logically speaking, buying a new house and moving to a new home are very important matters. Most people will think about it repeatedly and even call their friends. Friends help and reference. Especially when moving to a new home, shouldn't you invite relatives and friends to a banquet? As a result, Lu Ling and Li Xian moved to a new home silently. Lu Mei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Liang bought a new house for Li Xian? Although in Lu Mei's view, this possibility was not high, but from the analysis of Lu Ling and Li Xian's situation, especially from the economic situation, the only possibility for them to move to a new home was that Liang bought a new house for them. Lu Mei asked additionally, Xian, where are you staying now? I'll come and pick you up. Li Xian refused and responded, Third aunt, my mother can drive. Ah. Lu Mei was stunned again, and then she understood in an instant that Liang might have even provided a car for them, right? After all, if Liang arranged real estate for Li Xian and Lu Ling, wouldn't he also arrange a car for Li Xian? Following in Liang's tone, he joined the On My OG team. We'll go there on our own in a while, so we won't bother third aunt. Thank you, third aunt, for your kindness. Lu Ling secretly laughed. Is this Li Xian bad at learning from Liang? I have to say that Brother Liang's Yin Yang sect is very contagious. Even a simple schoolgirl like Li Xian was infected and actually learned Yin Yang magic. Third aunt, my mother and I are still exercising, so I'll hang up now and see you later. After Li Xian finished speaking, she hung up the call without waiting for Lu Mei's response to AT the door of room 1903. Unit 1, Tianlan Community. Lu Mei put down the phone and frowned secretly. Lu Mei is a human being. From Li Xian's attitude, Lu Mei can analyze that both Li Xian and Lu Ling must have opinions about her, so just relying on flattery and attentiveness won't work, right? Since flattery won't work, then change one way. Lu Mei directly sends messages in the Lu family WeChat group Lu Mei at Li Xiang. Congratulations to my little sister and Xian for moving into their new home. Lu Mei, little sister, where is your new house? Lu Mei, take some photos and look at your mansion. Lu Mei has changed her flattering and attentive ways. She's going to be a candy and make people sick. As long as Lu Ling and Li Xian can't stand it, then she will win, right? Li Xian saw the message Lu Mei sent in the Lu family's WeChat group. She complained, Mom, the third aunt is really a little annoying. She originally wanted to say it was disgusting, but considering that Lu Mei was Lu Ling's biological sister after all, she restrained her choice of words. Lu Ling changed into a Vajra kneeling breathing technique and then picked up her phone to check. See, Lu Ling also frowned at the message Lu Mei sent in the WeChat group. Mom, since she wants to see it, I'll take a picture and show it to her, Li Xian said with a hum. Lu Ling did not stop her and continued to practice yoga. That Li Xian took a photo of Lu Ling's profile and the multi-purpose room and threw it directly in the Lu family's WeChat group Li Xian. Picture. Li Xian, this is a multi-purpose room. Currently, it is mainly used by my mother to practice yoga. Li Xian came to Lu Ling's master bedroom again. She took 3 photos, namely the bedroom, the cloakroom, and the separate bathroom. Li Xian. Picture. Li Xian. This is the master bedroom, with an independent bathroom and independent dressing room, which not only ensures the privacy of living, but also does not disturb the family. Li Xian. The second bedroom has the same layout. The third bedroom only has an independent bathroom and no independent dressing room. Li Xian. Picture. Li Xian. This is the living room and balcony. The balcony is more than 20 square meters. If the weather is good, you can exercise on the balcony. You can see Jiaxing River and Butterfly Ridge at a glance. The scenery is very good. Li Xian. The whole house is equipped with an intelligent management system, including floor heating system, fresh air system, lighting, curtains, etc. No one in the Lu family group spoke. Only Li Xian was sending messages. She was obviously suppressed. This configuration of having a separate bathroom in each living room is actually beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For ordinary people, the most serious thing is 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Even some traditional garden houses only have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and there is no separate bathroom for each living room. Li Xian at Liumei, third aunt. Do you still want to see the mansion? Li Xian successfully took office as a novice on Myoji. H827 on Liang is poisonous. February 10th. Please subscribe for monthly tickets. Prompt picture is at 812/818 among the Lu family. Lu Mei is really a bit autistic. She originally thought that the property in Liang arranged for Li Xian and Lu Ling would be a small high-rise with fine decoration at most. However, judging from the photos taken by Li Xian, it is definitely a very large mansion, okay? Chapter 827, if it weren't for a very large apartment. How could it be possible that all 3 bedrooms would have their own bathrooms, and the master bedroom and first bedroom would also have separate dressing rooms? This is simply outrageous. Lu Mei, Xian, how big is this suite? Li Xian. It seems like 280 square meters. The building area is 280 square meters, and the apartment seems to be 259 square meters. Liu Xian. Lu Yu envy. Li Xian. By the way, it also comes with a rooftop garden and a super large infinity swimming pool. Li Xian. Picture, picture, picture. Li Xian. The infinity pool during the day, the infinity pool at night, and the photos of my mother and I's experience. This infinity pool looks to the Jiaxing River, and the scenery is very good. Lu Yu wow. Lu Yu this. Lu Yu. Is there a heating function? Li Xian. Heating, cleaning, sterilization, and disinfection. All available Lu Yu. Xian. Can I be a guest at your home? Li Xian. Of course. Lu Sha. Cousin, please take me in. Li Xian, no. My boyfriend will be jealous. Lu Sha. Lu Mei watched Li Xian target her in the group, but she didn't say anything because she was going to ask Li Xian and Lu Ling a fatal question later. 9:30 in the morning, Lu Ling and Li Xian finished packing. Lu Ling chose a full set of Louis Vuitton today. A red wool coat, black trousers, high heels, and a scarf, and she wore a small lock-me tote diagonally. Bag. This combination, coupled with Lu Ling's youthful and good-looking appearance, makes her look very elegant. Li Xian's dress is much simpler. She still has a cute student style. She wears a full set of Gucci, a pink pineapple print sweatshirt, white sports trousers, and Gucci classic sneakers that Li Xian casually grabbed a Gucci tiger head bag. She liked Gucci a little bit more, probably because of the cute clothes. I woojawoo like Gucci bags that I in the underground garage. Lu Ling set up a navigation map on her mobile phone. Wireless CarPlay automatically projected the mobile phone content onto the car screen, providing corresponding navigation content. It's a bit far. Li Xian looked at the distance of nearly 40 kilometers. According to the navigation estimate, it will take about 45 minutes. Fortunately, there are no traffic jams during the New Year celebrations. If there is a normal traffic jam, it will take more than an hour. Things. The Porsche Cayenne set off from the underground garage of Fanhuayuan and headed to Beijing District according to the navigation. Lu Ling's driving skills became more and more proficient. She skillfully controlled the Porsche Cayenne, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which was not low. Nearly 50 minutes later, Lu Ling drove to the Jingxiu community where Lu Guiqiang was located. To the entrance of the community, the status of the Porsche super luxury car came into play. Lu Ling just lowered the window and explained that he was visiting relatives without even registering. He was released directly. The Porsche Cayenne came downstairs in the 3rd unit, and Lu Shi directly chose an open-air parking space. As soon as she and Li Xian got off the car, they met Lu Yu. Lu Yu happened to go downstairs. She also saw Lu Ling and Li Xian. Then she saw the Porsche Cayenne, and then she saw how Lu Ling and Li Xian were dressed. She felt a little dazzled. Andy, Xian, you guys? Lu Yu hesitated for a while. Li Xian responded proactively. Sister Lu Yu, Happy New Year. Lu Ling took out a red envelope from Louis Vuitton's small tote bag and handed it to Lu Yu. Happy New Year, Xiao Yu. Lu Yu refused. Annie, I've graduated and I don't want the red envelope anymore. Take it back quickly. Before you got married, you were just a child, so take it. Lu Ling handed over the red envelope again. That I Xian persuaded from the side. Sister Lu Yu, take it. She added, anyway, my mother gave it to you and my uncle wants to give it to me. Doesn't it give us an advantage? Lu Yue accepted the red envelope sheepishly and then joked, didn't your boyfriend give you more than 5 million? And you still lack this? Lu Ling responded on Li Xian's behalf. She didn't accept the last two. Sharp, Lu Yu sighed and said, more than 520,000 yuan and more than 5.2 million yuan. You actually refused like this. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to refuse, alas. In fact, how can ordinary people refuse? Didi, 2 car horns came, and a black Audi A6L stopped. Lu Mei lowered the window. She could see at a glance that Lu Ling was covered in Louis Vuitton. She couldn't help but ask, little sister, where is your car parked? Lu Yu pointed at the Porsche Cayenne first. Here. My aunt drove here. Lu Mei is undoubtedly, did I s this on Liang poisonous? Luxury mansions and luxury cars were just arranged for Li Xian and Lu Ling. However, this situation made Lu Mei firm up her mind. Chapter 830 inside the living room of Lu Guiqiang's home. Lu Yu looked at Li Xian with excitement. When Lu Mei left, she finally couldn't help but said, Xian, you are so awesome. Lu Ling also looked at Li Xian in surprise. It turned out that her silly daughter, is there such a strong side? Li Xian said sheepishly, I just think third Anne is really going too far. So what you just said? Lu Yu looked at Li Xian hesitantly. Lu Ling said on behalf of Li Xian, it's all true. He was really kind to Xian, so I also benefited from it. 2 days ago, he bought Xian a pair of gold bracelets and a pair of gold rice bowls. Spent more than 500,000 inch, Mom. Li Xian was angry. She was not satisfied with what Lu Mei said about Lu Yu, so she broke out. In fact, she still felt a little embarrassed. Lu Yu looked at Li Xian enviously. Xian, I'm really envious. Lu Guohua and Lu Sha just arrived. They still couldn't figure out the situation. Naturally, they didn't answer the call and could only listen. On the other side, downstairs of the 3rd unit of Jingxiu community, Zhao Xiaolan was having an argument with Lu Mei. Mom, you actually hit me because of Li Xian. Lu Mei hummed. If I hadn't hit you just now, our family would be gone. Real? Zhao Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Isn't it Li Xian's bragging? I know about 0 degree being banned. Lu Mei responded with a sigh. That's it. This is the reason. Lu Mei continued. People in the construction industry have been speculating why AXA suddenly banned 0 degree, because the intersection between the two is very small, and there is no contradiction. What's even more frightening is that AXA jumped out to block 0 degree. Qingyuan, Mingda, Ningxi, Yongwei and many other real estate companies and construction companies jumped out to block 0 degree together. Lu Mei explained Lingdu's assets indeed exceeded 100 million. But in the face of the joint blockade by the big guys and the bank's debt collection, he was killed by AXA without any resistance at all. Lu Mei was still frightened. According to our family situation, if we were blocked by AXA, there would be no other option but death. Lu Mei explained. Zhao Xiaolan complained. This Li Xian is really lucky. Lu Mei looked at her daughter and said quickly, Daughter, I will create opportunities for you later. You can find a way to steal Li Xian's boyfriend. I think she is still a young child. How can she restrain young master and in such a situation? Zhao Xiaolan understood instantly. I'll try my best. Sky Realm, Dadain Liang is inspecting the rooftop garden in Sky Realm. The rooftop garden here is a little less interesting. It is just a rooftop garden in the sky. There is no infinity swimming pool or sunroom. It is just a barbecue party area. The rest is green plants, plus leisure tables and chairs. That Mingda's level is indeed not as good as Qingyuan. And Liang resisted the urge to complain. He wouldn't live in Sky Realm often anyway. This place was arranged for Xingyu and Sun Xia, and they didn't care about the situation of the rooftop garden. Especially Sun Xia. Should she be asked to take care of the rooftop garden? I'm afraid I'm living in a dream. If she has time to rest, Sun Xia's first choice of entertainment is always playing mahjong, that is for Xingyu. Now that Xingyu was tricked by Liang, he was so busy all day that he still had the mood to care about the rooftop garden. If the property management company hadn't helped manage the rooftop garden, thereby increasing the property fee, I'm afraid all the green plants in the rooftop garden would have gone cold. And Liang returned to the living room and checked the international gold price. He was now ready to take action. It is now 1140, and the price has returned to the original point 3 days ago, still 345 yuan per gram. And Liang immediately ordered Fan Ping and Li Gang to enter the international spot gold market. Because it is a single investment operation in a single market, even if the funds reach 10.25 billion Xiaogui yuan, only Fan Ping and Li Gang are enough. After careful consideration, An Liang chose a leverage ratio that was almost absolutely safe, given that there had been price fluctuations of more than 5% in a single day in the past, and coupled with a long-term position plan 12.5 times. Leverage. He chose to do a long operation. With this leverage ratio, if he wanted to directly defeat him, the price would need to be 345 Xiaogui yuan per gram, which would fall by 8% in a single day. That means that the international gold price will drop by 27.6 yuan from 345 yuan per gram to 317.4 yuan. Although falling to 317.4 yuan per gram is not a problem. Even 2 years ago, the price of gold on January 31st, 2018 was only about 270 yuan per gram. But it's hard to fall in a single day, right? Although it is possible that there may be a continuous decline. For example, the price of gold falls by 2% every day and then falls for 4 consecutive days, directly killing An Liang. But combined with Great Britain announcing its departure from the European Union on January 31st, and An Liang also received as of February 24th, the price of gold that is the possibility of a continuous decline high. It should be very low. That's why An Liang directly increased the leverage from the original plan of 3 times to 12.5 times in order to earn more. This leverage ratio, after An Liang's calculations, is almost an absolutely safe leverage. H831 upgraded. 6/10, 76.2 W flowers added. An Liang is preparing to increase leverage to 12.5 times in the international spot gold market, that if placed in normal times, it is actually an unstable operation. Although it is almost impossible for a single-day fluctuation to exceed 8%, what if it is a continuous market? Take An Liang's long position as an example. He is optimistic about the rise in international gold prices, but when he encounters a continuous decline in the market, should he choose to exit decisively or choose to hold on? Decisive exit seems to be a wise choice, but this wise choice is based on the continuous falling market and is known in advance. Chapter 831 inches a real situation. If you don't know in advance that the market will continue to fall, do you just expect it to rise tomorrow? Such extravagant hopes are often the characteristics of being eliminated in a wave. Greed is the biggest evil. However, Brother Liang knew the price of gold in the future. Through a special information related to gold, and Liang knew in advance that the price of gold on February 24th was $450 per gram. Through a key information related to gold, and Liang also learned that Great Britain announced its departure from the European Union on January 31, that, coupled with the price fluctuations in the international spot gold market, An Liang guessed that it was now a struggle between the European Union and the British Union. Based on all the above circumstances, An Liang judged that the price of gold will definitely rise overall in the future. Because in less than 30 days in the future, if the price of gold is to increase by 30%, it will definitely be a continuous rise in the market and there will not be a sharp decline. Even if there are fluctuations, it will definitely rise soon. So An Liang increased the leverage ratio to find ways to earn more in order to ensure the safety of funds. An Liang will also prepare a reserve of 2 billion through Gongshang Bank. If there is a problem and the international gold price fluctuates unpredictably and incomprehensibly, he can also provide another 2 billion in deposits. Lao Fan, Lao Li, follow my plan and fill the warehouse directly. And Liang ordered. Neither Fan Ping nor Li Gang raised any objections. They had previously discussed within Liang the risks of the international spot gold market and the huge dangers of full-position operations. That in Liang has already made a decision, and naturally they will not refute it again. This time Liang has invested almost all his funds, with the total scale reaching 2.75 billion. His current funds are only more than 5 million in his personal account, that if an accident really happens, then Brother Liang will be destitute. But if an accident occurs, the possibility is very, very small. If there are no accidents, Brother Liang's income will directly exceed 10 billion this time, and he will officially enter the ranks of high-end players. In fact, there is another key reason for On Liang to increase the leverage ratio this time. That is, good luck in the new year, a special reward was given to the graphene battery technology solution. He wanted to join this project to consolidate Lao Anjia's status. His current status is also very high, but it is only the position of the god of wealth. This time, graphene battery technology and Liang saw a new dawn. With the help of graphene battery technology, and Liang could settle down with funds and move from the financial industry to the high-end technology industry. Once Liang deploys the graphene battery industry, his status will be greatly improved. Moreover, Liang is also planning to bundle the three families of Li, Yun, and Qian to complete the upgrade of Lao En's family and completely integrate Lao En's family into a higher circle. From an ordinary builder to one of the three families of Li, Yun, and Qian circle. Even if you cannot reach the heights of the three families because of your heritage, resources, and connections, you must at least enter the circle of the three of them and completely bind the three families into a community of interests. On Liang has tried it before. He passed the Lingxiu gold mine. Three companies were initially bound to form a stable community of interests. With the help of the resources provided by this community of interests, On Liang quickly accumulated wealth. Now On Liang's wealth has reached a relatively embarrassing range that if On Liang has no money, it's nonsense. But saying that On Liang is rich, it's also nonsense. Take Tesla, which chose Shanghai as an opportunity to enter Xiaohua, as an example. The investment amount in the third super factory in the world is 50 billion Ziyuan. And take the domestic automobile industry, take the giant BYD as an example. The battery factory it invested in Chongqing reached 10 billion yuan. What On Liang has now obtained is graphene battery technology. I am afraid that the production equipment and related investment will be higher, right? The more than 2 billion yuan that On Liang currently has is actually a drop in the bucket. In order to put graphene battery technology into practice, in order to completely upgrade Lao Anjia to the circle, and to make himself go more stable, higher and further, On Liang plans thoroughly, this time, bind the three families in the imperial capital circle, as long as the plan succeeds. Lao En's family will be successfully upgraded. Once Lao En's family is successfully upgraded and becomes a higher level existence, On Liang will be able to move forward more steadily, higher and further, and one day in the future, he can become a giant like Buffett or even Soros. Chapter 834 Wu Shiwen is the son of the Minister of Industry of Chongqing, and he is actually a high-level existence in Chongqing circles. Song Jifeng is the son of the chief police officer of the Chongqing Patrol Department. In this small circle, Song Jifeng is the vague leader. Han Zhaoyu is the son of Xiqing County Magistrate, and his status is also quite high. Lin Yisen's family is in the catering business. The Lianqing restaurant chain has a market value of 1 billion, so his WeChat nickname is Lianqing. Zheng Hongxing's family company is called Honyuan Transportation, with a total valuation of more than 1.5 billion. Together with Jin Yuchuan, the six of them form a small circle of friends. Among them, Wu Shiwen and the other three have higher status. Lin Yisen and Zheng Hongxing have relatively lower status. And Jin Yuchuan is just making up the numbers. SON AXA Construction sanctioned Jin Yuchuan's 0 Degree Steel Sales Company. Jin Yuchuan was directly kicked out of the group. The six of them actually met at the surprise bar and developed into close friends. Wu Shiwen complained, Okay, I'll go over and make a toast. If you hit a wall, don't laugh at me. Song Jifeng responded, Don't worry, according to their status, at least give them some face. After all, Dad is also the minister of the Ministry of Industry in Chongqing, right? Han Zhaoyu helped. The development of AXA in Chongqing will definitely need the support of your Ministry of Industry. Hurry up. Wu Shiwen complained. I want to say that. It's like Anqing is cheating. Everyone laughed together. Wu Shiwen picked up a small Budweiser and walked to booth number 888. When he came over, Sun Kameng greeted, "Young Master Wu. What are you doing?" Wu Shiwen responded, "I'll come over and offer a toast." Sun Kameng was secretly surprised. He knew Wu Shiwen's identity. Does even a being like Wu Shiwen need to come over and offer a toast? It seems that he underestimated the identities of the four Onlyong people. Wu Shiwen walked into the booth and greeted him proactively. "Hello, Mr. Yun." Yun Haiyang looked at Wu Shiwen. After thinking about it, he responded, "Are you Wu Shiwen? You are from the home of Wu Rongyu, the minister of the Ministry of Industry." Wu Shiwen he quickly responded, Yes, we met this afternoon. I'm glad to see Mr. Yun again." After finishing speaking, Wu Shiwen continued to add, "I'll finish this bottle. Mr. Yun is free to do it." Yun Haiyang raised his hand. When Budweiser touched Wu Shiwen, he really only took a sip, and Wu Shiwen really drank it all. After Wu Shiwen finished his drink, he took the initiative and said, "In order not to disturb the enjoyment of Mr. Yun and all the distinguished guests, I will withdraw first and wish you a Happy New Year." Yun Haiyang nodded. "Happy New Year." After Wu Shiwen left, Yun Haiyang explained his arrival. Conditioned that An Liang glanced at Wu Shiwen's back and watched him walk towards booth 999. So he waved, "Xiao Sun." Sun Kameng came over immediately. "Mr. An, please give me your instructions." Wu Shiwen's act of coming over to toast just now made Sun Kameng was secretly in awe of An Liang. "You arrange a great dragon for number 999 and record it on our account." And Liang responded, "Okay, Mr. An, I'll make arrangements right away." Sun Kameng responded. After Sun Kameng left, Li Tsunyuan took the initiative and said, "What tricks are Brother Liang planning to play again? Make a good relationship." And Liang responded casually, "After all, we are from my hometown, so we got to know each other by the way." Less than a minute later, all the lights in the surprise bar came on again, and the DJ shouted loudly. The boss from number 888 gave a big dragon to the friend at number 999. Congratulations. The spotlight shined on the two decks number 888 and number 999 respectively. When Wu Shiwen heard what the DJ said, he was stunned. Although their family had a background and a bit of money, they had never ordered the big dragon. Now the opponent is giving away the great dragon as soon as he makes a move. Wu Shiwen suddenly felt that Han Jiayu was right. They were indeed a local dog circle, and the opponent was by Yujing in the sky. They were not on the same level at all. Okay. When a set of Ace of Spades champagne was delivered, everyone in booth number 999 was at a loss. "Lao Wu, what's going on?" Song Jifeng asked. Han Jiayu also asked, "Isn't the other party too polite?" Wu Shiwen shook his head. "I don't know what's going on. How about we go over and toast together?" Song Jifeng and Han Jiayu nodded together. Lin Yisin and Zheng Hongxing naturally had nothing to say. Compared with the three Yamini, their status was still a little worse. So the five of them carried the small Budweiser and came to the booth number 888 again. Wu Shiwen took the initiative and said, "Mr. Yun, thank you very much for arranging the Great Dragon. It's really great." Yun Haiyang directly interrupted Wu Shiwen. "Let me introduce to you. This is An Liang from Anshin Construction. He was the Great Dragon arranged by Brother Liang just now. You have thanked the wrong person, so you will be fined a bottle of wine." Wu Shiwen and the other five, they were secretly surprised when they heard Yun Haiyang call An Liang Brother Liang. Chapter 835 Brother Haiyang. It's okay for you to come down. The worst thing you can do is pay the bill. And Liang joked. Yun Haiyang complained. "Brother Liang, I beg you. You are the host, you still want to trick me?" And Liang didn't answer Yun Haiyang. He raised a bottle of Budweiser and made a distant clinking gesture. "Forget it. We are all from Xingqing. I ordered a set for you to show off the friendship of fellow villagers." "Thank you, Brother Liang," Wu Shiwen said politely. "By the way, they are," and Liang asked proactively. Following in Liang's initiative, Wu Shiwen secretly introduced him with excitement. Within Liang's sophisticated handling methods, he quickly integrated the five people into his circle of contacts. "Lao Wu, I'm going to help Brother Haiyang and the others today. I'll play with you later when I have time." And Liang has already added WeChat with everyone. Naturally expressing his intention to see off the guest, Wu Shiwen quickly expressed his farewell politely. Okay, thank you again for the great dragon arranged by Brother Liang. There's a problem with H835. 10 tenths, 77W flowers added, deck number 999. Song Jifeng and Wu Shiwen are back. Han Xiaoyu checked his phone. He even clicked on in Liang's WeChat moments to make sure he could see in Liang's after reading the information in the circle of friends. He sighed. We added the Prince of AXA? Wu Shiwen nodded. Yes. Song Jifeng sighed. That guy's methods are so clever. Oh. Wu Shiwen looked at Song Jifeng. The other three people also looked at Song Jifeng. Among them, Song Jifeng is the oldest. Song Jifeng is 27 years old this year. Wu Shiwen is 22 years old, and Han Xiaoyu is the youngest. Like in Liang, he is a post-00S generation. He is only 19 years old this year. Lin Yixin and Zheng Hongsheng are also 22 years old. Song Jifeng is still sighing. In addition to the Prince of AXA, have the other three big bosses of Bai Yujing ever paid attention to us? The other four people were stunned for a moment. The Prince of AXA just wanted to expand his local connections because we were local snakes. The key is that his method made people feel like a spring breeze. He first ordered us the big dragon, and then politely added us on WeChat. You already owe him a favor. Okay, Song Jifeng said with a sigh. Everyone suddenly realized that it seemed to be the case. They had just met in Liang, but they already owed in Liang a favor. Everyone had a sigh, and Liang was indeed one of the members of Tianshang Bai Yujing, but we also made money. After all, we have a relationship with the Prince of AXA. Anyway, I heard that the Prince of AXA has great hands and eyes, and he is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. If he is willing to help us, we will be prosperous. Song Jifeng said with a sigh. Everyone couldn't help but silently look at booth 888, that over at booth 888, and Liang was answering the phone. Li Xian called. He said loudly, Baby, I'm here, it's too noisy, please wait a moment. And Liang said as he walked towards the door of Surprise Bar. It was so noisy inside the bar that he could hardly hear Li Xian's voice. Only after he walked out did he hear Li Xian's voice. On Liang, I've arrived, Li Xian said. An Liang put down the phone directly because he saw Li Xian. Lu Ling drove Li Xian here in a Porsche Cayenne. And Liang walked over and said to Lu Ling first, Annie, why are you here? Anyway, if nothing happens, I will send Xian here to avoid causing you any trouble. Lu Ling explained, and then added, I will go to Caring Bridge for a walk later, and then come to pick up Xian at 10 o'clock. And Liang was speechless that Li Xian said coquettishly, Mom. Lu Ling just looked at Liang. Liang nodded and said, Okay, I just happened to drink. It won't be convenient to send Xian back after a while, so I'll bother Annie. Lu Ling responded negatively. It's okay. I'll go to Caring Bridge for a walk first. Come back at 10 o'clock. After saying that, Lu Ling got in the car and drove away in the Porsche Cayenne. After Lu Ling left and Liang complained, Baby, I'm speechless. Li Xian said coquettishly, My mother knew you had bad intentions, so she sent me here and took me away. And Liang directly led Li Xian into the surprise bar. Li Xian was a top student, so she had never been in a bar. As soon as she entered the bar, she was startled by the booming atmosphere, and then she became curious. Observed that Li Xian was very interested in the sci-fi style of surprise bar. She held in Liang's right hand tightly with both hands. And Liang, is this a bar? And Liang leaned into Li Xian's ear and responded, Yes. Li Xian pushed in Liang shyly. Liang led Li Xian to booth number 888. When he came over, Li Tsunyuan and the other three were observing Li Xian. The three of them looked at each other and secretly thought in their hearts, envy, because Li Xian is as beautiful as Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang, and her cute dressing style and the aura of a good girl are simply hard to resist. Liang leads Li Xian away, coming over. He took the initiative to introduce, Brothers, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Li Xian. And Liang introduced Li Tsunyuan and Li Xian to Li Xian, and then added, Ladies and sisters, our Xian family doesn't drink. Do you understand? Li Xian looked at Li Tsunyuan, who each had two young ladies from the atmosphere group. She leaned into Liang's ear and said, Don't you have two young ladies? Aren't you the only one for me? and Liang's different inquiries, ahem. Yun Haiyang was on Liang's left, and he choked on a mouthful of wine. Brother Haiyang, are you okay? And Liang asked. Yun Haiyang waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. I choked on my drink. Be careful. And Liang made a pun. Ishian glanced at Yun Haiyang curiously, and then curiously observed the layout of the surprise bar. She saw the layout of the headspace stage machinery and asked, And Liang, that design looks a bit like a spaceship. That is designed according to the spaceship. And Liang responded that as time went by, Li Xian gradually integrated into the crowd, and Li Tsunyuan and the other three completely gave up their image. Even with Li Xian here, the three of them would have the same atmosphere as the young ladies, and they would flirt with each other. Anyway, he has lost his image, so what do we care about? At 10:20, Lu Ling's phone call came, and Liang sent Li Xian to the door of surprise bar. Li Xian still had some unfinished feelings. On Liang, can we come to the bar to play again later? Li Xian asked. And Liang smiled and nodded. Okay. After sending Li Xian away, and Liang did not return to booth number 888 immediately. He hid in the darkness and silently observed a young lady from the Atmosphere team next to Li Tsunyuan. There was something wrong with that young lady from the Atmosphere team. Chapter 836, deck number 888. Yun Haiyang is on the far left, Qian Xiaojing is on the far right, and in Liang and Li Tsunyuan are in the center C position. The girl from the Atmosphere group to the left of Li Tsunyuan is to the right of Liang. She really has a problem. Because of the existence of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, and Liang has a little quirk, that is, secretly using the interpersonal relationship scanning system to view the information of related people. For example, among the 6 Atmosphere team ladies present, and Liang actually secretly used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check the situation. It was precisely because of using the interpersonal relationship scanning system that Liang discovered that there was something wrong with the girl in the Atmosphere group. Because the other 5 girls in the Atmosphere group all have a favorability score of over 90 points, but the girl in the Atmosphere group to the left of Li Tsunyuan has a favorability score of only 55 points. This score means that Liang is like a passerby in the eyes of the other party. If you meet such a young lady on the road, there is no problem at all, because you are just a passerby. But this is surprise bar, and the other party is the girl from the Atmosphere group. Such a location, such an identity combined together, there is a favorable rating of 55 points. The favorability ratings of the other 5 girls in the Atmosphere group are normal. After all, An Liang is handsome and rich. Why should a girl in the Atmosphere group be rated as a passerby? According to this situation, the opponent is most likely not the girl from the Atmosphere group. And Liang returned to booth number 888. He pretended that nothing had happened and said casually, Brothers, come on, have a drink. Yun Haiyang joked, Brother Liang, your girlfriend has left too. Do you want to join us? Sun Kameng had been waiting nearby. He looked at Liang, waiting for Liang's instructions. And Liang smiled and cursed. Go, I said, I am a good man. I can't afford it. Yun Haiyang was unable to complain, and Liang looked at Sun Kameng and said, Xiao Sun, do you remember what I said yesterday? I will leave my 3 friends to you. Can you handle the drinking? Sun Kameng responded, Mr. In, I will do my best. Li Tsunyuan complained, Brother Liang, you are doing this again. Qian Xiaojing seconded. Before, Xiaodian was your helper in the imperial capital. Now when you are the host, you are also called a helper. Hey, I am here to focus on investment. How can I get drunk? And Liang said deliberately, looking at the young lady from the Atmosphere team on his right with his peripheral vision. By the way, Xiao Sun, come with me. And Liang greeted, Please accompany me to number 999 for a drink. Sun Kameng nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mr. In. Guys, you 3 just wait for me for a while. I'll go meet them and see if it's Lao Wang next door or a guy like Huang Junfeng who never gets drunk after 1,000 cups. And Liang said hintingly. Of course, Lao Wang next door was talking about Lao Wang's house in the imperial capital. Li Tsunyuan and the other 3 immediately understood that Liang had something serious to do. Li Tsunyuan responded, Okay, Brother Liang, come on, if you can't stand it anymore, call us at any time. Okay. And Liang responded, and then led Sun Kameng to booth 999. Everyone in booth 999 was always paying attention to the situation in booth 888. When Liang and Sun Kameng came over, they were pouring wine when they should. When Liang came, he immediately stood up to greet him. When Liang and Sun Kameng came over, Song Jifeng and the other 5 people all stood up and said hello. And Liang greeted, come on, guys, let's have a drink. Song Jifeng and the other 5 people raised their glasses quickly. And Liang said to Song Jifeng, old Song, your family is on patrol, right? Song Jifeng responded, yes. Brother Liang, do you need help? It's really a small matter. Let's go out and talk. And Liang suggested good. Song Jifeng quickly agreed. And Liang greeted, Xiao Sun, you are coming too. After finishing speaking, and Liang led the 2 of them outside the bar. He found a corner and asked straight to the point, Xiao Sun, does your bar have basic information on all the ladies in the atmosphere group? Sun Kameng nodded affirmatively, yes. But there is only the most basic information, such as an unknown name or nickname, phone number, and WeChat ID. Song Jifeng was secretly curious. Could it be that Liang had taken a fancy to a young lady from a certain atmosphere group and wanted him to help investigate her identity? I need basic information about the girl in the atmosphere group on my right. Do you remember who she is? And Liang explained. Sun Kameng quickly responded, I remember. Wait a moment, I'll look for it on my phone. The corners of Song Jifeng's mouth turned up slightly. He thought he had guessed it right. In less than a minute, Sun Kameng found the information. This young lady's name is Xiaoman. She only has a mobile phone number and WeChat ID, but no more detailed information. When did this person leave information with you? And Liang asked. Regarding this problematic young lady from the atmosphere group, and Liang actually had some guesses in his mind. Now he is just verifying it. Chapter 842 late at night. It's close to 1 o'clock in the morning. At the home of Wu Rongyu, the Minister of Industry in Shengqing, Wu Shiwen came back smelling of alcohol. Wu Rongyu hadn't gone to bed yet. He was smoking in the living room. When he saw Wu Shiwen coming back, he snorted, You know how to fool around in a day. If it was normal, Wu Shiwen would definitely refute. But today, Wu Shiwen asked with a smile, Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Wu Rongyu was stunned for a moment. He was ready to deal with Wu Shiwen's rebuttal, and he continued to teach Wu Shiwen a lesson. You today, drinking fake wine? Wu Rongyu looked at Wu Shiwen hesitantly. Wu Shiwen complained speechlessly, Dad, what are you thinking about? I was hanging out on the bar street with Song Jifeng and Han Jiayu today, and then I met the Prince of AXA. Wu Shiwen explained. Wu Rongyu frowned. The Prince of AXA is very extraordinary. His trump card is not only AXA. You kid, don't mess with him. Do you hear me? Dad, your news is too outdated. The Prince of Anqing is a member of Tianshang Baiyujing. Now it is spread, okay? Wu Shiwen explained directly. The previous counterattack plan directly exposed the true situation of Prince Anqing. At least in our Shengqing circle and Tianfu circle, it is basically known to everyone. Wu Shiwen added. Wu Rongyu nodded. Since you know, that's good. The Prince of AXA is very clever in his methods. This time, AXA distributed New Year condolences to more than 50,000 frontline environmental protection workers in the main urban area. He was the driving force behind the scenes. Wu Rongyu sighed. This move directly established an excellent social image for AXA. From now on, AXA's status in Shengqing will be different. Dad, how dare I provoke him? I have joined the other side's camp, Wu Shiwen said excitedly. By the way, Dad, how much money does our family have in total? Wu Shiwen asked, Did you join the other party? Wu Rongyu looked at Wu Shiwen hesitantly. Don't you know that the other party is a member of Baiyujing in the sky? Can you join the other party's camp? Ouch! Wu Shiwen responded. Didn't you say that Prince Anqing's methods are very clever? In fact, this is indeed the case. He arranged us clearly. Wu Shiwen explained the previous situation in detail, and finally added, We are the complement of the other party's connections in Shengqing, and we have transcended the connections of Baiyujing in the sky. Wu Rongyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried just now that Wu Shiwen would become the opponent's pawn and thus have any conspiracy plans. The main reason is that Liang's record is too strong. When he was in the imperial capital circle before, Liang even killed the old Wang family in the imperial capital. The Lao Wang family owns the Fuguwei Gold Group with a market value of over 20 billion. However, all such Lao Wang families were killed by Liang. Rong Yu is worried that Wu Shiwen will become Liang's pawn, which is completely normal. By the way, Dad, how much money does our family have? Wu Shiwen added, I got the investment plan quota from Onshin Investment Company. The total quota is 10 million, with a 1-month period and a 30% return rate. Wu Shiwen added, the other party's only request is legal funds. I know this. Wu Rongyu sighed. He didn't join the last counterplan. It's not that he didn't want to join, but that she didn't belong to the Yun family's network, and her status was slightly lower. Our family can't finish eating 10 million. Wu Rongyu responded. Our family can only spend 200,000 in cash now. Wu Shiwen complained, our family is so poor. Otherwise, Wu Rongyu asked back, although my salary after tax is more than 20,000 yuan a month, and your mother's salary is more than 10,000 yuan, our family's expenses are not small. In addition, we have just changed our house, and the mortgage loan is a heavy pressure. How much money do you think our family has? I thought there were at least several million. Wu Shiwen responded, then your father and I will go have tea. Wu Rongyu snorted. This, Wu Shiwen scratched his head. With a 30% return rate in 1 month, do you have to miss such a good thing? Wu Rongyu responded, of course you can't miss it. How to do it? Wu Shiwen asked back. Our house is worth about 4 million. And although it is covered by a mortgage, we can also find ways to borrow money through it. Wu Rongyu responded, is it legal? Wu Shiwen asked cautiously, of course it's legal. Wu Rongyu responded, the second mortgage loan for personal houses is an additional mortgage loan service provided by the National Bank to borrowers who have obtained a housing mortgage loan from the National Bank. It is a completely legal operation. Wu Rongyu added, we just need to ask the bank to increase the loan limit. Doesn't this sound legal? Wu Shiwen asked again, our credit rating is good enough, so we can naturally ask the bank to increase our credit limit. Just like this time, Gongshang Bank offered AXA Construction an ultra-low loan interest rate with a theoretical loss. It sounds illegal, but it is actually legal because AXA Construction's credit is good enough and it will definitely be able to repay the loan. Do you understand? Wu Rongyu explained. Wu Shiwen nodded repeatedly. I understand. You are a government worker, my mother is a university teacher, and I am also half a national worker. I have a very high credit rating. So how much loan can we get? At least 3.5 million plus 200,000 in cash and some legally applied for credit loans, we can make up to 5 million. Wu Rongyu explained. Chapter 843, just like the situation in Wu Rongyu's family, Song Jifeng and Han Zhaoyu's family are also calculating possible investments. Although the investment share allocated to each of them is only 10 million and the profit is only 3 million, it seems relatively small, but it is actually quite a lot. After all, if you don't want to drink tea and talk, it's impossible to make a lot of money. You can only say that you are better than ordinary people and have a stable guarantee. Really want to make a lot of money? Their status is not enough. It was close to 1:30 in the night. Mulingshan Peak Hotel, Presidential Suite number 6606. Tang Yuzhou is sending messages quickly in the bathroom. Tang Yuzhou. LYQ is in Xingqing. Tang Yuzhou. Plan A to enter the international spot gold market. Tang Yuzhou judges that there are opportunities in the international spot gold market, but there are also risks similar to gambling. Tang Yuzhou immobilized tens of billions of funds. Tang Yuzhou was sending a message while listening to what was going on outside. After she quickly sent the message, she swiped the dialog box to the left and clicked delete. Imperial Capital. Chun Ming received Tang Yuzhou's message. After checking it quickly, he sent the message directly to a WeChat group. Chun Ming, a chess piece is coming to play. Chun Ming. The 4-person alliance is in Xingqing, and they are targeting the international spot gold market. Ming thought. Are they crazy? Ming Xiang. The international spot gold market has been undergoing dramatic changes recently. The international gold price has jumped repeatedly, and even those with 30 times leverage have been killed several times. Lin Mufeng. If Liang is operating it, I think there is a chance Lin Mufeng. I don't know if you have discovered one thing. That An Liang is really evil. Lin Mufeng. Taking the Jade Vian incident as an example, we originally thought that he would change his position to a victim and then completely eliminate Jade Vian, which would be the final end. Lin Mufeng. In the end, Lao Wang's family and Fugue Gold Group were killed together. Can you believe it? Lin Mufeng. Let's take a look at the recent anti-fund plan. This person is even more terrifying. Lin Mufeng. Originally, we used his plan to completely disrupt his arrangement and even found a way to disrupt the neon stock market in advance. But it turned out that this person's goal was not the neon stock market at all. Lin Mufeng. Our final revenue was 1.64 billion, but we offended many coal families in Shishan. Lin Mufeng. The other party made 8.91 billion without offending anyone. Instead, it established an extremely terrifying super-large interest group spanning the imperial capital, Xingqing, and Tianfu. Lin Mufeng. Looking at this person's development path, do you still remember when he first invited us? Chun Ming thought. Lin Mufeng. I'm not complaining. I'm saying that this person has achieved such an extent in such a short period of time. It's simply terrifying, okay? Lin Mufeng. His family is just a small construction company with a value of tens of millions. Now, after giving back the support, it has skyrocketed to the level of 1 billion. Lin Mufeng. His personal assets exceed 2 billion, and he has 2 billion in cash. Don't you think it's scary? Chun Ming. I didn't think it was scary at first, but after your analysis, I think it's very scary. Meng Xiang. I regret it now. Lin Mufeng. It sounds like I have no regrets. Chun Ming. Time is also fate. The three of them missed the olive branch that En Liang once offered, and now they really regret it. They know very well what Li Tsunyuan and the other three gained by following En Liang. As for the price Li Tsunyuan and the three paid, all three of them can do the same. To put it simply, An Liang is the only resource. Li, Yun, and Qian are not the only resources in the imperial capital circle. Even now, Lin Mufeng. Mr. Ming, arrange your chess pieces and let her find a way to find out more detailed information. Chun Ming. I'll do my best. Meng Xiang. How about we also pay attention to the international spot gold market? Lin Mufeng. I will not participate. Chun Ming. Brother Ming, from a professional perspective, I don't recommend you to enter the international spot gold market. This market should be the riskiest market in the world. Some national teams have suffered big losses. Our last profit was in this market. It's just a drop of water falling into the ocean. Chen Ming. If you don't have experienced veterans coupled with the guarantee of sufficient funds and deep insights into the world's macroeconomics, I'm afraid it will be a dead end. The most likely person to be drowned is someone who can swim. Because they can't swim, how many people would have gone into the water if it weren't for an accident? Only those who can swim will be eager to try it in the water. In this case, is it possible to drown, okay? Just like in the stock market, a bear market will hardly cheat people. Only a bull market will cheat people. Why does a bear market make people lose money? No one enters the stock market at all. Only when the bull market comes and various stocks seem to be skyrocketing will the leaks rush in one after another. The results of it? T+1. Do you want to know the trading mechanism? And Liang can only say that these people are so naive. He just doesn't want to harvest the second largest leak field in the world. Otherwise, how about harvesting it faster than in the US stock market? Chapter 844, January 28th, the fourth day of the Lunar New Year. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang was woken up by Sun Xia for breakfast. Today, Laoan's family was still visited by relatives from all over the world, so Sun Xia got up early. After all, and Xingyu was tricked all day yesterday, and Sun Xia will handle it today. Breakfast was tomato and egg noodles. At the dining table, Sun Xia complained, "On Liang, if you come back late in the future, go to the sky realm by yourself." And Liang asked knowingly, "Ah, Mom, what happened to me? Coming back in the middle of the night caused a lot of banging, and you didn't let anyone rest?" Sun Xia hummed. "What did you break yesterday?" "Ouch!" And Liang complained, "It's just a mouthwash cup." "So, whose one did you use?" Sun Xia asked Comrade Laoan. And Liang responded, the sink at home is too narrow, and there are 3 mouthwash cups. I accidentally removed them. And Liang continued, Mom, how about we move to the sky realm collectively? The living environment over there is much better. Each room has its own bathroom. Your Majesty, there is also an independent cloakroom in the room. The independent cloakroom exceeds 30 square meters. Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look? And Liang suggested. He added again, there's also a fresh air system and a floor heating system over there which simply turns winter into the feeling of spring. Let's go and take a look today. Sun Xia was silent, and Xingyu saw through in Liang's little trick. I'm afraid that the bang 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 last night was in Liang's intention. And Liang looked at Sun Xia's silence and said again, Mom, you can drive anyway. Come here from Sky Realm in about 10 minutes. There are parking spaces here, and there are 5 parking spaces over there. If you want to come over to play Mahjong, why don't you just drive here? Besides, you can keep it here. We can live in both sides. And Liang suggested. And by the way, he winked at Xingyu and asked Xingyu to join the battlefield. And Xingyu coughed and said, Honey, I think Liang is right. How about we go over and give it a try? And Liang added another condition. There is also a separate nanny's room over there. We can hire 2 nannies. You don't have to cook or clean when you go there. You can play Mahjong every day. Sun Xia responded, the nanny should be uglier and older. Ha 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 ha. And Liang burst out laughing. And Xingyu coughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Mom. You can choose. Among the housekeeping services of Mingda and Qingyuan, you can choose whatever you want. I will talk to Uncle Wu and Uncle Lu about the situation. And Liang responded, that's okay. Sun Xia agreed. And Liang breathed a sigh of relief, finally convincing Sun Xia. So, shall we move today? And Liang asked. And Xingyu responded directly, I have to attend a government meeting today. Today I have to receive relatives and friends. On Liang, are you responsible for moving? Sun Xia looked at Liang and said this. In fact, everything is available there. We only need personal hygiene products and personal clothing. Everything else is available. And Liang responded. Sun Xia snorted, then we'll move it at night. 8 o'clock in the morning. And Xingyu drove to the Shengqing government office. He was attending the Shengqing development meeting today and was still a spectator. The meeting started at 9 o'clock, and some people had already arrived. Wu Zhengfeng from Qingyuan and Lu Deming from Mingda are also observers. But Mingda's market value is close to 10 billion, and Qingyuan's market value is as high as 40 billion. The reason why Xingyu can sit in the audience is indeed because Sheng has provided New Year condolences to frontline workers in environmental protection. Lao and Wu Zhengfeng greeted, and Xingyu responded, Are you here so early? Just arrived a few minutes. Wu Zhengfeng responded. When Wu Zhengfeng responded, Xiqing County Magistrate Han Guangyong came over. He took the initiative to greet Xingyu. Mr. N, I have long admired your name. I have admired your name for a long time. Han Guangyong naturally extended his hand to express his intention to shake hands when saying hello. And Xingyu stretched out his hands to shake hands with Han Guangyong. After all, Han Guangyong is the magistrate of Xiqing County, and the entire Xiqing development plan is under the management of Han Guangyong. However, when Xingyu extended his hand, when shaking hands with both hands, Han Guangyong actually extended his hands to shake hands. This attitude is thought-provoking, because when people extend their hands to shake hands, it is usually for people with lower status to shake hands with people with higher status to express their respect. Now when Xingyu has both hands shaking hands, Han Guangyong responded with a 2-hand shake. This means that Han Guangyong values Xingyu very much and believes that Xingyu's status is the same as his. Everyone present is a fine person. After all, those present are either the elites of the government or the big bosses in various fields. How could they be idiots? When Han Guangyong and Xingyu finished their greetings and left, Lu Deming lowered his voice and asked, Laoan, what happened just now? Wu Zhengfeng didn't ask, he guessed the answer. It should be in Liang's reason, right? After all, apart from this situation, there are no other possible situations at all. Chapter 845, Shengqing Government. And Xingyu was actually confused. Just when he was about to respond, Wu Rongyu, the minister of the Ministry of Industry, also came over. Mr. In long time no see. You look good. Wu Rongyu had known in Xingyu before, and he reminisced in the tone of an old friend. And Xingyu responded, Wu Shilang, long time no see. Wu Rongyu joked, first of all, thank you, Mr. In, for your concern for frontline workers in environmental protection. Does Mr. In also care about frontline workers like us? And Xingyu also joked, I want to care, but I'm afraid of the investigation by the patrol department. Makes sense. Makes sense. Wu Rongyu seconded the opinion. I heard someone was looking for a patrol. A cheerful voice interrupted. The person who came was Song Yuanhang, the chief inspector of the Shengqing Patrol Department. Mr. In, are you teasing our patrol officers again? Wu Rongyu complained. How dare we make fun of your patrol officers? Hey, you old Wu. Song Yuanhang laughed and scolded. The reputation of our patrol has been ruined by you. We must let Mr. In treat us to dinner today and offer some wine to make amends. And Xingyu naturally responded, No problem. Song Kaptu said, I must have made clear arrangements. Otherwise, what about Hujian? I suspect that you want to harm me, and I have the evidence. Song Yuanhang joked, Hujian is definitely impossible. It's too high-end and does not comply with the regulations. Let's go eat hot pot. There's an old hot pot near my house. The price per person is 60 or 70 yuan. Mr. In pays for the treat out of his own pocket. Is that okay? Song Yuanhang suggested no problem at all. And Xingyu responded, if Han Guangyong was the only one who favored him, he would still feel surprised, but now Wu Rongyu and Song Yuanhang are very friendly. You guessed that Liang did something? Don't run away after Mr. An's meeting. I'll come to find you later along with Lao Hu and Lao Han. Song Yuanhang reminded. And Xingyu nodded. No problem. When Song Yuanhang and Wu Rongyu left, and Xingyu first called in Liang. After the call was answered, he asked directly, What did you do again? What? What? And Liang was confused. I just met the chief patrol officer, the minister of the Ministry of Industry, and the county magistrate of Xiqing. And Xingyu reminded, Oh. And Liang responded with a sudden realization. I got to know their sons yesterday, and then, I designated some benefits for them. You boy, do you know? And Xingyu didn't finish speaking, but the meaning was obvious, Dad. And Liang responded speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about something illegal? And Liang complained, What I said about delimiting interests is legal investment. Otherwise, do you think people would dare? And Xingyu suddenly realized. In terms of money, even in Sheng and the others can't catch up with Qing Yuan. But just now the three of them were very polite to Xingyu, and they were just basic courtesy to Wu Jingfeng and Lu Deming. That's because Qing Yuan is rich. So what? They can also directly collect Qing Yuan's money? If they directly collect Qing Yuan's money, it is illegal. But there is no problem with Anshin Investment Company's money, because Anshin Investment Company's money is used by them, they invest to make money, and every amount of money earned is well documented. And it is indeed money earned with their money. There are no legal provisions prohibiting such things. The last anti-fund plan was in Shengqing. It has long been spread among high-end circles, and it has passed the inspection of patrols, confirming that there is no problem with such an operation. That's why Anshin Investment Company has become popular. And Liang quickly explained the situation and finally responded affirmatively. Dad, just take it in peace. We are the god of wealth now. You kid. And Xingyu hung up the phone with a complicated mood. As the saying goes, before 30, respect the son for the father. After 30, respect the father for the son. However, now that in Liang is less than 20, there are actually people who respect the father for the son. Is this the case? And Xingyu didn't know whether he should be happy or uncomfortable. After all, as a father, and Xingyu suddenly felt that it would be difficult for him to feel it again, right? At nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, and Liang received Song Jifeng's information. Song Jifeng, Brother Liang, I've given you 10 million. And Liang sent a message to Fan Ping and asked Fan Ping to check it. After confirming, he replied to the message. And Liang, got it. Song Jifeng, okay, I won't disturb Brother Liang anymore. I wish Brother Liang a Happy New Year. And Liang, Happy New Year. A few minutes later, and Liang received another message from Wu Shiwen and Han Zhaoyu. It was all about funds. After confirming that the 30 million yuan had arrived, and Liang ordered Fan Ping to list the funds on the domestic gold exchange and added 10 times leverage. Domestic gold exchanges also have a T+0 trading mechanism, and gold prices are in line with international standards. However, the market size is not so large, and the maximum leverage factor is only 12.5 times. And Liang linked the funds of Song Jifeng and the others here. With 10 times the leverage, he would still have some pocket money after a month. In addition, wouldn't it be great to gain a network of people in the Shengqing circle with such a simple effort? Chapter 846, 11 o'clock in the morning. Fan Huayuan Building Number 1. The rooftop garden of room 3006. The infinity swimming pool was filled with mist. Lu Yu was immersed in the warm water of 40 degrees Celsius. She sighed for a long time. Xian, I no longer know how to express my envy. Your boyfriend is really nice to you. Lu Yu sighed in contrast. Lu Yu thought about her boyfriend again. Sure enough, it's better to have someone else's boyfriend, right? Sister Lu Yu, don't think too much, everything will pass. Li Yan comforted her. Lu Yu responded. Emotionally, some things are hard to get over. Only when the time comes and you understand that you should let go of the past will you seal up the past. By the way, Xian, my aunt's cooking skills. Lu Yu asked awkwardly. Have you been promoted recently? Li Xian suddenly laughed. Probably not. Li Xian continued to add. When we came up just now, my mother was busy in the kitchen. Don't worry, it will definitely be a disaster after a while. Lu Yu was speechless. Li Xian seems to be familiar with complaining about her mother. Maybe you get cheated a lot on a daily basis? Sister Lu Yu, believe it or not, my mother will make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried vegetables for lunch. Li Xian made a prediction. Before Lu Yu responded, Li Xian continued. And it's very unpalatable. Lu Yu continued to be speechless. Lu Yu knew that Lu Ling couldn't cook. Her aunt was good at everything. She was good-looking and had a good personality, but there was just a little problem with her cooking skills. At Liang's house, he is sending messages to the friends group in the Imperial City, and Liang at everyone. Guys, are you still awake? Li Kunyuan. Bakuk. Li Tsunyuan. That girl is really cruel. Li Tsunyuan. He bit me 3 times and couldn't bear it. I can't stand it. And Liang. Tang Yuzhou? Li Tsunyuan. Otherwise? And Liang. Are you working so hard? Li Tsunying. She touched my cell phone. Yun Haiyang? Yun Haiyang. What are you talking about? Qian Xiaojing. I don't understand +1. And Liang. The young lady from the atmosphere team to the left of Brother Yuan yesterday was arranged by Qin Ming. She probably wanted to steal our intelligence information. Cloud Ocean. Qian Xiaojing. Damn it. Li Tsunyuan, yes. This Chun Ming's method is a bit interesting. He probably made a lot of money in the anti-capital plan with us last time, and now he wants to follow suit again. Li Tsunyun, before going to bed yesterday, I put my mobile phone on the edge of the bedside table and pressed a hair under it. As long as someone touches my mobile phone, I will definitely find it. Li Tsunyun, someone really touched my phone. Yun Haiyang, your mobile phone has 2 systems. Is the second system unlocked by fingerprint? Qian Xiaojing. At first glance, it looks like an old scumbag's way of playing. Li Tsunyuan, are you right? The 3 of them, Li Tsunyuan, all have flower petal phones, and they all have the gameplay of the second system. The 3 of them are standard old scumbags, and all of them use the second system to pretend to be the main system, so as to avoid information leakage. Li Tsunyuan, Brother Liang, you deliberately revealed your entry into the international spot gold market yesterday. Do you think the other party will follow? And Liang, I guess I don't dare. And Liang, the international spot gold market is not the stock market. They can't play it. How can the operation of large amounts of funds entering the international spot gold market be simple? For the international spot gold market with a single-day trading volume of more than 20 trillion US dollars, even with hundreds of billions of funds, as long as you dare to operate with high leverage, you will lose everything in one day. And Liang, since you are all awake, pack up. I will take you to eat beef at noon. This is an old restaurant that has been open for more than 20 years, so you can refresh yourself. And Liang. By the way, there is beef whip soup. Li Tsunyun. Okay. I was bitten 3 times yesterday, and I really need to replenish it. Yin Haiyang. Can I say me too? Qian Xiaojiang. I'm trembling and afraid to speak. I thought you were all bad guys, but in the end you all became kings. Li Tsunyun. Could it be that you turned off the engine once? Yin Haiyang. 3 minutes? Qian Xiaojiang. Qian Xiaojiang. Let's talk about beef whip soup. Qian Xiaojiang. Brother Liang, when will you come over? And Liang. I'll leave right away and arrive in about 10 minutes. Qian Xiaojiang. No problem. I take a shower in 3 minutes, work on my personal image in 3 minutes, change clothes in 3 minutes, and go out in 1 minute. Li Tsunyuan. Your movements are a bit fast. Yun Haiyang. He is indeed a quick shooter. Qian Xiaojiang. Me vomited. Brothers, are you relying on me to know how to be the king of glory? Li Tsunyuan. Reject multiple rows. Yun Haiyang. Reject multiple rows plus 10,086. And Liang. I advise you to be kind. The activity of many kings engaging in blackmail is simply poisonous. Okay? Could it be that he died faster than anyone else? Chapter 852 The Beautiful, which may not have a beep number, but Brother Liang definitely does. Lu Yu was obviously a guest at Li Xiyin's house, and Liang had no intention of following him. When he got home and got the car keys of the sports tour version of Panamera, he received a call from Huang Guoxiang. And Liang first put on the wireless headphones and lay on the sofa before answering the call. Hello, Lao Huang. And Liang spoke first. Huang Guoxiang's voice came over. Well, something's wrong. And Liang asked. While asking, he checked the winter system of life. Special mission. Help Lu Cini solve the white face crisis. This special task is still in an unfinished state. Is the National Security Bureau toxic? Is it so inefficient? The special package you arranged earlier has arrived. Huang Guoxiang explained. And Liang was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about Haipu's package or the battery package? Black Talk failed? Huang Guoxiang is speechless. Expert Guo has already come in and is currently in the imperial capital. We have made proper arrangements here. Huang Guoxiang will no longer talk nonsense. Oh, we're here when we get there. Make some arrangements first. Have you done everything about his identity? And Liang asked back. Huang Guoxiang couldn't help complaining. Aren't you afraid that we will instigate him in advance? What's the meaning? And Liang asked knowingly. Instigating rebellion against Guojiang? Bullshit. Guojiang is a reward given to An Liang by the winter system of life. How can the National Security Investigation Bureau instigate rebellion? Is it trustworthy? Huang Guoxiang did not believe in Liang knowingly asked at all. Comrade Shaoan, we have investigated you. We know you very well. You don't have to pretend. You know what I'm asking, Lao Huang. You are being unfriendly like this. Do you have to tell me that you can instigate rebellion at will? And if you succeed in instigating rebellion, I will lose? And Liang chuckled. Huang Guoxiang coughed. How on earth did you do it? So, have you tested it? And Liang asked back. Before Huang Guoxiang answered, and Liang answered himself. Yes. After all, it is graphene battery technology. It would be strange if you didn't try it. I'm curious. What conditions did you give him? And Liang added, you can't bribe Expert Guo, so you can try to bribe me. Huang Guoxiang was speechless. This An Liang always doesn't play by the rules. If you are willing, we can give you 100 million Xia Gui Yuan as the corresponding ransom. Huang Guoxiang explained, wish you a happy new year. And Liang hung up the phone directly. This old Huang is a bit unreliable. 100 million ransom? It's not about money. Although 100 million is a bit small. All right, at least it's a bit lacking for the current Liang Go, right? At present, Brother Liang's assets are indeed only more than 2 billion, but next month, in the foreseeable future, the funds controlled by Brother Liang will definitely exceed 10 billion. A mere 100 million? What's more important is the ransom statement. Do you really regard Brother Liang as a kidnapper? If it costs 100 million to tie up one person, please give Brother Liang a list of 1,000 people. Brother Liang thinks this business can be done? On the other side, Huang Guoxiang was hung up on by En Liang, and he was still a little dazed. In the past 10 years, this must be the first time he has been hung up on, right? Do you know who this En Liangji is? Etc. It seems that En Liang really doesn't know. Huang Guoxiang suddenly felt that En Liang's plan was very clear, because En Liang didn't ask who he was at all, let alone get involved in them. The two parties were just in a cooperative relationship. So what if En Liang hangs up on him? Huang Guoxiang sighed secretly and called En Liang again. Just after the call was answered, Huang Guoxiang took the initiative and said, En Liang, I am a national security official. Beep beep. The call was hung up again. Huang Guoxiang's plan to show off his cards failed. How could En Liang be fooled by these? Huang Guoxiang called again, and this time En Liang's voice came to him first. Old Huang, can we still can't cooperate? If you can, then follow the rules. And Liang responded bluntly. If not, Expert would gave it to you. Just see if he can help you. Etc. Huang Guoxiang greeted, what else? And Liang asked back, how do you want to collaborate? Huang Guoxiang asked, we will discuss the specific cooperation plan when we meet later. And Liang explained, in addition, in view of your inappropriate behavior, I hope that when we meet, you will list an application prospect plan for graphene batteries. If I am not satisfied with this graphene battery application prospect plan, I may choose to refuse cooperation. And Liang teased, Old Huang, do you have any objection to this? Huang Guoxiang actually has objections, but they really tried to instigate Guojiang, but Guojiang refused to cooperate. They must wait until the person in charge of Rennie's security company arrived before further communication. Faced with such a situation, they could only force to compromise. There are opinions, but we will act on them. Huang Guoxiang responded, I just like the way you clearly have opinions but still give in. And Liang said with a bad smile, Okay. If we cooperate in the future, you will know the benefits of cooperating with me. Happy New Year! And Liang greeted again. Huang Guoxiang responded, I'm not happy. I am very happy. And Liang responded with a smile before hanging up the phone. Chapter 853 January 31st, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. At nearly 10:30 in the evening, En Liang and Li Xiyin were dancing in the surprise bar. This academic girl drank some cocktails, her face turned red, and she cheered. It was obviously a crowded bar, but there was no one around En Liang and Li Xiyin. Because the plainclothes security personnel at Surprise Bar quietly established a security line to prevent some drunkards from drinking too much alcohol and offending them. After Li Xiyin jumped for a few minutes, she said a little out of breath, On Liang, I have to leave. My mother is still waiting outside. Yes. Lu Ling was waiting outside again. In fact, Lu Ling had already come before 10 o'clock. Now it was more than half an hour's special grace. This Lu Ling is so protective of Li Xiyin. In fact, En Liang had figured it out during the national day before. Otherwise, Lu Ling would have gone to the Magic City in advance to protect Li Xiyin. Well, I'll take you out. And Liang sent Li Xiyin out. Lu Ling was indeed outside. And Liang greeted, Annie. Lu Ling responded to the greeting, and then left with Li Xiyin. And Liang looked at the leaving Porsche Cayenne. He sighed, there is a long way to go. Returning to booth number 888, Li Tsinyuan first asked, Send my girlfriend away again. Gone? And Liang responded affirmatively. Qian Xiaojing sighed on the side. I have to admire Brother Liang. His patience is really good. After all, it's very difficult. Yun Haiyang smiled evilly, and Liang stared at Yun Haiyang with death. Brother Haiyang, I think you are playing with colors. Are you sure you can do it or not? Yun Haiyang retorted, some things can be done secretly, but if you say it out loud, there will be problems. Do you understand? And Liang explained. Buddha said, it cannot be said, it cannot be said. If you say it, it is wrong. And Liang meditated. Some things are really like this. Why should they be publicized? And Liang is a cautious person and likes to be the boss behind the scenes. He doesn't like to stand in the front desk, so this is his code of conduct. Come, drink. And Liang greeted. As it approached 11 o'clock in the night, and Liang refreshed the information on his mobile phone. Although he had received rewards through the Life Winner system, and Liang already knew in advance that at 11 o'clock tonight, Great Britain would announce its departure from the European Union. But An Liang still wanted to see the news with his own eyes. Time passed by, and at 11:07 in the evening, relevant news finally appeared on the internet. An Liang breathed a long sigh of relief. The life winner system is as reliable as ever. Brother Liang won this round again. Li Tsingyuan noticed something unusual about An Liang, and he asked curiously, "Brother Liang, is there any good news?" And Liang nodded. "It's indeed good news. I won't go home until I'm drunk today." The final result is indeed that they will never return without getting drunk. It's just that Li Tsingyuan and the three of them were all drunk as dead dogs. Finally, Sun Kameng was asked to send them to Mulingshan Summit Hotel. The staff there naturally, they will be sent to the presidential suite. After all, they are VIPs staying in the presidential suite. These services are the most basic operations. At almost 1 o'clock in the morning, An Liang returned to the Sky Realm. Sun Xia staged a true fragrance law. Originally, Sun Xia firmly resisted the move. "Come here, because it is inconvenient to play mahjong after moving here. After all, there is no mahjong parlor here, and you have to drive back to play mahjong." But when she came here for a trial stay, Sun Xia immediately liked the living environment here. After all, everyone this kind of humanized and livable design, especially the independent bathroom and independent cloakroom, directly captured Sun Xia's heart and made her decide to move here. It is simply a real-life version of Zhenxiang. The only problem now is the live-in nanny choice. The live-in nanny recommended by Mingda was rejected by Sun Xia because Sun Xia felt that the live-in nanny recommended by Mingda was too young and too beautiful. She was worried that Xingyu would make a mistake. But in fact, and Liang had seen it, and all of them were interpersonal. The relationship scanning system evaluates the appearance score between 50 and 60 points. Is this too beautiful? A moment of silence for Comrade Laoin. And Liang was washing up in his room. He didn't take a shower because he drank a lot of wine. So he just simply, after washing up, he lay on the bed and checked the international gold price. It was already past midnight, and the exact time was 0:42 on February 1st. The international gold price had risen to a height of 369 yuan per gram. He again looking at the historical prices. At midnight on January 31st, the international gold price has been rising from 352 yuan per gram to the current height of 369 yuan per gram. In this wave of rising prices, although there have also been, it will fall, but it will be pulled back soon. So the information about Great Britain's withdrawal from the European Union was leaked in advance? Otherwise, why did the international gold price rise rapidly from midnight on January 31st? This is obviously Europa. The member states of the Alliance and the Great Britain League have all received the news. A group of national teams are fighting in advance and have opened long positions on the international gold price. Under such circumstances, how do ordinary people play? Chapter 854. There is indeed no so-called banker or trader in the international spot gold market. It is a fair, just, and open global international market. This time, a large group of member states in the Europa League and the British Alliance went to war in advance. This was not so-called cheating, but so-called well-informed. Yes, this is called being well-informed. After all, this is the national team. Isn't it normal to be well-informed? Therefore, Brother Liang does not recommend that ordinary people enter the international spot gold market. If such a situation occurs, there is a high probability that it will be a disaster. But Brother Liang is also a well-informed person. On the morning of January 27th, the admission price of An Liang was 345 yuan per gram. The current price is 369 yuan per gram, a full increase of 24 yuan per gram, an increase of 6.956522%. According to this increase, coupled with 12.5 times leverage, the total return reached 86.956522%. The profit based on 10.25 billion CNY yuan is 8.913 billion. In 4 days, profits exceeded 8.9 billion. Have you felt the charm of the international spot gold market? Feel the charm of leverage? This is only 12.5 times leverage. What if it is 125 times? It can even reach a height of 400 times. However, If it really increased to 125 times, the current profit would not be 89.13 billion, but a loss of 10.25 billion. Because the decline mixed with the rise can directly cause An Liang to liquidate his position. In fact, the current profit of 8.913 billion is actually fake until it is completely withdrawn. The international spot gold market has the same nature as the stock market. As long as the funds are still in the market and there is no safety net, it is not considered a real profit. The next day, it was close to 9 o'clock in the morning, and An Liang got up rarely late. After all, he drank too much yesterday. Even with his dual talents and strong physique, An Liang did not get up early despite being hungover. After washing up, An Liang found the breakfast made by Sun Xia on the dining table, consisting of fried poached eggs, sandwiches, and a glass of milk. This is a right breakfast. Can steamed buns, porridge, and pickles really provide enough nutrition? It was approaching 10 o'clock, and a message was sent from the Imperial City Friends group. Li Tsunyuan and Lang. Brother Liang, are you awake? And Liang? Li Tsunyun, we are going back to the Imperial capital. Why don't you go over and have fun? And Liang, no, I want to stay with Li Xian here. After school starts, I will have less time to spend with her. After school starts, and Liang will hardly look for Li Xian. He and Li Xian are still in pure love, and he is willing to maintain this level. Anyway, just wait patiently. And Liang, I'll come and see you off. Li Tsunyun, okay. Just in time to return the car to you. And Liang, okay, see you later. After ending the group chat, and Liang immediately booked a special car on his mobile phone. Although he could the animal tourism version of the Panamera pass by, but wouldn't anyone drive the Panamera back? So, just order a special car and drive the Lamborghini Urus back directly after a while. It's close to 11 o'clock in the morning, Mulingshan Pinnacle Hotel. When An Liang rushed over, Li Tsunyuan and 3 others were already waiting for him in the rest area of the entrance hall. Why are you so anxious to go back? An Liang asked proactively. Li Tsunyuan responded, I've been here for many days, and my family has been urging me. The same goes for Brother Haiyang, and the same goes for Brother Gongzi. Yun Haiyang agreed. Yes, I was urging you yesterday. I actually didn't want to go back, but Brother Yuan and Brother Haiyang both went back, so I just went back, just in time to practice Brother Liang's tutorial. Qin Xiaojing responded. Yun Haiyang complained. You can't imitate anyone else. You have to imitate Brother Liang. I can only advise you to be kind. Sorry, I'm just a kind and good man. Qin Xiaojing responded, it smells bad. Yun Haiyang snorted. Brother Liang said the same thing. What's the result? Turns out I'm a good man. And Liang answered. Li Tsingyuan seconded. I'm a good man too. Do you want to know about the Good Men Alliance? Qin Xiaojing agreed. Except for you, who is a scumbag, all of us are good men. Yin Haiyang looked at the 3 of them speechlessly. Is there something wrong with the thinking of these 3 people? By the way, what time is your flight? Can we meet again at noon? And Liang asked about business. Forget about noon. Our chance to go there at 1 o'clock is almost perfect. Li Kunyuan responda. And Liang glanced at the time. It was just a few minutes past 11. Okay, then I'll take you to the airport, and I'll go to the imperial capital on the 7th. And Liang explained, by the way, there is no need to pick me up at the airport. Chen Siyu will come to pick me up. Oh, we won't disturb you. A little farewell is better than a wedding. Li Kunyuan responda. Qian Xiaojing said enthusiastically, when I go back, I will continue to work hard and try to learn from Brother Liang. Yun Haiyang was unable to complain. Alliance of Good Men? Ha! Chapter 855, Shangqing International Airport. After An Liang sent Li Tsunyuan and the others to the airport, he did not see them off because the relationship between the 4 of them no longer required such politeness. In the parking lot, An Liang sent a message to Li Xian. An Liang, baby, where are you? Li Xian, Sun Feifei, Song Xin and I are shopping. Do you want to come over? An Liang, where do you go shopping? Li Xian, Bei Yuetian Street that cares about the bridge. And Liang, okay, I'll come from the airport right away and treat you to dinner later. Li Xian, okay, let me tell them first. And Liang, well, see you later. On Baiyuishan Street, Li Xian put away her mobile phone. Sun Feifei asked first. Is your An Liang doing inspection? Li Shiyin responded without avoiding suspicion. Well, he said he would come over to treat us to dinner. Feifei Xin, what do you want to eat? Sun Feifei has experienced changes in college. Her original little witch-like personality has now become a little more utilitarian, and it showed during the last time she went shopping. After all, not everyone has An Liang's protection. Li Xian was protected very well by An Liang, and she could not understand the suffering of the world at all. For example, Li Xian couldn't imagine the existence of Yunpa village. In her opinion, the world was just prosperous, and Liang never thought about changing Li Xian. Everyone has their own understanding of the world. He happened to be able to protect Li Xian and was willing to protect Li Xian. He hoped that Li Xian would continue to be simple and do what he wanted. A carefree little fairy. As for the darkness of the world, feel sorry, and Liang has the ability to create a border for Li Xian long ago. After all, there are too many people who understand the suffering in the world, but someone as simple as Li Xian is hard to find. Sun Feifei is a girl who understands the sufferings of the world. She asked half-truthfully, "Can we choose whatever we want for An Liang's treat?" Li Xian nodded. "Of course." Sun Feifei looked at Song Xin. Xin, what do you want to eat? Song Xin was very aware of Sun Feifei's change, but she didn't point it out. After all, they were just best friends. "Whatever you want to eat, I'll follow you." Song Xin responded. Sun Feifei looked at Li Xian again. "Can we choose a bottle to enjoy the steak?" Li Xian didn't know about enjoying steak in a bottle, but she promised, "It's no problem." Song Xin sighed secretly on the side. Sun Feifei has really changed. Enjoy steak by the bottle, 2,000 per person. Although according to An Liang's performance, this little money is nothing, but from their point of view, it is not appropriate to propose such an expensive price. Cafeteria, Tianfu, Culture Street. When An Liang and the two Xia sisters came here to eat bobo chicken, An Liang knew at that time that the two Xia sisters lived in Wenhua Street. In fact, it is so. The two Xia sisters live at number 26 Wenhua Street. This is an old-fashioned building with a total of 6 floors. The house is older than Xia Hexin and Xia Rui. They live in room 402, a small 2-bedroom and 1 living room of only 62 square meters. When they were chatting with An Liang before, they revealed that the two sisters lived in the same room with bunk beds. At that time, An Liang even thought of a neon love action art film. It's just that An Liang forgot the title of the film, otherwise he could have reviewed it. The Xia family is quarreling at the moment. "Lao Xia, I don't want to quarrel with you, but this time we really have no conditions." Kai Yushan said calmly. Kai Yushan continued, "Don't you know the situation of our family? Kai Yushan is the mother of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. She still looks charming and must have been a great beauty when she was young." Xia Xiaodong responded, "Can you be reasonable? That's my mom. Do I not care about her?" Xia Xiaodong is the father of the Xia sisters. He looks quite elegant and is a handsome middle-aged guy even now. He is a Chinese teacher, and Kai Yushan is an art teacher. When he was young, Xia Xiaodong read good poetry and wrote good love letters. Coupled with his handsome appearance and elegant temperament, he caught up with Kai Yushan. However, it is also a characteristic of the last era. "Isn't she your eldest brother's mother?" Kai Yushan said angrily. "When the old man was demolished, your eldest brother's family arbitrarily chose the demolition funds and monopolized all the demolition funds by himself. He promised to provide for your mother's retirement. Now you have forgotten?" Kai Yushan continued. "If your eldest brother's family is in trouble and he has no conditions to support the elderly, I will definitely take over this obligation without saying a word. Even if our family situation is a little better off and the house has 3 bedrooms, I think it's okay to take my mother over. But we only have 2 bedrooms. Where will we live if my mother comes over?" Kai Yushan asked Xia Xiaodong, "Do you want to set up a bed for mom in the living room?" Kai Yushan stared at Xia Xiaodong. "Lao Xia, do you know how much hardship I have endured with you over the years?" Kai Yushan sighed. "But have I complained before? This time we really have no conditions." Kai Yushan added, "I'm not stopping you from fulfilling your filial piety. I'm asking you to send your mother to a nursing home. We'll bear the cost." Do you think I'm unreasonable? Xia Xiaodong was silent. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were listening to their parents' quarrel in the bedroom, and their moods were also very bad. Chapter 856 Carrying Bridge, Bei Yuetian Street. It was almost 12:30 when Liang arrived by car, and Li Xiyin and 3 others were waiting for him at the milk tea shop. After the two parties met, and Liang spoke first, "Beauties, long time no see." Sun Feifei's appearance reached 70 points, and she could be considered a beauty, while Song Xinxin was a little bit worse. She was just at the level of an ordinary person. Sun Feifei responded first, her attitude concealing enthusiasm. "Long time no see," and Liang. Song Xinxin nodded slightly. "Long time no see indeed." And Liang ignored Sun Feifei's hidden enthusiasm. He looked at Li Xiyin and said, "Baby, you guys have agreed, what do you want to eat?" Li Xiyin nodded affirmatively. "Well, let's go to enjoy steak in a bottle. Do you know this place?" And Liang really knows. Zuanxiang Steak is located on Bei Yuetian Street, a super high-end steak restaurant that has only emerged in the past 2 years. And Liang has never been there either, but he has seen complaints on local food forums before. Steak in a bottle? The two of them went in for 4,000 yuan, and when they came out, they still had to eat 40 yuan of spicy hot pot to be full. "No problem, let's go." And Liang responded, "I happen to be a little hungry. I didn't have enough breakfast, and I ran around all morning." Li Xiyin obediently took the initiative to hold in Liang's arm. Sun Feifei joked, "Hey yo, this dog food is so spread. I'm sore." And Liang responded casually, "Are you still single?" "Yes." Sun Feifei responded, "May I introduce it to you?" And Liang said jokingly, "A lot of my friends are single." Sun Feifei secretly thought, and Liang is so good, and according to the principle of birds of a feather flocking together, the friends around him should also be good, right? Sun Feifei responded enthusiastically. She had never thought about competing with Li Xiyin. After all, the gap was too obvious. Now and Liang wants to introduce friends. Maybe it's not bad? How about Lu Kai? And Liang responded, "That guy knows the basics and his character isn't bad. What's more important is that we are all locals. There won't be any trouble during the graduation season when we come back after graduation." Sun Feifei was a little embarrassed. Lu Kai had pursued her before, but she didn't like Lu Kai, mainly because Lu Kai's conditions were a little too ordinary. Sun Feifei wanted to find someone with better financial conditions. She also wanted to be like Li Xiyin. Lu Kai goes to school in Lanzhou, which I think is a bit too far. Sun Feifei declined politely, and then secretly smiled secretly. He had seen through Sun Feifei a long time ago, right? Li Xiyin also vaguely felt Sun Feifei's change. She sighed secretly in her heart. Is it true that everyone is changing? Zuanxiang Steakhouse is in Baiyuishan on the 4th floor of the street. When everyone arrived, the welcoming lady greeted warmly. "Welcome to enjoy the steak in a bottle. Do you have a reservation?" And Liang asked teasingly, "If I don't have an appointment, can I come to your house?" "Sure. Sir, please come this way. We still have viewing seats." The welcoming lady led in Liang and the others to a 4-person booth near the window. Naturally, Li Xiyin and Liang sat together, and Sun Feifei and Song Xinxin sat together. The service staff gave them a tablet for ordering, but only one tablet. This, and Liang silently commented negatively in his heart. For people are ordering and only given a tablet. If it is a restaurant with a per capita of 1 or 200, this is a very normal thing. But here is a super high-end steak restaurant with a per capita of 2,000, and it is still doing such a showy thing? An Liang recommends enjoying steak in a bottle and learning from the Tsukishima Puffer Fish Feast. Tsukishima Fugu Banquet arranges ordering via tablets as many people as possible, thus taking into account the feelings of every customer. Since there is only one tablet for ordering, Li Xiyin is naturally the first choice as she browses the tablet. Thai O Wagyu sirloin steak and Thai O Wagyu filet mignon are priced at the same price, both priced at 1,999 new Taiwan dollars for 200 grams. Thai O Wagyu sirloin steak, priced at 1,888 new Taiwan dollars for 200 grams. The price is indeed a bit expensive, but not the most expensive. The most expensive one is the 800G tomahawk steak, which costs a full 3,888 yuan. If the weight is taken into account, the tomahawk steak is actually relatively more affordable. On Liang, what should I choose? Li Xian asked without any pretense, using her good habit of asking when she didn't understand. She didn't feel embarrassed by asking. She really didn't know how to choose steak. And Liang explained, the filet tastes the best. It is tender and has a soft and waxy feeling. If you choose filet mignon, 5 or 7 is recommended. The taste of sirloin is also good, but compared to filet, it is a little chewier and has a higher fat content. This recommendation is 7 mature, in case it is too greasy and you cannot accept it. And Liang continued to explain. The taste of the upper brain is less greasy than the sirloin, and it is tender and juicy. It is also recommended to be 7 ripe to prevent the myoglobin from looking like blood. And Liang added. Li Xian asked curiously, where's the tomahawk steak? You can't finish it. And Liang reminded, beauties, we follow one rule when eating, that is, we cannot waste it. Sun Feifei and Song Xinxin both responded affirmatively. So, which one do I choose? Li Xian asked in Liang. Chapter 862 exists? How long does it take to do a manicure? While waiting, Liang first looked at the international gold price, then looked at the trading situation in the international spot gold market, and then took a look at the domestic gold trading market. However, the manicure continues. So on Liang began to check the situation of the world's second largest leek market. This leek field is lush and green, and the leeks are growing very well. And Liang guesses that a new harvest is about to begin, right? After all, after 5 years of recuperation, the leeks have grown again. It's just that Liang is not interested in participating. In addition to sympathizing with the leeks, Liang also saw the sickles that cut leeks. They were not easy to mess with. At nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xian and the other 3 finally finished their manicures. Li Xian raised her hands, with the back of her hands facing Liang, and asked, does it look good? The nails on her left hand were candy pink, and the nails on her right hand were candy blue. And Liang nodded. It's okay. After saying that, Liang made a move with his left hand. Li Xian obediently put her right hand into Liang's left hand, and the two interlocked their fingers. Sun Feifei teased again. Wow, that's too much. Song Xinxin couldn't help but agree. It's indeed a bit too much. And Liang laughed and said, sorry, you can go so far if you have a girlfriend. Li Xian looked shy. By the way, Sun Feifei, Song Xinxin, Xian and I will run away first and meet again another day. And Liang explained. Song Xinxin responded first. Okay. Sun Feifei responded with some regret. We will meet again next time. And Liang nodded slightly, and he led Li Xian away. As he walked towards the underground parking garage, Li Xian asked, where are we going now? Just follow me. And Liang responded. In the underground parking garage, and Liang got into the driver's seat, and Li Xian naturally got into the passenger's seat. And Liang paid the bill on his mobile phone and set off. Nearly an hour later, and Liang drove to a road on the edge of Beiyu District. Old Street. Li Xian looked through the car window and saw the old street outside with a nostalgic look in her eyes. Remember? And Liang parked the car on the side of the road. Li Xian nodded vigorously. On May Day last year, we had our last class outing in high school. Yes. And Liang responded. Do you still remember what you did at that time? Li Xian thought for a moment and then responded, I bought 5 baskets of mulberry, right? Sangqing is a Shengqing dialect, and its scientific name is sangpai. Yes, you little fool bought 5 baskets of mulberry by yourself and ended up eating it until your lips turned purple. And Liang said with a smile. At that time, I secretly looked at you and thought you were so cute. Snort, Li Xian said coquettishly. The main reason is that the old woman is so pitiful. Are we going back to our old place? And Liang suggested okay. Li Xian agreed. After the two got off the car, and Liang held Li Xian's hand again, and the two of them were still intertwined with each other, just like other young lovers. They walked in this old street, as if they had traveled through time and space and returned to the past. The same era. This is called Xiangxin Ancient Street. It is not a commercial ancient street, but a real ancient street, but on a smaller scale. At 6 o'clock, Xiangxin Ancient Street is bustling with people floating out of various small restaurants along the street. The fragrance, the noisy voices in my ears, and the shouts of the roadside vendors brought the time back to 20 years ago. On Liang look? Li Shiyin gestured to En Liang, and Liang looked over according to Li Shiyin's gesture. It's the old woman selling mulberry. Li Shiyin's memory is very good, and she recognized the other party at a glance. The old woman selling mulberries did not sell mulberries today, and there were no mulberries in winter. She was selling radish and cabbage today, and Liang glanced at the other party's stall. Hers the business must not be very good, because the baskets of white radishes have not been reduced at all, and the same situation is true of the other baskets of cabbages. After all, most of the surrounding farmers have grown radishes and cabbages, and such popular vegetables are basically uncompetitive. However, even so, the other party is persisting, even if he is shivering from the cold on Liang. She is so poor, Li Shiyin said softly, and Liang didn't answer immediately. He led Li Shiyin to a shop on the roadside. The shop was selling scallion pancakes, and Liang had already smelled the fragrance. Baby, do you want one? And Liang asked. Li Shiyin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I want to eat. And Liang bought 2 scallion pancakes, one for each of him and Li Shiyin. When the store put the scallion pancakes in a grease-proof paper bags, and Liang asked, Uncle, I want to ask, who is the old lady selling radishes over there? What's the situation? The middle-aged store owner responded. I heard that there is a widow in East Village. Some people say that she has children. The specific situation is not clear. The middle-aged shopkeeper handed a scallion pancake in a grease-proof paper bag to En Liang, and An Liang handed it to Li Shiyin. The middle-aged shopkeeper continued to talk, as if he had started a conversation. It's sinful to say that I carry radishes and cabbage every day. Come here, I can't sell any good bits in one day, so the neighbors are kind enough to help me buy some. If you really have children, you are committing evil. The middle-aged shopkeeper sighed. Chapter 863 Eccentric Ancient Street. An Liang scanned the QR code to pay 4 yuan for 2 scallion pancakes. The prices here are relatively low. If you put them over the Caring Bridge, 2 scallion pancakes cost 10 yuan. Do you know? Although people in Shengqing don't distinguish between 4 and 10, they must definitely separate 4 yuan and 10 yuan. And Liang and Li Shiyin walked towards the old woman selling mulberries together. Li Shiyin took the initiative to greet me. Old lady, do you still remember me? The old lady selling mulberries really remembered Li Shiyin, and she accurately said, It's you bought me 5 baskets of mulberries last year. Is being beautiful so advantageous? A random passerby actually remembered what happened half a year ago. This envious. The old woman selling mulberries looked at En Liang again. I remember him too. He was just a little kid who secretly looked at you. Shaozai is also a Shengqing dialect, which means young man. It is usually a name used by older people to a strange boy. And Liang was speechless. Is this a shot? Li Shiyin rolled her eyes at En Liang and asked, Old lady, it's so late, it's getting dark. Why don't you go home? The old lady selling mulberries responded. Wait a minute, is anyone else off work? Go home. I have to wait. Li Shiyin was stunned for a moment. Is there anyone who hasn't come home from get off work? What does it mean? Just when Li Shiyin was confused, a middle-aged woman came over and said, Grandma Pan, I want a cabbage. Want it? Are you getting off work so late today? Mother Pan, who sells mulberries, asked as she picked up the scale. We encountered a traffic jam today. The middle-aged woman responded. Granny Pan put the cabbage into the scale pan. She picked up the weight skillfully and then said, 3 caddies and 20 tails, 80 cents per caddy. That's 2 yuan and 50 cents for you. The middle-aged woman took out 2 yuan and 50 cents in change and handed it to Granny Pan. Then she didn't ask for a plastic bag and left directly with the cabbage. Before leaving, she took a special look at En Liang and Li Shiyin. Li Shiyin understood at the side. She understood what Granny Pan said before. There are still people who haven't come home after work. She was waiting for business. Li Shiyin saw Granny Pan collect the money again. She carefully took out a cloth bag and then put the 2 yuan and 50 cents in it with the same care. Put it in. Granny Pan seemed to have opened up the conversation. She took the initiative and said, Sell more of these cabbages and radishes this winter and save more money. When spring begins, I will go to the city to see my grandson and buy him a set of clothes. Girl, this dress of yours is quite nice. I'm afraid it will cost 100 or 200. Grandma Pan asked. Li Xian was speechless. She is wearing a Gucci pink pineapple print sweatshirt today, and the price is 8,500 yuan. And Liang responded on the side, it only costs 85 yuan, which is not as expensive as 100 or 200. By the way, Granny Pan, how old is your grandson this year? He is about to turn 10, and he is doing a lot of things every day. Grandma Pan said with a smile on her face. Qianfan means naughty. The previous generation of Shengqing people basically did not know Mandarin. Granny Pan looked at Liang and said, you're so lucky, little one. This girl is really pretty. And Liang agreed. I also think I'm lucky. By the way, how much do radish and cabbage cost per pound? The radish has 5 anise and the cabbage has 8 anise. Grandma Pan explained. Then I bought them all. There's a restaurant in our city, so I can get these dishes when I bring them back. And Liang explained. It turns out it was the restaurant owner who said it. No wonder he looked rich. Grandma Pan started to weigh the scale as she spoke. And Liang felt a little dumbfounded. Does opening a restaurant mean you are rich? But in the impression of the older generation, opening a restaurant is indeed considered rich, right? About 5 minutes later, after Granny Pan weighed the radish and cabbage, she explained, the radish is more than 32 kilograms. I only give you 32 kilograms, which is 16 yuan, and the cabbage is 24 kilograms and 7 taels, a few cents. The change is also wiped out for you. Only your 19 yuan is counted. The total is 35 yuan. And Liang suddenly felt that the discount of a few cents was very valuable. Wait a minute, I'll go next door to change some money. And Liang explained that he didn't bring any cash, so he could only use his mobile phone to scan the QR code to exchange cash at other stores. And Liang came to the scallion pancake stall again. Uncle, I'll buy another scallion pancake and exchange it for 35 yuan. The middle-aged store owner actually saw Liang at Granny Pan's side. He lowered his voice and said, young man, you are doing a good deed. I will change the money for you directly here. You don't need to buy scallion pancakes anymore. I should have bought one, but the old man gave me a small discount, and I gave her a scallion pancake. And Liang explained. The middle-aged shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then gave Liang a thumbs up. You are an upright young man. When he was just there, and Liang noticed that Granny Pan had looked at the scallion pancake he was holding several times, and she happened to give him a small discount. He reciprocated with a scallion pancake, and Liang paid the middle-aged shopkeeper 37 yuan. The middle-aged shopkeeper first handed Liang 35 yuan, and then handed over the scallion pancake. He also gave Liang a thumbs up, and Liang walked over with the scallion pancake, and he first handed over the 35 yuan. He handed the money to Granny Pan, and then said, the boss over there gave me a scallion pancake in exchange for money. I've already eaten one, and she's eaten one too. I'll give this to you. Thank you for the discount just now. Grandma Pan was not polite. She took it and said, that family's scallion pancakes have been fried for 50 years. I have eaten the scallion pancakes made by his father when I was a girl. And Liang responded with a smile. The taste is indeed very authentic. After finishing speaking, Liang picked up 2 plastic woven bags containing radishes and cabbage. Grandma Pan, let's leave first. Grandma Pan waved her left hand. She was eating scallion pancakes. It was a delicacy that she couldn't bear to buy, but still existed in her memory. Her father bought it for her back then. Chapter 864 Ding. Congratulations to the host for sending an ordinary warmth. Although life is hard, a candlelight can warm people's hearts. Special reward. Li Xian's mentality changed slightly. The life winner system issued a prompt, and Liang was holding a plastic woven bag in both hands, and he asked, baby, what's wrong with you? Li Xian came back to her senses and asked, what? What's wrong with you? And Liang repeated. Li Xian said with some melancholy, I feel that Granny Pan is so pitiful. The two came to the Lamborghini Urus, and Liang first threw 2 bags of vegetables into the trunk. They would not be wasted. And Liang's family did not open a restaurant, but Anshin Construction had a food group in the West City Development Plan. These carrots and cabbage will all be sent over. Get in the car first. and Liang greeted. Li Xian got into the passenger seat. She was a little depressed. The situation just now had an impact on Li Xian, especially when Granny Pan asked about the price of her clothes. Li Xian felt faintly panicked. Baby, I think Granny Pan is quite happy. And Liang explained. Li Xian looked at Liang doubtfully. First of all, Granny Pan makes money through her own labor, and she lives a very happy life. And Liang explained, although from the mouth of the scallion pancake boss and from our eyes, we feel that Granny Pan is very pitiful, but she is not a fish. How can she know the joy of fish? Granny Pan has her own goals. She wants to save money through her own efforts and buy a set of clothes for her grandson when she goes to see her grandson. This is her goal. For this goal, she lives a fulfilling life. And Liang continued, people are afraid of not having goals. And Liang looked at Li Xian seriously. He just started the Lamborghini Urus and let the engine start working to provide warm air. Naturally, he could distract Li Xian. From our perspective, it does seem a bit miserable for Granny Pan that she is so old and has to sell radishes and cabbages by herself so late in the day. And Liang narrated, perhaps Granny Pan's children did do something wrong. But do you know that this is the place where Granny Pan has lived her whole life? And is she really willing to leave? And Liang asked back, the Scallion Pancake Shop is about to have a history of 50 years. How many years old are the other shops in Qianxian Ancient Street? And Liang continued to ask, that is the place that has carried Granny Pan her whole life, and it is also the whole world in her memory. If she leaves Qianxian Ancient Street, will she be really happy? And Liang sighed. It's hard to leave your homeland. Everyone has a home in their hearts. Li Xian seemed to be immersed in Liang's description. She sighed. What was the ancient street like 50 years ago? That's something only Granny Pan knows. Maybe the scallion pancakes will remind her of it. And Liang responded, okay, honey, we obviously did a good deed and helped Grandma Pan so that she can go home early today, and we also bought all her cabbages and radishes. Be happy. And Liang said with relief, Li Xian nuda. She came out of her previous loss. Just as Liang said, Xiangxin Ancient Street is a place that carries Granny Pan's lifelong memories. Is she really willing to leave? By the way, honey, what do you want to eat tonight? And Liang asked. Li Xian shook her head. I've already eaten that scallion pancake just now. It's really delicious. After all, it has nearly 50 years of history. I believe even a pig can become perfect with practice, right? And Liang joked, you guy. Li Xian hummed softly, then take you back? An Liang asketon. Li Xian responda. After almost an hour, and Liang drove to Fanhuayuan. When he was in the underground garage, and Liang tried to sneak attack Li Xian, but Li Xian firmly refused. No, you taste the scallion pancake. Li Xian complained. You too. And Liang responded, ah. Li Xian's face turned red. Not allowed anyway. I went up first. After saying that, Li Xian quickly ran to the elevator and then waved goodbye to Liang. And Liang watched Li Xian enter the elevator before driving away. On the way, and Liang called in Xingyu. Answer after the call, and Liang spoke first. Dad, are you at home? I just came back. What's wrong? And Xingyu asked back. And Liang explained the delivery of cabbage and radish to the food group at the Xiqing Development Project. You will take the car keys down later, and I will throw them directly into your trunk. You go to Xiqing. Take it with you when you develop your plans. By the way, you will officially start work the day after tomorrow, right? And Liang asked additional questions. Well, actually some people will come back tomorrow to do advanced preparation work, and I will also go to the construction site tomorrow. And Xingyu responded, okay, I'm going to make a call in the parking garage later. And Liang explained. And Xingyu responded. Chapter 8, 65 Source of Flowers. Li Xian used her fingerprint to unlock the door and felt the warmth in the house. The floor heating system was obviously turned on. Mom! As soon as Li Xian entered the room, she called out. However, Lu Ling did not respond. Li Xian went directly to the fitness room. The original multifunctional room had been booked and transformed into a fitness room. Lu Ling was indeed in the fitness room. She is doing yoga again to keep her figure in shape. Where did you go to play again today? Lu Ling asked casually. Li Xiyin started to talk, starting from shopping to eating steak at a bottle for almost 20,000 yuan, and then revisited the old place within Liang in the afternoon, and met again the former mulberry seller. Granny Pan. Especially when talking about Granny Pan, Li Xiyin sighed. Lu Ling asked curiously, "What's in Liang's reaction?" Li Xiyin spoke out in Liang's theory again. Lu Ling's eyes were complicated. This in Liang really has a lot of things. Even Lu Ling couldn't find a logic to refute in Liang's remarks. Because in Liang's remarks were not simple. You are not me. You know I don't know the joy of fish can be refuted. In fact, Lu Ling also agrees with Liang's theory. Granny Pan has lived in Xiangxin Ancient Street all her life. If she leaves Xiangxin Ancient Street, will she definitely be happy? Originally, Lu Ling thought that Liang deliberately took Li Xiyin to the ancient street of Xiangxin to let Li Xiyin see the sufferings of the world, thus hinting that Li Xiyin should save money. But after Liang's theory came out, Lu Ling realized that he had thought too much. And Liang didn't mean to imply anything. Sky Realm. In the parking garage, and Xingyu asked casually, "Where did you go to play again?" And you came back with 2 bags of vegetables. And Liang briefly talked about going to Xinshin Ancient Street. After hearing this, and Xingyu secretly felt relieved. This is a good job. And Liang glanced at the parking space next door. He didn't see Sun Xia's Porsche 718, so he asked, "Mom, did you go over to play mahjong?" These relatives have finally finished their troubles and have to go to work the day after tomorrow. Your mother may have to come back late today. And Xingyu responded, "By the way, has the nanny at home been settled?" And Liang asked casually, "I'm still choosing. The main reason is that your mother is too dancing, and Lao Wu and Lao Lu laugh at me every day." And Xingyu couldn't help complaining. After all, and Liang held back the topic. After all what? And Xingyu was confused. After all, you are the domineering president of AXA, so it is normal for your mother to be worried. And Liang laughed and dropped the topic. Are we talking about sponsored college students? Let's save some face for Comrade Laoan. After returning home, and Liang was just about to take a shower when he found on his mobile phone that the Xia sisters were giving birth to a child in a group of 3 people. He sends message, "Xia Rui at Anlang. Boss, are you there? Xia Rui at Anlang. Summon the boss. Xia Hashin at Anlang. Aren't you here?" And Liang, at Xia Rui, at Xia Hexin. And Liang, I was driving just now and just came home. What happened? Xia Rui, is the boss in Shengqing? And Liang, yes, Xia Rui. Does the boss have time recently? And Liang, are you coming to Shengqing? Xia Rui, the boss is wise. Xia Rui, my sister and I want to come to Shengqing to play. Xia Rui, there are too many videos about Shengqing on various short video platforms. We want to come and take a look at Shengqing, a magical city. Xia Hexin, the terrains of Shengqing and Tianfu are completely different, right? And Liang, it's indeed completely different. And Liang, Tianfu is a plain, Shengqing is a mountainous city, and climbing uphill is the basic operation. And Liang, when will you come? And Liang, coming from Tianfu, it is most convenient to take the high-speed rail directly. It is fast, comfortable, and cheap. Before, An Liang sent a red envelope of 88,888 yuan to each of the Xia sisters. They have no shortage of funds for travel. Xia Rui, is it okay tomorrow? Xia Xin, we will set off as soon as we get up tomorrow and arrive in the morning. And Liang glanced at the time. Tomorrow is the last day of annual leave, and the little vixen will be back the day after tomorrow. And Liang, I have time tomorrow. If you come over, I will pick you up at the station. By the way, how many days are you going to play here? Xia Rui, I don't know. Xia Rui, when does your college start? And Liang, 7, 8, 9, 3 days. I'm going back on the 7th. Xia Rui, then let's go back with you. Xia Xin, well, we'll go back with you. What do these 2 sisters mean? And Liang was a little confused about the meaning of the 2 Xia sisters, so he could only start studying management. And Liang, no problem. And Liang, I will play with you all day tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow I have to go to my home company to handle work. You can play by yourself in Shengqing. Is that okay? And Liang, I will take you back to Tianfu on the 7th. And Liang, Mainly because there's a lot of work at home. Xia Rui. Okay, we're just here to relax. Xia Xin. No problem. And Liang. Okay. After you book your tickets tomorrow, send me the train number and time, and I will pick you up at the station. Xia Rui. Yes, see you tomorrow, Xia Xin. Okay. And Liang. See you tomorrow. After finishing the chat, and Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Is it okay for these two sisters to conduct a raid? Fortunately, An Liang, have never been a scumbag. Management studies are still in effect. Chapter 866, How Does a Good Man Remain Invincible? This problem is multidirectional and multidimensional. Because in a love relationship, all kinds of questions arise one after another, and it is impossible to have a universal answer that makes a good man invincible. Maybe someone said money ability? Cash ability is only a solution, but it is absolutely impossible to become invincible through cash ability. The most classic example. When women have the ability to make money, they begin to pursue spiritual pursuits. But when they are only satisfied with the spiritual aspect, they will pursue the ability to make money. Therefore, if a good man wants to be invincible, he must attack from multiple directions and dimensions. When it's time to take your mind, you must take it. When it's time for a kidney transplant, you must not be soft. When it's time to show off your money-making abilities, show off your wealth and billions. In this way, the combination of ability and gentleness can form a powerful shining point, allowing the other party to be actively attracted, just like a star attracting planets, and ultimately be invincible. At present, An Liang is in an invincible position. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, and Liang said that he had to deal with work. The girls were obedient and did not bother them. He started to check the international gold price. The international gold price has dropped a bit compared to the afternoon, with the price per gram falling to 374 yuan. This sudden drop in the market will not have any impact on An Liang, but some speculative guys may be in misfortune, right? Imperial Capital. Mr. 13 Bar. Li Tsunyuan, Yin Haiyang, and Qian Xiaojiang were drinking. There are more than 10 people around them, with stars and moons surrounding them, with them as the core. Lu Neng was pouring wine for Li Tsunyuan. While pouring the wine, he asked, Brother Tsunyuan, I heard that Anshin Investment Company has entered the international spot gold market, but now the international spot gold market is changing. Aren't you worried? Lu Neng is a peripheral member of the anti-Japanese plan. He comes from the Liu family in the Imperial Capital Circle and has a relatively low status in the Imperial Capital Circle, so he can only be a peripheral member. Li Tsunyuan said casually, Xiao Nengzi, don't pry if you shouldn't pry. At this point, Li Tsunyuan added, I treat you as a younger brother. I can only say that if there is any action like the anti-Japanese plan, I will take you, but this time Brother Liang didn't say anything, you know? Qin Xiaojiang said from the side. Brother Liang said that the risk this time is very high, and there is no guarantee of 100% profit. Do you understand? What if you really lose money? Lu Neng said worriedly. Have 3 drinks first. Li Tsunyuan pointed to the ace of spades champagne on the coffee table. Li Tsunyuan and the 3 of them are now full of cards, starting with a big dragon, a top-level player. Lu Neng did not hesitate. He drank 3 glasses directly. Li Tsunyuan watched Lu Neng do it after 3 drinks. He responded, Xiao Nengzi, I just told you don't pry if you shouldn't. What's your purpose? Lu Neng scratched his head in embarrassment. This Brother Tsunyuan, I have lost nearly 3 million in the international spot gold market, so I wanted to ask if there is any chance of getting it back. Why do you lose? Li Tsunyuan was surprised. Lu Neng added, not just me, Li Qian's brother Li Mingfei lost close to 10 million. Zhou Ronghua, the old Zhou family, lost close to 50 million, and 7 or 8 other people also lost, but no specific number was given. Li Tsunyuan frowned. Why did you enter the international spot gold market? Someone released news in the circle, saying that Anshin Investment Company has entered the international spot gold market with your funds, thus judging that there should be opportunities in the international spot gold market this time. Lu Neng explained. Did Chen Ming do it? Li Tsunyuan asked back, have no idea. Lu Neng shook his head. Previously, Goose Kun had anonymous information. Anonymous message? Li Tsunyuan sneered. Why do you believe in anonymous information? After this anonymous message was sent out, someone else anonymously leaked the capital flows of Onshin Investment Company, and all of them entered the international spot gold market. Lu Nung explained. In addition, the international gold price has been rising recently, from more than 340 to 3,780. In addition, Great Britain announced its departure from the European Union. Combined with the actions of Onshin Investment Company, we discussed that it should be possible to make money. Lu Ning added. From this analysis, it seems that you can indeed make money. After all, combined with various factors, the international gold price is indeed going to rise, right? In fact, a large number of people engaged in related work have almost reached this conclusion. Then why did you lose? Li Tsunyuan asked back. Since the price of gold is rising, why are we still losing money? The price of gold in the international spot gold market has fluctuated repeatedly, and the amplitude has far exceeded the records of the previous 10 years. Quite a few of us have been trapped. Lu Ning sighed. Did you use leverage? Li Tsunyuan asked. He had learned a lot about the trading rules of the international spot gold market and naturally understood the leverage commonly used in the international spot gold market. According to what Li Tsunyuan knew, Lu Ning must have used leverage. Chapter 872, the most difficult thing about Xia Hexin and Xia Ruyu is that they like to play the game of swapping identities. This game, and Liang always makes mistakes deliberately. However, now that Xia Hexin is acting as Xia Rui, if Xia Hexin and Liang break up, can Xia Rui take over? This question is of a probing nature. Faced with the question asked by Xia Hexin as Xia Rui, the real Xia Rui responded as Xia Hexin. Of course. So are the two sisters really competing for the upper hand? And Liang didn't know what they were fighting about, because brother Liang was always willing to find a way to become a winner. And he was the big winner who took it all. It's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. An Liang and the other three came to Qinshu and Cliff. Even though I came here in the morning, there was still no parking space at Qinshu and Cliff. Fortunately, the hotel next to it had high-priced parking spaces. The charge of 20 yuan an hour ensured that there would be parking spaces almost any time and anywhere. Qinshu and Cliff is a free attraction, and Liang walked in with Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. Although it was not yet 10 o'clock, Qinshu and Cliff was already crowded with people. Facing the crowded situation, and Liang held Xia Hexin with his left hand and Xia Rui with his right hand. Brother Liang is familiar with this kind of operation. After all, when he was in the imperial capital before, and Liang had done something sexy like this. He held Chen Siyu in his left hand and Ning Rushwang in his right hand, and they went shopping together. When Xia Hexin and Xia Rui were held by Liang one by one, they were stunned for a moment and then looked at Liang together. But Liang's expression was very natural, as if he was taking care of them to prevent them from getting lost in the crowd. Faced with this situation, Xia Hexin and Xia Rui looked at each other again, and then neither of them said a word, silently being led by Liang. And Guang smiled secretly. Are the two sisters fighting among themselves? Feel sorry. He is the only one who benefits. In fact, Qinshu and Cliff only looks better at night. When the lights are on at night, Qinshu and Cliff is the real Qinshu and Cliff. And Liang explained. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui did not disguise their identities. They are themselves now. Xia Rui responded, I have seen photos of Qinshu and Cliff at night on the internet, and now compared with it during the day, it does look better at night. Xia Hexin agreed. Well, it is indeed true. After the two of them had just answered, Xia Rui's mobile phone sent out a WeChat video call ringtone, and Liang took the initiative to let go of her so that she could answer the WeChat call. Xia Rui glanced at the caller, and she first looked at Liang and Xia Hexin. It's a call from my mother. Xia Hexin hesitated for a moment, but still didn't break away from An Liang's hand, because her cousin Yang Yingying had said before at their house that An Liang was her boyfriend. Xia Rui chose to answer the video call, and she even raised her mobile phone. Go to An Liang's side. The WeChat video call is connected, and the video screen appears on the phone. And Liang sees the mothers of Xia Hexin and Xia Rui. Their mothers are similar to them. Mom! Xia Rui was the first to say hello. Xia Hexin also said hello gently. Mom, ahem. Hello, Aunt. I am Liang, and I wish my aunt a happy new year. And Liang greeted deliberately. Kai Yushan naturally heard in Liang's name. She responded with a smile. Hello, and Liang, and I also wish you a happy new year. Mom, why are you calling here? Xia Rui asked. Didn't I ask you to report that you were safe when you arrived? Kai Yushan reminded, oops, I forgot. Okay, Mom, we're at Qinshuan Cliff. It's a bit noisy here. It sounds a bit laborious for us to talk to you. I'll hang up now. I'll tell you when I get back later. Xia Rui expressed her intention to hang up. Gai Zusan Vetpunde Haupa, okay. By the way, and Liang, please take care of the two of them. They are just too disobedient and will leave immediately, causing trouble for you. And Liang responded politely, It's okay. I'm Xian's boyfriend. I should take care of them. Kai Yushan asked curiously, Can you tell who they are? Certainly. And Liang said affirmatively. Wait until they speak first, and then judge based on the tone of their words. In addition, I will ask them who is who first, and generally speaking, it is easy to distinguish. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui looked at each other again, and they laughed secretly in their hearts, because in Liang's judgment method was completely wrong. They could perfectly imitate each other's timbre and personality. If only Xia Hexin's voice was gentler, Xia Rui's voice was clearer and more melodious, and they used it as a basis to distinguish them. That would be a big mistake. However, they thought that Brother Liang was on the first floor, but Brother Liang was already waiting for them on the fifth floor. Interpersonal relationship, scan the existence of the system, makes their disguises meaningless. Although there is an unexpected situation in the interpersonal relationship scanning system, Liang has not encountered an extreme situation yet. The two sisters thought they had completely deceived Brother Liang, but Brother Liang not only knew everything, and they also deliberately made mistakes, even paving the way for a certain possibility in the future. So they were only on the second floor, thinking that Brother Liang was on the first floor, but Brother Liang was already waiting patiently on the fifth floor in the future. Chapter 873 Tianfu. Number 26, Wenhua Street. At the home of the two Xia sisters, Kai Yushan put down her mobile phone. Through the short video call, just now, Kai Yushan had already confirmed some information. Previously, when Yang Yingying said in the Xia family that Xia Hexin's boyfriend could solve the Xia family's filial piety crisis, Kai Yushan actually became curious about En Liang. Kai Yushan is an art teacher, and she has a good vision. After all, it is really not recommended for art students to study art if they don't have any family background. After just a short video call, Kai Yushan confirmed that En Liang was wearing Louis Vuitton's latest winter coat. She knows how expensive Louis Vuitton's winter clothes are. Combined with what Yang Yingying said before, En Liang's family has a financial investment company in Tianfu, and it is also a well-known investment company in the International Financial Center. Does that mean that En Liang is really capable of solving the filial piety crisis in their family? Kai Yushan is 40 years old this year, and many of her ideas have become very realistic. After all, she has seen all the prosperity, and her life has returned to firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. For Kai Yushan, she just wants to stay within the scope of mainstream morality, even just a little bit over the line, so that her life can be more satisfying. For example, if En Liang is willing to solve the Xia family's filial piety crisis for Xia Hexin, Kai Yushan agrees with both hands. As for whether she would gain a reputation as a snobbery, Kai Yushan would definitely have cared about it 10 years ago. But what do you care about now? Xia Xiaodong's mother, Ding Xiaohua, had already moved in and stayed in the rooms of Xia Hexin and Xia Rui. Otherwise, the two Xia sisters would have left in a hurry. Kai Yushan has quarreled with Xia Xiaodong several times over this matter, but Xia Xiaodong also has his own difficulties. He's a filial person. Is it wrong to be filial? But for Kai Yushan, Xia Xiaodong did something wrong, because both daughters ran away from home because of his filial piety. Can't filial piety be flexible? Qinshuan Cliff. Xia Rui put her phone away and muttered, Hey, Mom just likes to worry. And Liang held Xia Rui's hand again, and he responded, That's why I ask you because I care about you, okay? And Liang continued, My mother is different. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wanted to go home, but she directly told me not to go home, and then she and my father went abroad to travel. During the Chinese New Year period, I had a drink outside with my friends, and they told me that I would go back too late to disturb their rest, and asked me to go directly home to another apartment. And Liang complained, "Is this kind of treatment pleasant?" And Liang hummed. He didn't really complain about Sun Xia. It was just in contrast to Xiao Rui's thoughts. Xiao Hexin and Xiao Rui listened to In Liang's complaints. They both only focused on one issue. It turns out that they have money. People's families bought a second house just because coming back late at night might disturb their rest. Sorry, poverty limited their imagination. And Liang led the two sisters of the Xiao family and walked into Qinshuan Cliff. The three of them attracted each other. The eyes of the people around him, especially the male compatriots, cast envious glances at An Liang. Twins are not uncommon. What is rare are twin sisters who both have 92 points in appearance and figure and are 1.7 meters tall. This is the key to attracting people, and Liang became the envy of everyone, and some people even secretly took photos. But when Liang left with the two Xia sisters, those who had taken photos were all taken away by some who looked like passersby. The man stopped and asked to delete the corresponding photos. As for not cooperating, no one refused to cooperate, because those people are all staff deployed by Rennie Security Company outside An Liang. The three of them were wandering around Qinshuan Cliff. The business environment here was almost the same as other business classics across the country. The three of them had no intention of shopping at all, and they didn't even buy snacks. The main reason is that the hygienic conditions of snacks are worrying. In just over half an hour, An Liang took the two Xia sisters to visit Qinshuan Cliff. He smiled and asked, "Are you a little disappointed?" "There really is a point," Xiao Rui responded. Xiao Hexin seconded, "It looks better from the photo. Let's come over and take a look at it again in the evening. If you drive over from the Cross River Bridge above, you can see its night view." And Liang explained, "Let's go and see the Liberty Monument again. It's the symbol of our great celebration." And Liang explained, "The Liberty Monument is definitely a representative symbol of Xinqing. Although it is surrounded by tall buildings now, it does not affect it from becoming a symbol of Xinqing." The three returned to the high-priced garage provided by the hotel next door, and the parking time was less than an hour. Calculated based on an hour, the parking fee of 20 yuan makes An Liang feel like he has returned to the Nanjing district of the imperial capital. Qinshuan Cliff is very close to the Freedom Monument, with a straight-line distance of only more than 500 meters, and it takes less than 700 meters to walk there. However, this uphill walk was definitely not a good experience. So An Liang chose to drive. Nearly 10 minutes later, An Liang took the two Xia sisters to the foot of the Freedom Monument. Xiao Rui suggested, "An Liang, how about the three of us taking pictures together?" Chapter 874 Photograph? And Liang quickly thought about it in his mind. The social circle of sisters Xiao Hexin and Xiao Rui and in Liang is limited to the school. The biggest intersection is Baiyu, right? And Liang wondered whether the two Xia sisters had added Baiyu's WeChat account. So the biggest disadvantage of taking photos with the two Xia sisters is probably being seen by Baiyu. And Liang is not worried about this. Because of White Moon, for that strong, kind, and stubborn girl, An Liang felt more sympathy and pity. As for the relationship between men and women, and Liang himself was not sure whether he had a good impression of Baiyu because of sympathy or appreciation. So Liang did not take any further action. He just let nature take its course. And Liang himself doesn't even know what the outcome will be. Maybe he's just being sentimental? Who said that if he helped Baiyu, the other party would definitely like him? And Liang quickly thought about the pros and cons, and he directly agreed. "No problem. I suggest you take photos with me separately, and then take a photo together, which will be more confusing. Guess which one of us is who?" Xiao Rui instantly understood what Liang meant. Xiao Hexin responded negatively. "Just take a group photo." And Liang was confused. "I just wanted to take a group photo to commemorate. I didn't want to post it on Moments, nor did I want to post it." Xiao Hexin added in response. Did the other party see through his thoughts? And Liang responded calmly. "So, what if I post it on Moments? I think I'm pretty handsome too." Xiao Rui said frankly, "We added by use." "Then what?" And Liang asked calmly. "Snort." Xia Rui snorted. Fine, if you take a photo, take a photo. I asked a passerby to take a photo for us, and I will post it in our group later. And Liang explained. The so-called passers-by were naturally members of Rennie's security company. And Liang handed the phone to the other party and explained like a real passerby. Brother, please take a group photo for us. Thank you. Okay, the security personnel of Rennie's security company responded. An Liang and the other three stood under the Freedom Monument. He was still holding Xia Rui and Xia Hexin, one on the left and the other on the right. The two did not resist, and even asked An Liang on the left and the right. He tilted his head, then stretched out his hand over his head to make a heart-to-heart gesture. Faced with this situation, An Liang became a little bolder. He directly let go of their hands. When Xia Hexin and Xia Rui were confused, An Liang directly the left and right hugged their waists, making both of them stiff. As the saying goes, men don't touch their heads, women don't touch their waists. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui both had a favorable impression of An Liang of 79 points. Wandering between being close friends and being lovers, it is an ambiguous stage. So An Liang can hold their hands and let them acquiesce in such a move. But the action of hugging the waist is a bit too intimate. Whether it is Xia Hexin or Xia Hexin Rui, both of them were stiff. And Liang naturally discovered the situation. He quickly released his hands, pretended not to take this matter to heart, and walked directly towards the passers-by disguised as security personnel from Rennie's security company. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui first looked at each other. The two sisters had the same mind. They both sought each other's thoughts and then looked at An Liang together. From the current situation, it seems that An Liang's actions just now were unintentional. No, he felt that An Liang's actions just now were a test. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui looked at each other again. Neither of the two sisters had any intention of giving in. Their competition once again helped An Liang. An Liang took his mobile phone over, and he said with a natural attitude, "Look, how do you feel?" In the photo of the first look, Xia Hexin and Xia Rui are smiling like flowers. The two sisters compare their hearts with An Liang as the center and leaning towards An Liang. They look very warm. The second look is also unexpectedly good. An Liang hugged the waist of Xia Hexin and Xia Rui. When they were surprised, they both turned to look at An Liang, but An Liang looked at the camera and ignored their gazes. This look is very memorable. It's not bad, right? And Liang asked again. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were more satisfied with the first look. They had mixed feelings about the second look. This An Liang is really as he said. Now that he is an adult, what choices should he make? Question? I will send the original picture to the group, and you can download it yourself. And Liang explained. When sending the picture, An Liang used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check the favorability of the two sisters of the Xia family. Both Xia Hexin and Xia Rui were still at a high of 79 points, and there was no further improvement, but also didn't take a step back. When An Liang hugged Xia Rui and Xia Hexin just now, judging from the stiffness of their bodies, An Liang thought that this time his favorability level would drop by at least 1 to 2 points. In the end, it didn't drop at all. In fact, the real reason is that the two sisters of the Xia family are jealous. This situation made An Liang wonder, if the favorability level goes further and enters the stage of true ambiguity where the lover is not satisfied, can he go one step further? Chapter 875, it was approaching 9 o'clock in the evening. And Liang sent the two Xia sisters back to the presidential suite number 6609 of the Multimillionaire Summit Hotel. In the living room of the presidential suite, and Liang was saying, Hexin Rui, our company will resume work tomorrow. In the next few days, I will be kept busy by my dad. Well, I know, let's go play by ourselves. Xia Rui responded. Xia Hexin responded, you can work with peace of mind. On the 7th, we will return to Tianfu together. Okay, and Liang nodded, then waved and said, you're tired after a long day of shopping today, so go to bed early. Thank you for bothering you today. Xia Hexin said gently. Xia Rui also thanked. Thank you. I am Hexin's boyfriend after all, right? And Liang said jokingly, then turned around and left. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui breathed a sigh of relief together. They were actually worried that En Liang wouldn't leave. If En Liang didn't leave, only they can go. En Liang is very measured. From the way he hugged his waist today, it seems that En Liang knows the scale. How could he stay? Besides, the little vixen has come back today. She sent a message to An Liang in the afternoon. An Liang used her work in the family business as an excuse to go there in the evening. Now En Liang is thinking about something. Should I go directly to the little vixen, or should I go home and take a shower first? He spent the day playing with the two Xia sisters today, holding hands and having close contact with each other. He must have the scent of the two Xia sisters on his body. If he went directly there, Yang Maui would probably find him, right? So En Liang decided to go home and take a shower first. Although En Liang guessed that Yang Maui would most likely choose to turn a blind eye. But is it really okay to be so aggrieved to the little vixen? The little vixen has already wronged himself so much. How could he let the little vixen suffer again? Presidential Suite number 6609 of Mulingshan Peak Hotel. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui took a bath in the bathtub in the separate bathroom of their room. For the first time, they felt that taking a bath was also a kind of enjoyment. The two of them seemed to be in sync with each other and were playing with their phones. In the Zaya Jimmy I gossip group of Tianfu Normal University, Xia Rui sends messages. Xia Rui. Picture, picture, picture. Xia Rui. This is our room and this huge bathtub. Xia Hexin. Picture, Xia Hexin. Taking a bath is really comfortable. Lin Lin. Where is the boss? Lin Lin. After you two came clean, what is the boss waiting for? Xia Rui, go, go, go. Xiao Linzi, you are poisonous. Xia Hexin, he's gone. His family's company will resume work tomorrow, and he has a lot of things to do. Su Nua, isn't it? Su Nua, you two fairies or twin fairies came to your door, and he actually has to go to work? Kong Yujia, I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with this person. Kong Yujia, I suggest you test whether this person is gay. Looking at the message sent by Kong Yujia, Xia Hexin and Xia Rui had no doubt at all, because when En Liang hugged them today, he didn't act like a homosexual, and they were held by En Liang a lot of the time today. When En Liang was holding them, he actually made small gestures, such as stroking their fingers with his thumb. How can En Liang like this be suspected of being gay? Xia Rui at Kong Yujia. I suspect you were bribed by En Liang. Xia Hexin. Seconded. Kong Yujia. I think so too. Seeking introduction. Let the boss bribe me. I will definitely become the boss's traitor and sell you all to him. Su Nua, the plastic sisterhood is broken again. Lin Lin. Get used to it every day, plastic sisters. Su Nua, by the way, I also want to be the boss's traitor. Lin Lin. Add me one more? Xia Rui. Xia Hexin. Although Kong Yujia and the other three said in the group that they were willing to be in Liang's traitors, the two Xia sisters knew they were joking. After all, they had basically figured out each other's personalities, and that's why they established this little Jime gossip group. If we don't trust each other, how can we gossip with each other? On the other side, in less than 10 minutes, An Liang returned to the Sky Realm. The Sky Realm is also in Muling Mountain. It is very close to Muling Mountain Peak Hotel. The straight line distance is actually no more than 500 meters. It just requires a detour. In Liang's bedroom, he first picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to the two Xia sisters in him. En Liang, I'm home. You can play by yourself these days. After sending the message, An Liang transferred 52,000 yuan to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin respectively. He didn't care whether they accepted it or not, so he went directly to the bathroom to take a shower. Regarding Xia Hexin and Xia Rui, En Liang felt that it was not a case of failing Tathagata and failing Qing. En Liang felt that he was the Tathagata Buddha. The two Xia sisters want to escape from his position? I'm afraid it's not possible. The only question is, when and through what opportunity can the last bit of favorability be added? Chapter 876 Mulingshan Summit Hotel, Presidential Suite number 6609. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui were both taking a bath respectively. They both received the transfer information from En Liang. The two sisters first sent each other information. Xia Hexin. Picture. Xia Rui. Picture. After the two Xia sisters sent messages to each other, they then sent messages to a group of 3 people. Xia Hashin. Thank you. Xia Rui. Thank you, boss. Xia Rui. Boss, keep working hard and take us flying again on the 7th. And Liang wanted to take a bath, so naturally he didn't see any news about the 2 sisters from the Xia family. The 2 Xia sisters also guessed that Liang might be taking a shower, and they continued chatting in the Zaya Jimmy I gossip group of Tianfu Normal University. Xia Rui. Picture, Xia Rui. Is this the boss? Lin Lin, Eve Fallen. Kong Yujia. Fall together. Sunua. As long as you are rich and noble, don't forget each other. Xia Rui. To be rich and noble. Woof woof woof. Xia Hashin. Red envelope information. Sunua received the red envelope from Xia Sunua. Sunua. Xia Hashin, you have changed too, and you even gave out a 1-cent red envelope. Xia Hashin. When school starts, please help your Sihai family. Xia Rui. We will go back to school on the 7th. After you come, my sister will invite you to help yourself at Sihai's house. Xia Hashin. Sunua. Successfully earning a living and waiting for school to start. Lin Lin. I'm going back to school on the 14th. What about you? Kong Yujia. I am also number 14. But EXIN and Ru, you probably don't have time, right? Xia Rui. Not sure yet, Xia Rui. We will ask the boss later to confirm the time. Bunok. Sky Realm. And Liang finished blow-drying his hair and was about to go out. And Xingyu was watching TV in the living room. He asked casually, "It's so late at night. Where are you going?" That bad guy, Lu Kai, calls for barbecue. And Liang threw the blame to Lu Kai again. And Xingyu reminded, the Xiqing development plan will resume work tomorrow. Come with me to hand out red envelopes for resumption of work. You must remember this matter. Do you hear me? Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely remember. By the way, if I drink too much later, I will sleep at Lu Kai's place and go directly to the construction site at the Xiqing development plan tomorrow. And Liang explained. And Xingyu responded casually. Dad, give me the keys to the Audi. And Liang greeted. I don't feel bad when my old Audi is parked on the side of the road. And Xingyu threw the car keys to Liang. The bright yellow Lamborghini Urus is a bit too high profile. Now is a special period, so it is better to be a little more low-key. The old Audi is very suitable. In the underground garage, and Liang first put on a wireless headset. He dialed Yang Maui's number again and then started the engine. When the call was connected, Yang Maui's voice came first. Your Majesty. And Liang responded, Little Fox, are you looking for Lan Jingyuan or Lin Shanju? I live in Linshan. Yang Maoyi responded. Although Lan Jingyuan is a mansion worth nearly 100 million yuan, Yang Maui prefers to live in Linshan because Lan Jingyuan is too big. Yang Maui feels that it is empty and she is afraid to live alone. Okay, I just left the house and will be there in half an hour. And Liang responded, Well, Your Majesty, I'll wait for you. Yang Maui responded with a sweet smile. Hey, you little goblin, watch me deal with you later. And Liang responded with a hum. Taoist master and a giant of righteousness has not conquered demons in recent times, and the power of the Son of Justice has long been accumulated. The traffic conditions in the middle of the night were very good. In just over 20 minutes, and Liang came to the forest. Mountain Residence. Linshan Residence, room 2906, building 3. As soon as Liang entered the house, he pressed the little vixen against the wall at the entrance and made a bang. Facing the attack of the righteous giant and Taoist priest, the little vixen also began to refute. What is a small farewell? When the wedding? Now! The war between the righteous giant and the fox demon lasted for more than half an hour. The little vixen nestled in Liang's arms. Her right index finger drew circles on Liang's chest, feeling Liang's strong heartbeat through her fingertips. Is your hometown fun? And Liang asked casually. Yang Maui responded negatively. It's not fun at all. Some relatives are really annoyed. Yang Maui complained, What's wrong? And Liang asked curiously. Yang Maui explained, When I went back to my hometown this time, I drove the car back to make transportation more convenient. Then the children of relatives recognized that the car was worth close to 1 million, and the relatives began to ask about becoming anchors, and then asked me to help them become profitable anchors. Yang Maui said with some annoyance, "How can it be so easy to be an anchor?" Yang Maui sigid. It is indeed not easy to be an anchor. In the live broadcast industry, taking female anchors as an example, success is not guaranteed by being good-looking. You have not seen many beautiful female anchors who quit after being unable to broadcast for a month. Is it true? Do some people really think that being a host is easy? Chapter 882, and Liang successfully managed time through a circle of friends, and he once again stood in an invincible position. This circle of friends that distributed red envelopes for returning to work made Liang Shui, who had not seen him for a long time, like it. Is this little actor resurrected? And Liang sends a message to inquire, and Liang, young actor, are you resurrected? Liang Shui, if I said that we also go to the theater during the Chinese New Year, would you believe it? And Liang, so miserable? Liang Shui, everyone is holding their breath and striving to make our promise the best it can be. Liang Shui, don't worry. You will definitely make money from this drama. Liang Shui, I have seen the previous sample film, and I think this drama has a chance to be a hit. Liang Shui, your investment is definitely worth it. Looking at Liang Shui's serious reply, and Liang sighed. He knew that our promise would make money. The Life Winner system had already stated that investing $5 million in this online drama would earn $10 million in profit. But for Brother Liang now, is a mere $10 million important? Shit, not important, right? The Cullinan that Liang gave to Chen Siyu is worth over $10 million. However, looking at Liang Shui, who was so serious, and Liang did not pour cold water on her. And Liang, come on. And Liang, when will you finish filming? Liang Shui, not sure yet, but according to the director, it should be soon. And Liang, after we finish filming, I'll treat you to dinner. Liang Shui, okay, I must kill you. Liang Shui, because of this drama, I lost 8 pounds. And Liang, okay. And Liang, after our promise is completed, you can choose the delicious food in the Magic City. Liang Shui, okay, I've already remembered it. I'm going to work first. I have to take another set of shots. And Liang, frowny face, okay. And Liang was a little confused about Liang Shui, a young actor. Liang Shui's appearance is as high as 96 points. Beautiful is definitely very beautiful. But trouble is also really troublesome. How can anything in the entertainment industry not be troublesome? For example, the all-pervasive paparazzi. And Liang didn't want to get involved with gossips, which were definitely bomb-level stuff, because a scandal might be discovered by Li Xian, Chen Siyu, Ning Rushwang, and the two Xia sisters. Wouldn't that just explode on the spot? The only one who can survive now is probably the little vixen, right? This little vixen most likely chose to turn a blind eye and pretend not to see the news. Noon, and Liang and Xingyu, as well as Anshin Construction's management team, had a meal at the construction site of AXA Construction's Xiqing development project. The food team at AXA Construction is as kind as ever. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang is sending a message to Li Xian on Liang. Baby, where are you? And Liang thought that Lu Ling was at work, so Li Xian should be at home alone, right? Li Xian, I'm interning at Gongshang Bank. And Liang? And Liang, what the hell? Li Xian, and Liang, I think you are right. Granny Pan is happy. She has her own goals. She pursues her goals and is happy even if she endures hardship. Li Xian, I also have a new goal. Li Xian, my holiday homework is not to interview your dad. I want to write a news article about Gongshang Bank, so I am interning at Gongshang Bank today. And Liang, is this shooting yourself in the foot? Originally, and Liang took Li Xian back to his old place to deepen their relationship. But did this happen? What a disaster. And Liang, honey, how long will you be interned for? Li Xian, starting from today until the 14th, I will sign up on the 15th. So all the ideas that An Liang had before the vacation are gone? According to An Liang's idea, he planned to obtain the reward of hundreds of millions of descendants through Li Xian during the winter vacation. It turned out that he was too greedy and always thought about it. So you didn't eat any? Please tell me about the Life Winner system. How to solve this problem. Please arrange a 5th-level solution. The winner system in life remains unresponsive, as always, on Liang. When will you get off work in the afternoon? Li Xian, I have to go off work with my mother in the afternoon. This beautiful witch. And Liang sighed secretly and sent another message. And Liang, you are waiting at Gongshang Bank. I will come to consult on behalf of Anshin Construction. Li Xian. And Liang, Anshin Construction is a big customer of your Gongshang Bank. Ask your mother. She will understand. Li Xian, what bad intentions do you have? And Liang, it's business. Do you want to know? And Liang, I'll be right over. After En Liang sent the message, he said to En Xingyu, Dad, Lu Kai asked me to play games. I'll go there first. And Xingyu asked proactively, Are you coming back tonight? Shouldn't he come back? And Liang responded. And Xingyu reminded, Pay attention to safety. And Liang was speechless. His dad understands everything.